Class 3, Senior Grade 3, Chingcheng Number 2 High School. Teacher Su, the class teacher, stood on the podium, looking down upon the numerous students in the class with irritation and anger in his eyes. You should cherish this precious time at present and study hard to lay a solid foundation for your future, rather than living in a muddle-headed state, just idling away your time. Especially you, Qin Ming. Yes, I'm talking to you. Stand up for me. In the corner, a hooligan with dyed yellow hair and wearing an earring spoke with disdain. The class teacher is getting angry again. How boring. He always says the same things every day. I'm fed up with it, even if he isn't tired of saying them. As he spoke, he even poked his ear to show his contempt. In high school, students are not allowed to dye their hair, wear outlandish clothes, or adorn themselves with jewelry. This yellow-haired boy violated all these taboos, yet he could still sit there comfortably, obviously having an extraordinary background. It was rumored that he was the nephew of the school principal. As for the truth, who knows? However, there are always sycophants at any time. Sure enough, there was a sycophant beside the yellow-haired boy. As soon as the yellow-haired boy finished speaking, a fawning voice immediately emerged. Brother Hun is absolutely right. Teacher Su should update his vocabulary that he has no idea how out of date he is. His words are so old-fashioned. As he spoke, he made a disgusted expression and waved his hand in front of his nose like someone who suddenly stepped on dog shit and was extremely nauseated. His name was Go Xiaodawei. He was good at fawning on others and was the loyal lackey of Brother Hun, the yellow-haired boy. At this moment, he was thinking to himself, if I try so hard to ingratiate myself with Brother Hun, I should surely leave a good impression on him, right? However, things didn't turn out as he wished. The yellow-haired guy who was watching the show didn't even give him a glance. Instead, he was looking at the furious old Su with great excitement. When he got really into it, he even found the lackey too noisy and directly reached out his hand to interrupt the latter's performance. Be quiet and watch the show. As he spoke, his eyes were glowing as he stared at the figure of the class teacher. Go Xiaodawei. Don't lackeys have human rights? On the other side, the class teacher stepped down from the podium, striding forward purposefully and heading straight toward a certain seat. As he walked, he pointed in a certain direction, scolding with spittle flying everywhere. Stand up for me. The one he was pointing at was a boy lying on the desk, looking sleepy. At this moment, the sunlight happened to fall on the boy's face, highlighting his handsome profile. At this moment, he seemed to be glowing. Being pointed at by the teacher, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he casually propped up his hands and slowly sat up straight. Due to the angle, the light gilded his handsome profile, adding a touch of divinity to his already handsome face. In this instant, he was like a god. Damn it, this guy's face is really freaking handsome. Only a little less good-looking than me. The yellow-haired guy watching the show blurted out swear words with an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yeah, this bastard can't even compare to Brother Han. Go Zayatu's eyes lingered on the pockmarked face of the yellow-haired youth for a moment. Then he insincerely complimented him. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the yellow-haired youth slapped him on the head. Pointing at his nose with an enraged look, the yellow-haired youth shouted, "You dare to mock me? Have you got some nerve? Huh? Go Xiaodawei. Damn it, whose dog is this running wild without being chained up? With such a foul temper, I won't put up with you any longer." Now, back to the main topic. Facing the reproach of the class teacher, old Su, Qin Ming raised his head, looked the teacher straight in the eye, and slowly began to speak. May I ask, did my sleeping affect anyone else? The class teacher was taken aback that he had encountered students who talked back to teachers before, but those were in the compulsory education stage. After the high school entrance examination, most of those students were filtered out. He had never seen a high school student who dared to contradict a teacher. This boy was truly bold. For a moment, old Su was lost in a flurry of thoughts and couldn't react immediately. While he was still processing, the boy spoke again. May I ask if my sleeping affected my own grades? Old Su, what on earth was he trying to say? Qin Ming continued, I neither affected others nor myself. Why did you single me out as an example? Could it be that you just can't stand me? As far as I remember, I've never offended you. Instead of bringing disgrace to our class, I've won quite a few honors for it, haven't I? If I'm not mistaken, I'm still the top student in our class and among the top 10 in the grade this time, right? As he spoke, his gaze locked firmly with the teacher's, unyielding. Especially when he mentioned being the top in the class and among the top 10 in the grade. His tone grew subtly more emphatic. Hearing about the grades, teacher Su finally came to his senses. The student before him was no ordinary one at his mercy. He was the top student in the class and among the top 10 in the grade, a crucial asset who brought honor to the school and boosted the enrollment rate. Theoretically, he should be the apple of his eye and the school's darling. Thinking of this, he felt a twinge of regret for his hasty impulse just now. But the regret lasted only a fleeting moment, and his thoughts underwent a transformation. Putting aside the facts, even if I'm in the wrong, aren't you also at fault? Can't you give in to me? After all, I'm your teacher. Don't you know the virtue of respecting teachers? Such direct defiance clearly shows no respect for me. A student who acts arrogantly just because of good grades and doesn't put the teacher in his eyes is doomed not to go far in the future. He thought viciously to himself, and at the same time, he prepared to defuse the situation and minimize its impact. However, Qin Ming's next words sent him into a frenzy. If you find me the top student in the class, such an eyesore, I can apply to the school to transfer to the neighboring class. The head teacher of the neighboring class, Teacher Wang, was said to be Teacher Zu's arch-enemy. In Teacher Zu's eyes, Qin Ming's act was nothing short of betrayal, an act of defecting to the enemy. And the enemy he loathed most was none other than Teacher Wang. The mere thought of his feud with Teacher Wang made him lose his temper on the spot, and his voice involuntarily rose. How dare you? If you dare to do this, it'll immediately have the school give you a demerit, a disciplinary sanction, and expel you from school. It'll make all your 10 years of hard study go up in smoke. They'll prevent you from taking the college entrance examination. They'll make you spend the rest of your life in the shadow of regret. Old Su jumped about enraged, his voice causing the dust on the entire ceiling to fall. Qin Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He simply stood up from his seat, turned around, and walked toward the classroom door. Stop right there. Is that how your parents taught you? Come back. Behind him, Old Su was enraged, flailing his arms and trying to drag Qin Ming back. But just as he raised his hand, it was caught by a male classmate. Old Su turned around angrily and lashed out at the boy. Lu Song, why are you holding me back? Let go quickly. Do you dare me to give you a demerit too? After threatening Lu Song, he turned back to Qin Ming's retreating figure and continued his tirade. I'm an outstanding teacher, a special grade teacher with the best overall exam results in the school every time. Can't I deal with a scoundrel like you? Stop right there. The arrogant attitude behind him made Qin Ming, who was walking towards the door, can't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and looked back at the homeroom teacher who was hopping around like a cat with its tail on fire. Finally, he spoke. Do you know why you always get good results? Because I'm here. Because, apart from the 3 of you in this class, the rest are all my clones. Because I control them not to perform too poorly, you can always come in first. That's also why I can skip classes, sleep, and be distracted in class, yet still score well on exams. It is precisely for this reason that I am the de facto controller of this class, the true king lurking in the shadows of this class. You should be grateful to me for becoming an outstanding teacher. Now, instead of showing gratitude, you're spouting nonsense here. It seems you've really become conceited. At this moment, the boy stands at the junction of light and shadow at the door. Half of his body is bathed in the light, while the other half is hidden in the darkness. Light and darkness, the IT seems to foreshadow the future of the class teacher, Mr. Su. Will he ascend to greater heights amidst flowers and sunlight, or will he plunge into the darkness, never to rise again? It all hinges on his single thought. Unfortunately, the class teacher fails to realize this issue. On the contrary, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, he stands with hands on hips, laughing heartily. With a look of disdain, he remarks, the fact that you're in this class makes my students achieve better results? What a ludicrous claim. I can assure you with certainty that even without you, this class will still rank among the top classes in the school. Among the top, because apart from this class, there are 2 other classes aiming for admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University. After listening to his words, Qin Ming nods expressionlessly and says, I understand. I hope you won't regret it. After speaking, he ignores the angry shouts behind him and turns away. If his memory serves him right, there will be an exam tomorrow, right? He believes the results of this exam will be engraved in the class teacher's memory for a lifetime. He hopes the teacher won't go insane. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Ming leaves the classroom. Chapter 2. Oh no, someone's trying to jump off the building. However, mere academic setbacks couldn't fully vent all the anger pent up in Qin Ming's heart. After a moment of thought, a sudden idea popped into his mind. Was this a bit sneaky? At this thought, Qin Ming suddenly smiled. A person who could casually say that a student shouldn't be allowed to take the college entrance examination, condemning them to a lifetime of regret and pain, could hardly be considered a good person. Threatening someone over their life-changing event, such a scoundrel deserved to be thoroughly tricked. He'd do it. In an instant. This idea was solidified. Qin Ming felt no remorse about tricking him. Thinking of this, a faint smile unconsciously crept onto Qin Ming's lips. Old Su, are you ready? As Qin Ming walked back, he concentrated his mind, focusing his attention on his alter ego, Lu Song. In the classroom, Lu Song, his alter ego, suddenly stood up with a gloomy face and turned to leave. Old Su, who had just lost his temper and lashed out at all the students indiscriminately, looked utterly bewildered. Before he could react, 3 figures immediately chased after Lu Song, and a voice drifted over in the distance. Teacher, we'll go and bring him back. How outrageous. How can one run around during class? Just like this, in a state of complete confusion, Old Su watched as 4 students rushed out. After a brief moment of daze, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, the class monitor really knows how to handle things. Truly worthy of the title. Little did he know that he was about to reach the peak of his life. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Lu, Qin, Song, henceforth, the alter ego where Qin Ming's main consciousness resides will be directly referred to as Qin Ming, had a gloomy face and stared indifferently at the empty ground downstairs. He was waiting for an opportunity to make this matter known to everyone. At this thought, Qin Ming directly sat on the edge of the rooftop. Somehow, he fished out half a bottle of liquor and took sips intermittently. The dean of students was overjoyed as he finally got to take a stroll. For the upcoming mid-term exams tomorrow, he had been bustling in his office for a whole morning. The toil had almost made him bald. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and gently rubbed the mere 7 strands of hair on his head, his face etched with pain. Once upon a time, he boasted a head of thick, black hair, exuding self-confidence, radiating sunshine, and looking young and handsome. Alas, his hair had faded away with the passage of time. Now, there were only these 7 pitiful strands left on his scalp. Fortunately, these 7 strands were tenacious, never deserting him from beginning to end, which brought him great comfort and made him cherish them deeply. After carefully straightening and flattening each strand, the dean of students, as short as a dwarf, began to patrol his domain, the campus. As he was walking in the teaching building, suddenly a bird's cry pierced the sky. The dean instinctively looked up. Well, there was a big bird he didn't recognize and a pair of dangling legs. Dangling legs? Dangling legs. The 7 strands of hair on the dean's head that he had just straightened and flattened immediately stood on end, trembling in the wind in terror. You know, for a school, what is of utmost importance? It's not academic performance, not competitions, not the enrollment rate, nor the school's appearance. It's safety, safety, safety. Once a safety incident occurs, the entire school will become the focus of society and the target of public criticism on the internet. The second middle school has always been the focus of the entire city. If such an incident were to occur today, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. No, not only tonight, but he wouldn't have peace for the next few months. Fortunately, it hasn't happened yet, and there is still a chance to remedy the situation. Thinking of this, the dean of students' complexion eased slightly. Gathering his composure, he intended to offer a few words of persuasion. Yet he feared that his sudden words might startle the person on the rooftop. If the other party were to jump down in a moment of agitation, his guilt would be great. Just as he was hesitating and waffling, the bell rang for the end of class. Before he could react, the students from each class poured out like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the area below the teaching building was bustling with people. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no, someone's trying to jump off the building." Immediately, all the students below the teaching building stopped in their tracks, looked up, and started watching the spectacle. Their actions were so synchronized that it seemed as if they had been well trained. One can only say that the inborn trait of loving to watch spectacles among the Chinese people knows no age boundaries, let alone the students who were watching the show. The dean of students turned pale. Which scoundrel shouted that? By shouting so loudly, you've alerted the person on the rooftop. If he were to jump down, how could this mess be sorted out? Thinking of this, the dean of students immediately shouted, "Go back to your classrooms. No watching the spectacle here. Hurry back." Intimidated by his authority, the students reluctantly made their way towards the classrooms. And the teachers who heard the news immediately joined the ranks and made rapid arrangements. The school's order was quickly restored. They only had to wait for the firefighters to arrive, and the student could be rescued. However, before the firefighters arrived, the dean of students turned around and left. A few minutes later, the sweating dean of students appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by 3 or 4 male teachers. Coincidentally, Mr. Su was among them. Sitting on the rooftop with a flushed face, Qin Ming was enjoying the view. Hearing a noise behind him, he immediately turned around. What bad luck. His gaze happened to meet that of a male teacher who was approaching gingerly. Were they trying to pull him back quietly? The good show hadn't even started yet. How could he let them drag him back? With a thought in his mind, Qin Ming instantly put on a flushed face and an excited look in his eyes, shouting and yelling, "Get out of my way, all of you. If you come any closer, I'll jump right now." As he spoke, he waved the wine bottle around wildly, like a weapon. He looked exactly like someone who had been stimulated and gone a bit crazy. After his outburst, the approaching male teacher could only retreat sheepishly. Seeing that they couldn't pull the student back quietly, the dean of students had to change his strategy. After a moment of thought, he decided to calm the other person down first and then deal with other matters. So he said, "Classmate, what's your name? Which class are you from? Who is your homeroom teacher? Tell me about your grievances, and I'll stand up for you." Hearing the dean's words, Qin Ming glanced up at the tense and sweating dean and then at Mr. Su, who was pale and extremely terrified. A hint of playfulness flashed through his mind. Just then, a loud sound of a Swana horn rang out, followed by the clear clanging of a gong one after another. Qin Ming smiled to himself. Finally, it had come. On the other side, the dean's heart skipped a beat. What a nuisance. Who on earth was causing trouble at this moment? It was simply a nightmare. However, the current scene did not allow the dean of students to continue his contemplation. No matter how angry he was, he could only deal with the matter later. Just then, the boy across from him stood up excitedly. As the dean's nerves tightened, and he prepared to jump up and grab the boy, the latter suddenly pointed behind the dean and shouted, "I tried to stop you from hitting someone, yet you kept scolding me. You weren't satisfied with just one round of scolding. You went on for half a class. You insulted my mom, then my dad, and even my ancestors." This line, paired with the Swana music downstairs, was strangely harmonious. The dean, who was fond of opera, instantly thought of his favorite tune, Little Kangwa. Holy crap, what a talent. This was his first thought. No, who is he referring to? Could it be that his homeroom teacher is someone behind me? This was his second thought. Damn it, I made a mistake and aggravated the situation. I hope I don't find out which bastard behind me did this, or I'll kill him. This was his third thought. The dean quickly turned his head to glance at the teachers behind him and immediately fixed his eyes on old Su, whose face was pale and full of terror. He gave old Su a fierce glare, then quickly turned back, planning to appease the students first. Qin Ming didn't want to bother with the scheming over there. With the Swana as background music, he got more and more worked up as he spoke. "Did my ancestors offend you? How could you scold them like this? I'm so angry and frustrated. I can't sit still. I'm so humiliated. In my anger, I want to go to the rooftop. Before I die, I want to ask, is your mouth full of feces? Students aren't livestock. What kind of background do you have to scold like this? If they can tolerate such a person, is this school even going to stay open?" As he spoke, he took a step backward, facing the dean and several others with his back to the void. Taking this step backward had now left half of his foot hanging in mid-air. That is to say, at present, only the front part of his soul was on the edge of the rooftop. The dean's heart was pounding in his throat. Just at this moment, Qin Ming swayed a few times, looking unsteady on his feet. It was a nerve-wracking situation. The dean, with his short and stocky body, suddenly made a wild boar-like charge forward to grab him. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 3. The yellow-haired man blocks the way with a thud. Old Su's hoarse and pained cries came through. It was as if the world around them had been paused. Suddenly, it fell silent, with only the man's pained shouts and sobs remaining. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you with my loose tongue. I've realized my mistake. Please come back. Don't jump. Really, it'll hurt terribly if you jump. Come back. You tell me what to change, and I'll do it. Please don't jump." The dean, in the middle of his charge, felt a glimmer of joy and thought that old Su wasn't completely stupid and knew how to draw attention at this moment. Qin Ming, with his foot teetering on the edge of the rooftop, felt a sense of satisfaction. "You wouldn't listen to me. I had to resort to this extreme measure to make you see. Some people are just so full of affectation." The distance between them was only 3 or 5 meters. During the moment Qin Ming was distracted, the dean's charge had reached him. Having achieved his goal for the day, Qin Ming allowed the dean to pull him back. Of course, it was necessary to put up a token struggle. The teachers waiting on the side immediately rushed forward and quickly surrounded Qin Ming. fearing that he might attempt another dangerous feat. Their aged bodies couldn't endure another bout of turmoil. The teaching director couldn't help but heave a sigh. It was truly wonderful that the things from the military hadn't been completely forgotten. On the other side, seeing Qin Ming being pulled back, old Su, who had been wailing, immediately got up, wiped his tears, and cast a venomous look at Qin Ming. Boy, you forced me to kneel before you with this stunt. Just you wait. Once I've recovered, I'll teach you a good lesson. He had no idea why Lu Song was so aggrieved just for being scolded a few times. All he knew was that his chance of getting an excellent evaluation this year was gone. Moreover, there would surely be an indelible stain on his resume from now on. If it weren't for his good academic performance, even with the backing, after this incident, his backer wouldn't dare to protect him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Thankfully, his academic performance had always been good. And boy, did you think you'd have a good outcome after being pulled back? Your life would be completely ruined because of this act of bravado. Imagining the scene of Lu Song being expelled from school and having nowhere to study, he let out a smug laugh. Just wait, little thing. Several people left in a hurry without noticing a strange crow quietly watching them from the opposite rooftop. On the other side, the teaching director and 3 or 4 teachers escorted Qin Ming off the rooftop and headed towards the office. Inside the office, with the doors and windows tightly shut, the teaching director first poured a cup of tea for Qin Ming before slowly saying, "You're a bit impulsive, child. There are many ways to get old Su to change his bad habit of scolding. For example, you could make an anonymous report or even beat him up in a sack. Anyway, you didn't have to threaten your own life. What if something really went wrong? The world is so wonderful. If you die, you won't be able to taste the milk tea, spicy hot pot, and all those fragrant pots that you like. Just think about it. Isn't it a great loss?" Listening to the words from the other side, Qin Ming's eyes lit up slightly. At this moment, instead of bringing up parents or scolding, the person mentioned milk tea and came up with a crafty idea. Just based on this, it was evident that this teaching director understood the students well. After a round of soothing words from the teaching director, he then arranged for the newly recruited teacher, Mr. Wang, to watch over Qin Ming. With nothing much to do, Teacher Wang thought it over and directly took Qin Ming to the school. 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles were served. Teacher Wang first added chili and vinegar to his own bowl, then pushed the chili towards Qin Ming and said, "Would you like some chili and vinegar?" Qin Ming was not at all polite and directly added seasonings to his own bowl. After a few mouthfuls of the steaming hot noodles, Qin Ming felt in high spirits. Although, through the perspective of the Great Bird's clone, he knew that old Su had not repented at all. However, that didn't matter. His purpose today was to make things difficult for old Su, to ruin old Su's good impression in the leaders' minds, and let them know that old Su could also cause troubles for the school. One should eat one mouthful at a time and deal with a person step by step. Why not just kill someone? Because things hadn't reached that stage yet. If one day it really came to the point where killing was the only way to solve the problem, he would not hesitate to do so. Thinking of this, Qin Ming took another bite. As the steam rose, Teacher Wang opposite started to speak. "When I was in school, our teachers also liked to scold students. I was extremely annoyed every day and couldn't understand why they would scold people at the slightest provocation. Later, I figured it out. Their generation believed in the idea that beating shows affection, scolding shows love. Without beating and scolding, a child won't become successful. And then, did you accept your fate?" Qin Ming looked up at him. Teacher Wang opposite slurped up a mouthful of noodles and continued, "However, I didn't believe in that. I didn't like them scolding people, especially scolding me. One day, I was scolded by the head teacher to my face for half a class. After school that evening, I was fuming with anger and couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I tossed and turned. Then I thought, I couldn't bear this anger alone. I had to fight back. Coincidentally, that teacher lived not far from my home. We took the same route to school. On the way, I secretly covered his head with a sack and gave him a good beating. He still doesn't know it was me who beat him. Every time he mentions this incident, he gets really angry. Ha ha ha." At this point, Teacher Wang was beaming with excitement and his eyes were full of smiles. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected of a newly employed young teacher, he dared to say such things to me. After laughing for a while, Teacher Wang stopped and looked at Qin Ming, saying, "So, kid, when you encounter an enemy, don't act rashly. We can adopt a circuitous strategy. If you can't defeat him now, you can do it later. Take things slowly." At the stairs of the canteen, the bald headmaster's face turned as black as coal. "So it was you, you little rascal. I've been looking for you for so many years." The dean of students left the cafeteria with a gloomy face and turned around. He was selecting a suitable task for his star pupil. Qin Ming glanced at the bald head that had disappeared at the stairwell, then at Miss Wang in front of him, who was all smiles, and silently mourned for her for a second. While they were having a meal, Qin Ming suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid. Goodness, why has he come? With a thought, his main consciousness returned to his physical body. On that day, Lu Song was picked up by his parents and went home to rest for a few days. The student who played the Suona in public was also scolded by the teacher and punished to write a self-criticism. And Lao Su, who had caused this incident, was severely rebuked by the school. If it weren't for the fact that changing teachers temporarily would affect the student's state, and considering that he was actually a decent teacher, along with some other factors, this guy would probably have been forced to take a leave from his post by now. Let's shift the focus. In a secluded alley. It was a bit past 10 in the morning. Since the residents around were either at work or at school, the alley was unusually quiet. Qin Ming's physical body was still walking. When his main consciousness left his body and entered his clone, the physical body would retain basic living abilities and continue to act according to the original life trajectory. Conversely, the same applied to the clone. Yes, it was a clone. Qin Ming was not from this world. He was a time traveler who had crossed into this world 18 years ago and become one of the common folk in this world. When he first arrived in this world, he also had dreams, fantasizing about having a system by his side and being able to make a stir. However, the system never showed up as promised. Yet, as the saying goes, what is lost on the swings may be gained on the roundabouts. Without a system to accompany him. But by chance, he merged with a fragment at the age of 7. From then on, he awakened a talent, doppelganger. Moreover, it was a passive skill. Whether he liked it or not, he would gain a doppelganger every 24 hours. The doppelgangers were unrestricted by race, age, appearance, or gender. Most importantly, as long as his original body remained alive, the doppelgangers would not perish. At this thought, Qin Ming halted his steps and made a rough calculation in his mind. If he remembered correctly, it had been a little over 11 years since he awakened the skill. That meant he now had approximately 5,000 doppelgangers. Among them, there were more than 1,000 human doppelgangers. For the safety of his original body, he kept a small number by his side. Well, not many, just over 500. Moreover, for some unknown purpose, he placed 47 of them in his own class. If it weren't for the school rule that a class could have a maximum of 50 students, he could have placed even more. Thus, Qin Ming led a life akin to that of an emperor, seemingly idle on the surface, but actually being meticulously served with tea and other attentions by others. His long-term activities in the class, if carefully observed by discerning people, would still reveal some telltale signs. Unfortunately, the only shrewd one in the class was preoccupied with currying favor with others and had no intention of observing Qin Ming. As for that guy with the yellow hair you mentioned, was he the kind of meticulous person? Yellow-haired guy. Your whole family are the meticulous ones. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. Just as Qin Ming was mentally complaining about the yellow-haired guy, a figure with dyed yellow hair and wearing an earring sauntered up and nonchalantly blocked Qin Ming's path. The yellow-haired boy was chewing on a lollipop, slouching crookedly against the wall corner, staring at Qin Ming with a rebellious look. Kid, you've got some nerve. You dared to show the class teacher your temper directly. Aren't you afraid the teacher will give you a demerit? You know, this is high school. With just a written penalty from the school, you can be sent straight home. Aren't you worried the teacher will make things difficult for you and kick you out of school? At the end of his speech, the yellow-haired boy proudly lifted his chin, looking at Qin Ming haughtily. Kid, get a hint from my look. However, his thought didn't come true because his loyal sidekick, Go Xiaotuwei, immediately translated his expression. Go Xiaotuwei stepped forward, hands on hips, and said haughtily, Kid, are you scared? If you are, come quickly and beg Brother Han. Maybe he'll be in a good mood and intercede with Teacher Su for you. Go Xiaotuwei's haughty and self-important look bore a 7-point resemblance to the yellow-haired boy. It was obvious that he had really put a lot of effort into imitating. At this moment, these two who had left school early had no idea what was going on at school, and the Teacher Su they mentioned was in a complete mess, struggling to deal with his own affairs. In the alley, after saying that, Go Xiaotuwei immediately hunched his back, shrank his body, and walked obsequiously up to the yellow-haired boy. Boss, did I translate it right? The yellow-haired boy thought. This guy actually hit the nail on the head. How rare. Seeing the surprised yet appreciative look, Go Xiaotuwei couldn't help straightening his thin body a bit more. I've gotten a bit closer to the apple of the boss's eye. How wonderful. Chapter 4. I won't allow anyone in this school to be more outstanding than me. Talking it out, Qin Ming smiled. Presumably, Old Su at present has no intention of reconciling. For old Sue, whether he can even remember Qin Ming is an issue. In the office, old Sue wore a gloomy expression, grinding his teeth, yet not daring to pause his hands in the slightest. The rage in his heart blazed like a wildfire, held in check by the lid of reason. Old Sue felt as if he was on the verge of exploding. However, for the sake of his job, his career, and this hard-won livelihood, he had to endure. After a meeting of the school leaders, they unanimously decided that he should write a self-criticism, and it was clearly stipulated that this self-criticism must be hand-written and the content should be no less than 10,000 words. For old Sue, this was not a big deal. What really gnawed him was the fact that he had knelt down to a student. Just thinking about kneeling before a student made his anger reach its peak. No, he couldn't endure it like this anymore. At this thought, he stopped writing. Rummaged through his phone to find a phone number he hadn't contacted for a long time. Without hesitation, he dialed it. He didn't notice that an unassuming teacher wearing glasses across from him was looking up at him. I have no need for it. Qin Ming directly ignored the olive branch offered by the hooligan and strode towards the other end of the alley. This alley was very quiet, with few people. However, it was far from quiet outside the alley because the other end of the alley connected to the block. On the street, there were those selling fried chicken, grilled skewers, and rice noodles. People came and went in a bustling scene. Qin Ming stepped forward at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of calm and composure. In contrast to Qin Ming's tranquility, the yellow-haired young man looked far from pleased. Bah, you're rejecting me, kid. How audacious. Do your parents know you're this arrogant? The yellow-haired youth twitched his mouth and spat out the lollipop in his mouth, glaring at Qin Ming with a scowl. At this moment, the nonchalance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by the fury of a challenged authority and the excitement of an impending fight. Before the yellow-haired boy could say a word, Go Xiaodui immediately jumped out to grab attention. Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Brother Hun might forgive you. As he spoke, Go Xiaodui looked at Qin Ming with a sneering expression. So cocky. I wonder if you'll still be able to keep it up later. Qin Ming regarded the master-servant duo, who were acting in tandem like clowns, and let out a disdainful snort, completely ignoring them. What a pair of inexplicable master and servant. Their strange way of thinking is beyond my comprehension, and I don't even want to understand it. Qin Ming's disdainful tone completely enraged the yellow-haired boy across from him. His face flushed slightly, his expression turned gloomy. He arrogantly folded his arms across his chest, puffed out his chest, and stepped right into Qin Ming's path. You're so full of yourself, kid. You're even more arrogant than I am. I won't allow anyone in No. 2 middle school to be more insolent than me. Originally, I didn't plan to teach you a lesson, but since you're so arrogant, I'd be doing a disservice to my own eyes if I don't put you in your place. Face your fate, trash. All of you, come out. The yellow-haired guy let out a loud shout, and several white-haired, green-haired, and purple-haired guys rushed over from the alley entrance. When these 5 or 6 people walked, there was a constant clinking sound. Qin Ming cast a sweeping glance with his wide eyes and couldn't help bursting into laughter. With various metal chains, studded earrings, smoky makeup, and multi-colored hair, where on earth did this guy find so many oddballs? Initially, the yellow-haired guy stood in front of him, chattering non-stop, which made Qin Ming extremely annoyed. But suddenly, these 5 or 6 oddballs popped up, looking just like actors on a stage, leaving him utterly speechless. As it turns out, people really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. His nonchalant attitude infuriated the yellow-haired guy to the point that he nearly jumped up. He waved his big hand, pointed at Qin Ming, and shouted, "Damn it, beat him up. After this, Big Brother will treat you all to dinner tonight." At the mention of dinner, those oddly-haired guys' eyes immediately lit up, and they swarmed around Qin Ming in an instant. Admittedly, it was quite intimidating at that moment. Wait a minute. Qin Ming raised his hand to halt their actions. He looked at the people surrounding him and frowned slightly. Thinking that Qin Ming was about to back down, those oddly-haired guys immediately stopped what they were doing. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming said, "Are you planning to gang up on me?" Seeing Qin Ming frowning, the yellow-haired guy thought he was scared. He immediately crossed his arms over his chest and said smugly, "Yes, I'm going to gang up on you." "What can you do about it?" Qin Ming said. "If I remember correctly, I haven't offended you, have I?" Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the yellow-haired bully became even more smug. "You haven't offended me, but I simply loathe your arrogant demeanor," he sneered. Qin Ming nodded and retorted, "So, just because you take a dislike to me, you've come here to teach me a lesson? How absurd and preposterous the reasons for bullying can be, merely because some individuals hold a grudge against others. They resort to bullying." Qin Ming nodded again, indicating his understanding. The yellow-haired bully folded his arms across his chest, tilted his chin upwards, flared his nostrils, and glared menacingly at Qin Ming. Based on his past experiences, at this juncture, the person surrounded would invariably cower in fear, meekly hand over the money in their pockets, or hunch over with their heads down, awaiting a beating. He was fully prepared to accept Qin Ming's submission and offerings, and then administer a sound thrashing. He intended to focus his blows on that pretty face. At the thought of this, malevolence seeped from his eyes as if he could already envision Qin Ming with a bruised face, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Surrounded by the crowd, Qin Ming showed not a hint of fear. He looked up at the yellow-haired bully and spoke again. "Are you certain you want to overpower the few with the many?" The yellow-haired bully scoffed. "Damn it, quit blabbering." Qin Ming nodded and replied, "I understand." Then, he waved his hand into the air. Near the block in the alley, the bustling street fell silent for a split second. The skewer vendor abruptly wiped the smile off his face, grabbed the half-threaded skewers with a solemn look, and turned on his heel to leave. One of his customers shouted, "Hey, what's going on? What about my skewers?" The young fried chicken seller also grimaced, snatched up his strainer, and walked away without a word. In the rice noodle shop, the chef stopped his chopping, picked up the kitchen knife, and turned to leave the kitchen. The fried rice vendor directly grabbed the wok. A fashionable and charming young lady stepped on her high-heeled shoes. In the alley, the yellow-haired guy glanced in the direction where Qin Ming had waved. All he saw was an empty expanse. He couldn't help scoffing and saying, "I thought you were so capable. Turns out you're just putting on airs. Do you really think you're a general who can summon 1,000,000 troops with a wave of your hand?" As he spoke, the yellow-haired guy imitated Qin Ming's previous gesture and waved at the air. However, halfway through the movement, he clutched his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. "Ha ha ha, it's so funny. I'm dying of laughter," the yellow-haired guy said while laughing. As a professional lackey, Go Xiaodui wouldn't miss this chance to show off. He immediately flattered with a beaming smile. "Exactly. Who does he think he is? He even dreams of summoning 1,000,000 troops with a wave of his hand. Holy crap. There are really so many people." Go Xiaodui only got halfway through his words when he saw a dense crowd at the alley entrance. They came so unexpectedly that he almost bit his own tongue. Taking a closer look, he was even more shocked. What kind of people were these? A bearded giant, 8 feet tall, carrying bamboo skewers. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face, thick arms, and holding a wok. One look at him, and it was obvious he could swat Go Xiaodui away with a single slap. A chef in a white coat, holding a kitchen knife. A kitchen knife? A real kitchen knife. What on earth was he seeing? That was a prohibited item in a brawl. Most importantly, these three were merely the tip of the iceberg among that group. He didn't even dare to look closely at the dense crowd behind. Their gloomy expressions and death-staring looks. An invisible spiritual pressure bore down upon him, making Go Xiaodui's heart tremble violently. Run. Not running would surely mean death. The alarm bells in Go Xiaodui's mind rang deafeningly, and his first thought was to flee. However, at this moment, his legs simply refused to follow his commands. As the primary target of the spiritual oppression, the yellow-haired young man had turned as pale as a sheet and his legs were quivering. The motley crew around Qin Ming subconsciously stepped back and huddled together. In just one breath, the quiet alley was filled with a dense mass of people. If viewed from above, one would notice that in the very middle of this dense crowd was only Qin Ming. It was as if he was being lavished with adoration like the moon surrounded by stars. And the yellow-haired young man who had initiated the provocation was now cornered, his face pale and panicked. Qin Ming walked step by step towards the yellow-haired young man and stopped about a meter away from him. "You were quite arrogant just now." The yellow-haired young man was on the verge of tears. "Brother, you're the boss. If I'd known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of you. Really, why did you play the trick of feigning weakness to catch me off guard? You've ruined me," Qin Ming said. "Calling me brother won't help." After that, he turned around and walked towards the alley entrance. In the light and shadow, his figure was tall and straight, resembling a victorious hero. If he remembered correctly, there were no surveillance cameras in this alley. It was truly a well-chosen place. Qin Ming curved his lips into a smile and stepped out of the alley. Behind him, a shoe was flung high into the air. Successive sounds of flesh colliding with hard objects resounded, followed by continuous screams of pain and pleas for mercy. Among them, the yell of the yellow-haired guy was the loudest. Apologies like brother, I was wrong kept pouring out, lingering in the air. Chapter 5. Get out of the way, you poor wretch. On the other side, Qin Ming strolled along the deserted street, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. That guy Lao Su was no longer worth keeping. At this thought, He casually plucked a skewer from a street barbecue stand and took a big bite. At the barbecue stand, the boss, with a dark and weather-beaten face and a simple, minded smile, seemed oblivious to what had happened and continued chatting with the customers. One sharp-eyed customer exclaimed, "Boss, your stuff has been stolen." The boss waved it off nonchalantly. "What are you saying? That's not stealing, that's taking." The customer was utterly bewildered. What did I just hear? And why aren't you going after the thief? After Lao Su finished writing his self-criticism, he didn't directly submit it to the school leadership. Instead, he made a detour to the school's small supermarket. He didn't do anything else but bought a pack of Golden Years cigarettes for 15,000 yuan. Why did he buy cigarettes here? Everyone in this school knew that the owner of the small supermarket was the brother-in-law of a school leader. As for whether the school leader had a share in the supermarket's turnover, who could say? Anyway, he knew that Golden Years cigarettes were sold for 10,000 yuan outside. He also knew that by spending more money here, the school leader would look favorably upon him. To keep his job, he had really racked his brains. As Old Su carried a black plastic bag and made his way towards the office building, a huge black bird in the sky flapped its wings and wordlessly tailed him. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the bird was clutching a rock the size of a baby's fist in its talons. The bird, which was actually Qin Ming, flapped its wings rhythmically, gradually adjusting its angle. After the incident where Lu Song jumped off a building, the other party remained incorrigible and kept courting disaster. Left with no other choice, Qin Ming had to step in and put an end to it. Flapping his wings, Qin Ming silently felt the wind speed of the day, then looked down to calculate the other person's walking speed and anticipate his trajectory. Finally, he released his grip on the rock. The rock the size of a baby's fist hovered briefly in the air before succumbing to gravity and plummeting straight down, accelerating rapidly. In no time, it became nothing more than a blur. On the ground, Old Su was lost in daydreams of tormenting Lu Song after weathering the storm. At the thought of it, a malevolent smirk crept across his face. "You little wretch, I'll make you realize that neither heaven nor earth will come to your aid. You'll learn the consequences of defying me. I'll utterly destroy you." With this malicious smile, he took a step forward and set foot on a stair. "Once I ascend these 10 outdoor steps, I'll enter the office building and distribute a pack of cigarettes to each office. This crisis will be a thing of the past. Then, I'll be free. Ha ha ha. Just wait, you little thing." As he cackled maniacally in his mind, a rock dropped from the sky and landed heavily on his head. In an instant, blood gushed out like a flood. Old Su's mind was in a daze, and he didn't feel any pain. He just felt a bit dizzy, disoriented, and sleepy. He looked up and stared at the fleeting shadow in the sky, utterly bewildered. Where on earth did this brute come from? What on earth was it up to? Once I regain my senses, I'll surely find a shotgun and kill all these feathered beasts. With such thoughts in mind, he slowly collapsed to the ground. School is a public venue. What does public venue mean? It means there are a great many people here. Sure enough, within just a few minutes, a passing teacher spotted Old Su lying on the ground with his head covered in blood. After a flurry of startled cries, the wailing siren of the ambulance resounded. After all the hustle and bustle, Old Su was carried into the hospital. And the cigarettes that Old Su had been longing for were pilfered by someone. Nobody knew who. In the sky, the giant Qin Ming bird watched the man being carried away, then silently flapped its wings and vanished into the horizon. When his main consciousness returned, Qin Ming felt refreshed. By now, he had traversed the block and arrived at a public parking lot. There were numerous cars parked in the lot, mostly of common brands. It was still rather cold at noon in November. Generally, no one would venture out if there was no need. So, the parking lot was rather desolate. However, there was an exception. In one corner of the parking lot, a stretched Rolls-Royce was parked. Its long and sleek body, the shiny and lustrous paint, and the streamlined and alluring contours. From afar, it looked black. Up close, it was blue, and upon closer inspection, it was adorned with tiny flecks of gold. With such a flamboyant and charming appearance, it was a dazzling sight in the entire parking lot. With just a single glance, every passerby would surely be captivated by it. Such a gem-like presence naturally draws people's attention. Sure enough, several young hooligan girls were lingering around the car, scrutinizing it intently, caressing it tenderly, and constantly raising their phones to take group photos. Moreover, in order to vie for the prime photo-taking spot, these young girls even engaged in a scuffle. When Qin Ming approached the car, he witnessed a young girl in red arguing with 2 other girls. "I just took one more minute of photos. Is it really necessary for you to get so angry?" The red-clad girl retorted defiantly, trying to absolve herself of blame and subtly insinuating that the others were being petty. The other 2 were no pushovers. They went straight for the jugular. 1 minute? You took more than a dozen minutes. Besides, we agreed in advance that each of us would have 10 minutes to take photos. Whether the pictures turn out well or not, we'd swap. How can you be so self-centered? You can't just hog all the time while we stand here. Watching you take pictures. As she spoke, the girl in yellow reached out and grabbed the girl in green beside her. The green-clad girl nodded repeatedly, and they both glared at the red-clad girl. For a moment, the balance tipped in their favor. Well, this one was shrewd. With just a few words, she labeled the other as selfish and rallied an ally. The strategy of allying with the distant and attacking the near was employed to perfection. Qin Ming and a bespectacled man huddled aside, listening with great relish. After all, the combination of beautiful women and a luxury car, along with the much-anticipated catfight, was truly a sight to behold. In the arena, the young hooligan in red who had suffered a loss saw that the other side had formed an alliance, and her side was obviously at a disadvantage. A surge of fury welled up in her heart. However, she knew that if she continued to make trouble, she would only suffer more. With her pent-up anger having nowhere to vent, she turned around and saw two men cowering on one side, watching the show. Without even clearly seeing their faces, a burst of rage flared up in her, and the abusive words blurted out. "What are you looking at? Get out of here, you poor wretches." After shouting these words, the young hooligan in red turned around and left. The bespectacled man. Damn it, is this woman raised on gunpowder? She sprays insults at every turn. The bespectacled man grumbled and indignantly gave the middle finger to the back of the young hooligan in red. After a series of gestures, he finally realized something was amiss. Why was the guy beside him so quiet? Was he so good-tempered? He directly turned to look at the guy beside him. Chapter 6. Kicking someone when they're down is a virtue. What was Qin Ming doing? Qin Ming was smiling. What a hectic day it had been. First, he was scolded right in the face by old Sue, then blocked on the road by a young thug with yellow hair, and now he was scolded by a young hooligan. I probably didn't check the almanac before going out today. Qin Ming laughed at himself. Damn it, buddy, what are you laughing at? Is it that enjoyable to be scolded? The bespectacled man instinctively moved his body further away from Qin Ming. This guy mustn't be a lunatic. Just as he was having wild thoughts, Qin Ming turned to him and showed a sunny and handsome smile. Of course, I'm not happy about being scolded. However, I don't hold grudges, because I usually avenge myself on the spot. At this thought, Qin Ming turned to look at the receding figure. Since she was spouting nonsense, it was time to teach her a lesson. As this thought crossed his mind, an old woman walking unsteadily emerged in the parking lot. Coincidentally, the path of the old woman overlapped with that of the young hooligan in red. As expected, an unexpected incident occurred. The enraged young hooligan in red bumped straight into the old woman. With a cry of ouch, the old woman fell to the ground, clutching her leg in pain. True to her low-class nature, the young hooligan in red, still in a rage, immediately blurted out, "Why don't you watch where you're going? Who told you to bump into me?" The young hooligan in red was quick to shift the blame and distanced herself completely from the incident. Truly a villain. Such a rude and ill-bred creature deserved a good slap in the face. The old woman lying on the ground continued to groan ouch. Eventually, the young hooligan in red realized something was amiss. However, her lack of upbringing determined her attitude. Apparently, she had no intention of taking responsibility. "You bumped into me. What does it have to do with me? You old hag, go die somewhere else." Suddenly, while the young hooligan in red was desperately shirking responsibility, the old woman, who had been merely moaning ouch on the ground, sprang up like a monkey leaping into the sky. She landed several resounding slaps on the young hooligan's face. Due to the force of the slaps, they echoed loudly. Visibly, several bright red palm prints immediately appeared on the young hooligan's left and right cheeks. The slaps were so sudden that they left the young hooligan completely dazed. Before she could react, the old woman dodged nimbly and resumed her reclined position on the ground like a dried-up fish, all the while shouting at the top of her lungs, "Help! Murderer! Someone's trying to kill me." The swiftness of her movements was a far cry from her earlier tottering, faltering gait when she first appeared. The young hooligan in red, still dazed from the slap, paused for a split second before letting out a shrill scream. She then lashed out at the old woman on the ground with a kick, yelling, "You old hag, how dare you hit me? I'll kick you to death." On the ground, the old woman deftly evaded the kick, her eyes brimming with provocation as she stared at the young hooligan in red. However, her mouth was filled with terrified shrieks, "Someone's trying to kill me. Help." This lively scene naturally drew the attention of two young hooligans who were taking pictures not far away. The bespectacled man who had been complaining about Qin Ming's good-naturedness and some passers-by. It is human nature to be fond of spectacles. The two young hooligans and 2 or 3 passers by rushed towards the scene in just a few steps. The spectacle-loving bespectacled man immediately dragged Qin Ming along. Stop! From afar. The bespectacled man saw the raised foot of the young hooligan in red and immediately let out a loud cry. Given the old woman's age, a kick from this young hooligan could spell disaster for her. A matter of life and death, he couldn't stand idly by. Watching the bespectacled man rush forward and grab hold of the violent young hooligan in red, Qin Ming was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected this fellow to be so righteous. Although, in his opinion, it was all in vain. The young hooligan in red clothes, who was grabbed by the man with glasses, had a swollen and red face and shrieked frantically, "Are you all blind? Can't you see it was she who hit me first? Let go of me." She flailed her hands wildly, attempting to break free from the restraint. However, the more frantically she struggled, the tighter the man with glasses held on. Naturally, he also heard what the young hooligan in red clothes said. His gaze shifted between the old lady and the hooligan briefly, then he firmly sided with the old lady. Come on, one was young and full of vigor, while the other was on the verge of death and trembling. Now, claiming that the trembling old lady had hit the lively and crazy woman? It was preposterous. No. He shouldn't even have considered the possibility of such a thing. Facing this chaotic scene, the kind-hearted passers-by called the police. The police arrived promptly and began to investigate the situation. Yet, the young hooligan in red clothes still wore a furious expression. Pointing at the ground and glaring at the police, she shouted, "Are you out of your minds? It was she who hit me first. I was just defending myself." The police and the crowd of onlookers followed her pointing finger and saw an old lady with gray hair, a pale and bloodless face, clutching her chest and groaning incessantly. Then, they all turned their heads in unison and regarded the young hooligan in red clothes as if she were a fool. Are you crazy? How could this old lady, who can barely walk, jump up and slap you? It's a joke. Confronted with the skeptical looks of the crowd, the young hooligan in red clothes lost her temper again. You're really blind. It was truly her. She jumped up and hit me. If you don't believe me, ask Little Green and Little Yellow. As she spoke, she pointed at the young hooligans in yellow and green clothes. Xiaohong and Zilve both shook their heads in unison. We don't know. However, I know that Xiaohong has always had a rather bad temper and is somewhat irascible. The first half of the statement was the truth. Blocked by the car, they really didn't see anything. As for the second half, well, those who understand will understand. These were just so-called plastic sisters. Instead of helping each other out of trouble, they directly pushed each other into the pit and then stepped on them. Uncle Officer, I can also testify. Seizing the opportunity, the glasses-wearing young man took revenge for the scolding he had just received, with 3 people testifying. The police officer in the cap looked at the young hooligan in red clothes differently. Aha, you bitch. What did you say? You actually set me up. And you? Talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart if you keep talking? The young hooligan in red clothes roared and rushed forward, raising her hand to tear at the 2 of them. But before she could grab them, there was a sudden dizzying spin in front of her eyes. When she came to her senses, she had already been subdued by the police officer in the cap. Uncle, see, I told you she was a bit irascible. Xiaohong patted her chest, with a terrified look on her face, looking up at the police officer in the cap adoringly, and speaking in a rather coy way. Oh, you bitches, it's all your fault. Xiaohong, who was being held down on the ground, vented her dissatisfaction with her only free mouth. We almost got caught. Uncle is really amazing. The glasses-wearing young man chipped in at the right moment. The 2 of them played off each other, making the young hooligan in red clothes on the ground so angry that her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, I can prove that what I said is true. There are slap marks on my face. It's impossible for me to slap myself several times and then come to you crying, right? After saying that, the young hooligan in red raised her head, making the slap mark on her face more clearly visible. She looked at Uncle Hat with a hopeful expression, expecting him to side with her. Well, it made sense. Well, Uncle Hat mumbled under his breath. Several passers-by nodded in agreement in a timely manner. All of a sudden, the public opinion took a sharp turn, and the scales of victory seemed to be tipping to the other side. The young hooligan in red, the protagonist of the incident, had a glint in her eyes, as if she had caught a glimpse of the dawn of victory. Just then, a faint voice drifted over softly. Didn't Wu Zetian strangle her own daughter for the sake of profit? Some people will do anything to extort money. Oh, the human heart is so hard to fathom. Upon hearing this, the young hooligan in red felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Oh no. As expected, the looks from the passers-by towards her changed again. From sympathy, it turned into disgust and caution. Uncle Hat, who had seemed a bit lenient just now, immediately tightened his grip. The young hooligan in red was stunned. And in an instant, her heart was filled with both anxiety and anger. Her eyes blazing with fury, she looked in the direction of the voice and saw nothing but an innocent face. It was the man with glasses. I'm going to kill you." The young hooligan in red suddenly started struggling wildly, like a rabid dog, with a kind of crazy determination that disregarded all consequences, facing the suddenly crazed girl. Uncle Hat clearly had plenty of experience. He pressed down gently but firmly with both hands, and the young hooligan, who had been flailing about wildly, let out a muffled grunt and stopped struggling. Seeing this scene, the young hooligan in green had a sparkle in her eyes and exclaimed in sincere admiration, "Uncle, you guys are so amazing. Of course, you should know who we are. These are the most adorable people, right, Uncle?" Xiaowang nudged Zilv with her shoulder, wearing a proud expression. The two of them echoed each other, making the uncles blush with praise. After all, who could resist the admiring gazes of these young maidens? As for whether these young maidens were troublemakers, that was of no consequence. At this moment, the glasses-wearing man also seized the opportunity to make a show of himself. People like this should be in prison. They threaten violence at the slightest provocation. This is what it means to be overly aggressive and have an anti-social personality. The glasses-wearing man pushed up his glasses, looking righteous. Tut. Three individuals who were quick to take advantage of the situation and curry favor. Standing to one side and observing the whole process, Qin Ming sighed inwardly. However, he wasn't angry at all because they were riding on his coattails. Without the actions of his doppelganger, these three would have at most cursed the red-clad tomboy behind her back to vent their anger. After that, the red-clad tomboy would have gone on living her carefree life as usual. Eventually, the red-clad tomboy was taken away by the police officers. After going through the entire process of education and self-criticism, it would take at least half a day. Moreover, it was said that she had to pay 2,000 for medical expenses. After the farce, the crowd dispersed. At this time, the glasses-wearing man suddenly leaned over, patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, and said, "Kid, do you see? When dealing with enemies, you should act like this. Seize the opportunity, show no mercy, and strive to cripple or even eliminate her in one go so that she never has a chance to fight back." As he spoke, he looked at Qin Ming with a smug expression, and the air of being an instructor almost oozed from his face. Encountering such a person who came over trying to act superior, how could Qin Ming indulge him? With just one sentence, he almost left the other person speechless. However, the man wasn't dead or disabled. At most, he'd emerge after half a day and still be carefree as ever. Chapter 7. Li Kuei meets Li Kuei, nearly left speechless by Qin Ming's words. The glasses-wearing man couldn't help rolling his eyes. "You're so dull." After saying that, he walked towards the two young hooligan girls with an obsequious look on his face. Qin Ming ignored them and made his way towards the Rolls-Royce. Unexpectedly, the two girls followed him. It turned out they hadn't taken enough photos and came over again, having nothing better to do. Qin Ming simply stood there and watched for a while. The glasses-wearing man, who failed to ingratiate himself with the girls and perhaps feeling extremely bored, approached again. The two stood side by side for a while. Then the glasses-wearing man's chatterbox nature flared up, and he spoke again. "Hey buddy, how old are you?" "Qin Ming, 18. You should be in high school at this age. Why are you here?" the glasses-wearing man asked in surprise. Qin Ming was too lazy to explain and simply replied, "I didn't get into high school." "What a pity. Well, when I talk to you, I must tell you that I was admitted to the second high school back then." "The second high school? It's a key high school. Moreover, I had excellent grades in high school. I was always among the top 150 students in my grade in every exam. Do you know what that means?" The glasses-wearing man started to ramble on. Unconsciously, he brought up the topic of gravitational acceleration. "I'm telling you, the gravitational acceleration is 5 ms. Do you know what this means?" Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Ming. "You're wrong. It's 9.8 ms. The gravitational acceleration is derived from the formula g(g)mr, where g is the gravitational constant, which is 6.6710 nm/kg. M is the mass of the Earth, which is 5.96510 kilograms, and r is the radius of the Earth, which is 6.371,000 m. This is derived from the law of universal gravitation." Qin Ming rambled on, starting from the law of universal gravitation, talking about the radius of the Earth, the irregularity of the Earth's shape, and then the derivation process. He looked like a person who was eloquent, which made the glasses man keep silent. When Qin stopped, the glasses man stared at him silently without saying a word. Since he didn't speak, Qin naturally didn't bother to pay attention to him. After a moment, the glasses man finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tell me the truth. Are you a student from a key high school? Qin still gave the same answer. I didn't get into high school. The glasses man, do you think I'll believe it? True to his talkative nature, he soon forgot his embarrassment and spoke again. Look at those two young girls. They're jumping up and down when they see a luxury car. These kids nowadays are so money-worshipping. But don't worry, bro. Watch me perform a little magic. As he said this, he took out a bunch of keys and waved them in front of Qin. I've been observing this car for a long time. I don't know when it arrived, but I know exactly when it will leave. After speaking, he deliberately paced back and forth in front of the two young hooligan girls. During this time, he specially jingled his keychain. As expected, the young hooligan girl who was taking pictures was attracted by the sound. Little Huang, with sharp eyes, was the first to notice the glint. She let out an exclamation and pressed herself closer. Well, it's actually the keys to a Rolls Royce. We've been taking pictures here for so long. And it turns out we've been photographing your car, big brother. A real-life luxury car owner has actually appeared in front of me. Catch him. Catch him. We must catch him. What if he takes a fancy to me by some stroke of luck? Then I'll rise from rags to riches. Haha. As for that incredibly handsome guy beside him, alas, good looks can't put food on the table. Eating is more important. Little Huang comforted herself while spouting insincere flattery. Although this guy was ugly and greasy, he owned a Rolls Royce. Coincidentally, Little Green thought the same way. She twisted her body and leaned directly against the right side of the bespectacled man. She reached out and hugged his right arm, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I must be blind not to have noticed such a handsome and charming big brother. How stupid of me." The two girls flanked the bespectacled man on either side. The bespectacled man, surrounded by them, looked extremely pleased and winked at Qin. Look, bro, I'm still quite the charmer. Learn from me. Qin. As far as he could remember, this car was his. So where did this guy get the keys? Qin took a closer look at the keys. The texture. He got it. How childish. Not bothering to pay them any more attention, he strode towards the stretched Rolls Royce with long, purposeful steps. At this moment, he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the car, and it would only take 2 or 3 breaths to walk over. Alas, what on earth is this young fellow up to? The bespectacled man, being distracted, noticed Qin actions. Could it be that he wanted to touch this luxury car? What good would that do? The most important thing for a man is to take action, just like me, having got a fake key. By the way, he had been eyeing this car for a long time. It always appeared very early every day, and he had no idea whose it was. However, he had observed that the owner wouldn't come at this time. He could also use this car to lord it over others. Haha, how clever I am. In an instant, the bespectacled man concocted in his mind a self-glorifying monologue as long as a 100,000-word essay. What is he doing? This is a luxury car. If it gets damaged, one can't afford to compensate. Huang was filled with doubts and was hesitating whether to give a warning. What on earth is this handsome guy up to? Well, it's true that men love luxury cars. It's nothing wrong to touch one he likes. Elvie thought to herself. In one breath, Qin was only 3 meters away from the car. In 2 breaths, he had already appeared beside the right rear door of the Rolls Royce. In 3 breaths, a hand that seemed to appear out of nowhere pulled open the door and politely made a gesture of invitation. Qin stooped down and directly got in. At the same time, a few words wafted out lightly, "Drive home. I'm in a bad mood today. No classes." After saying that, he leaned back and directly reclined on the luxurious lounge chair inside the car. It was said that the chair was made of genuine leather. But Qin didn't care. The only thing he cared about was whether it was comfortable. As for the comfort level, well, it was okay. Yes. A young man in a suit lowered his head and took the driver's seat. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car slowly drove out. Soon, it disappeared from the parking lot. In the parking lot, Xiao Wang and Xiao held the left and right hands of the glasses guy respectively, staring blankly at the disappearing car. Breathing in the fresh automobile exhaust, their eyes were blank. What's going on? Isn't this car that loser's? Why did he drive it away? It seems that there's a dedicated driver. Suddenly, an idea popped into their minds. Could this loser be lying? Xiao snatched the keychain from the glasses guy's hand. At a touch, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Fake. Her voice rose sharply. The anger on her face was like the clouds before a thunderstorm in summer. Layer upon layer, so thick that her whole face turned dark. This damn loser actually used fake keys to distract me and made me miss the only chance to get close to the real car owner. He deserves to die. The problem is that there was such a real, fresh luxury car owner. So young, so handsome, so charming, right in front of me. And I missed him. Aawa. Aada. The two were extremely frustrated. They angrily shook off the glasses guy's hands, put their hands on their hips, and their eyes turned into laser-like glares. The blazing anger almost burned through the glasses guy. If they could beat him, they would have attacked long ago. And what about the glasses guy? What the hell? I've been pretending for so long, and now I've run into the real deal? A stretched Rolls-Royce. My dream. Alas, something was amiss. It seemed that misfortune was about to befall me. Amid the chaos in the parking lot, Qin Ming remained indifferent. He propped his head on his arm, gazing at the starry ceiling inside the car. Amid the twinkling stars, the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs in the summer night filled the air. Before he knew it, he closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 8. I'll let you know what the wickedness of the human world means. The car slowly left the urban area and followed the broad road, gradually arriving at the villa district in Qingqing City. This villa district was nestled against the mountains and beside the water, boasting a picturesque environment. The population density here dropped significantly, thanks to the well-equipped surrounding facilities. As a result, the environment was highly comfortable and suitable for living. Moreover, the entire villa district was constructed in the Chinese style, featuring overhanging eaves, dugong brackets, and winding corridors. Each step revealed a new and exquisite view, a testament to the masterful craftsmanship. Most importantly, it was said that this place was extremely auspicious for wealth. It was rumored that a small business owner on the verge of bankruptcy was tempted to buy a villa here. As fate would have it, his factory landed a large order on the very day he made the purchase. Not only was the factory rescued from the brink of collapse, but it also soared to the top of the industry. Once this news broke, the villas here immediately attracted the attention of numerous business owners. It was said that during the initial opening, the villas were snapped up like hotcakes, in the prime location of Building No. 1 was even bid up to a sky-high price of over 100 million. During the feverish speculation by property speculators and the intense competition among various forces, the real estate developer behind the villas suddenly announced that the house already had an owner. Thanks to this news, the commotion gradually subsided, and other business owners had no choice but to settle for villas in other locations. However, the question of who had bought Villa No. 1 still lingered in the minds of all the business owners. By chance, several top-tier tycoons gathered for a party. After exchanging ideas, they discovered that the No. 1 villa was not in the hands of any of them. Not in their possession? Then whose hands was it in? They made extensive inquiries but found no clues, which only deepened their puzzlement. Moreover, who on earth would buy a house that was believed to bring prosperous fortune but leave it unused, gathering dust? This not only puzzled them but also made them can't help complaining about such a waste of resources. As for whether the villa truly brought prosperous fortune, they were unsure. However, they knew that since they moved in, they no longer suffered from backaches or leg pains and felt much more energetic. For this reason alone, they thought the money they spent on the house was well worth it. As neighbors, out of curiosity, they always paid extra attention to the number 1 villa. Just like Lao Wang, who lived there, he noticed something unusual. The once deserted number 1 villa suddenly became bustling about 3 months ago, with people coming and going. After the last group of cleaning staff left, the villa finally fell silent. At this moment, Lao Wang knew that the owner of the villa was about to appear. Then, Lao Wang saw an extended Rolls-Royce slowly driving into the number 1 villa. Oh my, this thing must cost at least 100 million upon purchase. Lao Wang was both amazed by the owner's wealth and shocked that such a person had emerged in Qingqing Mountain without his knowledge, considering he was a local. While feeling vigilant, he also felt a tinge of curiosity. Then, he watched as the car slowly drove into the villa. The black gate slowly descended, blocking his view. He couldn't see anything anymore. So, it seemed that today would yield no results. With a sense of regret, Lao Wang turned away. This place is an excellent one with magnificent scenery, fresh air, a pleasant climate, and sweet spring water. Indeed, the water here tastes even better than the finest mountain spring water. It is cold, sweet, and beneficial to health. After taking a sip, Old Wang felt as if he had been spiritually elevated. And what Old Wang loved most was to make tea with this water. Sitting alone with a table, a chair, and a pot of tea, he could while away the whole day. Thinking of this, Old Wang bent down and scooped up a bowl of the gurgling water in front of him. Taking a slurp of the cold spring water, he wore an expression of utmost contentment. It was said that the water also flowed past the courtyard of Villa No. 1. Presumably, The owner there would fall in love with it, just as he did. On the second floor of Villa Number 1, the gentle patter of virtual raindrops accompanied by the soft rustle of virtual wind filled the entire second floor area. Don't be misled. It wasn't actually raining outside. This sound of wind and rain was just an intelligent climate control system designed to lull the owner into a more peaceful slumber. And that huge French window was not merely a window, but also a colossal display screen. Inside the room, the decoration was simple yet elegant, exuding an understated charm. The lush greenery everywhere revealed the owner's fondness for the color green. Strangely enough, despite it being late autumn, the room was a riot of blooming flowers. The camellias were as red as flames, the peach blossoms as pink as rosy clouds, the chrysanthemums as golden as sunlight, and the peonies as vibrant as spring. Out of season as they were, these flowers gathered together, vying to bloom, as if vying for the favor of the room's master. In comparison to the bed, the flowers were not that extraordinary. A spacious 10-meter by 10-meter bed was placed in the center of the room. On it were laid soft and well-fitting velvet bedding sets. Evidently, all these items were custom, made to match such a grand bed. The spacious bed made the figure in the middle seem incredibly petite. However, that was just an illusion. If one zoomed in, they would see a tall young man standing at about 1.8 meters. He had a handsome face and was breathing in a slow, even rhythm. Clearly in a deep slumber. This was none other than Qin Ming. Indeed, the renowned number 1 villa belonged to him, supported by thousands of his clones. He not only wielded an influence that could transform Qingcheng with a single thought, but also possessed wealth beyond the wildest imagination of ordinary people. This villa was but a minuscule fraction of his vast assets. What he owned had long surpassed what the common folk could fathom. At present, Qin Ming was sleeping soundly, unaware of the chaos he had instigated at Qiqing No. 2 High School. The midget dean no longer had the luxury of fretting over his precious locks. He was now as busy as a bee. What was he occupied with? With Teacher Su's sudden misfortune, what was to become of the students in Class 3, Grade 12? Senior year was a pivotal stage. How could they possibly go without a homeroom teacher? The position of a homeroom teacher for a key class was always highly coveted in the school, serving as a stepping stone for teachers to achieve fame and success. A homeroom teacher for such a class was not only expected to be experienced and methodical, but also full of energy and patience. In the front-line teaching environment of the school, every position was already filled. Teachers who met these criteria had already taken up the roles of homeroom teachers in other classes. The remaining ones were fraught with various issues and simply unfit for the job. Now, suddenly, one has to be selected from a group of less than ideal candidates to be the head teacher of the most important key class. Moreover, the students in Class 33 are quite mischievous. An ordinary head teacher won't do. It has to be someone they won't oppose. What if, after careful selection, the new head teacher turns out to be as troublesome as old Sue? Just thinking about it. The dean of students was so worried that the 7 hairs on his head were about to fall out. Just then, Teacher 1 came in, holding a basketball and laughing merrily. "Sir, why do you always stay cooped up in the office? Come out and play. The glorious autumn sunshine outside is not to be squandered." It was late autumn, the season when people wore light woolen jackets. Yet he was in short sleeves and shorts, his body exuding steam, truly personifying the image of a passionate young man. The moment the dean saw his earnest and innocent smile, his face darkened. "Damn it. How come I've never thought it was this guy who gave me a hard time all these years?" The dean thought to himself, with a scowl. He stared intently at Teacher Wang's innocent smile, muttering inwardly, "I just can't stand your laid-back attitude. Well, I've got to give you something to do." With that thought in mind, the dean smacked his lips and said, "Teacher Wang, you see, Class 33 is without a head teacher now, and we can't just leave the kids unattended. As a teacher, you know how crucial a head teacher is. They're needed every single day. It'll take several days to find a new head teacher. Before that, we can't neglect these students. I was thinking that you could temporarily take on the role of head teacher for a few days and take good care of the children during this period." Upon hearing this, Teacher Xiaowang stopped smiling. It was a joke, right? How could the crucial job of a class teacher possibly fall to him? A greenhorn with no experience at all? Not even a temporary one. Before he could finish his thoughts, the next words from the teaching director truly wiped the smile off his face completely. "Do you know what a class teacher has to do? You need to come to the class at 5 in the morning to check the attendance. For students who are absent, you must find out the reasons clearly. At 5:30, there's a morning exercise assembly, and the class teacher can't be absent. In the morning, you have to coordinate the class schedules of all subject teachers to avoid any empty classes. At noon, Remind the students to have a good meal and not to be picky eaters. After the meal, you also need to supervise their afternoon naps. When there are no classes in the afternoon, keep an eye on them, observe their learning states, and adjust other arrangements in a timely manner according to their states. Don't make the bowstring too tight, nor too slack. When necessary, hold some theme class meetings to help them relax appropriately or boost their morale. After dinner in the evening, there are 3 self-study sessions. You have to sit in the class to prevent any accidents. At 10 o'clock at night, you need to check the dormitories. What if the students slip away? With each word the teaching director uttered, Teacher Xiao Wang felt as if he'd been shot right in the chest. And the smile on his face faded a bit more. 9 sentences were like 9 bullets, each one deadly. Now, Teacher Xiao Wang couldn't smile anymore. He only felt that his life was gloomy and his future was so dim that he even thought it would be better to die. Oh, right. I'll be keeping an eye on you these days. Who made you my dearest and closest student? Well, it's all right now. Go on duty right away. As he spoke, the dean, who was as short as a stub, reached up to adjust the non-existent collar of Xiao Wang and slapped his shoulder, urging him to take up his position promptly. Watching Xiao Wang leave the dean's office like a walking corpse, the dean couldn't help bursting into laughter. I can't stand the way you're smiling so happily. I'll assign you more tasks so that you can learn what the harshness of the world is. Chapter 9, isn't it just a few skewers of grilled gluten? It doesn't cost much. Just treat them. On the second floor of the villa, the gentle breeze wafted slowly. The air was fresh, and the humidity was just right. If an outsider were here, they would surely notice that the air here was exceptionally fresh. Just like the air on a spring morning after a rain, exuding an alluring charm that could soothe the soul. Amid the blooming flowers, the scents of various blossoms intertwined and blended, creating a new fragrance that was both unique and special, long, lasting, and lingering. On the bed, the figure turned over. The drowsy eyes opened for a second and then slowly closed again. Evidently, he intended to continue sleeping. I don't want to go to school today. Let my clone take my place. The thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Ming fell into a deep slumber once more. Suddenly, his eyes widened round. A bolt of lightning flashed across his pupils, as if electricity was generated out of thin air. The whole room lit up abruptly for a moment. Then, the light gradually faded away. This sudden change didn't catch anyone's attention because there was only one person in the villa, and that was Qin Ming. As for those more than a dozen figures bustling around downstairs and upstairs, they were all his clones. The doppelganger has no personality. Its existence resembles a segment of program, a sophisticated artificial intelligence with everything subject to the master consciousness. When the master consciousness issues a command, the doppelganger will unconditionally obey it. Now, back to the main topic. Lying in bed, Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and the previous haze and sluggishness in his eyes were gone. At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed into his mind, which was what the doppelganger was experiencing. How could such a thing happen? A look of astonishment and contemplation gradually emerged in his eyes. In Qingqing City, near a high school, there was a snack street. The senior 3 students who had just finished school were walking towards their homes. Among them, 4 boys and 3 girls were walking towards the end of the snack street. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that one person was walking in front while 6 were behind, with a certain distance between them. Evidently, they were not together. People were coming and going around, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere. In the noisy marketplace, there was a touch of earthly warmth. Senior 3 was a special stage, during which the students were extremely busy. For the sake of their studies and dreams, every child was making every effort. As a result, their lives were rather dull and uninteresting, and their emotions were quite volatile. The slightest disturbance could make them irritable. Lu Yong was walking in front, keeping a distance from the 3 boys and 3 girls behind. Clearly, he was not in the same group as them. Passing by a grilled food snack stand, Lu Yong casually picked up a skewer of grilled gluten. The charred and fragrant grilled gluten, combined with the spicy condiments, emitted a rich aroma. Lu Yong took a big bite, and saliva overflowed. The spicy, fragrant flavor stimulated his taste buds, and he couldn't help but gobble it up. The way he was eating with great relish caught the eyes of several people behind him, causing one of them, Wang Ming, to feel annoyed. Wang Ming and Lu Yong were classmates, deskmates, and rivals. Their feud could be traced back to their academic performance. In their high school, significant rewards were offered to the top 3 students in each stage after major exams. Before Lu Yong showed up, Wang Ming had always been the 3rd in the stage. However, after Lu Yang's appearance, he dropped to the 4th. The change was from the 3rd to the 4th. From getting a 500 yuan reward plus 1 semester tuition exemption at school to merely receiving verbal praise, in Wang Ming's opinion, with such a huge gap. How could Wang Ming not bear a grudge? The strong overcome difficulties, while the weak blame everything. Apparently, Wang Ming was not a strong-willed person. Let's get back to the point. At this moment, Wang Ming remembered that the mid-term exam was coming the next day. Just thinking about losing so many rewards again and the looks from his classmates around him made him feel extremely annoyed. Those things had all belonged to him before Lu Yang came. It was Lu Yang who had snatched what should have been his. He felt resentful in his heart. Just then, he saw Lu Yang gobbling up the grilled gluten. His annoyance could no longer be suppressed. Lu Yang, the mid-term exam is just around the corner. It seems the 500 yuan reward is within your reach. You only bought one skewer for yourself. Why don't you treat everyone to one? Wang Ming started by suggesting a treat for everyone without mentioning his own motives at all. Clearly, he was a smart person. Unfortunately, he was using his intelligence in the wrong way. Hearing that there was a chance of getting a free skewer of grilled gluten, the gluttonous Bai Zhu looked at Lu Yang with shining eyes. She was anticipating the other party's consent, as that would allow her to obtain a skewer of grilled gluten for free. Although a skewer of grilled gluten didn't cost much, she was stingy after all. Naturally, things obtained for free tasted better. Lu Yang, with his mouth full of food and oil as he smacked his lips, heard someone trying to get something from him for free. He turned around, grinned, and gave the other person a rather pungent smile. You're daydreaming, he thought to himself. Not to mention that he hadn't received the 500 yet. Even if he had, it had nothing to do with him. He could use his things as he pleased, and others had no right to interfere. Hearing his straightforward refusal, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Since you're so stingy, don't blame me. With this thought in mind, Wang Ming's face changed. He immediately assumed an imposing and scolding demeanor, pointing at Lu Yang and started to label him. How can you be so selfish? It's just a skewer of grilled gluten. It doesn't cost much, yet you're reluctant to buy it for your classmates. Are you still one of us? Usually, classmates have helped you a lot. Now it's your turn to show your gratitude, but you act like this. Seriously, it would be better to help a dog. Standing on the moral high ground, Wang Ming's words instantly made Lu Yang seem worse than a brute. Seeing there was a chance to gain an advantage, Bai Zhu also couldn't resist chiming in. Right? It's just a skewer of grilled gluten. It won't cost you much. You can just treat it as a treat to make everyone happy, right? Top student. At this moment, other classmates who enjoyed watching the drama also joined in one after another. If I were you, I'd just buy it. It's not a big deal anyway. Another young man also spoke with a beaming smile. Grades aren't everything. You, the top student, should learn how to conduct yourself in society. Yes, indeed. In today's world, who only looks at academic performance? Everyone chimed in one after another, condemning Lu Yang in a way that was almost like a concerted slander. Lu Yang, who was striding ahead munching on a roasted gluten, suddenly burst into laughter. They were clearly trying to take advantage of him. Smiling, he turned around and cast his eyes over the 3 boys and 3 girls behind him. Wang Ming wore a fierce expression, yet his eyes were full of provocation. Bai Zhu had a greedy look on his face, his eyes shining as if he'd spotted a delicious meal. Ming Xiang's eyes were full of amusement, with a smug smile on his lips as if watching a show. Some resorted to moral coercion, some fanned the flames, some kept silent, and some openly provoked. After a quick assessment, he concluded that none of them were good people. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back. With this thought in mind, Lu Yang gulped down the last bite of his roasted gluten and strode towards the group. As he walked, he rolled up his sleeves. Come on, let me see how audacious you are to make such demands here. As he spoke, he dashed into the crowd in a few quick steps and slapped Wang Ming across the face. The distance between the two sides was only a few steps. Lu Yang suddenly turned around and then suddenly struck, which was completely unexpected. Even though Wang Ming sensed something was amiss and immediately tried to respond, he couldn't escape Lu Yang's clutches. Lu Yang grabbed his sleeve and started slapping him furiously. Pa, you think you're so bold? You wanted the roasted gluten, right? Why can't I see your so-called boldness? It seems I haven't slapped you hard enough. Lu Yang kept slapping and scolding non-stop. Before Wang Ming could react, he received 2 slaps on the face. For a moment, he was both ashamed and furious. However, after the 2 slaps landed, his mouth was no longer functioning properly, and he could only threaten in a slurred voice. Lu Yang, you madman. If I don't report you, I'm not a Wang. Still daring to resist, Lu Yang intensified the force in his hand and delivered a resounding slap. With a pop, Wang Ming staggered and fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, Wang Ming had 2 bright, red palm prints on his face, stars dancing before his eyes, and a blank, dazed look, obviously stunned by the slaps. Chapter 10. The viscous darkness, oh dear, Lu Yang, what are you doing? How could you hit someone? Lu Yang's actions were so swift and fierce that by the time everyone came to their senses, Wang Ming was already sitting on the ground. Dazed with stars in his eyes, clearly defeated. His sudden outburst caught several people off guard, and not everyone could react immediately. Seeing this, Baizhu immediately took the moral high ground as was her habit and rebuked Lu Yang. We're all classmates. He just said a few words. If you don't want to treat everyone to roasted gluten, that's fine. But is it really necessary to resort to violence? How were you brought up at home? As she spoke, she subtly signaled to a few boys nearby with her eyes, urging them to chime in. It should be noted that these boys had often sponged off Wang Ming in the past. Seeing him being beaten today, they were naturally unhappy and promptly piped up. Yes. We're all classmates. It's really over the top to just start hitting people. Seize him. Don't let him go. We'll take Wang Ming to the hospital and make him pay the medical expenses. Oh, look at how brutally he attacked. There are blood marks on Brother Ming's face. Compensation. Demand compensation from him. Don't let him leave without compensation. As they spoke, 3 men and 3 women surrounded Lu Yang. Lu Yang laughed. The other side boasted recklessly just because they had more people. Did they really think he was afraid? Speaking of bullying the few with the many, this was actually his forte. Moreover, did they really think he was afraid of facing 5 people alone? Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked Wang Ming, who was sitting on the ground wailing incessantly, knocking him down. Without even glancing at Wang Ming, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Baizhu. He had noticed that this woman was truly vicious. Earlier, it was she who egged others on to put him in a difficult situation. And now it was still she who kept fanning the flames, hoping to force him to admit his fault and submit. When it came to verbal sparring, Lu Yang felt somewhat inferior. However, in the battles between people, it had never been mere words that played the decisive role. It was real strength, and fortunately, Lu Yang had some insights in this regard. With this thought in mind, he took a swift step forward and, with lightning speed, grabbed Baizhu's not short hair. The hair being grabbed, Baizhu's mind went blank for a split second. Then, a seething rage mingled with a pang of fear welled up within her. This combination of fury and trepidation caused her to lose her wits in an instant. As reason receded, instinct took over. Almost simultaneously, a stream of foul, mouthed invectives burst forth from her lips. Oh, Lu Yang, you maniac. Let go. Oh, ow. Ouch. Wah. However, she could not continue her tirade halfway through, for her head was forcefully pushed down by a tremendous strength while a knee strike landed right on her head. In an instant, Baizhu felt the world spinning before her eyes, and the unspoken obscenities were jammed in her throat. Amidst the soft, sobbing moans of pain, Baizhu clutched her dizzy head and lay on the ground, wailing ceaselessly. Evidently, she was incapacitated. Lu Yang released his grip and paid no heed to Baizhu, who was writhing on the ground. He lifted his head and flashed a haughty smile at the remaining people. Double kill. The remaining 4 were taken aback by his swift and decisive killing methods. Yet, that arrogant smile in their eyes was like confronting a snarling, vicious dog. Clearly, although they were wary, they still believed the advantage was on their side and were not overly afraid. Sure enough, a male classmate spoke up to encourage them. Don't be scared. He's all alone. Let's charge at him together. He definitely won't stand a chance against us. With that, the boy let out a battle cry and rushed forward, fists raised. Lu Yang sidestepped nimbly to avoid the oncoming punch. At the moment when they passed each other, he whirled around and landed a powerful punch on the boy's shoulder while hooking his feet. The young man staggered and fell heavily to the ground, hitting his knee. Ah, my knee. It hurts so much. The young man hugged his knee and wailed loudly. Lu Yang turned around and smiled at the remaining 3. Triple kill. Lu Yang's decisive and swift actions shattered the opponent's illusions, making them realize a harsh truth: they were no match for him. Upon realizing this fact, the remaining 3 panicked immediately. 2 of them turned around and fled, disappearing into an alley in the blink of an eye. As they ran, they cursed inwardly. What bad luck. We were just going home and trying to get a free snack. How could this happen? The remaining girl, overwhelmed by fear, felt her legs turn to jelly. Unable to bear the pressure, she collapsed to the ground and cried out in terror, "Don't hit me. I didn't ask you for the grilled gluten. Why are you hitting me? Ah, Mom, save me. If you weren't the one asking, why should you be spared? The mastermind deserves death, and the accomplices cannot go unpunished." Lu Yang raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch to the girl's back of the head. The girl fell to the ground without a sound. Without sparing a glance at the unconscious girl on the ground, Lu Yang turned and chased after the 2 who had fled. Since he had taken action, he was determined to eliminate all evils and not let any accomplice go. Thus, Lu Yang, like a predator, pursued the fleeing duo. During the chase, the three of them entered the alley. With a single step, Lu Yang transitioned from the bustling and prosperous street into a dark and silent alley. It was pitch black here, as if thick black curtains had surrounded the area, making it impossible to see one's own hand in front. It was remarkably quiet here, despite being just a stone's throw away from the bustling streets. Not a single sound managed to filter through. It was as if this place existed in a parallel realm. Nay, it truly was another world. Lying in bed, Qin Ming abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils ablaze with a sharp, intense light. A white bolt of lightning flashed across the room, yet he remained oblivious to it. What on earth was this? In all these years of having his doppelgangers, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Evidently, this world still held secrets waiting to be unearthed. At this thought, a glimmer of curiosity and eagerness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. This was getting interesting. With this notion in mind, Qin Ming's main consciousness descended. Lu Yang, or rather, Qin Ming now, gazed into the pitch black darkness around him and closed his eyes. Since awakening his ability of infinite doppelgangers, he had noticed that his five senses had become incredibly acute. Now that he knew his eyes couldn't penetrate the darkness, he decided to perceive it in a different way. When his vision faded, his other senses were magnified to the extreme. In a daze, two panicked and heavy gasps, accompanied by staggering footsteps, seemed to be wandering aimlessly in place. The rough yet panicked sounds, once they emerged, were like ripples in the thick, sticky darkness, quickly vanishing without a trace. With a slight sense, Qin Ming grasped the direction and distance of the source. However, they were not his current focus. Qin Ming's attention had shifted to other matters, such as the reason for this darkness or its origin. In the span of a breath, a fine, putrid stench wafted over, accompanied by an intermittent chant, like voice, "O great God, bestow thy power upon thy earthly believers, helpers." Chapter 11. The eerie altar. As the chanting voice rang out, a scarlet blaze ignited. Then, the glimmer grew brighter and brighter, ultimately transforming into a circular altar with a diameter of 1 meter. On the altar, the scarlet tongues of fire lashed out like long-tongued beasts, devouring everything within a half-meter radius around the altar. The two classmates who had escaped from Lu Yang were pacing in circles about a meter away from the altar. They were in a great hurry, their faces etched with anxiety. From time to time, they would glance back over their shoulders, as if being chased. The leaping flames before them and the eerie chanting seemed non-existent to them. They appeared to be lost in a profound nightmare, or like caged beasts. The scarlet light cast upon their anxious and terrified faces, making their visages glow blood red. At first glance, they resembled faceless evil spirits. The scarlet flames, the panicked figures, and the intermittent chanting. The entire scene was both eerie and ghastly. 3 meters away from the altar, a slender figure, completely swathed in a black robe, was kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly towards the altar. In the intervals between his bows, he would stand up occasionally, chanting in a halting and awkward manner, and even accompanying his chant with clumsy dance steps. The same person was both kneeling in worship and acting as a priest. In his unsteady steps, the entire scene gave an impression of flurry and panic, along with the flickering of the scarlet flames. The otherwise comical scene turned extremely eerie and sinister. Could it be that I've come across a cultist performing some evil ritual? Qin Ming thought to himself. Just then, he suddenly heard the intermittent chanting stop. The last note of the other person's words still echoed in his ears. "Oh, God. To demonstrate my loyalty, I'm willing to offer 3 sacrifices. May God have mercy on my sincere heart." What on earth? 3 sacrifices? Qin Ming's gaze swept over the 3 people around the altar. The 2 classmates with their eyes covered by ghosts and that man in a black robe acting crazy? Apparently not. The other person was including him among the sacrifices. Me, a sacrifice. How audacious. How dare they provoke me? Qin Ming shook the bamboo skewer left from eating the grilled gluten and burst into laughter. The slender and flexible bamboo skewer was bathed in the scarlet light of the flames, as if it were a divine weapon stained with countless drops of blood. Its sharp tip and flexible body clearly indicated to the world that it also had the power to claim lives. Looking at the sharp skewer, a glint of amusement flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. Since he'd obtained his clone, he'd had the ability that as long as his main body remained alive, his clone wouldn't perish. Unfortunately for the cultists, it was his clone present here today. That meant as long as his main body in the villa was safe, no matter how severely injured this clone here got, it wouldn't die. He was eager to know what kind of chemical reaction would occur when an immortal clone was combined with such a sharp bamboo skewer. Strangely enough, He even felt a twinge of anticipation. Qin Ming shifted his gaze from the bamboo skewer and fixed it upon the scrawny figure. As the man's chanting faded away, two classmates who had been circling the altar suddenly halted in their tracks. The anxious and flustered expressions on their faces instantly tightened, and all emotion drained from them. Subsequently, like marionettes, they took mechanical and rigid steps towards the altar. However, the intermittent pauses in their gait and the occasional struggles on their faces revealed to Qin Ming that everything they were doing at that moment was not of their own volition. Nevertheless, whether they liked it or not, they were ultimately destined to step into their own fates. Among the two, the boy took larger strides and with just one step, he entered within half a meter of the altar. As soon as he stepped in, the scarlet tongues of fire, like leeches sensing the fragrance of fresh flesh, swooshed towards the boy all at once. The elongated scarlet flames, after licking the boy's thigh, immediately tore off a piece of his flesh, leaving a wound deep enough to expose the bone. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, the daze in the boy's eyes vanished completely, and shrill screams immediately echoed. Before he could react, the scarlet and greedy tongues of fire extended, coiled around him, and yanked him directly into the altar. At this critical juncture of life and death, the boy struggled desperately. Fear endowed him with double his normal strength. Yet it still couldn't alter his fate of being devoured by the flames. Amidst a series of mournful screams, he melted entirely into the blood, red altar. At this moment, the blood, red and scarlet merged, and they became one completely. Watching the figure vanish utterly, Qin Ming sighed inwardly. He remembered this male classmate. Previously, this classmate had warned him that a top student should know how to conduct himself. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, this classmate had lost his life. After the scarlet fire devoured the boy, it seemed like a wild beast tasting the sweet tang of blood, and it suddenly became excited. The tremulous and irregular fluctuations were like the excitement of a compulsive gambler seeing mahjong tiles, or the contentment and elation of a drug addict finally getting a hit of opium, perhaps having had a bit to eat and not being as hungry. The scarlet fire didn't immediately consume the girl. Instead, it toyed with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, it extended its long tongue and licked at the girl's face. With just one lick, most of the flesh on the girl's fair and pinkish skin was gone. When the fire tongue withdrew, the girl's once beautiful face was left with only bloody flesh, with faint glimpses of white bone interspersed. Truly, it was like half face of white bone and half face of makeup, with blood and screams rising simultaneously. Amidst the screams and agonizing wails, the girl staggered backward. However, how could the scarlet flames let the prey in its grasp escape? Its long fire tongue coiled around the girl like a vine around a tree, tightly binding her. With a gentle tug, the girl was pulled into the altar like a rag doll. Along with the mournful and muffled screams, the girl's voice grew increasingly faint and then faded away. Amidst the sounds of chewing, the scarlet tongue of fire seemed satiated and gradually quieted down. Then, it began to gather strength. In its struggle, it was as if it was accumulating a powerful move, much like you sitting on the toilet in the morning, constipated and flushed all over from the strain. Finally, after a moment of energy gathering, the altar started to tremble, and a crack that was scarlet with billowing black smoke gradually emerged. A tentacle covered with numerous bulges stretched out from the crack, landing heavily on the altar's edge and gripping it tightly. Evidently, the tentacle was using the edge as leverage to climb upwards. It's coming out. It's coming out. They really didn't deceive me. The thin figure cloaked in black trembled all over, with a voice filled with excitement and mania, and watched the ever-widening crack with glowing eyes. The crack grew larger and larger. One tentacle, two tentacles. When the fifth tentacle appeared, the crack suddenly seemed to freeze and stopped expanding, with the sixth tentacle only half out. Chapter 12. The Advent inside the crack. The sixth tentacle was writhing and struggling. A shrill screech, accompanied by a sharp mental shock, resounded in the darkness. The thin, maniacal figure was directly hit by this mental shock and staggered. The voluminous black robe cast heavy shadows in the darkness, making him look like a struggling bat on the ground. After a moment of swaying, the bat finally steadied himself. His face became even more maniacal as he stared at the altar. Different from before, there was a hint of confusion in his mania. What's going on? Why is this happening? Didn't they say that as long as the offerings are sufficient, it would appear directly? Right? The offerings? Where has the third sacrificial offering gone? At this thought, he suddenly spun around and looked in the direction where Qin Ming had stood just now. The figure that should have been in his line of sight had vanished, leaving only an empty expanse. Where was the person? Where had they run off to? His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the missing third sacrificial offering. It wasn't that he didn't care about the sacrificial offerings, rather, He was acutely aware of the frailty and helplessness of ordinary people who had fallen into this place. Saying they were like ants was an insult to ants. They were but puppets at others' mercy. With just a single thought on his part, the 3 sacrificial offerings would automatically walk into the altar and offer themselves up. In that case, why should he trouble himself over one sacrificial offering? To him, it was just a matter of time before that sacrificial offering entered the altar. Now, however, a variable had emerged in what he had considered a certainty. The sacrificial offering he had never taken seriously had not walked into the altar as planned, which annoyed him greatly. Sacrificial offerings should return to the altar. The thin figure wrapped in a black robe seethed with rage, furious and incensed. He swore that if he caught the culprit, he would surely make the person endure a living hell. Just as he was looking around for the figure of the 3rd sacrificial offering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Are you looking for me?" A clear and resonant young voice came from behind him. Before he could turn around, something sharp and slender was pressed against the back of his head. The clear voice, accompanied by warm breath, reached his ears as the slender and sharp object pressed even harder. "Don't move. If you do, I can't guarantee that this thing won't pierce into your brain." A voice that was clear and gentle uttered words that were cold and menacing. Under normal circumstances, when one's life is in the hands of another, one would surely be cautious and refrain from taking hasty actions. However, these were not normal circumstances. The person with a bamboo skewer pressed against the back of their head was not an ordinary individual, but a fanatical cultist in a state of extreme excitement and madness. Do cultists care about their own lives? It's hard to say about others, but the cultist Qin Ming was facing truly didn't. When that sharp and slender weapon pressed against the back of the thin figure's head, the figure suddenly grinned an exaggerated smile. "I've found you, the 3rd sacrifice." His right hand, as bony as a chicken's claw, suddenly formed a magic seal and threw it at the figure behind him. He had no idea why the other person wasn't deceived by the darkness, why they could see him, or why they could approach him silently. But none of that mattered. He was certain of one thing: the other person was an ordinary person. Even if this ordinary person had some peculiarities, so what? As long as they were an ordinary person, they couldn't escape the influence of the puppet body control spell. Once he cast this spell and the other person was hit, no matter what weapon they held, they would obediently put it down and let him. A crisp and soul-piercing sound of penetration rang out within the thin figure. It was the sound of the bamboo skewer piercing the skull and churning the brain matter. The black, cloaked man stared wide-eyed, his pupils dilating in shock. How could it be? How could he strike at this moment? Usually, don't they first seize the other party and interrogate them? The crazy smile on the figure's face suddenly froze, and the right hand that had been swung halfway began to lose strength. Along with his intense unwillingness, it gradually relaxed bit by bit. A sense of emptiness seeping from the depths of his soul was slowly devouring his entire body. The crazy and disdainful smile on his face was completely frozen at this moment. How utterly unwilling he was. Casting a lingering glance at the crazed monster in the altar, his pupils completely dilated. Splat. The bamboo skewer was yanked out directly, bringing out strings of blood splatters. Before the blood could even hit the ground, the bamboo skewer was thrust forcefully into the other person's back of the head again, then pulled out once more and stabbed in again. Over and over. Time after time, until the back of the other person's head was completely riddled like a beehive. Only then did Qin Ming stop, shaking off the brain matter-stained bamboo skewer. Qin Ming spat at the black-robed corpse on the ground. "Bah, you're really ungrateful. How dare you regard me as a sacrifice?" Why did he kill him? Was it because the other party regarded him as a sacrifice? No. It was because of his sense of civic morality. Aren't such evil heretics who use humans as sacrifices supposed to be condemned by all? Qin Ming was merely fulfilling his duty as a citizen. After killing the chief culprit, what should be done with that monster? Qin Ming held the bamboo skewer and propped his chin as he stared at the writhing shadow in the altar, falling into a thoughtful silence. Come to think of it, he hadn't observed carefully before. Once he did, he immediately noticed the peculiarities of the monster. Judging solely from its tentacles, this monster is undoubtedly a colossal being. Each individual tentacle measures at least 1 meter in length. Moreover, this creature is extremely unhygienic. One can tell from the billowing black smoke surrounding its body and the foul, stinking odor it emits that it hasn't bathed for a long time. In summary, it is a massive, bumpy, and filthy thing that hates bathing. Qin Ming took a step back in disgust and took out his phone, preparing to call the police directly. After so many years in this world, he still adheres to the excellent tradition from his previous life. When in doubt, call the police. While on the phone, he didn't notice that the bright red blood flowing from the corpse on the ground was eerily spreading towards the altar. In the once relatively calm scarlet flames, which resembled a train of fire, suddenly became agitated for a moment. Before Qin Ming could react, the scarlet flames, like a straw sucking up juice, slurped up all the blood on the ground into the altar in an instant. The previously agitated scarlet flames suddenly calmed down again. This was an eerie kind of quiet. The calm before the storm. The whole process lasted only a tenth of a second, and all these changes happened so rapidly that Qin Ming, who was looking down at his phone, didn't notice. Beep. Amid the first busy tone after the phone was dialed, the crack in the altar that had just been stuck was quietly spreading and expanding. Then, a sixth tentacle slowly emerged from the crack and got stuck at the edge of the altar. The 6 tentacles exerted a little force, and the monster's huge body quietly descended. In an instant, the stinking odor assailed the nostrils. Amid the second busy tone, the monster completely broke free from the altar's restraint and descended upon the mortal realm. Amid the third busy tone, the 3-meter tall figure of the monster suddenly materialized in the mortal world. It slowly lowered its head and cast its gaze upon the diminutive figure in front of it. Chapter 13. Why have you shrunk? Amid the fourth busy tone, the phone was answered, and a soft, gentle female voice emerged. Hello, this is. Just as the voice sounded, the towering shadow behind suddenly stirred. A slender tentacle shot towards Qin Ming's back, like a sharp sword. The tentacle moved at such an astonishing speed that in the blink of an eye, it had reached the back of Qin Ming's head. Just as it seemed certain that the tentacle would pierce a bloody hole in the back of Qin Ming's head, a slender and sharp bamboo skewer suddenly appeared, coincidentally blocking the path of the tentacle's attack. At this moment, the ordinary-looking bamboo skewer was enveloped in a faint, ethereal gas, resembling a ghostly silhouette with the sharp edge characteristic of a metal weapon. For a moment, it was like a clash of titans, neither giving an inch. Just as it seemed the tentacle was about to impale itself on the bamboo skewer, the attacking tentacle suddenly transformed from a taut, sharp sword-like state into a soft, cotton candy-like black shadow. The shadow quivered and trembled, leaving a trail of afterimages as it vanished from the back of Qin Ming's head. When it reappeared, it had returned to the side of the monster. Only then did the gentle female voice on the phone continue. Qiqing City Public Security Administration. May I ask how I can assist you? Qin Ming slowly retracted the bamboo skewer with his right hand. The aura that had enveloped the skewer had vanished without a trace. He lifted the phone with his left hand, calmly turned around while replying, Hello, I've encountered a monster. This is near Qingchengshan No. 1 High School. At street name and alley name. After uttering these words, he ignored the other party's inquiries and directly hung up the phone. Then looked up at the colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall. What was that aura just now? He had no idea. All he knew was that when the number of his clones exceeded 1,000 and a killing intent welled up in his heart, that aura would appear automatically, attaching itself to his weapons, elbows, knees. It would multiply his attack power, tenfold it. On the other end of the phone, the on-duty policewoman held the phone, utterly bewildered. What had she just heard? A monster? What kind of monster? Did monsters exist in this world? Having been educated in materialism since childhood, she didn't believe that there were monsters in the world. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck her. Judging from the voice, it should be a high school student. Could it be that the caller had lost a bet and was playing a prank? After a brief internal struggle, the policewoman decided to call and consult an experienced senior. Little did she know that it made no difference whether she consulted or not, because this phone call was being monitored by a higher-level department due to the detection of sensitive words. And another department also became extremely busy because of this phone call. In the alley, Qin Ming looked up at the 3-meter tall figure, his eyes tinged with curiosity. It was the first time in his life that he had observed such a colossal creature up close. As it turned out, once humans were certain that the other party couldn't kill them, they wouldn't fear any gigantic beings at all. For instance, Qin Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled only with novelty and astonishment. What on earth was this thing? Was it a charred octopus billowing with black smoke? Or perhaps a damaged octopus that was about medium, rare, and half-eaten, with gaps all over its body? By now, the initial darkness that had enveloped the place when he first stepped in no longer affected Qin Ming at all. He could see the surrounding objects as clearly as if it were broad daylight, without the slightest hindrance. Since his line of sight was no longer obstructed, he could see with exceptional clarity that the black smoke, which he had constantly complained about, was hissing out from those gaps. It was like blood continuously oozing from the wounds of an injured person. Could it be that this smoke was its blood? Qin Ming speculated. For some inexplicable reason, He always felt that this colossal creature in front of him exuded an air of feebleness beneath its imposing exterior. Perhaps Qin Ming's gaze was too audacious. Suddenly, the octopus, which was already in a weakened state, was enraged. Its 6 tentacles went berserk and lunged towards Qin Ming all at once. At that moment, those 6 tentacles resembled 6 sharp swords, charging from 6 different directions simultaneously, instantly blocking all of Qin Ming's retreat routes, be it above, below, left, or right. The unwavering momentum and the menacingly sharp tips of those tentacles created a sense of overwhelming pressure, as if all the swords in the world were converging upon him. Qin Ming raised his right hand, grasping the bamboo skewer in his hand as if it were a sharp sword, and smoothly assumed a starting stance. Normally, a single bamboo skewer would be no match for 6 tentacles. However, this was no ordinary situation, not when Qin Ming was involved, thanks to his numerous clones, each of which he had assigned to learn skills in different fields. The skills learned by his clones could be instantly synchronized to his main consciousness with just a single thought. At this moment, Qin Ming held the sword in his right hand and made a hand gesture with his left. That faint aura once again enveloped the bamboo skewer in his hand, endowing this utterly ordinary bamboo skewer with a sharpness akin to that of a sword. He raised his head to gaze at the 6 tentacles swooping down from the air, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, the reflections of the 6 tentacles, resembling spears, grew larger and larger in his pupils. Although the tentacles attacked almost simultaneously, it was only almost. There was ultimately a sequence in their onslaught, and it was precisely this slight sequence that presented him with an opportunity to break the deadlock. When the first tentacle reached him first, he raised his right hand. The sharp tip of the bamboo skewer, wrapped in a faint and elusive edge, directly confronted the taut tip of the tentacle. Ding! A spark flashed across the darkness. When the 2 auras clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Perhaps it was because the tentacle was made of flesh and blood, or perhaps it was because the tentacle was in a state of near depletion of its vitality. Amid the contention of the 2 auras, the gray-black gas carried by the tentacle couldn't withstand the pressure first and shattered into fragments. The sharp aura carried by the bamboo skewer directly penetrated the damaged tentacle. Qin Ming's fingers trembled, and the sharp aura suddenly surged, stabbing fiercely into the tentacle. Amid a shrill and piercing screech, the tentacle of the giant octopus, which was injured once again, couldn't help but spasm. Meanwhile, the other 5 tentacles arrived almost at the same time. Qin Ming didn't dare to be careless. He flicked his arm, and the bamboo skewer that had been inserted into the tentacle was pulled out, leaving behind a trail of blood. He gave it a slight shake, and the bloodstains vanished. The bamboo skewer regained its pristine appearance, as if it had never been used. With a flick of his right hand, Qin Ming held the bamboo skewer as if it were a sharp sword. The tip of the sword quivered as he twirled it in a circle, and then, using the sword to drive his arm and his arm to drive his body, he executed a beautiful mid-air somersault. At the same time, the sword, carrying a sharp aura, clashed with the 5 tentacles that were attacking simultaneously. Ding, 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 ding. 5 piercing metallic clangs rang out at once, and the flickering sparks burst into a magnificent blaze in the air. The octopus, having suffered a setback once, was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The moment its tentacles touched the sword in Qin Ming's hand, they immediately retracted. Qin Ming held the sword, looked up at the colossal creature with a smile on his lips, and said, "Oh, so suddenly retracting? It's a bit of a shame for your large size." Chapter 14. The octopus monster's crystal core shattered. Qin Ming was just making a casual jest. But no sooner had his words faded than the octopus monster across from him began to tremble violently, and then went berserk. The 6 tentacles that had just been retracted lashed out again in unison. Can this thing actually understand human speech? Qin Ming was somewhat exasperated upon seeing the creature's enraged state, yet he also got actively ready for battle. This time, the octopus monster had learned its lesson. Instead of stabbing, it switched to whipping. The octopus seemed to be thinking, "I can't match you in stabbing, but surely you can't handle my whips." The 6 long, flailing tentacles were like 6 whips, whistling menacingly as the octopus wielded them. In an instant, the chaotic whip shadows descended upon Qin Ming like a dark cloud. The crackling sounds of the whips were like the approaching footsteps of death, closing in relentlessly. Suddenly, the net of attacks closed in tightly. It was this move again. Once they started the fight, they swarmed forward all at once. It was the same when they stabbed just now, and it's the same when they're lashing now. Truly animals. Doing just one move throughout. Qin Ming grumbled inwardly, yet his hands moved swiftly. His right hand twitched slightly, and that intangible chi emerged once more. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sharp sword in his hand. Unlike the previous hasty attempt, this chi covered the sword more firmly and meticulously. The flickering, undulating chi carried a hint of blood, thirsty edge. Qin Ming turned around and flung his hand. The sword traced a circle in the air, and a white halo flashed across the sky rapidly. Before the halo could fade, it collided with the 6 whips that lashed at the same time. Ding, 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 ding. A series of sparks flashed in the air, like a string of raindrops hitting an umbrella shining with white light. The light was resplendent, dazzling, and eye-catching. Beneath this beautiful light lay the harsh reality of battle and struggle. When 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. When 2 powerful opponents meet, one will be defeated. When Qin Ming's crystal, clear, and dazzling chi clashed with the octopus monster's ash, black chi, the 2 types of chi intertwined and contended. After a brief stand-off, due to the lack of subsequent strength, the ash, black chi finally showed signs of decline. This retreat was like the first domino falling, instantly triggering the collapse of the entire situation. The ash, black chi wrapped around the tentacles quickly crumbled and dispersed in a rush. Meanwhile, the crystal, clear chi wrapped around Qin Ming's sword also cracked due to multiple collisions and faintly showed signs of collapse. Qin Ming's right hand trembled slightly, and the crack vanished instantly. Unlike the previous probing attack of the octopus monster, this time the opponent clearly went all out. Instead of retracting the tentacle with a collapsing aura immediately, the octopus monster, regardless of the risk of getting injured, whipped its long tentacle towards Qin Ming's body. Perhaps it finally realized that if it wanted to wreak havoc in the human world, it had to get past Qin Ming first. To get back to the point, Qin Ming saw the overwhelming black shadow lashing at him and took a slight breath. Question: when is a hunter most in danger? Answer: when facing a frenzied animal. The octopus monster intended to achieve everything in one stroke and defeat Qin Ming with a single blow, but Qin Ming was not willing to let it succeed. Qin Ming had many avatars, and he had sent them to different places to learn various skills. Coincidentally, one of his avatars was highly proficient in dodging and evading. With a single thought, Qin Ming's figure flashed rapidly within a limited space. His footwork and body movements were so remarkable that even a parkour expert would be amazed. TSK. I never thought that at 18, I would be playing the same dodge game I used to play when I was 8. Qin Ming grumbled in his heart as he moved nimbly, dodging quickly. However, he was just one person while the octopus monster had 6 tentacles. He could dodge 6 attacks, or even 60 attacks, but it was impossible for him to dodge 600 attacks. Defending was not a long-term solution. Since that was the case, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. Then, he might as well go on the offensive. When the 572nd attack came, Qin Ming slightly adjusted his posture, held his breath, and crouched down slightly. Snap! In a clear sound of flesh hitting flesh, a tentacle lashed hard at Qin Ming's back. Amid the sound of flesh colliding, a mist of blood burst forth from Qin Ming's back. His entire body, much like a ball struck by gravity, flew out with a thud. Coincidentally, he flew straight towards the face of the octopus. As if the food had offered itself willingly, the octopus monster reluctantly opened its mouth. In an instant, an invisible abyss with a diameter of 1 meter materialized in the air. Along with the opening of its mouth came a fetid stench and glinting, chilling fangs. Qin Ming held his breath, disregarding the ever-approaching gaping maw. His eyes were firmly fixed on the area above the octopus's mouth. There was a scale there. Different from the surrounding purple ones, it was deep red. The color was not what Qin Ming focused on. What caught his attention was that every time the octopus monster vibrated its breath, there would always be a peculiar fluctuation there. He speculated that this place must be of great importance to the octopus, similar to a human's dantian. Since it was a vital spot, it was worth taking a risk. Ignoring the putrid smell and the encroaching maw, Qin Ming concentrated all his attention on that scale. Closer, even closer, until the fangs were upon him. Until half of his body was enveloped by the gaping abyss, until he could reach out and touch the scale with a simple raise of his hand. He suddenly raised his hand. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he thrust out his sword. Once again, the slender bamboo stick was wrapped in a glistening aura. This time, the aura was more solid and crystal, clear, like materialized tempered glass. There was a sharp, piercing sound. The bamboo skewer wrapped in an aura and emanating a dazzling, iridescent glow resembled a divine sword, piercing through the red scales 3 inches above the octopus monster's mouth in an instant. It sliced through the scales and flesh as effortlessly as a knife cutting through tofu, disappearing into the monster's body without the slightest hindrance. At this moment, The crystal, clear aura unleashed its might. It shattered layer upon layer of scales and flung away sheets of flesh. In the blink of an eye, a fresh, bloody hole appeared above the octopus monster's mouth. After tearing through the broken flesh, the aura showed no sign of weakening. With undiminished might, it continued to penetrate deeper into the monster's body. Ayo! Amid a resounding, ear-splitting screech, the octopus monster writhed in excruciating pain. At this point, it no longer cared about Qin Ming, who was near its mouth. The searing pain and the looming sense of mortal danger made it thrash about wildly. However, all its movements were in vain in stopping the rampaging aura within its body. Eventually, the aura broke through numerous obstacles and, with an irresistible force, slammed heavily into a dark, red, crystal clear gemstone. Hiss. Crack. After the metallic, scraping sound of impact came the dull thud of shattering glass. The octopus monster's crystal core was shattered. Chapter 15. The Octopus Monster. Oh my. I almost saw my great-grandmother just now. What is a crystal core? It is the heart, the brain, and the very wellspring of a monster's power. It is the most crucial part of a monster. Once a monster's crystal core is broken, its life is on the verge of extinction, counting down in seconds. Unfortunately, Qin Ming was oblivious to these common sense facts at present. With a single strike of his hand, Qin Ming, whose body was still in mid-air, executed a 360-degree spin, deftly evading the frantic tentacles of the octopus monster. Then, under the influence of gravity, he landed firmly on the ground. When he turned back to look, the octopus monster that had been going berserk just now seemed to suddenly turn into a still photograph. Its entire form was frozen, petrified on the spot. With its power source destroyed, the colossal body of the octopus resembled a mechanical armor that had lost its energy supply, completely abandoned right there. It was over. Qin Ming twirled his sword elegantly, then put away the bamboo skewer, today's greatest hero. He didn't know what a crystal core was. Yet he understood that once a creature's power source was damaged, death was an inevitable outcome. Just as a human would perish without a heart, or a fish would die away from water, the more it struggled, the quicker its demise. He cast a sidelong glance at the petrified octopus monster and then turned to leave. Before he could react, the just-wrecked mechanical armor seemed to experience a sudden resurgence. It suddenly jumped up from where it was and turned to run. Its lively demeanor and the swift wind carrying steps hardly suggested that it was on the verge of death. The commotion behind him thundered like a drum. How could Qin Ming not hear it? He instinctively turned to take a look, and this glance almost made his eyes pop out. Good heavens! How could this thing come back to life? No. Wasn't it supposed to have gone to meet its great-grandmother just now? How could it be so lively again? Was it because its great-grandmother found it too ugly and kicked it back? Or was this thing some sort of with the family connection in the underworld? The octopus monster that was stealthily sneaking away, upon realizing that Qin Ming had spotted it, immediately quickened its pace. Its 5 tentacles whipped around so rapidly that they almost blurred into an afterimage, and it dashed towards the alley entrance like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, the octopus monster wished it could sprout a few more tentacles. Why was it still alive? No, there was another source of power emerging from this creature. Qin Ming clearly sensed another tremor of energy within the octopus monster. Did this thing have 2 hearts? There was no time for further contemplation. Qin Ming hastened to pursue it. Regardless of the consequences, he first aimed to vanquish this creature. With swift steps, Qin Ming caught up with the octopus monster in a few bounds and promptly executed a sword technique. The horizontal waterfall slash. The flying sword traced a magnificent arc and heavily landed on one of the octopus monster's tentacles. The purplish-black tentacle was severed by half in an instant. Blood sprayed through the air like a storm, and the octopus monster's running form wavered. It almost stumbled and fell. However, it quickly regained its balance and continued to dash forward. The octopus monster thought to itself, so what if I lost 1 tentacle? It doesn't matter. I still have 5 left. As long as I can escape today, this tentacle will surely grow back. Yet, its wish was doomed to be in vain. The moment the octopus monster adjusted its stance, Qin Ming leaped high into the air. He grasped the sword with both hands and forcefully plunged it downwards. The sword technique stabilized the world. In the darkness, the wind fluttered his school uniform, causing the bangs on his forehead to sway. On his handsome yet different from the original face, there was an unprecedented look of determination. This thrust carried both power and resolve, precisely aimed at the very source of the octopus monster's strength. He couldn't comprehend why the power source of the octopus monster, which had clearly been shattered, reappeared once again. He also couldn't fathom why the power source of the resurrected octopus monster had changed its location. However, those matters were of no consequence. The power source reappeared? Then shatter it once more. The octopus monster resurrected? Then slay it again. The principle of the world was just that simple. There was no need to overthink or be overly cautious. As long as one broadened their mind, life was this uncomplicated, with an unparalleled aura. Qin Ming disregarded the tentacles that the octopus monster used to block him and thrust his sword forcefully into the monster's body, like a force sweeping away withered leaves. A gigantic bloody hole appeared in the octopus's body. The crystal, clear and dazzling aura traced a double, helix pattern, intertwined, and sparkled as it plowed out a long, bloody gash. Then it crashed heavily into a blood, red crystal core. The scene replayed. Ding. Crack. The blood, red crystal shattered on cue, breaking into innumerable fragments that slammed into the octopus monster's body, causing it secondary damage. Not every fragment landed inside the octopus monster. One of the fragments, carrying a multitude of blood droplets, shot out directly from the bloody hole and hurtled towards Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and executed a backward somersault like a flying swallow. Barely avoiding the fragment, his body spun 360 degrees in the air and then landed steadily. When he looked up again, a faint bloodstain had appeared on his cheek. After all, he hadn't completely dodged the suddenly shattered fragment. Nevertheless, this bloodstain didn't disfigure him. Instead, it made him more masculine. Everything was too sudden. If Qin Ming had observed carefully, he would have noticed that this crystal core was obviously smaller than the first one. However, these details held no significance for Qin Ming. Having had the experience of the first encounter, Qin Ming didn't immediately turn around and leave. He held his sword in one hand, standing with his hand hanging down. His eyes half relaxed and half tense as he stared at the octopus monster that had stalled again. Could this thing come back to life once more? Theoretically. An animal has only one heart, and once the heart is damaged, it's bound to die. Yet, right in front of Qin Ming, the theory had just been disproven once, causing him to no longer trust it. To prevent any unexpected situations, Qin Ming decided to be cautious. Just standing there staring wasn't a solution. After a moment of thought, he grasped his sword with both hands and stepped forward, determined to dismantle the creature while it was in a daze. However, just as he took his first step, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 16. The stunning rescue team at this moment. The distance between Qin Ming and the octopus monster was only 3 to 5 meters from the alley entrance. For an adult male, this distance was but the blink of an eye. For the large-sized octopus monster, it was merely the reach of a tentacle. In other words, for the two entities in the alley, everything would happen within a second. And within that second, the change emerged. Bold fiend. Under the broad daylight and in this just world, you dare to cause destruction here. Let me capture you with my magical artifact. Before the voice had even faded, a yellow-haired young man in a denim outfit, looking utterly disreputable, suddenly sprang out, pointing at the octopus monster and unleashing a tirade of scolding. As he spoke, the yellow-haired youth raised his hand and took out a paper airplane from who knows where. Afterwards, he performed an action that you and I often did in our childhood. He exhaled on his hand, raised it, and then shook it. The octopus monster? Qin Ming. Which mental asylum did this lunatic escape from? Can he see the situation clearly? Doesn't he even take a look at the scene and come here to play with paper airplanes? Something's amiss. This guy said, bold fiend. Which means he can actually see me and the octopus monster. Qin Ming hadn't forgotten about his two classmates who were cursed by the priest. After they entered this place, they had suffered greatly from the darkness here. Even Qin Ming himself had taken a second to adapt and shake off the influence of the darkness. This guy in front of him could adapt to the darkness as soon as he jumped out. Could this guy be a special person like himself? This thought had just emerged when it was confirmed. The reason for the confirmation was neither Qin Ming nor the yellow-haired guy, but because another person jumped out from the alley entrance. A slender girl with pink hair and two low ponytails was carrying a hammer as huge as a 20-pound watermelon. She suddenly rushed into the alley and scolded the yellow-haired guy, "Paper maker, can you slow down? The team is still behind. What's the point of you running here alone?" After saying that, the girl took a side step and blocked in front of Qin Ming. "Don't be afraid. With your elder sister here, it can't harm you." As she spoke, the girl waved the huge hammer in her hand. Then, she turned her head and fixed her eyes on the octopus monster that had just emerged from its stunned state. Qin Ming's eyes lingered on the girl's huge hammer for 2 seconds. He weighed his own strength in his mind, and then silently shifted his gaze back to the octopus monster. It seemed that this time the octopus monster was in a daze for longer than last time. About 1 more second. The octopus monster surrounded in the middle of the field said, "Sister, even if you don't come, I can't hurt him." Sob. After these two people came, the alley seemed to have been discovered. Suddenly, the entrance of the alley became bustling. 3 more figures rushed in. Why are you two running so fast? The team leader, haven't even arrived yet. A figure with a slicked back hair and an oily-faced man suddenly burst into the alley and immediately started to scold. Yes. Why did you two run so fast without waiting for us? A skinny man echoed. Who would have known that the yellow-haired boy and the pink-haired girl on the opposite side were not intimidated at all? The girl immediately retorted, Captain, I think you're running so slowly that you could compete with a tortoise. Aren't you worried about the safety of the person who reported the case? I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Well, I personally feel that my speed is okay. Besides, the slick-backed man was not angry at all when being retorted. He stroked his hair and gave an oily smile. Moreover, the person who reported the case is here safe and sound, right? Handsome. After saying that, he winked at Qin Ming, thinking it was very charming. Qin Ming, where did these strange people come from? He realized that they were a team. They could come at this hour and mention the person who reported the case. Were these guys from the official department? Qin Ming scanned his eyes over these oddly dressed figures, focusing on the yellow and pink hair of the boy and the girl. He was a bit uncertain. Had the official department become so open-minded these days? Or could it be that all the official decision-makers of this generation are post-2000s? The bickering among them was but a matter of a second or two. At this moment, the paper airplane thrown by the yellow-haired boy finally underwent a change. The paper airplane that had been fluttering over suddenly picked up speed, growing swifter and swifter with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blurred shadow. During the flight of the paper airplane, Qin Ming clearly noticed a faint aura at its front tip. Perhaps it was because this aura was too tenuous or for some other reason that Qin Ming almost failed to detect it. The ever-accelerating paper airplane flashed by and directly rushed towards the wound of the octopus monster. In an instant, Qin Ming grasped the opponent's combat style, strike when the enemy is weak. In a fight, one should surely kick hard at the opponent's wound. Admittedly, this approach was far from chivalrous, yet Qin Ming found it to his liking. The paper airplane was incredibly fast. In just a tenth of a breath, it covered a distance of 5 or 6 meters and appeared at the octopus monster's wound. Whoosh! The snow-white paper airplane flashed across the octopus monster's wound, simultaneously kicking up a spray of blood. The octopus monster, whose body had just been released from the state of stupor, quivered slightly. Evidently, it was in pain. However, this kind of harassing minor wound served little purpose other than preventing the wound from healing. To sum up, it was a situation where keeping it was of little use while discarding it was a pity, truly just when Qin Ming thought that was all there was. The paper airplane circled in the air and launched yet another attack on another wound of the octopus monster. This time, Qin Ming understood. This fellow was adopting a harassing strategy. The girl declared, I'm determined to vex you to death. Paper craftsman, aim for its eyes. Assist me. Then, she hoisted a colossal hammer, leaping high into the air like a diminutive cannon, and brought it down with a thunderous thud from above. Simultaneously, a clear voice resounded through the air, the earth-shaking hammer. Yah! Infused with might, the girl's hammer swooped down from the heavens with a whistling sound, crashing down upon the octopus monster's head. Everyone's in action. I can't lag behind. The slick-backed man let out a hearty laugh. Then his expression turned solemn. In an instant, he transformed from an unkempt man into a battle-hardened general. He raised his hand, and an embroidery needle materialized in his grasp. With a deft flick of his finger, the needle, trailing a long thread, vanished from sight. Weave silk into thread, go. The moment the embroidery needle flew out, Qin Ming noticed something familiar on it. It was qi, more concentrated than that of the previous two. This concentration was in contrast to the others, compared with his own. The unkempt man still fell a bit short. Well, it was probably like the difference between a child and an adult. The last to act. The lanky man pinched a spell gesture, and a crescent-shaped wind blade spun out of his hand, meandering towards the octopus monster. After observing the 4 people's attack methods, Qin Ming fell into a brief silence. If the octopus monster retained its previous physical strength, these attacks clearly wouldn't be enough to subdue it. These people were likely in trouble. Scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when the situation on the battlefield took a sudden turn. On the battlefield, the octopus monster's head, eyes, and the surrounding area were all under attack. However, attacks of this level were merely tickles for the thick-skinned octopus monster. With a flick of its tentacle, the paper airplane was sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before regaining stability. With a shake of its head, It casually deflected the hammer swung by the pink-haired girl. As it swayed its body, the flying embroidery needles were immediately bounced off. Without even looking back, it repelled the oncoming wind blades. "Oh no, it's trying to escape," the yellow-haired boy exclaimed, his eyes solemn. He threw another paper airplane, and controlling two simultaneously made him struggle. His face visibly paled. "Big hammer, protect the informant. We may have to retreat at any moment," the captain said gravely, stepping forward. At the same time, 5 needles appeared in his hand. If the situation turned critical, he had to rush forward and take the lead because he was the captain. The girl holding the big hammer had just steadied herself. Hearing the exclamations of the 2 team members, she nodded firmly and reached out her hand towards Qin Ming. She was already prepared to retreat at any time if the situation got out of hand. The monster had to be killed, and the people also had to be kept safe. The skinny man quickly sent out several wind blades, trying to stop the octopus monster. Is this octopus monster really that powerful? Qin Ming's eyes widened. Why hadn't he felt this way before? He hadn't found the creature so difficult to deal with when he fought it. Qin Ming was still in a daze while the battle in the field continued. After easily fending off the attacks of several people, the octopus monster turned around and immediately took off on its 5 long legs, dashing towards the alley exit. "Grandma, please bless me to run out of this alley and escape alive. I'll offer incense to you every day from now on." Chapter 17. Oh my goodness, it's a resurrection. At this moment, seeing the octopus monster about to run out of the alley, Qin Ming was also startled. Meanwhile, a doubt welled up in his mind. Why was it so determined to get out of the alley? What was there outside the alley that attracted it? Oh no, it's the sewer. Suddenly, Qin Ming recalled the sewer entrance at the alley entrance. No, he couldn't let it escape. If this thing got away, where could he possibly find it? He, Qin Ming, regarded himself as a good citizen of the country. How could he possibly let such a thing escape? Thinking of this, Qin Ming vibrated his right hand. That crystal, clear chi once again enveloped the bamboo skewer that had rendered great service tonight. Qin Ming made a sudden dash. Before the pink-haired girl could react, his figure directly vanished behind the girl. When he reappeared, he was already clinging tightly to the octopus monster. He raised his hand, formed a hand seal, and thrust out his sword. The sword moved, strike straight at the heart of the enemy. Sensing the familiar aura pressing closely behind it, and that familiar sharpness, despair welled up in the octopus monster's eyes. Great grandma, is grandson really going to be done for today? Suddenly, its eyes turned fierce as it spun around and pounced on Qin Ming. Since I'm doomed to die today, then you won't live either. Let's die together. No one shall survive. As the octopus monster turned around, 5 of its tentacles reached out to embrace Qin Ming. The two were already close to each other, and with both charging towards each other, in the blink of an eye, they collided. The octopus monster's 5 tentacles clung desperately to Qin Ming at all costs. Even though they were gushing blood from the slashes of Qin Ming's sharp sword, it still refused to loosen its tentacles. For a moment, Qin Ming found it impossible to break free. Subsequently, the body of the octopus monster rapidly expanded, swelling like an inflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Oh no, it's going to self-explode, the yellow-haired youth exclaimed. With a flick of his hand, a piece of paper was sent flying out. As soon as it appeared, the paper started to grow and expand rapidly, soon transforming into a paper shield. After this, the yellow-haired youth still felt uneasy. He shrank his body and hid behind a trash can. "Take cover, hammer," the team leader shouted. He traced an area in front of himself. All the threads within this area intertwined, clearly forming a spherical region. At the same time, he rushed towards the octopus monster at a quick pace. He intended to pull Qin Ming out. As the team leader, he was duty-bound to ensure the safety of the informant. "Captain!" The pink-haired girl cried out in alarm and threw her hammer directly at the team leader. The team leader was charging towards the center of the self-explosion. His half-baked shield formed by the interwoven threads could never withstand such an explosion. She couldn't bear to watch the captain sacrifice himself, so she tried to halt his advance. "Such a headache," the thin man murmured, feeling exhausted as he watched the two in front causing such a ruckus. He raised his hand and conjured an invisible cyan barrier to protect the 3 of them. However, a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. He wasn't sure if his wind travel barrier could withstand this level of explosion. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired youth hiding behind the trash can gritted his teeth and threw another paper shield at the 3. Why didn't they go to rescue Qin Ming? Because those accustomed to the cycle of life and death knew they stood no chance of snatching the informant from the octopus monster's grasp. Why did the team leader attempt it? Because he was the team leader. Just as they were all in a flurry, bang, amid a dull explosion, The octopus-shaped balloon finally burst successfully. The immense shockwave instantly sent the paper shield flying, shattered the invisible barrier, sent the trash can flying, and propelled the pink-haired girl's large hammer far away. The yellow-haired boy huddled behind the trash can was also sent flying by the shockwave. Perhaps it was his lucky day? For the flying hammer actually shielded the girl, the captain, and the skinny man from most of the blast power. Even so, the three were still thrown several meters away by the shockwave, and the surrounding buildings and people also trembled. After struggling on the ground for a long time, it was the more powerful captain who managed to get up first. At this moment, all traces of his initial charm and cocky allure had vanished, leaving only a disheveled and bedraggled figure. His iconic slick-back hair was now a tangled mess. The captain got up and first rushed to check on the team member closest to him, the wielder of the big hammer, and then went a look at the unconscious skinny man. After finding that the two had merely fainted, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to the unconscious yellow-haired boy lying on the ground. After confirming that the boy was out of danger, he finally felt at ease. At this moment, he looked towards the center of the explosion with a pained expression. On his way here, experience had told him that the person who reported the incident was probably no more. However, upon seeing the very much alive reporter after his arrival, he was both surprised and overjoyed. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that this fellow was surely destined for great things after surviving such a great calamity. Yet, in a short while, the handsome young man he had high hopes for was gone. What about the so-called good fortune after surviving a disaster? How could it turn out like this? With a sigh, he walked towards the center of the explosion. With an explosion of this magnitude, he expected the victim to be in pieces. Wait, there was actually a complete body. Well, it could be considered a stroke of good luck. The team leader rubbed his aching belly and limped towards the large crater at the explosion's epicenter. At this moment, a crater over half a meter deep had appeared on the once flat ground. In the middle of the crater, there lay a blood-soaked figure. The person was lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. Most likely, they were gone. What a pity for such a handsome young man. As the team leader walked, he couldn't help but feel regretful. He intended to arrange the deceased's features first, pay his last respects to this poor young man, and then call an ambulance for himself. After all, he and his teammates were awakened, and it wasn't that easy for them to die. Thinking of this, a sudden doubt flashed through the team leader's mind. What on earth was going on? That octopus, like monster, was running away just fine. Why did it come back and explode? Also, wasn't the person who reported the incident behind the sledgehammer just now? How could they suddenly appear here? Oh my goodness! The dead are rising. As soon as the team leader squatted down, he immediately sprang up like a cat that had been electrocuted. Even the outline of his body rippled. What had he just seen? The finger of that blood-covered person in the explosion center had twitched. It moved. It moved. With an explosion of such intensity, even he himself couldn't guarantee survival, yet this person had managed to stay alive. Was this person still an ordinary human? At this moment, this rather oblivious man suddenly realized something. The other person had never claimed to be an ordinary person. Moreover, an ordinary person wouldn't even have had the chance to report such an incident. So, this person truly wasn't an ordinary human. With this thought, it all made sense that the person had suddenly left from behind the sledgehammer and then appeared behind the octopus, like monster. Then, he realized another fact. Moving at such a speed, could the other party be even more powerful than him? It was impossible. He was a powerhouse at the sea, opening realm. No matter how formidable a Wild Awakener might be, it was utterly impossible for them to outmatch him. Apart from this possibility, there was only one other left. At this thought, he regarded the blood-covered figure lying on the ground with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow had a natural talent for speed? To encounter a Wild Awakener while on a mission. Why was he considered wild? Because he had never seen this person at the headquarters. And he was certain that the other was not a follower of the God-praying cult. The God-praying cult would never kill monsters. They only consorted with them. Chapter 18, the second fragment, a Wild Awakener? Suddenly, he remembered that his recruitment mission was yet to be completed. Then, his eyes lit up. It was like searching high and low to no avail, only to find what one sought without any effort. Oh! How kind the heavens were to him. The excited man with the slicked back hair suddenly felt no pain in his waist or legs. He was about to get carried away. Stop. The daydreaming man with the slicked back hair realized one thing. If he didn't save the person quickly, his KPI would slip away. At this moment, the look in the slicked back hair man's eyes when he regarded Qin Ming changed again. From seeing him as a responsibility to seeing him as a savior, while the slicked back hair man was bustling about. The darkness pervading the alley due to the priest gradually receded with the death of the octopus monster. The twinkling neon lights on the street stealthily filtered into the alley, and the lively hubbub gradually seeped through. It was as if this place had suddenly come back to life. With his blood-stained hands trembling, the slick back-haired man fumbled in his pocket for his phone. He opened the contact list, and his gaze lingered on a number for several seconds before he finally dialed. After a series of busy tones, a cold female voice came through the line, asking, "What's the matter?" Hearing the familiar yet frigid voice, the slick back-haired man moved his lips hesitantly before speaking. "I just went through a battle." The opponent was a first-order demon, in itself detonated. Before he could finish, the woman on the other end interrupted him. "Are you about to die?" There was a faint undercurrent of urgency and a tinge of concern beneath the coldness in her voice. However, this concern was so veiled that the slick back-haired man failed to detect it. A heavy feeling settled in his chest, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. After catching his breath, he said, "I'm fine. It's just that there's someone here who needs your help. Don't worry, this person has nothing to do with me. It's a newly awakened teenager." The woman replied crisply, "Give me the address." Hearing this, the slick back-haired man felt a slight sense of relief and a gentle warmth in his heart. As long as she agreed to save the person, the chances of saving him would increase significantly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he remembered the woman on the other end of the phone. Thinking of her, a sigh escaped his lips. In this world, is there truly no way to have both? To neither disappoint the Buddha nor the beloved? Will we never be able to return to how we used to be? Back then, I really didn't do it on purpose. Forget it. The mistake has been made, and it's useless to say more. He accepted it. At this thought, a sense of heaviness welled up in his heart, washing away the joy that had just emerged. While the slicked, back-haired man was immersed in the memories of the past, the infirmary at the headquarters became extremely busy. A commercial vehicle made a sharp turn and sped out. A few minutes later, it stopped at the entrance of the alley. A tall and cold-faced woman got out of the car in a hurry with several assistants. The woman walked into the alley. First, she glanced at the slicked, back-haired man. After making sure he was okay, she fixed her eyes on Qin Ming in the center of the explosion. At the sight of him, she was utterly shocked. The hard cement ground was covered with spider web-like cracks. In the half-meter deep pit in the middle of the cracks, there lay a blood-smeared figure. The figure's eyes were tightly shut, and the chest was rising and falling slightly. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. With just one look, she was certain of one thing. This person had been at the center of the explosion. Question: what would happen if a newly awakened newbie was placed at the center of a first-order demon self-explosion? Answer: there would be not even a trace left. The fact that the person in front of her was still alive, intact, made her both surprised and puzzled. The rapid thoughts in her mind did not affect her actions at all. She strode up to Qin Ming and felt his pulse. Immediately, her brows knitted. It was not because the patient's condition was poor. Rather, the patient's condition was unexpectedly good. As soon as she showed a strange expression, the slicked, back-haired man who had been closely watching the situation immediately became nervous. "What's wrong? Is it very serious?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the slicked, back-haired man wished he could slap himself. What a stupid question. How could the situation not be serious for someone who had been at the center of the explosion? Before his self-reproach could fully sink in, he heard the woman say slowly, "His internal organs are displaced and damaged. If he were an ordinary person, this would be a rather serious condition." What? The man with the slick back hair looked utterly bewildered. He could tell that this situation would be quite serious for an ordinary person. Well, it was only serious for ordinary folks. However, the young fellow over there was no ordinary person. He was an awakened one. So, was his injury not that severe? It really astonished and delighted the man that Qin Ming, who had been right in the middle of such a fierce explosion, was not seriously hurt. It's good that he's okay, he thought to himself. Then, he became puzzled. Since Qin Ming wasn't badly injured, why wasn't he waking up? The woman held Qin Ming's wrist, expressionlessly lifted her eyelids, and shot a cold glare at the man with the slicked back hair. Just because his body is fine doesn't mean his soul is. Let's go back to the headquarters first. After saying that, she bent down and directly picked up Qin Ming, this full-grown man, in a princess carry. At this moment, Qin Ming definitely had no idea that he was being carried in such a way by a woman. The man with the slicked back hair. Although he knew that she was a doctor and carrying a man was part of her job, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. To calm himself down, he rushed forward quickly, attempting to take Qin Ming over, but was forced back by a single look from the woman. "You're half dead yourself. Stop showing off. Get out of the way." Facing the woman's gaze, The man with the slicked back hair readily gave in. Oh, sure. Then, he limped along behind her. At this time, several other assistants brought back the other 3 unconscious people. A car sped away from the alley. Before long, a cleanup team appeared on the scene. They set up roadblocks, paved the ground with cement, and sprayed water with a sprinkler. Before long, the ground was as smooth as before once again. If it weren't for the few slight cracks on the wall in the alley, no one would have known that a battle had taken place here. The woman was right. Just because the body was unharmed didn't mean the soul was unscathed. Actually, being in the security center, how could Qin Ming's body truly be unharmed? The reason why his outer appearance remained intact was simply that Qin Ming subconsciously used his qi to envelop this clone. To be honest, even if he didn't use qi to protect this clone, it wouldn't perish. Don't forget, he possessed the characteristic that as long as the original body remained alive, the clone wouldn't die. Although his contact with the official team had been brief, Qin Ming keenly perceived that this clone was an opportunity for him to infiltrate the official organization. In that case, the extent of the clone's injuries was worthy of careful consideration. If the injuries were too severe, exceeding the limits of human endurance, yet the clone still refused to die, it would inevitably arouse the official suspicion. If the injuries were too minor, it wouldn't be logical. With time pressing and no opportunity for a meticulous decision, Qin Ming hastily released a portion of the protective qi, intending to let the clone sustain a moderate injury. Then he planned to feign weakness and seek help from the man with the slicked back hair. Who would have thought that the course of events would exceed his expectations? Just as the octopus-like monster exploded, a fragment with iridescent light suddenly appeared in the air. The second fragment? Qin Ming was both shocked and overjoyed. He had never imagined that the second fragment would appear in such a manner. Before he could react, the second fragment directly transformed into a stream of light and flashed into his glabella, completely merging with his body. Then, in a dizzying whirl, his vision went completely black. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Mystery. On December 3rd, due to the response of the fragments, Qin Ming lost all perception of the outside world with his entire spiritual power. It was his whole spiritual power, which here not only included the main consciousness but also the spiritual power that was usually dispersed among all his avatars. At this moment, all of Qin Ming's avatars outside rolled their eyes and fainted. Owing to the large number and great variety of the avatars, some utterly bizarre scenes emerged in certain places and settings. On a bustling street, people came and went in a lively manner. Street vendors were constantly shouting their wares. And there were people strolling, chatting, and flirting on the street, creating a scene of great merriment. A young man stood in front of a spicy hot pot stand, looking at the spicy hot pot in the boss's hand with eager anticipation and making his request. Boss, a serving of spicy hot pot, but no spiciness, just the hot part. The boss replied, all right. The boss deftly cooked the ingredients and soon handed over a serving of food. The young man reached out his hand to take it, his heart filled with expectation. Who would have thought that when the boss was halfway through handing it over, he suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted to the ground. For a moment, the young man was utterly stunned, his heart filled with shock. Could it be that he had angered the boss to the point of fainting? Just as he was struggling with the decision of whether to turn around and leave or send the boss to the hospital to save him, there suddenly came a series of thuds from behind, like the sound of people jumping into a dumpling pot one after another. When he turned around, he saw that the once bustling street had become completely deserted. Looking down, he saw figures lying haphazardly on the ground of the street. At first glance, it gave a terrifying visual impression as if he were in a ghostly realm. The once bustling neighborhood suddenly fell deathly silent, with only a smattering of genuine passers-by standing there, looking at each other in a daze and fear. The young man suddenly felt a subtle sense of insecurity, as if strolling in the freezing winter without any clothes on. What on earth was going on? In his bewilderment, the young man also found the situation extremely eerie, and the eeriness was tinged with an indescribable fear. Suddenly, a woman let out a shrill scream and bolted away. Her scream seemed to hit the start button, and the remaining passers-by also took off at full speed. In a small alley, two girls were walking side by side, chatting and laughing merrily. All of a sudden, one girl rolled her eyes and fainted. The other girl let out a startled cry and rushed towards the hospital with the fainted girl in her arms. Outside Xiqing City, on a small hill, a stray German shepherd was leading dozens of large dogs in a siege of a wild boar. The dogs advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, surrounding and cornering the wild boar. Eventually, they severely wounded the wild boar, just as they were about to deliver the final blow to end its life. The leading German shepherd rolled its eyes and collapsed to the ground. With the king of dogs down, the other dogs lost their command and were thrown into complete chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the wild boar charged through the pack and managed to escape. In a resplendent villa, a gardener was carefully loosening the soil. This ghost orchid was the boss's apple of the eye, the entirety of his job, and his source of livelihood. Every day, he took meticulous care of it, fearing that the slightest negligence might cause the orchid to wither and cost him his job. After loosening the soil, the gardener slowly poured the well-prepared 35-degree warm water mixed with 99 compound fertilizer in a gushing manner. As he watered, he secretly preened himself, for this was his forte and the secret to his status as a top-notch gardener. However, no sooner had he finished watering than an unexpected situation occurred. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "Why are its leaves drooping?" In his outcry, the ghost orchid, which had been so perky that it seemed ready to stand up and run 3 kilometers on its own, wilted visibly before his eyes. Its petals, as white as jade, also became listless. The whole process took but the blink of an eye. What's going on? What's happening? The gardener was both bewildered and panicked. Even if the water was unsuitable, it shouldn't have wilted so rapidly. At that moment, he suspected that he had poured boiling water. Then, a wave of panic welled up in his heart. If he had killed the boss's beloved flower, would the boss come after him? Should he flee before the boss returned? At number 2 high school, in the boys' dormitory, the newly appointed teacher Wang joined the crowd to conduct his first dormitory inspection. In room 219, 3 boys were grinning and chatting around teacher Wang, while another boy was sitting on the bed reading a book. Seeing that it was getting late, teacher Wang deliberately put on a stern face and scolded, "Stop fooling around and go to sleep quickly." To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 boys in the dormitory suddenly tilted their heads and fainted to the ground in unison. Teacher Wang said, "Your acting skills are quite poor. Hurry up and tidy up and go to sleep." Teacher Xiao Wang went, with a look of both amusement and annoyance, to pull the student closest to him. He gave a tug, but the student didn't get up. He tugged again, still to no avail. What on earth was going on? Could the student really have fainted? Before long, teacher Xiao Wang let out a shrill outburst. A moment later, he finally came to his senses, gave a startled cry, and started dialing 120. Then, he discovered that it wasn't just one dormitory full of fainted students. The entire class had passed out. Another shrill outburst resounded, shocking the whole dormitory building. His very first dormitory inspection left an indelible shadow on him. He probably wouldn't dare to conduct dormitory inspections ever again for the rest of his life. At 10:30 on the evening of December 3rd, the Qiqing City Public Security Bureau received one report after another. In a neighborhood, a factory, a class, and among scattered residents, there suddenly occurred incidents of mass fainting or sporadic fainting. This incident was so astonishing that it was directly reported by the superior leaders to the National Security Special Handling Department, abbreviated as National Security. The National Security Team immediately sprang into action, conducting investigations and taking measures, yet ultimately found nothing. This incident came to be known as the 12-3 Major Mystery Case. On that day, all the hospitals in Qiqing City were overflowing with patients, and all the doctors and nurses were so busy that their feet hardly touched the ground. However, despite using all available means, those who were in a coma still didn't regain consciousness. Qin Ming was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. He only knew one thing. He was likely trapped in this confined space. Qin Ming looked up at the sky. What met his eyes was a shimmering, flickering expanse of light, resembling a mirror that was constantly on the verge of collapsing and then recombining. The fragments that broke off from the mirror began to fade and turn ethereal the moment they left it, and then vanished without a trace. In the mirror, the images flickered restlessly, presenting a myriad of strange and wonderful forms. There were towering and majestic mountains, deep and dark seas, bustling and lively streets, and also desolate and rarely visited mountains and fields. The pictures on the mirror surface were like a kaleidoscope, with ever-changing and grotesque scenes and a wide variety of styles. Such changeable images were not only in the sky but also in every surrounding place. Qin Ming frowned as he gazed around. He felt as if he were an ant trapped in a Rubik's Cube. Chapter 20. The Kaleidoscope and the Power of Space. Qin Ming felt like an ant trapped in a Rubik's Cube, specifically one that was in a state of high-speed rotation. This feeling was far from pleasant. However, so far, he didn't have a good way to break this deadlock. The only thing he could do was to observe the surrounding changes, constantly gather his strength, and then seize that fleeting opportunity. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Ming widened his eyes and observed the ceaselessly changing pictures around him. In a daze, he seemed to detect a pattern. There was always a slight tremor before these pictures shattered each time. This vibration was so faint that it was barely perceptible if one wasn't paying close attention. Perhaps this was the chance for him to escape from here. Qin Ming's heart leaped with joy. His fingers trembled slightly as he imitated that tremor. At first, he didn't feel anything. As he kept imitating without getting the hang of it, then a sudden inspiration struck him. He added his qi into it and suddenly had a different understanding. As the qi was added and the practice increased, his understanding of that tremor became deeper and deeper. At a certain moment, Qin Ming's 2 fingers quivered slightly, and the spatial interface between his fingers shattered like a mirror in the air. Simultaneously, the ever-changing kaleidoscope, like mirrors around him, suddenly trembled faintly and then came to a standstill. The dream-shattering scene completely ceased, and the scattered fragments in mid-flight froze in the air, maintaining a semi-visible state. What is this? Qin Ming looked up. At this moment, a sound of shattering glass suddenly came from around, and then this world crumbled. At the headquarters infirmary, the decoration here was similar to that of a hospital. In fact, rather than being an infirmary, it was more like a small hospital. A commercial vehicle came to a slow halt. A haughty woman led several assistants out of the car in a hurry. Along with them, there were also several figures on stretchers. Qin Ming was among them. As they entered, an assistant turned to the haughty woman and asked, "Dr. Liu, shall we go to the inpatient department, or?" The hospital had a rule that those injured in the battlefield could all recuperate in the inpatient department for a few days upon their return. However, this Dr. Liu was well known in the hospital for always following the rules. Whether a patient would be admitted to the inpatient department depended entirely on Dr. Liu's arrangement. Such an unorthodox doctor was, of course, not well liked. However, it so happened that Dr. Liu possessed a medical skill that no one else could rival, which was the capital for her unorthodoxy in the hospital. What for the inpatient department? With just a flick of my finger, these 4 unconscious patients will regain consciousness. Sending them to the inpatient department is a waste of resources. Just carry them directly to the treatment room. Saying so, the haughty woman led the way towards the infirmary. Behind her, several assistants carried a person and followed closely. The slicked, back-haired man stared at the domineering woman, his eyes full of infatuation. Ying was still as charming as ever. Just then, a burly middle-aged man passed by. Spotting the slicked, back-haired man from afar, the man immediately broke into a smile. "Hey, isn't this Captain Ning Xiaowang? Why are you in such a sorry state? From afar, I thought you were a beggar." Captain Ning was gazing at the back of the aloof woman with infatuated eyes. At the sound of the man's voice, his face instantly darkened. "Son, you've completed your monthly tasks, huh? And you still have time to loiter around here. It seems you're far too free. Should I report this to our superior and have your task intensity increased?" Hearing Ning Xiaowang's words, Captain Sun curled his lips in mockery. Captain Xiaowang is so good at currying favor. No wonder you have such a dog-like name. Ning Xiaowang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he wore an insolent look and said, Yes, my name is quite ordinary, but it can't change the fact that I'm on good terms with our superior. Are you jealous?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to slick back his hair, temporarily arranging the disheveled strands into a slicked back style, and stared at Captain Sun with a look of disdain. Captain Sun, the other man, was so brazen that he was at a loss for words for a moment. All he could do was mutter angrily, "Shameless," before turning around and leaving. Seeing his arch-enemy leave, Ning Xiaowang's arrogance instantly faded, and he slumped into a dejected state. There were 4 people in his team, and now 3 of them were unconscious. It was his failure as a captain. Although Old Sun is his sworn enemy, he only indulges in verbal sparring and never stumbles on matters of principle, just like the current situation. Old Sun must have witnessed the 3 team members being carried in, yet he chose to endure the defeat in the verbal altercation rather than mention them. Recalling how he had incurred Old Sun's enmity, a sense of pride welled up within him. "Hey, it's all about my charm." At this thought, he raked his fingers through his hair, and instantly his slicked back hairstyle reappeared. In the infirmary, the 4 unconscious boys and girls were neatly laid on the single beds. Lu Ying retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from the drawer, donned them, and then slowly approached the nearest single bed. Lying on this bed was a little girl with a doll-like face and twin ponytails, none other than Wang Dachu. Lu Ying gazed down at that porcelain, white visage, her eyes glinting with a light. Then she gently extended a finger and placed it on Wang Dachu's dantian acupoint, pressing lightly, bearing down, concentrating her qi, and then surging it forth. A wisp of pale, green qi rushed into the little girl's chest in an instant. The little girl on the single bed sprang up like a bug stabbed in a vital spot. Ouch. It hurts so much. Wah. Clutching her chest with one hand and with tears welling in her eyes, she brandished her fist, about to strike at the shadow before her. But when she fixed her eyes and saw a familiar yet aloof face, the fist she had raised instantly retreated behind her body. Wah, Sister Ying, could you be a bit gentler next time? It truly pained me to the extreme. I even felt as if my bones were on the verge of breaking. While wiping the tears from his face with a tear-streaked look, Wang Dachwim puckered his lips and coquettishly addressed the woman. He thought that he wasn't cured by Sister Ying's qi, but rather jolted awake by the intense pain in his chest. In the face of Wang Dachwim's cute act, Lu Ying remained unmoved. She simply shook off the hand that Wang Dachwim had wrapped around her arm and continued walking towards the next single bed. As she walked, she said, "On normal days, I've seen how valiant you are, always leading the charge when dealing with demons and beasts. You never seemed the type to be afraid of pain. Why are you being so fussy when it comes to me? Moreover, do you think I can control the force at will? If I don't use enough strength, how can I dispel the qi left by the demons and beasts in your bodies? And if I don't dispel this qi, how can I wake you up?" Logically speaking, Wang Dachwim should have stopped, yet he continued his act of cutesy pleading. He wrapped his two small hands around Lu Ying's arm, swaying it and pouting. After being subjected to such a display of cuteness from this young girl, the icy look on Lu Ying's face finally softened a bit. All right. I'll try to be gentler next time, okay? Stop shaking my arm. If you keep going, you'll make me dizzy. Chapter 21. A true man is never afraid of pain. Oh, it's killing me. Who will come to my rescue? On the second single bed lay the yellow-haired boy who had been throwing paper airplanes. At the moment, the yellow-haired boy had a bruised nose and swollen face, with multiple areas of swelling all over his body. Judging from his appearance, he had suffered quite severe injuries. However, Lu Ying had examined his body. Those swellings and bruises were just insignificant skin injuries. The most critical danger inside him was the demonic qi remaining in the philtrum. It was this qi that disrupted the normal circulation of Huang Mao's own qi, causing him to fall into a coma. Only by dispersing this qi could Huang Mao regain consciousness in an instant. Speaking of which, these few people were really unlucky. While on a mission, they unexpectedly encountered the self-explosion of a demon beast, an event that rarely occurred for years. The self-explosion of a demon beast was most likely to cause the qi of an awakener in the sea-opening realm to become disordered. Coupled with the influence of the intense vibration waves of demonic qi, there was a certain probability that an extremely faint demonic qi would form inside the awakener. This demonic qi would break the internal balance of the awakener, leading to various conditions. Coma was just the initial symptom. If this qi was not dispersed quickly, once it grew stronger and rampaged inside the body, this person would soon be incapacitated. Right now, the three in front of her were all newly promoted awakeners in the sea-opening realm, not even reaching the level of a single wisp of qi in this realm. Thus, they were affected even more severely. Otherwise, how could three people encounter such a low probability event simultaneously? At this moment, Lu Ying regarded Qin Ming as a newly promoted awakener in the sea-opening realm as well. She had no idea what kind of existence she was about to face. Since each person had a different constitution, the impact of the demonic qi they received also varied. Therefore, the formed demonic qi would stay in different places. For example, Wang Dachui's demonic qi was in the Tanzhong acupoint, while Huang Mao's was in the philtrum. Fortunately, it was in the philtrum. Thinking of this, Lu Ying extended a finger, slowly reached out, gently tapped, pressed down, concentrated her qi, and then dispersed. Damn it! That shameless wretch stabbed me. Amid a pained cry, the yellow-haired guy cursed as he groggily opened his eyes, covering his philtrum with one hand. He was about to unleash a barrage of expletives, but as his eyes met a pair of cold and indifferent ones, the profanities he was about to spew were promptly swallowed back. Then, like a chameleon changing colors, he forcibly plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. Ah, heh. Sister Ying, hello. I was just in a daze from sleep, just in a daze, heh. The sudden shift from fury to obsequiousness contorted the yellow-haired guy's face into a wrinkled mass, resembling a walnut. His pitiful state set Wang Dachu into fits of uncontrollable laughter. However, halfway through her laughter, she involuntarily clutched her Tanzhong acupoint and gasped for breath. There was no other reason. The lingering pain in the Tanzhong acupoint was still unbearable. The yellow-haired guy felt awkward at the sight of his comrades' alternating laughter and distress. He wanted to say something but feared displeasing Sister Ying. After opening his mouth, he ultimately remained silent. Lu Ying's frosty gaze softened slightly as she watched the two clowns' antics. It reminded her of the past when they used to be just as rowdy. With a tinge of nostalgia in her eyes, she quietly turned her head and uttered a soft hum as a response to the yellow-haired guy's greeting. A second later, she gently shook her head, as if trying to dispel the memories from her mind. The past is irrecoverable, but the present can be redeemed. People must live in the here and now. Dwelling on the past serves no purpose other than causing mental anguish. So, focus on the present. With that thought in mind, she stepped towards the third single bed. Lying on it was Chi-In, the third member of the team and the one with the least presence in the entire group. Without excessive deliberation, Lu Ying got straight to the point and commenced the treatment. As per the old routine, she first located the problem and then initiated the treatment. The cerulean light flickered in her eyes like the ripples of the deep sea. Through tracking and a comprehensive scan, her gaze finally settled on Chi-Yin's chin, where the demonic aura was concentrated. Meanwhile, Huang Mao had recovered from the pain. Driven by the spirit of if I've endured it, others should too. Huang Mao immediately assumed a stance, ready to mock Chi-In, who asked this fellow to always act so taciturn on normal days. Before long, Chi-In also sat up suddenly with a pained cry, clutching his chin and looking at Lu Ying with tear-filled eyes, presenting an image of a bullied puppy. At that moment, Huang Mao, who had long been prepared, slapped his thigh vigorously and laughed exaggeratedly. Ha! Chi-In, you're actually so afraid of pain. Are you even a man? Let me tell you, when Sister Ying pressed on me just now, I didn't make a sound and woke up right away. After waking up, I even specially thanked Sister Ying. Don't mention this. Huang Mao winked frantically at Wang Dachu, indicating that the latter must not let it out. Why didn't he wink at Lu Ying? Because he knew that Sister Ying wouldn't bother with their petty squabbles and definitely wouldn't expose him. However, Wang Dachu on the opposite side was different. This guy was capable of doing anything. To ensure his pretense went smoothly, Huang Mao began to bribe Wang Dachu. Across the way, Wang Dachu, a little girl with twin ponytails, shot Huang Mao a disdainful glance. The meaning was clear. If you don't want me to tell, then treat me to a meal. Huang Mao immediately blinked and replied, sure. Wang Dachui's eyes narrowed. A fair deal won't do. I want a meal with 4 courses. The yellow-haired guy paused for a moment with his eyes, then finally continued to blink. Sure. In Qingqing City, a meal with 4 courses costs at least 300 yuan. 300 yuan was 1/10 of the salary of the yellow-haired guy, a newly awakened Haijing Awakener. A sordid underground agreement was thus openly signed right in front of the wronged party. In this process, Wang Dachui didn't have to do anything and could get a decent meal. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired guy spent 1/10 of his salary. Oh man, sometimes, for the sake of face and that illusory vanity, they can really make a lot of concessions. Chi-In, who had been ridiculed, covered his chin and tearfully stared at the yellow-haired guy who was laughing wildly. A tinge of indignation welled up in his heart. Moreover, having been teammates for several years, who didn't know who? Just look at your cowardly look. Could you really not be afraid of pain? Thinking of this, he directly spoke up, Papermaker. Do you really think I don't know who among us can't bear pain the most? I don't believe you can perform better than me in front of Sister Ying. The yellow-haired guy, who had managed to deal with Wang Dachui, was brimming with confidence. He believed that he would definitely outperform the other in this matter. So, he slapped his chest confidently and declared, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. This is the truth. A real man is never afraid of pain. Chi-In looked at the silent Wang Dachui and fell into a brief silence. He seemed to understand the reason for the yellow-haired guy's arrogance. But do you think you can beat me just because you've dealt with Wang Dachui? How naive. Then, Chi-In rolled his eyes and directly declared, hearing is believing, but seeing is certain. Papermaker, if you can endure another poke from Sister Ying without flinching, I'll admit you're superior to me. At that time, I'll hand over all my 10 points of credits to you. However, if you dare not let Sister Ying poke you, it means you were lying just now. If you lied, you'll have to give me all your 8 points of credits. Credits are the internal currency within the National Security Bureau. As members of the National Security Bureau, one can exchange credits for resources, cultivation techniques, pills, or other items. One can even exchange them for money. In the market, some people are willing to pay 100,000 yuan to acquire 1 point of credit. Here, Chi-In employed a little ruse. He gambled his 10 points of credits against the yellow-haired boy's 8 points of credits. This move instantly piqued the yellow-haired boy's greed. Meanwhile, to ensure greater fairness in the process, he then shifted his gaze to Lu Ying and asked, Sister Ying, could you be the referee? Sure. Right after Chi-In finished speaking, the aloof-looking Lu Ying readily agreed. Teenage boys are extremely concerned about their pride, especially when the stakes are raised. Upon hearing Chi-Yin's words, the yellow-haired boy's expression immediately showed a hint of hesitation. However, thinking about the 8 points of credits he'd painstakingly amassed over several months, and that he only needed to stay silent to obtain the others' 10 points of credits, he felt tempted. Just the thought of those 10 points of credits made his eyes light up. Therefore, for the sake of those 10 points of credits, he was certain he could keep quiet. At this thought, the yellow-haired lad addressed Lu Ying, saying then, "I'll have to trouble you, Sister Ying." After that, he glared venomously at Qi Yin and declared, "Qi, I'm taking those 10 points of yours for sure. Oh, I'm dying. It hurts so much. Who can save me?" Wail, wail, wail. Before he could finish his words, a finger unexpectedly landed on his arm. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired lad let out pained yelps like a dog. It turned out that Lu Ying, impatient with the delay, simply jabbed her finger at his arm. The finger came so suddenly that the yellow-haired lad couldn't hide his true state. At this moment, the yellow-haired lad thought to himself, Sister Ying, you didn't even give me time to prepare. Actually, if I had prepared, I should, probably, maybe have been able to bear it, right? Chapter 22. It's impossible. Why isn't he in pain? I don't believe it. Defeated. Defeated. When he finally came to his senses from the pain, the yellow-haired lad finally realized what had happened. Immediately afterward, he became aware of an even more terrifying fact. The 8 points in his card were probably gone. These were the 8 points he had saved up over half a year. Half a year. A whole half year. Do you know how I've lived through these 6 months? Do you know how much hardship I've endured and how many missions I've completed just to save these 8 points? The yellow-haired lad stared at Qi Yin, who was smiling faintly and looking calm. His heart was in turmoil. He had the intention of reneging on the deal. But upon seeing the cold-faced Sister Ying, he silently swallowed all his thoughts. He knew that if he didn't fulfill his promise and obediently transfer the points, Sister Ying would definitely poke him once, twice, thrice, until he transferred the points. Instead of that, he might as well transfer the points right away. At least he could leave a good impression on Sister Ying and make her go easier on him in the future. With a beep, the yellow-haired guy clutched his empty card, feeling as if his heart had been hollowed out. He not only lost the 8 points he had saved up for half a year, but also had to treat Wang Dachui to a meal. Alas, is there anyone in the world more miserable than me? The yellow-haired guy wailed inwardly. The farce came to an end amidst the yellow-haired guy's heartache. Qi Yin smiled, and the little girl's raised eyebrow. With the farce over, work began. Lu Ying turned around and walked to the last single bed. Lying there was the so-called wild newbie, who was also said to be a newly awakened awakener. A newly awakened awakener encountering the monster explosion incident was really unlucky. I wonder how badly he was affected. With a mind full of thoughts, Lu Ying started the examination again. The faint blue light glimmered in her eyes, which were like X-rays, scanning Qin Ming's body up and down. After one scan, she let out an exclamation and quickly started the second scan. She couldn't see. She simply couldn't see. In disbelief, she started the third scan. Her situation immediately caught the attention of the other 3 on the other side. The 3 of them slowly gathered around. After a long while, Lu Ying had to accept the fact that her azure eyes were useless on this person. In her 35 years of life, she encountered such a person for the first time. Why was it like this? Since she awakened of the azure eyes, such a situation had never occurred before. She couldn't help but feel somewhat skeptical. In fact, under normal circumstances, once she activated her azure eyes, the circulation of qi in the body of the person she observed would directly appear in her sight. If one were to make an analogy, her eyes were like X-rays, capable of seeing through many things that the naked eye couldn't. In her observations, the qi of humans generally emitted a warm, toned glow, while that of demons and monsters generally emitted a cold, toned glow. With just a glance, she could discern which was the qi of humans and which was that of demons and monsters, thus preparing for the next step of her treatment. Subsequently, all she needed to do was to condense qi at her fingertips and disperse the demonic qi with a tap to treat the patient. For the first time in her life, she met someone she couldn't see through, a figure wrapped in white light in her eyes. To be precise, in her view, Qin Ming seemed like a figure wrapped in a warm, toned soap bubble, with this bubble as an isolation. She knew nothing about the quantity of qi in Qin Ming's body or the damage to his internal organs. What should she do when her talent was ineffective? She frowned in deep thought. Then she reached out and pinched Qin Ming's right wrist. Apart from being an awakener, she was also a graduate of a formal medical university. Pulse, taking, and diagnosis were also within her professional scope. A few minutes later, she was certain that Qin Ming was lucky enough not to be affected by the demonic qi. Then, she was filled with a novice who was at the epicenter of the explosion had such minor injuries and was not affected by the demonic qi. It all seemed decidedly eerie. Could this fellow not be a newly awakened novice? With limited clues, she couldn't draw a definite conclusion. What if this novice had awakened a defensive-type talent? Bearing these doubts, she once again shifted her attention to the figure on the bed. Then, her brows furrowed again. It wasn't right for the person to remain unconscious all the time. She had to find a way to rouse the person. Only when the person was awake and able to communicate could she more clearly inquire about the symptoms and then arrange the next step of treatment. With this in mind, she extended a finger and pointed it at Qin Ming's glabella. This time, there was no condensed qi at her fingertips. The glabella, also known as the Purple Palace, was said to be connected to the soul. Given its significance, she dared not be careless. However, she applied a bit more force with her fingertip. She was confident that this touch would elicit a reaction from the other party. Her fair and slender finger landed firmly on the glabella of the handsome young man on the bed. Luing increased the pressure slightly. The body had a self-protective mechanism when stimulated by pain. Oh, he was awake. The moment her finger touched down, the handsome young man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of distinct black and white eyes stared directly at her. With a hint of confusion and the disorientation of just waking up, those eyes were quite beautiful, Luing subconsciously praised in her heart. Then, she skillfully took a step back, awaiting the impending scream and the flailing of limbs. However, neither the expected shrill screams nor the wildly flailing hands and feet emerged. This left her not only slightly astounded but also somewhat taken aback. Before she could react, a startled voice resounded throughout the room. "Impossible! How can you lie here so calmly? Aren't you in pain? Shouldn't you be screaming and kicking about?" It was the fuss-making voice of the yellow-haired youth. Actually, when Lu Yingying first let out a startled cry, the yellow-haired youth had rushed over. He witnessed that Sister Yingying, who was always known for her efficiency, was personally taking someone's pulse. This seemed utterly inconceivable to him. Then, an even more astonishing thing happened. Someone remained so calm under Sister Yingying's fingertips. This was the first and the only time. Moreover, it occurred right after he had lost his points. The shock in the yellow-haired youth's heart was indescribable, and he blurted out involuntarily. Subsequently, his emotions grew increasingly complex. This shouldn't be. How could someone be so calm under Sister Yingying's fingertips? Suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. He swiftly turned around, looking at Lu Yingying with a hopeful expression, and said, "Sister Yingying, did you not use enough force just now?" Lu Yingying, known for her decisive and straightforward manner, immediately poked him with her finger. Oh, it hurts so much. Sister, I was wrong. I'll never doubt you again." With just one poke, the yellow-haired youth crumpled in pain like a dying dog. How could he be so bad at what he did and still doubt others? Sister Yingying, don't take it to heart with him. Realizing something was amiss, the little girl immediately stepped forward to rescue the yellow-haired boy upon seeing her companion in such a sorry state. Yes, sister. Even Qi, who usually lacked a strong presence, pleaded as well. That single finger made the yellow-haired boy acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and the man on the bed. Simultaneously, the little girl Wang Dachui and Qi also recognized this disparity. What kind of person could remain calm under Sister Yingying's finger? At this thought, they all cast their gazes upon the who had just opened his eyes on the bed. The moment Qin Ming opened his eyes, in a ward of the First People's Hospital in Qinqing City, Dr. Bai stared at the unconscious figure on the bed, his face filled with worry. What on earth is wrong with this person? All the necessary examinations have been conducted, yet the cause remains elusive. If this person keeps being unconscious, I'll start to doubt my years of learning. Just as he was indulging in self-doubt, the middle-aged man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing the man awake, Dr. Bai immediately asked in, "Oh, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" It was surely better that the man was awake and could communicate. Moreover, it would be easier to find the cause of the illness by asking for information. The middle-aged man who had sat up rubbed his stubbly face and grinned at Dr. Bai. "I'm fine, doctor. Stop your fuss. I'm leaving the hospital right now." After saying that, the middle-aged man pulled the quilt aside, stood up directly, shook his arms, and walked straight out of the ward. Upon seeing the patient's attitude, Dr. Bai quickly chased after him. "Alas, don't leave. You haven't received treatment yet. Physical health is of great significance. Don't be negligent." Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man interrupted him, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, doctor. However, I'm well aware that I'm in excellent health." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and left. As long as the original body remained intact, the clone would not perish. With the original body existing, this clone of his wouldn't even get sick. Therefore, he was extremely healthy. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time there. At the same time, such scenes were taking place in every hospital, leaving the doctors and nurses utterly bewildered. At school, teacher Xiao Wang's fingers trembled as he made phone calls. Strangely enough, there were no contact numbers for the parents of the children who had fainted that day. Things were going awry, and the situation was grave. In a short period, blisters due to anxiety had appeared at the corners of teacher Xiao Wang's mouth. While he was busy, there suddenly came a rustling sound from the dormitory. His expression froze for a moment. Then he suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the dormitory. Just then, a young boy poked his head out of the dormitory, blinking his eyes and looking at teacher Xiao Wang with a mischievous smile. "Teacher, why are you in such a hurry?" Teacher Xiao Wang's anxious expression relaxed a bit, and he almost shed tears. "You rascal, where are they?" The young boy grinned. "They're doing fine. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher." At the same time, 3 or 5 heads popped out from behind the doorframe. "You little rascals." At this moment, teacher Xiao Wang finally couldn't hold back his tears. In a villa, the gardener exerted all his strength. Yet the orchid in the flower pot remained unresponsive. Exhausted, he thought, to hell with it. "I don't care anymore." With an expression of utter despair on his face, the gardener slumped onto the sofa. A few minutes later, he headed to the bedroom with a pained look to pack his things. "Farewell, such an easy job. Farewell. My reputation as an undefeated gardener. From now on, I'll water the ends of the earth." Just as the despairing gardener's gaze inadvertently swept across the orchid, he couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously. "What did I see? It's alive again? It's truly alive." The gardener rushed towards the orchid in long strides, his face beaming with surprise. The orchid that he had tried so hard to revive just now was now standing upright, full of vitality. It looked so energetic that one might think it could even run a mile. What on earth is going on? Chapter 23. How did that apple suddenly appear in your hand just now? The 3 people in the hospital ward simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qin Ming. The brash Huang Mao couldn't hold back his questions. As always, he asked directly, "Hey, handsome guy, did you feel that excruciating pain when you woke up?" Interrupted from his reverie, Qin Ming looked up at him blankly. What are you talking about? What pain?" Lu Yingying and Qi Yin, who had been observing him closely, exchanged a subtle glance. It seemed that he really hadn't felt it. He appeared to be a prodigious talent. The slow, reacting yellow hair was still gesturing while explaining to Qin Ming. He described the pain as a sharp, bone-piercing agony, like a nail being driven into one's brain. Each of us was pressed by Sister Yingying, and then woke up from that excruciating pain. I even suspect I was jolted awake by the pain. You have no idea how forceful Sister Yingying's hand is. That pain. Ouch. Sister, I didn't mean to criticize you. Halfway through his words, yellow hair met the somewhat cold gaze of the aloof female doctor, Lu Yingying. Immediately, he cowered and quickly apologized. Even though he apologized promptly, he still received a frosty glance from Lu Yingying. That look made yellow hair inwardly groan. It was over. The sense of closeness he'd just built was gone. How he hated his own loose, lipped mouth. Qin Ming didn't pay attention to yellow hair's antics. However, he understood what yellow hair was trying to convey. Did he experience any pain? He felt nothing when he woke up. Determined to establish an image of a genius, Qin Ming didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he straightforwardly said, "I roughly understand what you mean. However, I didn't feel any pain when I regained consciousness. Maybe I'm just less sensitive to pain." Could he directly tell them that if the main consciousness didn't want to, it could directly block all the pain sensations of the clone? Right now, even if the clone's heart were removed, he wouldn't feel a thing. Of course, he couldn't say these things. Since he couldn't reveal the real reason, he had to come up with a false pretext to deceive them. At the same moment, Lu Yingying also spoke up. Indeed, there are some people in this world who have a relatively low sensitivity to pain. Perhaps you belong to this type. Although she said so, she still cast a cool, fleeting glance at Qin Ming with her eyes. It's true that such people exist in the world. Yet she always felt that there was a deeper reason for Qin Ming to ignore her pricking. However, since the other party didn't want to say, there was no need for her to dig deeper. Upon hearing her words, the yellow-haired little girl and Qi Yin all simultaneously shot envious looks from their eyes. A low sensitivity to pain? What kind of a gift was this? Why didn't I have such a gift? Alas, if only I had this gift in the future battles. I wouldn't be afraid of anything. I'd surely charge ahead recklessly, cut through the entire battlefield, and become the most remarkable one there. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of these people, Qin Ming's heart stirred slightly. If I were to tell you guys that I have thousands of avatars, would your eyes almost pop out? However, Their envious and jealous looks didn't last long before their attention was diverted, all because of a single sentence from Lu Yingying. Newcomer, what gift have you awakened? Gift? Qin Ming lowered his head slightly. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, Wang Dachui, who had misunderstood the situation, immediately sprang forward like a kind-hearted confidant. Handsome lad, don't be disheartened. It doesn't matter if your gift isn't great. Look at me, a girl. I awakened the gift of strength. At first, the instructor took one look at me and deemed me useless. But what happened? I'm still doing well. Moreover, I've become stronger and stronger. Now, I've successfully graduated from the training camp and become an official member of the national security team. Upon hearing Wang Dachui's words, the yellow-haired guy immediately chimed in. Right? Talent doesn't determine everything at all. Take me for example. My talent is paper folding. The attack ability is quite feeble. Yet my sensitivity is extremely high. As long as it's used appropriately, can it still cause disruptions to the demons? To prove the validity of his words, the yellow-haired guy even dragged Qiyin out as a counter example. Look at Qiyin. His talent is wind blades. Sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it? But his attack power isn't much stronger than mine. When it comes to actual attacks, one should still look at Wang Dachui's hammer. Qiyin, are you being polite? Qiyin's inquiring look was completely ignored by the yellow-haired guy, who continued talking on his own. So, there's no need to be disheartened if your talent isn't outstanding. The group took turns stepping forward to comfort Qin Ming, looking enthusiastic as they offered advice to the newcomer. Even Lu Yingying, who had been standing aside without saying a word, couldn't help but cast a comforting glance at Qin Ming, watching the situation deviate further from the norm. Qin Ming, who was determined to establish an image of a genius, looked up and smiled faintly. You've misunderstood. I'm not feeling inferior. I just don't know how to put it into words. Well, I'll just show you instead. As he said this, he casually glanced at the apple on the hospital bedside table 5 meters away. It was a bright red Fuji apple, standing all alone on the hospital's blue bedside table. Perhaps due to being left there for too long, the apple's skin had become wrinkled. This was probably an apple that Dr. Lu had placed here and then forgotten about. Qin Ming's eyes swept over the aloof female doctor in a white coat, and he murmured to himself, "Borrow the prop for a moment." Then his gaze fell on the apple. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, the space where the apple was located was swapped with the space above Qin Ming's palm. Almost simultaneously, a slightly cool and firm sensation spread through his hand. A faint, sweet fragrance unique to apples wafted up and lingered around his nose. Qin Ming looked down at the slightly wrinkled apple in his hand, then at the empty bedside table 5 meters away. A faint smile involuntarily curled up on his lips. It really worked. He could perform space displacement. Indeed, it was space displacement. It wasn't the extraction through psychokinesis, nor was it the entanglement by extending his aura outside his body. It was pure space displacement. When did Qin Ming awaken his spatial ability? It all started 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, Qin Ming had just woken up. Due to inertia, his angry fingers trembled slightly. At the same time, the space between his fingers quivered faintly. Qin Ming's eyes sharpened. Was he seeing things? He unconsciously moved his fingers again. And once more, he witnessed the slight vibration of the space. So, had he awakened a spatial ability? A spark shot out from his eyes, and he was instantly invigorated. There was a popular saying in the online literature circle of his previous life: time reigns supreme, space rules all. Without fate's intervention, causality claims the throne. This showed just how prestigious spatial abilities were. Now, having awakened both the ability of infinite clones and spatial ability, was he on the verge of dominating the entire world single-handedly? Thinking of this, Qin Ming was filled with boundless enthusiasm. 3 seconds later, he compelled himself to compose himself. He closed his eyes and earnestly perceived the changes within his body. In the dim recesses of his consciousness, he felt that the surrounding space exuded a sense of familiarity towards him. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had an inkling of a sense of control over the space within a 10-meter radius around him. At this thought, Qin Ming's gaze alighted on the red Fuji apple on the bedside table of the hospital, 5 meters away. Simultaneously, the guy with yellow hair spoke up. Alas, handsome guy. Did you feel that excruciating pain when you woke up? At this moment, Qin Ming was holding the apple, and the upturned corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than the fire of an AK-47. Previously, he knew he should be able to achieve this. But when the apple truly materialized in his hand, the definite and genuine elation instantly enveloped his entire soul. Pretty boy, there's no need for you to argue. I know how that feels. Holy crap, where did this apple come from? The yellow-haired guy, who was in the middle of a long, winded speech, aiming to soothe the new Comer's mental scars, suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes. An apple as red as a flame suddenly appeared in the new Comer's once empty palm. The yellow-haired guy's eyes bulged in shock. What on earth did I just witness? How did this apple appear out of thin air? His eyes were as wide as copper bells. And the scene just now replayed over and over again in his mind. After becoming an awakened one, he was confident that his eyes boasted extremely sharp observational capabilities. Not even the world's most top-notch magicians could deceive his eyes. Yet, this scene unfolded right before his very eyes. However, no matter how many times he replayed the process of that apple's appearance in his mind, he was unable to fathom it or understand it. A man remains a youth until death. What characteristics do youths possess? They are passionate, brave, and decisive, and at the same time, they are utterly guileless. Here, the most straightforward manifestation is that when they have any doubts, they never keep them bottled up inside, but instead blurt them out directly. This trait is particularly evident in the blonde-haired young man. The blonde-haired young man's face flushed red. He waved his hands about, spittle flying as he stared at Qin Ming in amazement, exclaiming, handsome guy, how did that apple of yours appear just now? It was like, whoosh, and it suddenly appeared in your hand. At the shout of the blonde-haired young man with his booming voice, the three people who had just turned around simultaneously looked back. A gleam flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. What a golden opportunity! With a faint smile on his lips, he looked up at the blonde-haired young man and innocently asked, you mean, like this? As his voice faded, the apple in his hand vanished with a whoosh. When the apple reappeared, it was already firmly placed on the blue and white medical bedside table 5 meters away. Chapter 24, Spatial Ability? I've actually witnessed the legendary spatial ability. Spatial ability. Lu Yingying's pupils constricted and her whole body trembled. It was actually the legendary spatial ability. The legendary spatial ability had actually emerged in Qiqing City? At this moment, Lu Yingying understood why Qin Ming had only suffered such minor injuries despite being at the epicenter of the explosion. With such a gift, it was normal for him to possess any kind of wonder. At this thought, she suddenly had an epiphany. If her memory served her right, the last time a spatial ability emerged in the entire Huagua was 57 years ago. Now, that person was the most dazzling general in the whole of Huagua and the most resplendent star on the battlefield. Today, in this tiny ward, was she about to witness the rise of a budding star? She, who was usually calm, actually felt a bit dazed, as if she were in a dream. At the same time, a series of exclamations erupted in the ward. In the string of expletives, the yellow-haired lad's fingers trembled. He stared at Qin Ming's empty palm, then quickly turned his head to look at the scarlet apple 5 meters away. He rapidly turned his head back to Qin Ming's palm, and then turned again to look at the apple 5 meters away. He switched his gaze back and forth like this, turning his head away and then back, turning again and then coming back. This happened more than a dozen times. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. Finally, he couldn't hold back and reached out to grab Qin Ming's palm. He stroked it excitedly and meticulously. A thought took root in his mind, and he stared at this miraculous pair of hands with obsession and elation. What are you doing? I'm not into this. Qin Ming got goosebumps all over and quickly shook off the yellow-haired lad's hand. But the yellow-haired lad was too excited to care about Qin Ming's nonsense. He looked at Qin Ming's fair and slender hands with a flushed face, exclaiming, could this be the legendary spatial ability? The spatial ability. I've actually witnessed the legendary spatial ability. His excited demeanor was just like that of a young fan seeing her favorite celebrity. Infatuated with him, mad about him, spending money on him, and going crazy for him. Even donning the wedding dress for him. That state of mind, with oxygen deprivation in the brain, feeling dizzy and having his image constantly floating in one's mind, gave Qin Ming the creeps. Involuntarily, he shifted his body backward. This guy, surely he isn't a psycho, is he? What? Spatial ability? The little girl Wang Dachu's pair of big, round eyes widened even more. She actually saved the legendary spatial ability awakener from the mouth of the demons and had been in the same room with the person for so long. Well, if she told her little girlfriends about this, they'd probably be so envious that their eyes would pop out. Spatial ability? Even Qiyin, who was usually emotionless, couldn't help but tremble with excitement. This was the legendary spatial ability, the kind that once awakened, as long as the awakener didn't die, was destined to become the king among the awakeners. Facing such an existence, he couldn't remain calm. Among them, it was only he, the relatively calm one, who still remembered that the three of them were going to console the other person before. Just thinking about this, he wished he could slap himself. With your mediocre talent, you went there to console others. It was like an adult with $50 worth of assets going to console a billionaire. Just now. He had to admit that although they meant well, they indeed had an air of superiority, like elders consoling juniors. Just thinking about that attitude he had just displayed made his face flush. It was truly a social death situation. He hoped no one would notice. Just as Chi Yin was secretly praying in his heart, he met Sister Ying's meaningful look. That look made Chi Yin so embarrassed that he felt like digging his toes into the ground. The bustling atmosphere in the ward naturally attracted the passersby. A passing nurse, upon hearing the word spaceability, immediately poked her head in, her eyes aglow as she stared at the group. I heard someone talking about spaceability. At this moment, the garrulous Huang Mao promptly jumped forward, eager to share the news with the nurse. Yes, you heard right. The new guy here has awakened the space ability. That's right, the legendary space ability. With his glittering eyes and flushed, excited face. One might have thought it was Huang Mao who had awakened the space ability if they didn't know better. Fortunately, the nurse knew him well. As soon as she heard his words, her eyes lit up like bulbs connected to electricity. Then, she turned on her heels and ran off, leaving Huang Mao looking utterly bewildered. Before Huang Mao could figure out what was going on, the nurse's exclamations echoed through the corridor. Sister Yaya, I've got something amazing to tell you. There's a new guy in our hospital, and he's awakened the space ability. The space ability, the legendary one. Consequently, the entire floor was in an uproar. Several passing junior nurses rushed into the ward right away, their faces brimming with curiosity as they gazed at Qin Ming. While looking, they whispered among themselves unabashedly. Is he the legendary space ability awakener? It must be him. He's the only one we don't know among them. Who else could it be? Wow, how incredible! Moreover, have you noticed? He's extremely handsome. It's simply right up my alley in terms of aesthetics. Wow, Huawei, I can't look at him. Once I do, I'll faint from happiness. Humph, silly girl in love. Well, it seems I'm one too. Several young and charming nurses were looking at Qin Ming with admiration, making his face flush, his heart flutter, and his soul soar. Who could resist such innocent and wonderful looks? However, his enjoyment didn't last long. Soon, several more nurses rushed into the ward. All of a sudden, the small ward seemed too crowded, different from the previous nurses who only dared to whisper openly. One of the newcomers was bolder. A nurse with an oval face and beautiful eyebrows and eyes entered the ward, pushed Huang Mao and the others aside, and rushed straight to Qin Ming. The moment she saw Qin Ming's face, her eyes lit up. Handsome guy, you're so amazing. You've awakened such a powerful talent. I've never seen a spatial ability before. Can you show it to me? There'll be a reward. After saying that, she gave him a flirtatious glance. Qin Ming, can I assume that you're openly seducing me? Fortunately, not only Qin Ming noticed her inappropriate behavior, but others did too. Qian Xiaoli, this is a hospital. And have you all finished your work? Do you still have the time to chat here? The head nurse first glared at the oval-faced nurse, and then scolded the other nurses with a straight face. Under her authority, the nurses in the ward scattered in all directions in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the ward became quiet. Qin Ming felt a slight sense of relief. So many people had been looking at him just now that he really felt a bit overwhelmed. Just when he thought he could have a moment of respite, the head nurse suddenly approached with a beaming smile. Handsome young man, would you like an apple? Let me peel one for you. Lu Yingying, who had been standing aside in silence all this time, rolled her eyes at the ceiling. Well, so she's starting to curry favor too, huh? Chapter 25. If anything happens to him, the entire Qicheng City will be held accountable. In the dean's office, the bald little old man was on the phone, reporting to his superior. Hello, Second Lieutenant. I'm here to share some good news. A newcomer has arrived in our Qicheng City today. He's a spatial ability awakener. The voice on the other end of the line clearly rose in pitch. Spatial ability? The legendary kind of spatial ability? Ding Yo grinned, with a faint air of pride on his face. Yes, it's exactly the kind you're thinking of. The breathing on the other end of the line grew slightly heavier, indicating obvious excitement. After a moment, the other side finally issued an order. Nurture him well and protect him carefully, Niu Fenfang. If this person is well cultivated, everyone in Qicheng City will be credited. But if he's harmed by someone, no one in Qicheng City will ever be promoted in their lifetime. With this heavy responsibility weighing on him, Dean Yo could no longer keep his grin. Why did he suddenly feel a bit reluctant to have this genius around? His mood went unnoticed as the person on the other end continued. By the way, I've recently heard that there have been traces of the God prayer cult in your Qicheng City. Dean Yo replied, yes, it has been resolved. Don't be careless. The crazy cultists of the prayer god church never appear alone. You must conduct a thorough search. Today, Lu Yingying's hospital ward was exceptionally bustling. Before the head nurse could even finish peeling an apple, a kind-looking old man appeared at the ward door. The old man took the initiative with his voice, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he overshadowed the head nurse. "Oh, Xiaomei, you're here too." The head nurse, who was peeling the apple, looked up and saw the amiable Dean Yo. Well, it seemed she couldn't make a connection. This old guy really had good news sources. The head nurse immediately put down the apple and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Dean Yo, you truly live up to being the dean. You're amazing. I still have things to do, so I won't stay here." After saying that, the head nurse walked away with a flick of her hand. Having successfully driven away the competitor, Dean Yo grinned. Then he cast his gaze upon the 4 people who were watching the drama on the side. "Wang Mao, hey. Why are you looking at me? Keep going. I haven't had enough of the show yet." "Wang Dachui, why is he looking at me? By the way, are talents so popular? I really envy that." "Qi Yin, it's no use looking at me. I can't leave. What if you have bad intentions and lead this newbie astray? I have to keep an eye on you for the captain. Lu Yingying, this is my ward. It's you who should leave." Dean Yo looked at the 4, each with a different expression but none of them backing down, and sighed inwardly. Forget it. Then he turned to look at Qin Ming, a smile reappearing on his face. "Hello, young friend. I am Niu Fenfang, the director of the Medical Department of the National Security Bureau in Qiqing City and the Deputy Minister of the National Security Headquarters. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Uncle Niu." Qin Ming immediately flashed a smile and said, "Uncle Niu." At this time, the man came over, most likely wanting to make friends with him. How to befriend him? Naturally, by offering benefits. Qin Ming always greeted those who offered him benefits with a smile. Moreover, since the other party was much older than him, it was no loss to call him uncle. Seeing that Qin Ming was so sensible, Dean Yo's face instantly bloomed with a chrysanthemum-like smile. "Young friend has such an excellent disposition. I wonder if you have any knowledge about the National Security Bureau?" Qin Ming shook his head. Although he had many incarnations and knew a lot, this area was truly a blind spot in his knowledge. "Well, I'll be so bold as to impart some knowledge on this aspect to you today." Dean Yo was overjoyed by teaching him about this field. He could be considered Qin Ming's teacher. With this kind of friendship, would he worry that the young man would forget about him in the future? This was also a way to establish a connection with him. The matter dates back to the founding of the People's Republic of China. As Dean Yo recounted the story in a gentle and soothing manner, Qin Ming gradually understood what had happened. To put it simply, after the founding of the People's Republic, the country noticed that some cities would inexplicably witness the emergence of bizarre and colossal beasts. Once these beasts appeared, they would cause wanton destruction. After killing these monsters, they would reappear after a certain period of time. Moreover, they could show up in any city at any time. The state cannot keep a constant eye on them. Therefore, it called upon professionals to conduct research and find solutions. Thus, the National Security Bureau was established. These demonic beasts caused widespread destruction and naturally killed many people. While treating the victims, the National Security Bureau also discovered that some people, by a stroke of fortune, awakened special talents and gained abilities such as conjuring flames with their hands and summoning thunder and wind with a wave of their arms. Such individuals are known as Awakened Ones. The abilities of Awakened Ones vary greatly, ranging from powerful to weak, and can be enhanced through postnatal means. In order to better improve the abilities of Awakened Ones and create a promising future for them, the state established training camps for unified training. In return, Awakened Ones are required to sign an agreement with the state to assist in dealing with demonic beasts. This is also the source of new forces for the National Security Bureau. Naturally, the state also pays them salaries on time. After years of research, the state has developed relatively comprehensive and complete methods and approaches for the improvement of Awakened Ones. At this point, Dean Yo paused. An outstanding teacher can make a child increasingly excellent. The same goes for an outstanding instructor. Young friend, do you have a target in mind? Qin Ming shook his head and quietly stared at him. He knew the other party would continue. Feeling uncomfortable under Qin Ming's gaze, Dean Yo cleared his throat and continued. I have a very suitable candidate here. This instructor is highly experienced and has achieved remarkable results. Having taught students for many years, he can teach according to the different characteristics of each student. Qin Ming thought to himself, it feels like being lured into an after-school tutoring class. Under Qin Ming's direct stare, Dean Yo stopped his exaggerated praise. He directly said, It's Instructor Zhao Yan. After you go to the training camp, you can look for Instructor Zhao. As he said this, Dean Yo let out a sigh inwardly. Old Zhao, I've done my best to help you. Whether you can hold on to this gifted student depends on you. All right. Qin Ming readily agreed. As for whether to go and when to go, it was up to him. Subsequently, the topic reverted to the knowledge popularization segment. Generally speaking, after years of research, the National Security Bureau discovered that our world and another world are two sides of the same coin, coexisting interdependently. Most of the time, the two worlds remain undisturbed, going their separate ways. Occasionally, there might be a small rift in the world's barrier, a glitch. And then these demonic beasts would crawl through the loopholes and cause great destruction. That loophole is called a spatial rift. Why are ordinary people completely unaware of these things? Qin Ming voiced his confusion. Experts found that the other world is not entirely unconnected to ours. It stores all the negative emotions of intelligent beings in our world, with humans being the most prominent among them. When humans become aware of the existence of these creatures, they will subconsciously either worship or fear them, regardless of which. It will accelerate the growth of these monsters. Therefore, the experts unanimously decided that ordinary people should not be informed of these matters. This led to the state's issuance of the Monster Prohibition Order, which you often jest about as no more becoming spirits after the founding of the People's Republic. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. It all matched. Chapter 26. Fluctuations similar to the source of the octopus, like monsters' power. At the National Security Bureau. In the task department, Ning Xiaoming finally completed today's task summary and left the department looking utterly fatigued. After going out, he habitually glanced at his phone. Damn it. There were 99 notifications. What on earth was going on? Why were there so many messages? He usually kept his phone on silent. And this sudden influx of notifications took him by surprise. Ning Xiaoming quickly opened the messages and was immediately bombarded by a series of them, leaving him utterly disoriented. 3 minutes later, he shook his dizzy head, and the only thought lingering in his mind was, I've found a genius with spatial abilities. Waha. I actually stumbled upon a spatial ability genius just by chance. I'm like the illegitimate son of God. Waha. How lucky I am. How incredibly lucky I am. It was a little past 11 at night. The tall man stood in the biting cold wind, hugging a lamppost and jumping up and down, wearing a silly grin on his face. People who didn't know better might have thought he was up to something with the lamppost. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, How could I not share such good news with someone? With that thought in mind, he rummaged through his phone and directly dialed a number named Sun Datu. After a series of busy tones, the other end picked up. In a civilian house, Captain Sun, wearing a leather jacket and holding a cigarette between his lips, was discussing battle strategies with several team members when his phone rang. The screen clearly showed the words, Cowardly Ning. A smile spread across Captain Sun's face, and the cigarette in his mouth danced in a lively arc. He answered the call and got straight to the point. Xiaosong, do you have something to tell me? On the phone, that voice showed no sign of being irritated by the other party's address. Instead, it boasted with elation, It's nothing serious. Ahaha. I just want to tell you something. Captain Sun pressed down the corners of his mouth, his face darkened, and even the cigarette in his hand stopped trembling. If you keep blabbering, I'll hang up. The thought of Ning Xiaosong laughing so merrily gave him a sense of foreboding. The person on the other end replied, All right. I promise I won't ramble on. Ha. I just want to tell you. Ha. Let me catch my breath. The new recruit I picked up today is a genius, the kind of spatial system genius from Legends. Ha. Captain Sun retorted, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. As he expected, it was no good news. Don't. The person on the other end hurriedly tried to stop him. Captain Sun, with his finger halfway down on the hang up button, paused in mid-air and gritted his teeth. Speak. The person on the other end hesitated. I just wanted to say that I picked up a spatial ability genius today. Ha. Beep. Captain Sun angrily pressed the hang up button and cursed through gritted teeth. Although he was quick enough to hang up the phone in time, he still caught a glimpse of the other party's arrogant laughter. What was even more infuriating was that the image of Ning Xiaosong's arrogant laughter automatically popped up in his mind. The combination of the picture and the sound. Ouch! He felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the civilian house, several team members exchanged glances. Finally, a bald-headed man spoke up. Captain, he's so smug. I really want to teach him a lesson. Although the team leader didn't turn on the loud speaker mode, after awakening their talents, they all had good hearing. They caught most of that phone call. Team leader Sun didn't mind at all that his team members were eavesdropping. He gritted his teeth and said, If I had found a genius with spatial abilities, I'd be even more boastful than he is. Hearing this, the bald-headed man immediately fell silent. There are differences among people. Some focus on emotions while some focus on geniuses. Well, a team member interjected, Are you sure it's a genius with spatial abilities? That's spatial abilities. As he said this, everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Even team leader's son forgot his anger. Yes, that's spatial abilities. It's a talent that, once awakened, as long as the person doesn't die, is bound to become a great figure. As they spoke, a look of hope and yearning appeared on their faces simultaneously. Dean Yo's martial arts knowledge popularization class lasted a full 2 hours. He wore out Yellow, Hair, and Wang Dachu, amid a series of yawns. Yellow, Hair left first. Soon after, Wang Dachu followed in his footsteps. Lu Ying sat aside, neither leaving nor looking at them. Only Qi Yin stared at Dean Yo, who was imparting knowledge, looking thoughtful. This state was somewhat reminiscent of a top student reviewing key points. This is my personal mobile phone number. Young friend, you can contact me directly if you have anything in the future. Dean Yo smiled amiably and finally handed out a business card, concluding this lecture. It was already past 1 o'clock at night. It was quite an effort for an old man to stay up with him until this hour. Qin Ming didn't say much more. After Dean Yo left, Qin Ming faced a very practical problem. Where would he stay that night? In the ward? That was inappropriate. Strictly speaking, this was Lu Yingying's private office. It wouldn't be proper for a young man and a young woman to stay here. Go home? His parents would wait for him indefinitely. But if he went home like this, wouldn't the chance to learn about awakened ones be wasted? Just then, Lu Yingying directly said, "You have nowhere to stay today, right? Qi Yin, I remember your dormitory is quite spacious." Qin Ming had suffered mild displacement of his internal organs. For an ordinary person, this would be a serious matter. But for an awakened one, it was like a common cold, hardly worth mentioning. Now that Qin Ming had regained consciousness, such a minor issue would naturally heal in 3 to 5 days. There was no need for hospitalization. So, Lu Yingying started to send him away. "Sis, you don't need to worry about this. Let him stay with us tonight." Why just tonight? Because a dormitory for Qin Ming would be arranged directly the next day. Lu Yingying still maintained her cold demeanor and said indifferently, "All right, I'm going back too." After saying that, she began to tidy up and prepared to lock the door. Qi Yin led Qin Ming away. On the way, Qin Ming thought for a moment and finally asked, "Doesn't this Dr. Lu live in the dormitory?" Look. He was quite respectful. Others usually discuss things behind someone's back. Yes. Qi Yin pondered slightly before answering, "These aren't secrets. You'll know about them later. Sister Lu doesn't live here because her child is still young and needs to be taken care of." Qin Ming suddenly understood. The cold wind in the middle of the night in early December was still a bit chilly. By this time, Qin Ming finally posed a question. Opposite him, Qi Yin was dressed in a simple yet understated black sweatshirt and a pair of light blue jeans, showing no sign of cold at all. Noticing Qin Ming's gaze fixed on his clothes, Qi Yin glanced down slightly and then said, as if just realizing something, "Don't be deceived by my thin clothing. I'm not cold. First, this outfit is quite warm. Second, it's a minor skill in the application of qi, which you'll learn later. If you're interested, I can teach you right now." Saying so, Qi Yin made a hand sign with one hand and murmured, "Let qi circulate in the dantian, and let blood touch the stars." As he spoke and demonstrated, his movements were slow, and he explained the crucial points, clearly aiming to instruct Qin Ming. Qin Ming imitated his actions, making the hand sign with one hand and concentrating qi throughout his body. "Let qi circulate in the dantian, and let blood touch the stars." In an instant, the qi and blood in his body churned, and a warm current immediately welled up in his once chilled body. Across from him, Qi Yin was momentarily stunned. He actually mastered it on the first try? How could he be so talented? Then what did his month-long, day, and night hard work amount to? Suddenly, a tinge of jealousy welled up in his heart. "Let's go?" Qi Yin turned around and led Qin Ming towards the dormitory again. Whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Ming sensed an aloofness on Qi Yin that seemed to keep others at arm's length, perhaps due to Qi Yin's rather abrupt turn. A small pendant around his neck came into view. It was a fingertip-sized sapphire, blue gemstone, which still glistened with its own radiance even under the dim streetlights. The moment it appeared, Qin Ming's eyes were immediately drawn to it. It was neither for its resplendent exterior nor for its glistening radiance. Qin Ming was drawn to it solely for one reason. It emanated a familiar fluctuation, similar to the undulation of the power source of the octopus monster. Chapter 27. An evil beast has only one crystal core. Then what were those two that I shattered? Why does Qi Yin possess such a thing? A pensive look flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. They journeyed without incident, and soon the two reached the dormitory. It was a small 3-bedroom apartment of about 80 square meters. Usually, Qi Yin and Huang Mao each occupied a room, and the vacant one served as a study. Of course, this study was only useful to Qi Yin. For Huang Mao, It was but a mere ornament. You stay in my room, and I'll stay in the study. Additionally, the bathroom is over there. If you need to, you can go and freshen up now. As Qin spoke, he took out a set of home clothes. Qin Ming glanced down at his blood, splattered and dirty clothes. Casually took the clothes Qin offered and stepped into the bathroom. After a dozen minutes or so, a clean and refreshing young lad emerged. At the sight of the clean and sprightly Qin Ming, Qi-Yin's eyes lit up. He had previously thought Qin Ming was good looking, and now, after he was tidied up, he appeared even more brisk and neat. Just as the two were busy making the beds, Huang Mao, who had had a great time, arrived belatedly. As soon as he entered the door, Huang Mao's eyes fell on the deep blue pendant hanging around Qi-Yin's neck. He immediately assumed a fierce look and said, "Qi-Yin, if you keep wearing this crystal core around your neck every day, beware that I might not be able to resist stealing it for my cultivation one day." Qi-Yin, who was tidying up the bed, looked back at Huang Mao and grinned. "You won't do that. Although you do things recklessly, you never cheat your teammates. I believe in you." Hearing this, the fierce expression on Huang Mao's face froze, and he found it hard to maintain. He scratched his head embarrassedly and murmured in a low voice, "Am I really that good?" However, the corners of his mouth that had curled up just wouldn't go down. Qin Ming, who was watching the show on the side, had a glint in his eyes. He heard a new term, crystal core. Adhering to the principle of asking when one doesn't understand, he immediately put on an appearance of being eager to learn. Crystal core. Seeing his look, Huang Mao, who loved to play the teacher, immediately gestured excitedly. "Yes, this is the crystal core. It's something that only monsters above the first rank have. It's also the source of a monster's power. When fighting a monster, as long as you take out its crystal core, the monster will soon die. Let me tell you, this thing is extremely precious. A monster only has one crystal core. Also, not every time you kill a monster will you get a crystal core. Only relatively outstanding monsters have them." Huang Mao was talking and gesturing at the same time. With an exaggerated tone, Qin Ming thought to himself, so the one I saw today was actually an outstanding one among monsters? However, his attention wasn't here but on the words, "A monster only has one crystal core." If a monster only has one crystal core, then what were those two things he smashed when he killed the octopus monster today? He frowned and thought, and at the same time tentatively asked, "Does a monster really only have one crystal core? Are there no exceptions?" The young man with yellow hair immediately said with a serious look on his face, "There are no exceptions. Each monster has only one crystal core. This is the truth." There was a rare and earnest look on the yellow-haired young man's face, as if he were stating an eternal truth of the world. Just as life is accompanied by death, wealth by poverty, males by females, and the old by the young, it is a well-known and widely accepted fact. The truth. Qin Ming became even more puzzled. Today, he had clearly crushed two crystal cores. If each monster had only one crystal core, then what were those things he had crushed? If they weren't crystal cores, then what were they? Qin Ming looked up at Qin and asked, "May I have a look at this thing?" "Sure." Qin generously took off the pendant and handed it over. Qin Ming grasped it in his hand and carefully sensed the power fluctuations within it. His mind was suddenly stirred. It was this kind of fluctuation, he wouldn't mistake it. If there had to be a difference, it was that the crystal core of the octopus monster was more active, while this one was more dormant. Meanwhile, the Qi in his dantian stirred restlessly, with an urge to devour the crystal core in his hand. However, this urge was not strong. Qin Ming only needed a single thought to suppress it. Now it was confirmed that the two things he had crushed today were indeed the crystal cores of the octopus monster. Then another question arose. Since each monster had only one crystal core, why did the octopus monster possess two? No, to be precise, it should be three. Because after he had crushed two of the octopus monster's crystal cores, the creature didn't die immediately. Instead, it continued to writhe and struggle, desperately fleeing in one direction. At that time, he clearly sensed the familiar power fluctuations within the opponent's body. So, why was this happening? Deep down, his intuition told him that this matter was of utmost significance to him. In the villa, Qin Ming's main consciousness returned to his physical body. He rolled over and sat up from the soft, large bed. Why? Why did the octopus monster possess three crystal nuclei? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the battered appearance of the octopus monster when it descended into the world. A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. Perhaps, the opponent not only had three crystal nuclei, but even more. Once this thought surfaced, it sent a buzz through his mind. So, what kind of existence had he encountered exactly? No, he had to go back and take a look. In the dim alley, a sturdy man walked in haste. At this time, the ground here was level, the walls were tidy, and the surroundings were spotless. Where was there any trace of the previous fight? How clean it was. The main consciousness that had occupied the clone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There were times when one had to admit the might and efficiency of the state apparatus. It seemed that there was nothing to be disowned. Thinking of this, he turned away in disappointment. Just as the main consciousness was about to leave, he was suddenly attracted by a figure across the way. It was a figure wrapped entirely in a black robe, with a hood covering the head, making it impossible to make out the features. However, judging from the build and height, it should be a burly man. He admitted that the weather in December was a bit cold, but surely it wasn't cold enough to wrap oneself up like a mummy. Nevertheless, it was others' freedom, and he had no right to interfere. However, out of respect for the other person's attire, he still paid a little more attention. At this moment, Qin Ming was heading east while that person was going west. At the moment when the two passed by each other, Qin Ming clearly smelled the scent of essential balm on the other person. In the middle of winter, spraying essential balm on oneself? What a strange person. Complaining silently in his heart, Qin Ming's main consciousness left his clone and returned to his original body. Chapter 28. Young man, the heavy responsibility of protecting the world is entrusted to you. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Qin Ming was awakened by the alarm. After pressing the alarm, he turned over and continued to sleep. He didn't want to go to school today. He'd let his clone go instead. At this point, it's necessary to mention that in order to prepare for such situations, he had specially spent a great deal of effort custom, making two clones that looked exactly like him. Here, they could be referred to as Qin Ming No. 1 and Qin Ming No. 2, abbreviated as No. 1 and No. 2. These two clones usually stayed in the villa, on standby at all times. And now they finally came in handy. At 6:10, No. 1 carried his school bag, turned around and left the villa, heading towards Qiqing City No. 2 High School. Starting today, No. 1 would take on Qin Ming's student identity. Without any unexpected circumstances, from then on, Qin Ming would no longer expend too much energy on school-related matters. Instead, his main focus would be on the National Security Bureau, the training camp, and the extraordinary world. On the morning of December 4th, Captain Ning brought Qin Ming to the Personnel Department of the National Security Bureau. As soon as the employees in the Personnel Department heard that this was the legendary spatial ability user, they immediately looked over with shocked expressions. The looks they gave him, as if he were a genius, made Qin Ming feel elated. Xiao Zhang handled the employment formalities for this new recruit. Captain Ning wore a genial smile. If Captain Sun, who was familiar with him, were here, he would surely detect the hidden smugness beneath this genial smile. Well, the leader gave a heads up yesterday. All the formalities have long been prepared. Captain Ning just needs to bring the new recruit to take a photo and sign. Then the procedures will be completed. So fast. Ning Xiaoming was a bit astonished. Every time he came to handle affairs before, he had to wait for half a day. For the first time, he felt the convenience and efficiency from the National Security Bureau. Truly, a genius is worthy of the name and is so highly regarded. Of course, why didn't they verify the identity of Lu Qinming Yang? It's the information age. What kind of data can't be retrieved from the internet? For an ordinary person to take the civil service exam, a 3-generation background check is required. To enter the National Security Bureau, naturally, one's ancestors back to the 18th generation will be thoroughly investigated. And is the identity of Qin Ming's alter ego genuine? Naturally, it is. Because his parents went deep into the mountains and found a real elderly person living alone, and then carried out an identity switch. As the price for this identity switch, his parents took care of the old man until his death before coming to Qiqing City. So he wasn't afraid of being investigated. Lu Yang, you sign here. After signing, it's done. The staff member patiently instructed. Qin Ming glanced at the content. After confirming it was correct, he directly signed. Watching Qin Ming sign the document readily, Captain Ning patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Well, from today onwards, you're an honorable staff member of the National Security Bureau. From now on, you must abide by the 3 principles and 5 regulations of the National Security Department, shoulder the responsibilities entrusted by the nation, and at the same time enjoy the rights granted by the state." Here, he suddenly paused, with an unprecedented solemnity on his face. He enunciated every word clearly. "Comrade Qin Ming, the arduous task of safeguarding the world is bestowed upon you. When facing those malevolent forces, are you ready?" Captain Ning stared directly into Qin Ming's eyes, with a seriousness he had never shown before. Through Qin Ming, he seemed to see his former self, full of ambition and determined to protect the whole world. More than a decade had passed in a blink of an eye. Time had taken its toll on him, and his heart had become weather-beaten. Looking back, that ambitious young man was nowhere to be found. The only thing that remained unchanged was perhaps that he still charged at the forefront. That was his battlefield, and maybe, in the future, it would be his grave. He had no regrets about the past and no fear of the future. He was earnest and deeply in love with every moment of the present. He accepted and relished everything he had. Protect the world? That was an ambitious goal that Qin Ming couldn't take on. He wanted to smile to ease the atmosphere, but looking at Captain Ning, whose face was full of vicissitudes, yet whose eyes were full of gravity, he just couldn't force a smile. At this moment, the scene of the octopus monster self detonating suddenly popped into his mind. At that time, the yellow-haired guy hid, the little girl stepped back, and Qin put up a shield. Only he, knowing the danger, still rushed towards him. Qin Ming, he was aware that he was now an avatar and wouldn't die, thus he could act recklessly. However, the other party was unaware that he was invulnerable. When the octopus monster self detonated, he was in such a sorry state even when he was on the periphery of the explosion. If he had been at the epicenter, how could he have possibly preserved his life? Being someone who had always been at the front line, he couldn't have been oblivious to this fact. Despite knowing the danger, he still took the action and risked his life for a stranger he had just met for the first time. This kind of behavior was beyond Qin Ming's comprehension, and he himself would never do so. Qin Ming always held a sense of reverence for things he was incapable of. So he nodded gravely and replied with a serious look, "I can't guarantee that I'll succeed, but I'll strive in that direction." Hardly had he finished speaking when Captain Ning's face suddenly flushed red, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "Pfft. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. You young folks really fall for this kind of thing." With this laughter, the solemn, desolate atmosphere he had just created evaporated instantly. In the field, there was only a middle-aged man doubling over with laughter and a young man with a flushed and embarrassed face. At that moment, Qin Ming was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. "Old guy, I must have been crazy to fall for your trick. I'll never trust you again." A minute later, Captain Ning finally stopped laughing. Nevertheless, he still looked at Qin Ming playfully and said, all right, don't be angry. Let's talk about something practical." He extended a hand and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. Regarding Qin Ming's indignant expression, a mischievous smile played on his lips. Working at the National Security Organization offers great freedom. In your leisure time, you're free to go wherever you wish. However, when there's a task at hand, a single phone call will require you to return to the team immediately. Oh, right. Special equipment like phones will be provided to you once you graduate from the training camp. You're in your probation period, and your monthly salary is 2,000 yuan. Although it's not a substantial amount, it should be just enough to cover your living expenses. After you come back from the training camp, your basic salary will be raised to 4,000 yuan, and there will be various subsidies as well. All in all, you can earn around 6,000 yuan. Moreover, after your return from the training camp, the National Security Organization will directly allocate dormitories for you, resolving your accommodation and dining concerns. Without these expenses, 6,000 yuan will enable you to live quite comfortably in this small county. Every time we embark on a mission, you'll receive varying points ranging from 1 to 5. As for the actual monetary reward, it depends on the difficulty of the mission and your performance within it. These points can be used to exchange for cultivation methods and skills, or you can seek guidance from senior colleagues. Or, as he spoke, Captain Ning suddenly turned his head and gave Qin Ming a mysterious smile. "Did the paper maker ever tell you that our points are highly sought after in the market? In the market, 1 point is worth this much." He crossed 2 index fingers, gesturing across. 10,000 yuan? Qin Ming ventured. "No, it's 100,000 yuan. Captain Ning grinned proudly. "Therefore, young man, strive on. As long as you undertake 1 mission a month, it'll be ample for you to squander for the month. How about it, young man? Isn't the treatment of this job quite good?" Chapter 29. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon to be fair. Such job treatment is rather excellent for a small county like Qiqing City. However, for Qin Ming, who possesses an unknown fortune, the amount of salary isn't his primary concern. What he cares most about is how many missions he can take on in a month and what he can acquire from these missions. Will he be able to obtain fragments from the demons every time? The first time he fused a fragment, he awakened the ability of infinite clones. The second time, he awakened spatial abilities. If he can get a fragment every time he slays a monster in the future, to what extent will his abilities evolve? Just thinking about it makes his heart flutter with excitement. Just as Qin Ming was still deep in thought, Captain Ning suddenly leaned over. By the way, after you go to the training camp, those instructors will surely tell you that when in danger, don't be afraid and charge forward, for only the brave can survive. He lowered his voice and whispered into Qin Ming's ear, don't believe them. When you encounter demons you can't defeat, don't have the slightest burden. Run away at the first moment. Saving your life is of utmost importance. As long as you're alive, everything is possible. Once you're gone, everything turns into nothingness. This is my experience from years on the front line. You must remember it. After saying that, Captain Ning patted Qin Ming's shoulder. Then, his voice suddenly rose. With a beaming smile, he turned around and strode forward. Facing the sunlight, he resembled a warrior embracing the light and riding the wind into the distance. He drawled. His tone melancholic as he said, young man, go home and make preparations. Tomorrow morning, a special car will come to pick you up. I'll personally send you into the training camp. Strive on, young man. From now on, your life will no longer be mediocre. What awaits you is the vast expanse of stars and the boundless ocean. His speech was impassioned, yet if one overlooked Captain Ning's limping leg, it would be more perfect. Only Qin Ming was left standing there, stunned. It was you who said that self-preservation was of utmost importance, and also you who said to run at the first moment. However, when danger struck, it was you who rushed forward first and fought desperately for strangers. Captain Ning, which side of you should I believe? Just like this. Lu Qin Ming Yang was sent back home. Qin Ming didn't need to worry about the matter of Lu Yang's identity. After the clone entered the training camp, the school register would automatically be transferred to the military academy. From then on, his personal information would become classified material, and he would no longer be an obscure person whose information could be casually looked through by anyone. Meanwhile, at Qingqing No. 2 High School, the first exam had just ended. It was already past 11 noon, and the lunchtime for Senior 3 students was 12 o'clock. During the half-hour in between, the students went to the restroom and then voluntarily returned to the classroom for self-study. Usually at this time, the head teacher would come to the class to maintain order, summarize experiences, and give the students an encouraging speech. However, Mr. Su, the head teacher of Class 33, was lying in the ICU, his life hanging in the balance, so naturally he couldn't come to cheer them on. At this moment, the temporary head teacher, Miss Wang, came in handy. However, as an inexperienced novice, Xiao Wang had no idea how to summarize experiences for his classmates. Nor did he know what to do to quickly boost their morale. Nevertheless, being a novice also had its advantages. It didn't matter not having experience. As long as he was willing to use his brain, he ultimately found his own way. During a self-study class, Xiao Wang suddenly walked in carrying 2 large handbags. There were so many and heavy things in the 2 handbags that Xiao Wang's face turned red. As soon as he entered the classroom, he couldn't bear the weight any longer and placed the handbags on the podium. Then he greeted the classmates below. Come and help quickly. I've brought you all some delicious treats. As soon as they heard there were delicious things, Huang Mao Ding and Hua immediately got excited. He rushed over at once, took the handbags, and craned his neck to look inside. Immediately, an exclamation from him echoed through the classroom. It's lemon tea? This cup of tea must cost at least 10 yuan, right? Why did you buy so many? You can't drink them all by yourself. Since being taught a lesson by a group of Qin Ming's clones last time, Huang Mao Ding Hua had changed his former way of acting as the class bully and became much more approachable. After discarding his bully-like behavior, Ding Hua showed the vitality that was appropriate for his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. In the past, he would have at least pretended for a while before taking action. Hearing the question, Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses and said, of course. I didn't buy so many for myself. I bought them for you all. In addition, if you were to buy the lemon tea individually, it would cost 10 yuan per cup. However, since I purchased 50 cups at once, there was naturally a discount. They charged me 6 yuan per cup, which meant I saved 4 yuan on each cup. In total, I saved 200 yuan on 50 cups. Hee. Thinking about how much I'd saved, Teacher Wang wore a smug look on his face. Ding Hua thought, this young teacher doesn't seem very bright. Wouldn't he save even more if he didn't buy any? Of course, he wouldn't voice such a thought. Just then, Teacher Wang casually selected a few students to help distribute the lemon tea. Students, I know you all worked incredibly hard in the exam this morning, and the questions were rather difficult. Some of you might be feeling disheartened, thinking you didn't do well. But let me tell you, there's nothing in this world that can't be overcome. Let's have a cup of tea together and cast all our worries out of our minds. Let's fight again this afternoon. The 50 cups of lemon tea cost him 300 yuan. For him, 300 yuan was no small sum. You know, having been here for less than a year, he only earned 1,800 yuan a month. This single purchase had already consumed 1/6 of his monthly salary. And it was only December 4th, the month had just begun. Given that his salary usually ran out quickly, he'd most likely be living frugally this month. But it didn't matter. As long as the kids could regain their morale, it was all worthwhile. With such thoughts in mind, Teacher Wang watched as the cups of lemon tea were distributed to the students. Qin Ming, also known as Number 1, who had dropped by casually, held the cup of lemon tea in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. He adored teachers like this. Previously, the other party had exchanged a great deal of insights with the clone Lu Song, which at that time made Qin Ming develop a favorable impression of this young teacher. Now, upon seeing him, Qin Ming found that such an approachable and empathetic young teacher was indeed appealing. With this thought in mind, he directly spoke up, "Sir, your salary isn't high, is it? You've just spent 300, and it's on us. Aren't you heart-stricken?" Having his weak spot hit, Teacher Wang wore a pained expression on his face and said, "I'm really heart-stricken. How could I not be? However, as long as you can make a little growth through this incident, I'll feel that my money is well spent." Qin Ming smiled. In his previous life, there was a popular saying on the internet, "Tricks won't last long. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon." He was touched by Teacher Wang's sincerity. Due to the matter involving Old Su, he had originally planned to give 58 zeros as scores to warn Old Su. Now that Old Su had been admitted to the ICU, this plan was naturally aborted. During the morning exam, he also let each clone play freely, keeping the scores at the usual level. Now, he actually had a thought of striving for something for this young teacher. Realizing this, Qin Ming himself found it amusing. An invisible tycoon worth billions, have been won over by a cup of lemon tea. How ridiculous. Chapter 30. The students one cherishes are merely a business opportunity in others' eyes. During a quiet self-study class, Teacher Wang, sitting on the podium, suddenly glanced at his wristwatch. Then, he said to the students below mysteriously, "Classmates, let's discuss something. First, promise me not to speak loudly." "What's the matter?" Ding Hunhua spoke. Behind him, Go Xiaodui closed his just-opened mouth. Since Brother Hun was educated, he felt that his role in front of Brother Hun had declined significantly. No, if he didn't work harder, he wouldn't even be qualified to be a lackey. No one paid attention to the thoughts of this petty person. At this moment, Qin Ming once again cast his attention on the Number 1 clone. In the classroom, Teacher Xiao Wang glanced at his watch again. After confirming the time, he said somewhat eagerly, "First, you have to promise that no matter what I say, you can't get excited." Qin Ming smiled. At the same time, numerous clones and Ding Hunhua all spoke up, "We promise not to get excited." Seeing that everyone was so cooperative, Teacher Xiao Wang immediately said with a beaming smile, "It's 11:55 now. There are still 5 minutes until it's time for lunch." Huh? Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. What was he going to say? Teacher Xiao Wang continued, "The teacher has witnessed all your efforts this morning. Therefore, the teacher thinks that you should be allowed to leave school early for lunch." Shoo! Teacher Xiao Wang accurately anticipated the students' cheers and stopped the cheers that were almost blurted out in advance. After making sure that the students wouldn't cheer anymore, Teacher Xiao Wang quietly explained, "Keep quiet. Do this quietly. Don't let the leaders of the school inspection team notice, because I'll get criticized for doing this. So, you understand." As he spoke, he made a zipping motion at his mouth, meaning to tell the students not to spread the news. In the classroom, the students immediately made a zipping motion at their mouths in a tacit way. At this moment, some might wonder, isn't it just having a meal 5 minutes earlier? Why are they so elated? The answer is that it's not merely about those few minutes. It signifies that the students in Class 3, Senior 3, no longer need to dash with long-legged strides to vie with other students in speed. It means they don't have to stand there with empty stomachs, eyeing the long queue ahead and constantly calculating whether the delicious fried sauce noodles they love will be gone by the time it's their turn. It implies that they can soon sit beside the dining chairs, hugging their beloved fried sauce noodles, relishing the delicacies while leisurely observing the forlorn expressions of other students queuing up interminably, waiting for their turn to get food. It's like having reached the shore and sitting there, watching classmates struggling in the water. When in high spirits, one can even offer a few comments to those in the water. This spiritual delight is beyond words. Subsequently, with the tacit cooperation of everyone and under the leadership of Teacher Wang, most of the students in the class stealthily left the classroom, descended the stairs, traversed 3 buildings and a large square, and finally arrived at the dining hall. Among them, Qin Ming curled the corners of his mouth. wearing a relaxed and contented smile on his face. He adored this young teacher. If Class 3, Senior 3, were to be led by this young teacher from then on, he wouldn't mind presenting a grand gift to the teacher upon graduation. However, could this class truly remain under the young teacher's charge? It's highly unlikely. After all, the key classes in a key high school have always been tools for some to achieve fame and success. Currently, the head teacher of Class 3, Senior 3, is in the ICU. This coveted position is now vacant, naturally attracting a horde of wolves. It's impossible for teacher Xiao Wang, a newly arrived intern teacher, to be qualified to take on this lucrative teaching assignment. Thinking of this, Qin Ming pressed down the corners of his lips. Since he took a fancy to this young teacher, no other teachers should even think about getting involved with Class 33. In the afternoon, the exam proceeded as normal. Teacher Xiao Wang, who was leading students for the first time, was even more enthusiastic than the students. He bustled around, bringing tea and water, not acting like a teacher at all. When the test papers were distributed, Teacher Xiao Wang finally left the classroom awkwardly under the disdainful looks of the invigilator. Subsequently, this fledgling teacher started his experience of waiting outside the examination room. He paced back and forth until the invigilator, unable to bear it any longer, personally invited him into the teacher's office. Just when Teacher Xiao Wang thought this afternoon would be spent in anxious waiting, his phone rang. Glancing at the word teacher on the screen, Teacher Xiao Wang instinctively straightened his face and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why is the teacher looking for me at this time?" A few minutes later, Teacher Xiao Wang sat in the teaching affairs office, looking at Vice Principal Han and a middle-aged woman across from him, feeling dejected. He knew he couldn't become the head teacher of Class 33, and the person who would replace him would appear sooner or later. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Here's the thing, Xiao Wang. From now on, Class 33 will be handed over to Teacher San. You can take a break. Do you have any objections? Vice Principal Han asked about his opinion, but his face showed a look of nonchalance. Obviously, this was just a formality. If it weren't for the fact that this young teacher was the protege of the teaching director, he wouldn't even have bothered with this formality. As Deputy Principal Han was speaking, the middle-aged woman turned her head slightly and glanced in this direction. That condescending look made Teacher Wang uncomfortable. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman ignored everyone present and turned to look out of the window again. The window of the disciplinary office faced the school playground. At this moment, it was unclear which class was having a physical education class. The students were playing basketball on the playground, recklessly squandering their youth and sweat. Looking at the vibrant bodies on the playground, a glint of greed and desire flashed across the middle-aged woman's eyes. Without knowing what she was thinking, a sinister smile appeared on her face. In the disciplinary office, the disciplinary director and the deputy principal seemed not to notice the middle-aged woman's haughty expression. They continued on their own. "This matter is settled. You can go back if you have nothing else to do, Teacher Wang." However, Teacher Wang, who had been told to go back, didn't obey. He suppressed the low-spirited emotions in his heart and glanced at the woman opposite. He had been at this school for a year and had met all the teachers here. Why had he never heard of a teacher surnamed Sean? Where did this woman come from? Why was she suddenly going to teach the senior class for 3 years? Nowadays, was it so easy to teach the graduating class? What if she taught poorly? Wouldn't it ruin those 50 kids? Indeed, he couldn't teach the graduating class, but as the temporary teacher of the kids, he was entitled to test the woman's capabilities on behalf of the children. Having thought of this, he couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question that had been bothering him. "Excuse me, Miss Sean, where did you teach before, and how many years of teaching experience do you have?" Across the way, the woman surnamed San cast a glance back at Teacher Xiao Wang and gave him a disdainful smile. "You're meddling too much." After saying that, she continued to look out of the window. In the teaching affairs office, the two leaders seemed oblivious to each other's rudeness and still urged Teacher Xiao Wang to leave. At that moment, Teacher Xiao Wang vaguely grasped something. He looked up at the bald-headed teaching director, his eyes brimming with complexity and desolation. "Teacher, have you also defected? Haha, so you've become like this." At this moment, he finally understood that the students he cherished so dearly were just a business deal in others' eyes. He lowered his head in silence. After a long while, he looked up again, staring at the bald-headed teaching director with a determined look in his eyes. "If the price of being a teacher is to compromise with the vulgar and collude with the corrupt, then I'd rather not be a teacher." Thinking of this, he flung his hand and turned around to leave the office. Behind him, the scolding voice of Vice Principal Han drifted over from afar. "Oh dear. How could this young man just leave like that without even saying goodbye? How impolite. Chapter 31. Well, you've courted your own doom. When the second exam ended, Teacher Xiao Wang didn't appear in the classroom. He didn't know how to face his students. And that Miss San, who had just taken on the class teacher's job, showed up outside the classroom with an arrogant look on her face, just after the students handed in their papers. That ill-fated looking woman surnamed Sen entered the classroom with a gloomy face. Who are you? You've entered the wrong class. Seeing a stranger come in, Ding Huanhua shouted out proactively, intending to remind the intruder to leave. Now, Ding Huanhua's proactive attitude was completely different from before. Behind him, Gou Xiaodui quickly found his place and promptly added, "Right, the school doesn't allow selling things. Leave quickly, or I'll call the security guards to kick you out. Look, as long as one makes an effort, one will eventually quickly find one's position. You see, Gou Xiaodui, who has made up his mind to be a toady, will directly create needs for his master." After the two of them said this, they began to be busy with other things. And no, one didn't pay attention to this woman either. The other students in the class were all occupied with their own affairs, presenting a bustling scene. Here, it needs to be explained that without the command of the main consciousness, the clones would act like normal humans, each going about their own business. This scene would seem just an ordinary one to an average person, yet the woman with the surname Sen didn't think so. She believed that the actions of these students were a sign of disrespect to her. Thus, with a dark face and heaving chest, she glared at the students below, cursing them vehemently in her heart. A bunch of sacrificial victims destined to be offered. How dare they be so arrogant? When you were sacrificed in the future, I'll surely trample on you a few more times. Just then, Ding Huanhua murmured in a low voice, "I wonder why Xiao Wang hasn't come yet. It's been ages since I last saw him. I kind of miss him." Hearing this, the woman with the surname Sen sneered and said, "There's no need for you to wait. He won't come anymore because he's no longer your class teacher. From today on, I am your class teacher." Although she could console herself not to be angry with these sacrificial victims, she wasn't going to tolerate this annoyance. It was already tiring enough to be sent here. Who would stand this kind of nonsense? "What did you say?" Ding Huanhua was stunned for a moment and then asked. One could discern his astonishment and disbelief from the elevated pitch of his voice. "I declared that a good for nothing like him, lacking both experience and academic qualifications, had been expelled from school and would never show up here again." The woman with the surname Sen clearly perceived Ding Huanhua's concern for Teacher Wang. She opened her mouth to spout nonsense. Moreover, during this process, she slandered and belittled Teacher Wang. "Excuse me, who are you? Where did this old hag pop up from? Do we have to accept whatever you say?" Ding Huanhua was taken aback for a moment and immediately retorted. Coming to school was already a hassle, and now he had to endure the ramblings of an unknown woman. Did he look like he had nothing better to do? Hearing herself being called an old hag, the woman's face darkened even more. However, it was beneath her dignity to quarrel with a student. Instead of arguing, she thought it more effective to strike at his core. So, she flashed a sneering smile, looking down condescendingly at the students whose faces had turned grim, and said, "A tiny ant remains a tiny ant. No matter how ferociously it brandishes its claws, it can't alter the truth. And the truth now is." At this point, she regarded Ding Huanhua with a look of utter contempt, slightly raising her chin. Her eyes full of disdain and her demeanor haughty. She enunciated each word slowly. "I am your class teacher. You must obey me." Ding Huanhua was stunned for a brief moment, then suddenly blurted out a vulgarity. "Damn it. Where did this crazy woman come from? Have you even bothered to find out who I am? How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me?" After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Behind him, several classmates simultaneously rolled up their sleeves. For a moment, there was an air of collective excitement. On the stage, Granny San watched the actions below without the slightest sign of panic. Instead, she nonchalantly remarked, "Fight? Do you not want your school enrollment status? Do you not want your graduation certificate? Do you not want to take the college entrance examination? Do you not want to honor the efforts of the past decade? Do you not want to respect your parents' decade-long endeavors?" With each sentence she uttered, the aggression in her eyes intensified, and so did the student's indignation. By the time she finished speaking, her entire face was filled with contempt and disdain. As soon as she had finished, Gou Xiaodui, who had been cowering in a corner without daring to make a sound, immediately rushed out and grabbed Ding Huanhua and several classmates. He knew that Brother Hun was the nephew of the school principal, and generally, he would be fine. However, this general situation did not include hitting a teacher. Even Brother Hun couldn't act recklessly, let alone others. As long as they dared to fight, that woman's threat might well become a reality. Although he kept trying to break up the fight with his hands, Go Xiaotui's heart was seething with anger. He really wanted to punch her. Seeing the scene below, Granny San immediately burst into a smug laugh. Trash is always trash. After saying this, Granny San gracefully turned around and left the classroom, resembling a victorious peacock strutting away. She had come here to inform the students that their homeroom teacher was being changed. Now that the task was done, there was no need to waste any more time here. As for their studies, she wasn't their parents. They could achieve whatever results they wanted. With the superiority of a victor, Granny San fluttered away. Don't hold me back. I'm going to beat her to death, came Ding Huanhua's enraged roar from behind. However, he was tightly held by Go Xiaotui and couldn't move an inch. Around them, other classmates also roared angrily, vowing to teach this woman a lesson. Without the control of the main body, each clone has emotions like an ordinary person. Amid the chaotic crowd, Qin Ming calmly closed his book, raising his head to gaze at the departing figure of Granny Umbrella, threatening his students with the future. Very well, you have sealed your own fate. With so many clones in a fit of rage, Qin Ming, as the main body, just came to take a look and witness the scene he loathed the most. Immediately, Qin Ming made a decision to send this woman to her doom. Outside the door, Granny Umbrella was like a victorious peacock, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. She walked in circles, as if floating on air. What she didn't know was that above her head, a black crow was flying closer and closer. Suddenly, the crow dropped a cobblestone the size of a baby's fist from the sky. The cobblestone accelerated rapidly and soon became a blur. With overwhelming might, the cobblestone crashed down towards Granny Umbrella's head. Indeed, Qin Ming intended to use the same old trick. Whether she would end up in the ICU or go straight to the underworld, it all depended on how tough her life was. Unexpectedly, just as the cobblestone was about to strike her head, Granny Umbrella suddenly dodged to the side, evading the cobblestone that had fallen from the sky. The crow in the sky flapped its wings and hovered there in a daze. This sudden turn of events took it by surprise. On the ground, Granny Umbrella wore an enraged expression. She picked up the stone and hurled it towards the sky. The raven flapped its wings to dodge, but did not leave. Instead, it circled right there. Granny Umbrella put her hands on her hips and hurled a volley of curses at the sky. Damn feathered brute. You almost smashed your old granny to death. Just you wait. Once your old granny gets stronger, I'll definitely stew you. After saying that, she angrily clutched her head and strode briskly towards the corridor. Although her words were full of bravado, she was actually quite terrified inside. What if that brute dropped another stone? In the sky, the raven, helpless, flapped its wings and flew away, seemingly giving up completely. In the classroom, a glint of light flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Chapter 32. Because I'll formulate my own rules. I'll deal with her. In the classroom, Ding Huanhua's face flushed as red as pig liver. His chest heaved like a broken bellows. Behind him, Go Xiaotui kept silent. One should just take the big shot's angry words with a grain of salt. If you take them seriously, you're bound to lose. A few minutes later, Ding Huanhua finally extricated himself from the grip of anger. With a gloomy face and focused eyes, he stared at the desk and muttered to himself, I'll rebel. I'll express my indignation. We're the key class, the linchpin for the school to win prestige, and the crucial factor for it to secure resources in the future. I don't believe the school will ignore our opinions. As Ding Huanhua talked, he got increasingly excited. Isn't there an exam tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'll hand in a blank paper. I'll tell the school that they must get rid of this woman. Saying so, he stepped onto the podium, waved his fist, and shouted at the students below with a furious look on his face. We can't just let this go. We must take action and tell the school that we won't accept this woman. Take action. Let the school know our will. Let the school recognize our will and accept our conditions. Hand in blank test papers. Replace the class teacher. Hand in blank test papers. Replace Miss Wang. He waved his arms, resembling a valiant fighter making a proclamation on the podium. His face was flushed, and his expression was one of intense indignation. Under the influence of his inciting words, the students below began to wave their arms one after another. For a moment, Class 33 was in complete chaos. Suddenly, Ding Huanhua's eyes turned cold as he stared at Go Xiaotui. Why are you silent? Don't you agree with me? Do you like that woman? These 3 consecutive questions landed on Go Xiaotui's heart like bullets, stabbing him with shame and a sense of urgency. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, No, Brother Han. I'm the same as you. I also hate this woman. In fact, I even hate her more than you do. She's just an old hag. No one knows where she came from. Suddenly, she popped up in front of us, acting all high and mighty. Who does she think she is? Ding Huanhua directly interrupted Go Xiaodui's rambling and got straight to the point. Then will you hand in a blank test paper with us? Hearing this, Go Xiaodui's once indignant face immediately froze. His complexion gradually turned ashen. The head that he had just lifted slowly dropped. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a dull voice, Brother Han, do you know? I really envy you. You are so unrestrained. When you're dissatisfied with a teacher, you simply turn in a blank paper. When someone gets on your nerves, you take immediate action. When you see someone being bullied, you charge forward and deliver a powerful kick, living life so boldly and yet still maintaining excellent academic performance. Do you know how envious I am of you? I imitate your walking posture, your way of speaking, and even the arc of your leg when you kick someone. I dream of becoming you, yet after all this time, I've never managed to be like you, not even in my dreams. Because I'm well aware that the greatest gap between you and me lies in our family backgrounds. We're truly different. I don't have parents to back me up. I don't have an uncle who would still cover for me even if I turn in a blank paper. I don't have a future that will shine brightly regardless of whether I stray off the right path. Truly, Brother Hooligan, I can't be reckless. You see, if you turn in a blank paper, at most your uncle will scold you. But it's different for me. I really might get a demerit, be suspended, or even expelled. And I can't bear even the mildest of these consequences. Brother Hooligan, I have to tread carefully at every step, like walking on thin ice. I can't be reckless, let alone turn in a blank paper. My grades are the hope for my parents to persevere and strive for a better future. They are the driving force for their continued hard work and the promise I've made to them. I really can't be reckless. Brother Hooligan, I'm sorry. Please forgive my defection. But truly, I can't be reckless. At first, Go Xiaodui's voice was dull, but as he continued speaking, his emotions grew more and more intense, and his voice became increasingly resounding. Finally, amidst a series of apologies, he covered his face painfully and crouched on the ground, sobbing. For a moment, the entire class 3-3 fell into silence. Ding Huanhua stood there, rigid. He had never imagined that the lackey who followed him around every day actually had such a complex inner journey. Indeed, he came from a privileged background and had always done things as he pleased, almost overlooking the fact that the majority in this world were ordinary people with many constraints. Thinking of what Go Xiaodui had said, he felt a great deal of mixed emotions and didn't know what to say for a moment. Amidst the subdued sobs, it seemed as if class 3-3 had been pressed the pause button, and all the noise vanished. Finally, Ding Huanhua hoarsely pulled Go Xiaodui up from the ground. Come on. A real man doesn't cry. It was my oversight in this matter. I apologize to you, he said. Then, Ding Huanhua gave a hard pat on Go Xiaodui's thin shoulders, causing the slender Go Xiaodui to sway unsteadily. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed into the classroom through the door. Guys, you can't do this. Teacher Wang, looking exhausted, rushed into the classroom and shouted loudly. Just now, a colleague had called him and told him what was going on here, which gave Teacher Wang such a shock that he rushed over immediately. He no longer had the mind to care about his shattered worldview and his grief-stricken heart. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He couldn't let them get into a mess. And even less could he let his own matter affect their futures. He couldn't bear the weight of so many children's futures. Therefore, there came the words that Teacher Wang blurted out as he rushed in. At this moment, on the podium, Teacher Wang was leaning on his knees with both hands, out of breath and looking haggard. Teacher, you weren't driven away. Ding Huanhua looked up, his eyes brimming with pleasant surprise. I'm fine. After all, I was selected through multiple rounds of exams. It's not up to anyone to drive me away. They have to ask the country first. At first, Teacher Wang was still gasping for breath, but as he gradually regained his composure, his speech became smoother and his tone firmer. But Ding Huanhua seemed to recall something and spoke hesitantly. But I'm no longer your homeroom teacher, right? Teacher Wang waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, I was never the homeroom teacher in the first place. I was just sent here to take on the role temporarily. I'll leave on my own when the new teacher arrives. All right, stop dwelling on this. Let me tell you, there are 3 opportunities for a new start in life. The first is birth, the second is the college entrance examination, and the third is your first job. We have no say in the first one, but we can determine the second. Look, you're at this crucial juncture right now. So, you must be cautious and not let irrelevant people and matters outside distract you, including me. Standing on the podium, Teacher Wang looked exhausted yet excited, as if he had once again become that high-spirited young man. After his persuasive speech, the students in the class finally quieted down. All right, I won't stay here to disrupt you anymore. Study hard and seize the opportunity of a second rebirth. I wish each of you a glorious future." With these words, Teacher Xiao Wang made a gesture of encouragement and then turned around to leave the classroom. Once outside, his once straight back immediately slumped. Although his own life was in shambles, he had to boost the students' morale. After the initial burst of energy faded, he felt how ludicrous and pitiful he was. Oh, how ridiculous. In the desolate corridor, Teacher Xiao Wang's forlorn laughter suddenly rang out. It was unclear whether he was laughing at himself or others. His voice, so youthful, carried such a desolate tone. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "Teacher, are you willing to be replaced like this?" Teacher Xiao Wang was startled. He recognized the voice. It was a male student surnamed Qin from class 33. He tried to maintain a teacher's dignity and summoned the spirit to face the student behind him. However, once one's energy has faded, it's impossible to regain it so quickly. After a minute of fruitless effort, he gave in and let his emotions engulf him. Perhaps it was because the student appeared at just the right moment. Or maybe his mental defenses had completely crumbled. He simply spoke his mind. "I don't really care about being willing or not. The only thing that gnaws at me is, why is it that woman? She knows nothing. She doesn't even understand the most basic educational psychology. Letting an outsider lead a group of students on the verge of a crucial battle is extremely irresponsible." Teacher Wang stood with his back to Qin Ming, pounding the ground fiercely with his hands, his heart filled with rage and bewilderment. How could they be so irresponsible? How could they? That was the future of 50 children. The entire lives of 50 children. The efforts and hopes of 50 families. How could they do this, having abandoned all pretense? Teacher Wang's expression was contorted with a profound sense of injustice and fury. He resembled a lone wolf trapped in a cage with its claws and fangs bared. The air of indignation, resignation, and helplessness was so palpable that even without turning around, Qin Ming standing behind him could feel it acutely. Gazing at the back that resembled a lone wolf, Qin Ming asked, "Sir, haven't you ever considered putting up a fight?" The figure froze. "Fight?" he exclaimed. "Indeed. I will fight, yet it won't save you at present. Moreover," he suddenly let out a laugh, his voice tinged with indescribable desolation. "If an ordinary person wishes to wield power, they must abide by their rules. But if I follow their rules, will I still be myself? Even if I master the rules and acquire power, will I still possess the determination and courage to stand up for the ordinary folk? Ha ha ha, what a paradox. This society is truly a quagmire. No one can stay clean." With his back still turned to Qin Ming, Teacher Wang's voice was laden with despair and anguish, along with the helplessness and desolation of an ordinary person. An abyss on the left, a sea of bitterness on the right. Oxen and horses in this world have never had the right to choose. Qin Ming fell silent. "Teacher, the reason why you suffer is that the justice you believe in has been trampled upon by others. When it's trampled, yet you can only be angry because you're powerless to resist. However, I'm different. I possess strength, and it's absolute. Towards those people, I only have the intention to kill. I don't care about the rules of this society, for I'll establish my own rules." Chapter 33. If there were even the slightest bit of chi left in my dantian, how could I tolerate the arrogance of a mere ant? That afternoon, the crows in the sky kept circling without leaving. After realizing that the other side couldn't do anything to her, Granny San, who was huddled in the office, became extremely excited. She continuously stood in front of the large window of the office, taunting the crows with a mocking look on her face. Come on, come on. Animals are always animals. They only know how to throw stones. How stupid. Oh, I'm not going out today. What can you do? Hee, brainless animals. Come on, throw stones at me. Hee. Outside the window, the crows faithfully relayed the scene here to Qin Ming. In the corner, a little-known teacher sat in the corner, looking at Granny San as if she were a madwoman. Then, he lowered his head even more deeply. In the corridor, Qin Ming laughed. It turned out that people really do laugh when they're extremely speechless. After the first failure, his attention was drawn by Ding Huanhua and Teacher Wang. During this moment of distraction, that woman actually started to act recklessly. Well, since she can't wait to die, he doesn't mind granting her wish. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He almost forgot that he had such a clone. In a dark corner of the office building, a gigantic cockroach shook its head. It had just received a command. It rapidly flapped its wings, emitting signals to the surroundings. Gather immediately and deploy the troops. At the same time, all the cockroaches within a 100-meter radius started flapping their wings simultaneously. Affirmative, Your Majesty. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the frequency of their wing flapping was the same as that of the Cockroach King. The Cockroach King flapped its wings again. Spread the message and quickly summon all the cockroaches in this building. No, in this entire school. The surrounding small cockroaches flapped their wings. Affirmative. Affirmative. Everyone. The king is calling for a gathering. Hurry back. Indeed, this colossal cockroach was one of Qin Ming's clones. Speaking of which, it's necessary to mention that each of Qin Ming's clones was intelligent, coupled with their immortality. These clones quickly stood out among their respective groups and became the kings of their herds. This even included the plants planted on the ground that couldn't move. Thus, with the efforts of one cockroach after another, the cockroaches in the office soon gathered in one direction. Meanwhile, from other office buildings, the canteen, dormitories, and other places in the school, numerous cockroaches also emerged one after another. Before long, these cockroaches converged, forming lines, then rivers, and finally a vast sea. In the teacher's office building, in the office where Granny Umbrella was, only the cowering young teacher and Granny Umbrella remained. At this moment, Granny Umbrella was sitting by the window with a gloomy face, giving the middle finger to the crows in the sky. She lowered her head and sipped her tea leisurely, then looked up at the crow. She was quite certain that the creature had developed intelligence and could understand her gestures. Thus, she deliberately kept provoking it. What she relished the most was seeing the crow enraged but unable to do anything to her. When she caught sight of the crow's increasingly blood-red eyes, she couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Come on, you feathered brute. If you've got the guts, attack me. Come on, ram right here," she said, pointing at her own head with an air of smugness and arrogance. Just then, a rustling sound came from the office doorway. Upon closer listening, one could also hear the fluttering of wings. The noise was so loud that even if Granny San wasn't paying attention, she still heard it. "What's that noise?" She turned her head and was startled. At the office doorway, a dark cloud seemed to rush in, covering the area. A closer look revealed that it was actually hundreds and thousands of flying cockroaches. Damn it! Where did all these bugs come from? Ugh! Before Granny San could finish her scream of shock, she was enveloped by the swarm of cockroaches. One even flew right into her mouth. Ugh! Get out! When the entire cockroach swarm completely surrounded her, Granny San couldn't hold back any longer. A tremor ran through her body, and a thin, almost invisible aura emerged from within her, encasing her. In an instant, a layer of cockroaches crawling on her body was shaken to death. There was a series of popping sounds on the ground as the cockroach corpses fell. Having gained a moment to catch her breath, a chill of fear ran through her heart. Had she heeded the above instructions and concealed herself just now, she would probably be half dead by now. However, if she defied her superior's order, the superior would surely punish her once informed. By then, she would be in serious trouble. Therefore, she mustn't let the superior know. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she cast a glance at that unremarkable young teacher. If she killed him and fought her way out from here, no one would know of her exposure. Meanwhile, with this person attracting those cockroaches here, the number of cockroaches attacking her would decrease, and her chances of escaping would be greater. After getting out, she must find out which scoundrel had set her up like this. With this in mind, she flashed and appeared behind the young teacher, who was still in a state of stunned shock. She raised her hand, grasped his head, and gave it a twist. With a cracking sound, the young teacher's neck was twisted into a grotesque angle. Nanny San calmly let go, her facial expression remaining unchanged. "It's your honor to die at my hands, blood prey." The young teacher slumped limply towards the ground, twitched a few times, and then breathed his last. "Beast's feast." Nanny San lifted her leg and kicked the young teacher directly into the swarm of cockroaches. The entire cockroach swarm stirred and then pounced on the figure. The dark cloud hovering in the air suddenly changed shape and landed, as if about to solidify into a human form, with more than half of them on the ground. The number of cockroaches hovering in the air decreased significantly. Looking at the sparse cockroaches still in the air, Nanny San's lips curled up slightly. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped forward and rushed towards the office door. Meanwhile, she vibrated her dantian once again, expending the meager remaining chi within her body. In an instant, those vital parts were firmly enveloped. It was getting closer. Closer. The office door was within reach. Once I get through this ordeal, I must find out which scoundrel is behind. Her body soaring through the air, Grandma San stared coldly at the roach cloud that brushed past her. The roaches hovering in front of her and blocking the way were violently knocked aside, sent flying and stunned. Simultaneously, it consumed the little chi Grandma San had left. The chi in her dantian chi was rapidly depleting and was about to run out. However, Grandma San didn't care, for she was only a step away from victory. No, not a step, just a centimeter. At the same time, the chi on her body surface suddenly flickered and vanished. Her chi was empty. Yet, this didn't matter, because she had touched the office door. Victory belongs to me. A sinister glint flashed across her triangular eyes. Right after arriving, she was pelted with stones by crows. And now she was besieged by roaches. She couldn't disobey the colt's order. Rage burned fiercely in her heart, causing her great distress. She had already decided that once she got out, she would find a few students to teach a lesson. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from the roach swarm. That hand shot out with lightning speed and grabbed her shoulder, which was level with the door. Before Grandma San could react, a tremendous force suddenly hit her shoulder, and Grandma San felt her body involuntarily flying in the direction away from the door. No. She let out a startled cry and fell towards the roach colony. Damn it. It's that young teacher. Why isn't he dead? Drat. If there were still the slightest bit of chi left in my dantian. How could I have tolerated a mere mortal like you acting so arrogantly? With a sense of unwillingness and despair, she sank into the swarm of cockroaches. Amidst a shrill scream, her voice grew fainter and weaker and finally faded away in the corridor. Meanwhile, the cockroach swarm that had just taken on a human-like form suddenly scattered, revealing a grotesque figure with its head twisted 180 degrees. It was the unassuming young teacher. The young teacher propped himself up with his hands and stood up from the ground. Then, he lifted his hand to hold his head, adjusted it with a twist, and the head returned to its normal angle. He shook his head as if to test if it had truly returned to normal. After making a few more adjustments, he finally stopped his hand movements. Presumably, he thought the head was finally back in place. Then, the young teacher adjusted his expression, putting on an extremely terrified look, and then slumped to the ground. What could be more effortless than fainting when facing the police interrogation later? At the same time, the cockroach swarm suddenly dispersed. The cockroaches scurried in all directions and quickly disappeared into every nook and cranny of the office building. All that remained at the spot were a skeleton and a fainted figure. Chapter 34. Here, the scenery is uniquely charming. The teacher's office building was not a quiet place. Before long, a female teacher in high heels pushed open the door of the third grade office, and then a high-pitched scream resounded throughout the entire building. 1 minute later, Vice Principal Han of the school led a group of male teachers to the crime scene, aiming to protect the scene and maintain order. However, all of these male teachers had pale faces and terrified expressions. Presumably, the only composed one was Vice Principal Han. One could even say that he was overly composed, for his face remained unchanged all the time, and he calmly and placidly handled every matter, as if he couldn't see the corpse on the ground. 5 minutes later, police cars roared in haste. The terrified male teachers were finally released from their plight and left the crime scene one after another, seeking their own ways to regain their composure. Appearing simultaneously with the police were the medical staff. Even those medical professionals who were accustomed to life and death situations turned pale at the sight of such a scene. Fortunately, they were highly experienced and quickly carried away the unconscious people at the scene for treatment. Such a significant incident at the school was bound to catch the attention of the people around. In the school corridor. What? She's dead? Teacher Wang was wandering in the school corridor. The events that day had shaken his values to the core, and his heart was struggling between pain and indecision. Was he contemplating his future? How should he face the teaching director, and how should he confront his own future? Should he follow his heart and be a steadfast and unadorned upholder of moral principles? Or should he learn from others and become an ordinary person who bowed to money and power? At this crossroads of life, he was filled with confusion and indecision. Just then, he overheard the conversation between two teachers who were passing by in a hurry. Hey, do you know? That new teacher San who just joined the school is dead. I heard she died a terrible death. Your news is outdated. It wasn't just terrible, it was extremely horrible. It was so bad that there was almost just a skeleton left. Oh, that scene. TSK. I didn't even dare to look. The two teachers hurried past, and their words still lingered in the wind. Teacher Wang, who was hesitating and vacillating, felt as if struck by lightning. He looked up blankly, gazing at the receding figure, and murmured to himself, Dead? Really dead? No, I have to go and have a look. Teacher Wang rushed hastily towards the crime scene. There he saw only the skeleton in a black jacket in the middle of the place. While his heart quivered, there was also a sense of relief. Then, he turned around and left the scene. She's dead. She's really dead. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Wang walked aimlessly. A great surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. In an instant, all the difficulties seemed to vanish, and a sense of relief that made everything suddenly become clear struck his soul, making him feel light-hearted. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up and up again. Finally, he burst into unrestrained and wild laughter, laughing in a crazy and wanton manner. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the deserted playground, his behavior would have landed him in a mental hospital long ago, sent by the students. A few minutes later, he stopped laughing, but his face didn't show the expected sense of relief. He was well aware that as long as the same people were in charge of the school, such things would happen sooner or later. Now, the death of the woman with the surname San had only postponed the occurrence of the matter. Moreover, there was another thing that worried him even more. The death of the woman with the surname San today proved that the school was not a safe place. What if such a thing happened to his own students? Just thinking about it made his heart ache. No, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to offer help. I must catch the murderer quickly, or my students won't be safe. With this thought in mind, Teacher Wang immediately turned around and rushed towards the teacher's office building. Class 3, Grade 3. Ding Huanhua, what? That woman is dead. Ha 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 ha, heaven has eyes. In the classroom, Ding Huanhua held his head high and laughed heartily towards the sky without any scruples. Go Xiaodawei looked shocked at first, and then his heart was filled with complex emotions. After a moment, he hurriedly grabbed Ding Huanhua's arm. Brother Hun, you can't laugh so openly. Your teacher has passed away, but you're laughing here. People will talk behind your back. Ding Huanhua shook off his hand, glared with both eyes, and said, what kind of gossip? Let them come and say it to my face. Let's see if I won't slap them. Go Xiaodawei was stunned for a moment, and his eyes showed an envious look. Sure enough, Brother Hun is Brother Hun. I can never learn this kind of free and easy attitude. Thinking of this, he stopped dissuading. At the school's teaching affairs office, the bald-headed teaching director listened to the discussions of his colleagues around him. He was like an emotionless robot, going about his work without the slightest reaction. In the darkness, a figure shrouded in darkness slightly raised his voice. The number 7 seed is dead? Dead right after entering the school? Could it be that the official has discovered something? No, this style, these methods don't seem to be those of the official. Instead, it seems to be one of our own. Investigate. Find out who did it. Before the news is confirmed, all the seeds should suspend the plan. Lie low on the spot and wait for further instructions. The school principal, who was studying in another place, suddenly answered a phone call. His voice suddenly rose, and he looked surprised. What? Someone died at the school? Who is it? Next, the school principal felt relieved. Oh, it's a teacher. Then it's okay. Before his heart could fully settle, another sentence came from the other end of the phone, causing the tone that had just dropped to suddenly rise again. What? The death was so gruesome? It even caught the attention of the authorities? And several police squads were involved? Oh, my goodness. This is going to kill me. No. I have to call Director Liu right away to strengthen our relationship. In the office of the Director of the National Security Bureau, was the victim eaten into a skeleton? And it happened at the school, which is the focus of public opinion and a volatile situation. If the parents find out about this, they'll raise a huge ruckus. With the pressure from both the real world and the internet, we'll have no peace. So, this matter must be taken extremely seriously and dealt with as quickly as possible. Now, all the squads without current tasks should go out for investigation. The situation must be clarified within a day. Additionally, the second high school should find a way to quickly disperse the students. Meanwhile, they should prevent the students from spreading wild stories. With such a horrifying incident occurring at the second high school, it's impossible to completely block the news. However, without solid evidence, people will only talk about it verbally and won't dare to post random things online. The usually calm Qingqing city was completely disrupted by the discovery of a skeleton at the second high school. This incident forced those behind the scenes players to halt their actions and cautiously turn their attention to this place. As the instigator of this incident, Qi Ming was sitting in the classroom, a faint smile playing on his lips as he quietly admired the spectacle he had created. Having accomplished his deed, he vanished, leaving no trace. Here, the view was truly unique. In Chapter 35, the path to the heavens loomed before him. Young man, were you ready? Before long, the truth of the matter was unearthed by the National Security Squad, thanks to the ubiquitous surveillance cameras in the school. People witnessed on the monitors the roaches converging like a flowing river. Moreover, the young teacher who had been in a coma in the hospital finally regained consciousness. Then, the matter hit another eerie dead end. Why did the roaches kill someone? Could it be those detestable demons again? No. Those demons always launched indiscriminate attacks as soon as they appeared, eager to cause a bloodbath and make the world aware of their presence. But today, although millions of roaches had gathered, only one person had been killed. Even the young teacher who had been used to divert the roaches' attention had suffered no harm. This clear-cut sense of vendetta and distinct target seemed more characteristic of a human rather than insects. Something was amiss with this scenario. Among the countless awakened abilities of warriors, it was not uncommon for some to be able to command insects. However, at present, none of the insect Controlling abilities allowed the controller to be more than 10 meters away from the insects. Moreover, the number of insects they could command was quite limited, ranging from just 1 or 2 to a few hundred. So far, an ability capable of commanding insects on such a large scale had never appeared, at least not in the records of warriors. Furthermore, the National Security Squad members had scrutinized the surveillance footage day and night for an entire night but found no suspicious individuals. So, who on earth could it be? The members of the National Security Squad, who were intently observing the surveillance footage, rubbed their heads, their faces etched with distress. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as a burly man with a stubbly beard slammed his hand down on the table in front of the young team member. Stop over, thinking. Just find that demon and kill it. The young member's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. But the question is, where on earth can we find that demon? The burly man immediately deflated and retorted, keep watching the surveillance. After this little interlude, the members of the National Security Squad resumed their hectic work. However, despite an entire sleepless night, they were still at a complete loss. The night is oblivious to whether you've had any rest. When its time is up, it simply departs. The day that replaces it reluctantly takes over. Its lackadaisical attitude resulting in a state of disorganization. Indeed, it left without bringing the sun along, causing the day to be sunless. Qin Ming roused himself from his cozy bed and stretched languidly. Emerging from a blissful slumber, he had enjoyed a restful night, if his memory served him right. Today was the day when his doppelganger, Lu Yang, was to enter the training camp. The training camp? A hint of anticipation welled up within him. At this thought, Qin Ming's main consciousness materialized within the body of Lu Yang. Beep, beep, in an old and shabby residential area. Qin Ming, Yang cast a nonchalant glance at the simple small parcel in front of him. Then, his gaze followed the sound of a car horn and landed on an orange-colored Jeep downstairs. What a flashy car, he grumbled inwardly. Just as he finished his mental rant, a familiar figure emerged from the vehicle. It was none other than Captain Ning Xiaoming, a trendy young man clad in a calfskin jacket. With a slick-back hairstyle that glistened under the light and a pair of jet black, should be translated as aviator sunglasses here to keep the meaning, but is a Chinese colloquial term for a certain type of sunglasses, perhaps sensing the gaze from upstairs. Captain Ning Xiaoming immediately lifted his chin and waved towards a window on the 3rd floor, gesturing for the person inside to come down. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He knew that Ning was protected by qi and thus impervious to the cold. Yet couldn't help but wonder if it was truly appropriate to dress so fashionably in the dead of winter. And wearing sunglasses? Glancing at the sunless sky, Qin Ming curled his lip. Could he really see clearly on such an overcast day? Despite the wild stream of sarcastic thoughts in his mind, Qin Ming's hands moved smoothly. He hoisted his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Then, with a series of brisk footsteps, he reached the ground floor. The trendy Ning Xiaoming wasted no words. He simply took the driver's seat and beckoned to Qin Ming. Get in. Qin Ming flashed a smile and gracefully climbed into the vehicle. Amid the roaring of the engine, the little orange Jeep whipped its rear end and sped out of the neighborhood. The Jeep zigzagged its way forward, heading in a particular direction. On the road, Captain Ning hurriedly imparted some knowledge about the training camp to Qin Ming. The training camp you're going to is called the Azure Dragon Training Camp. It's situated in a military base deep within the Azure Dragon Mountains. It recruits all the newbies from every city in Zhengzhou district. I've made some inquiries on your behalf. Apart from your SSS rank spatial talent, there's another person you need to keep an eye on in this training camp. His name is Zhao Yuanhang, also an SSS rank talent holder. Apart from Zhao Yuanhang, who shares the same talent, there is another individual with top-notch talent in actual combat, Ji Yuanqiu. He's also a representative figure among the new generation in the military region. The small jeep jolted along and bounced its way into the mountainous area. At this time, the lighting was rather poor, and Captain Ning, the trendy guy, finally took off his sunglasses. Qin Ming glanced at him casually, then quickly looked back. Tut. What huge panda eyes. The trendy guy in a leather jacket with a slicked back hairstyle was sporting 2 gigantic panda eyes that almost covered half of his face. In an instant, Captain Ning's trendy charm vanished completely. Feeling Qin Ming's strange look, Captain Ning coughed awkwardly. There was a heinous murder in Qingqing City yesterday. The entire national security team stayed up all night but still couldn't find any clues about the perpetrator. As he spoke, Captain Ning looked indignant. Regardless of whether Qin Ming, the newly recruited member, could handle it or not, he began to rant. Do you think the perpetrator is crazy? Killing someone is bad enough, but making the victim into a skeleton, it's just pure perversion. Qin Ming twitched the corner of his mouth. You're ranting about me right in front of me and expect me to comment on myself. What on earth should I say? Nevertheless, he still voiced his question. I heard that the person was killed by bugs. Captain Ning looked back at Qin Ming in surprise. The news spread so fast. How did you, a student at No. 1 high school, learn about it so quickly? Qin Ming was startled. He had been careless, just as he was still thinking about how to smooth things over. Captain Ning on the opposite side spoke up again to rescue him. Indeed, in this information age, news spreads like wildfire. It's not unexpected that the high school got wind of it. However, those are all rumors. This matter is quite intricate and can't be explained in a short time. Having said this, Captain Ning turned to look at Qin Ming with a smile in his eyes. Well, let's stop talking about the squad's affairs. We're about to reach the Azure Dragon training camp. You're about to embark on a path to greatness. Young man, are you ready? Chapter 36. An old man appears in the wilderness. All right, young man, for your ideals, charge. 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 In the little jeep, Captain Ning, the trendy guy who had put his sunglasses back on, made a few gestures of encouragement to Qin Ming and then stepped on the accelerator. Leaving Qin Ming in the desolate mountain, he claimed it was a trial for everyone from the Azure Dragon training camp. Qin Ming stared at the direction where the orange-colored jeep disappeared, muttering wordlessly to the sky. He bent down to pick up the bundle on the ground, then turned around and swiftly headed off in a certain direction, which was the way to the Azure Dragon training camp. Here was far from the main road. With no cement, paved surface, only winding paths trodden out by pedestrians. The wild grass on the road was sparse and withered. The small bundle on Qin Ming's back bobbed up and down with his steps. After walking for so long, he felt a bit thirsty. Thinking of this, Qin Ming raised his hand, and a bottle of cola magically appeared in it. The cola seemed as if it had just been taken out of the fridge, and a hazy layer of mist immediately formed on it as soon as it appeared in the air. Indeed, this bottle of cola was just taken out of the refrigerator. How could there be a refrigerator in this desolate mountain area? There's no refrigerator here. However, there is one in the villa where Qin Ming's main body resides. Yes, this bottle of cola was taken from the villa where his main body is. It has to be mentioned that since Qin Ming awakened his spatial ability, through his experiments and research, he discovered a consciousness, sharing space between his main body and his clones. Or rather, it's more appropriate to call it a shared space. This space isn't large, only about 1 cubic meter. Nevertheless, any clone can put things into it, and any clone can also take things out. That's why Qin Ming didn't bring too many things. After all, once he arrives at the training camp, as long as he wishes, he'll have an endless supply of supplies. Moreover, he also found that there were more things shared between him and his clones other than the shared space. Thinking of this, Qin Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the qi, blood power in his body increased significantly out of thin air. Amid the surging of his qi, blood, he threw a heavy punch. An invisible fist imprint flew out from his fist and landed heavily on a tree about 1 meter away. A tree so thick that it would take 2 people to hug it. Crack. The tree let out a dull sound, then gradually tilted and fell heavily onto a wheat field, breaking the stems of countless wheat seedlings. The power was unexpectedly so great. Qin Ming looked at his fist in surprise. Previously, with the boost of qi, his attack power had already exceeded his expectations. Now, it could even double again. How amazing. Wait, did he just hit something he shouldn't have? He looked up and saw a field of lush green wheat seedlings, as well as those whose stalks had been broken. Well, in this desolate place far from any villages, where did these wheat seedlings come from? Qin Ming was puzzled. In his previous life, as the child of a farmer, he had a great love for crops. He took a few quick steps forward and intended to find a way to move the tree away. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he met a pair of eyes full of distress and anger. It was an old man carrying a hoe and wearing earmuffs. The old man was dressed in shabby gray clothes, had a crew-cut hairstyle, carried a hoe on his shoulder, and his face was full of vicissitudes. At first glance, he was just an ordinary old farmer, the most ordinary one imaginable. My hard-grown crops have been crushed to death by you in such a large area. You have to compensate me for my crops. With that, the old man firmly planted his hoe on the ground and stood right in the middle of the road, looking as if he wouldn't let Qin Ming pass unless he compensated. Qin Ming scratched his head, feeling extremely embarrassed, like someone caught in the act of doing something wrong. However, he still tried to defend himself. Uncle, I'll find someone right away to move the big tree. Moreover, it won't really matter if the wheat seedlings are pressed a bit. It won't affect the harvest next year. As soon as he said this, the old man on the other side immediately got upset. He pulled a long face, glared, and directly retorted, "You say it won't affect the harvest, and that's it? Who can say for sure whether it will or not? Anyway, you have to compensate me. Let me make it clear first. I don't want money. I just want you to compensate me with crops. As soon as he said this, it silenced whatever Qin Ming was about to say next. Not want money? If you don't want money, what on earth do you want? Could it be that you want me to stay here and replant each and every one of the seedlings? If you really did that, how much time would it take? By then, he might miss the registration time for the training camp. Just thinking about that scene made Qin Ming feel a twinge of discomfort. Uncle, how about you take the money instead? You name the price, and I'll pay whatever you say. Qin Ming attempted to solve the problem with money. I don't want money. I just want you to prop up these wheat seedlings one by one. The old man stiffened his neck, looking as stubborn as can be. 1,000, okay? Qin Ming offered. The old man jammed his hoe into the ground, and anger began to blaze in his eyes. 10,000. Qin Ming increased the offer. The fury in the old man's eyes seemed almost tangible. Old man, don't push your luck. 10,000 yuan is enough to buy all the crops in your entire field. Qin Ming was fuming. He was short on time and didn't want to waste it arguing with the old man. Moreover, with this old man suddenly appearing in the desolate mountain area, it was hard not to suspect that he was a test set by the Azure Dragon training camp for trainees like them. Little did he know that as soon as he finished speaking, the old man on the other side flew into a rage. He jammed the hoe firmly into the ground, stiffened his neck, with veins bulging on his forehead. Pointing at Qin Ming with a raised finger, he scolded, "Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've got some filthy lucre. Even if you offer 10,000, or even if someone offers 100,000, they'd still have to obediently prop up the wheat seedlings right here." As he spoke, the old man waved his finger and pointed in a certain direction. Qin Ming followed the direction pointed by the old man's finger and saw only a young man wearing a black Arc'teryx windbreaker, a black Louis Vuitton sun hat, and carrying a black Dior backpack. He looked as if he had wealthy written all over his face. He was huffing and puffing as he squatted on the ground, trying to prop up the wheat seedlings. Just as he managed to prop one up, once he let go, the seedling flopped limply back to the ground. Probably sensing that the old man was pointing at him, he looked up in this direction. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, a handsome young man only slightly less good looking than himself. Feeling the wheat seedling in his hand fall to the ground again, the young man immediately squatted down once more, fumbling clumsily with both hands to prop up the limp seedling. His awkward and disorganized actions clearly indicated to everyone around that he was a young master who had lived in the city all year round and had never done any farm work. Moreover, Qin Ming keenly sensed a qi from the young man, a qi that did not belong to him. Qin Ming raised his eyes and looked towards the end of the field. Sure enough, he saw a tree thick enough to embrace. From the rubbing marks on its surface, it was not difficult to tell that the tree had just been moved away. So, was this young man also in the same difficult situation? Chapter 37. The King of All Grasses, abbreviated as the Grass King. Qin Ming fell silent. If the old man insisted on this, he could only squat down himself to prop up the wheat seedlings. As for missing the registration time, he was a man with thousands of clones. How could such a minor problem stump him? If the clone named Lu Yang couldn't go, then let Wang Yang, Sun Yang, or Zhang Yang go. As long as the name was registered within the specified time, after dealing with the matter here, the clone of Lu Yang could still go to the training camp. At this thought, Qin Ming sighed resignedly, as if accepting his fate. He turned to the wealthy young man across from him and said, "Dude, do me a favor. Help me carry this tree away. I'll tell you later how to prop it up so that the wheat seedlings won't fall again." Upon hearing this, the young man, who had been standing opposite and staring blankly at the limp wheat seedlings, instantly had his eyes light up. Without a word, he directly went to the other end of the tree. Thus, Qin Ming stood at the root end, while the young man stood at the crown end. "Hey, dude, I'll count to 3, and then we'll lift together. 1, 2, 3, lift." Suddenly, Qin Ming mobilized the qi, blood power within his body, and the qi from his dantian coiled around his arms. One could see that the part of the trunk that was still tenuously connected to the root snapped cleanly with a series of crackling sounds, completely severing its link with the main trunk. Then, like Xiangyu, the overlord of Chu who seemed capable of uprooting mountains, Qin Ming lifted and dragged the large tree that required 2 people to embrace, hoisting it off the ground. On the other side, seeing Qin Ming's extraordinary might, the young man in a black windbreaker had his eyes brighten. He immediately opened his mouth to praise, "Dude, you've got some serious strength. But I'm no slouch either." As he spoke, he flexed his arms. With a slight flush on his face, he lifted the thick tree crown. Looking up at Qin Ming, he raised his eyebrows and said, "See, I'm not bad either." It was the first time Qin Ming had met someone who was on par with him. The other guy clearly had a sociable personality, so Qin Ming didn't stint on his praise. He supported the root of the tree with one hand and hoisted it high up with his free hand. He gave the young man opposite a thumbs up and commended, "Well done. Keep it up." The young man opposite replied, "Beast." Then he turned around silently and walked off in one direction. Qin Ming wondered, why has he fallen silent? Is he just not talkative? However, since the other party decided to throw the big tree over there, he would follow suit. Working in tandem, they quickly moved the big tree aside. With a thunderous crash, the tree was hurled out. Qin Ming clapped his hands, remaining calm and composed without a trace of flushing or breathlessness. Unlike him, the young man opposite had a slightly flushed face and a heaving chest, yet overall his performance was quite commendable. Taking this opportunity, Qin Ming cast a glance at the old man. Previously, the old man had stood there with his hands on his hips, watching Qin Ming and the other young man as if enjoying a show. He showed no sign of the surprise and panic that an ordinary person would have upon seeing extraordinary individuals. It was confirmed that this old man was a test set by the training camp for them. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming crouched down and began to instruct the handsome young man in the windbreaker on how to prop up the wheat seedlings. The method was quite simple, and in fact, it was nothing special once you understood it. Since the wheat seedlings couldn't stand up on their own, an external force should be used to help them. As he spoke, Qin Ming gathered the surrounding soil around a wheat seedling with both hands. The wheat seedling surrounded by the soil was like a person wearing a scarf in winter, compelled to hold its head up. Then, the wheat seedling was forced to straighten its stem. There, Qin Ming stood up, clapped his hands, put his hands on his hips, and wore an air of self-satisfaction. This method was taught to him by his parents in his previous life. In a blink of an eye, 2 lifetimes had passed. How time flew. Is it really that simple? The handsome guy in the windbreaker stared blankly, looking up at him. Qin Ming tilted his chin slightly. Otherwise, even if the wheat seedlings at this height were crushed, it wouldn't matter because their roots would sprout more side branches. And those side branches would yield more wheat ears. As long as the fertility was sufficient later, the wheat seedlings might even increase their yield. So, it wasn't wrong for him to say that the old man was overreacting. However, since the old man insisted that he prop up the wheat seedlings, he would do it. Anyway, he had already sent other clones to register for him. There was no time limit for registration, so he could waste as much time as he wanted. With this in mind, Qin Ming strode into the patch of wheat field he had flattened and began the simple, mechanical physical labor. What kind of person was Qin Ming? At least, he was a restless one. No sooner had he started the simple, mechanical work than his thoughts began to wander, and his mind went into a frenzy. Or rather, he started daydreaming. As he mused, he suddenly remembered that he had quite a few plant-themed clones. Plant-themed clones? Could he communicate with those little things on the ground? No sooner had the thought occurred to him than he acted upon it. A green glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and he issued a command. Stand up. In an instant, a weak yet peculiar mental wave was transmitted from Qin Ming's fingers to the limp wheat seedlings on the ground. As previously mentioned, Qin Ming had many plant-themed clones, and each of them was the king of its own kind. Now, all the intimidating auras of these kings that Qin Ming carried suddenly bore down on the wheat seedlings on the ground. It was as if an ordinary commoner had suddenly encountered the king of kings. The limp wheat seedlings just now seemed to be infused with an extra burst of energy and suddenly perked up, as if the fact that their stems had been bent before never existed. Qin Ming stared blankly at the suddenly energetic wheat seedlings. Were the snobs in the plant kingdom so blatant without even a hint of disguise? Then, his eyes glistened as he gazed at the wheat seedlings on the ground, a wild and unrestrained smile spreading across his lips. In the vast and desolate mountain forest, within a small wheat field, the old man with hands on hips overseeing the work and the handsome man in a windbreaker who was laboriously digging the soil with the acquired method simultaneously witnessed a strange scene. Qin Ming, who had just been squatting on the ground digging soil with them, suddenly stood up, hands on hips, looking down upon the wheat seedlings on the ground with a haughty and disdainful expression, pointing one finger towards the heavens and making a hand gesture with the other. He pointed at the prostrate wheat seedlings on the ground, his lips curving upwards as he intoned, "By the name of the heavens, I command you to immediately dispel your listless state, straighten your backs, become valiant and upright beings, follow the way of heaven and earth, and be absolved." Is he crazy? The old man looked at Qin Ming with an expression of regarding him as a fool, a wave of puzzlement surging in his heart. What use would such a fool be in the training camp? He'd check later which unreliable affiliated area had sent this one over. The handsome man in the windbreaker rolled his eyes so hard it seemed they'd pop out. I know you're trying to be lazy and shirk this job, but it's useless. If it were possible to shirk it, I'd have done it long ago. Just as the two were having different thoughts and looking on with an air of watching a show, the wheat seedlings by Qin Ming's feet, whose stems had been bent before, suddenly perked up as if infused with an extra dose of vitality. Has it perked up? Truly, it has perked up. The old man slipped under his feet and nearly fell flat on the ground. What on earth am I witnessing? Is this the so-called martial arts talent? The Grass King lineage? Why have I never even heard of such a thing before? In the old man's mind, it was as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping and trampling. In contrast to the rather reserved old man, the handsome guy in the windbreaker was far more unrestrained. With a spring from the ground, he leaped forward, his face full of astonishment. He rushed towards the perked, upwheat seedlings and stared at Qin Ming with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Holy cow! It's really perked up. Dude, you're amazing. What kind of talent is this? Why have I never heard of it? The handsome guy in the windbreaker instantly transformed into a curious cat, bombarding Qin Ming with a barrage of questions. Qin Ming wore an air of profound mystery and shot a sidelong glance at the other. Take a guess. After saying that, he paid no heed to the handsome guy's frustrated expression and looked directly at the old man. They've perked up. Can I leave now? If there was no need to waste time here, he wouldn't have to send his other clones to register. After all, his other clones were also quite occupied. The old man looked at the wheat seedlings on the ground that seemed to be full of energy, then at Qin Ming's smug face. Only after a moment did he mutter grudgingly, yes. Qin Ming flashed a wide grin and waved at the two of them. Well, then, goodbye. After that, he turned around and strode away. His graceful poise and light steps made him look like a victorious general. After a few turns, Qin Ming vanished from the old man's sight. His nonchalant demeanor almost made the old man explode with anger. That rascal. After a long while, the old man finally couldn't hold back and scolded with a laugh. You rascal. As soon as the old man smiled, the handsome guy in the windbreaker opposite immediately leaned over. Grandpa Su, who is this? The old man squinted and met the inquisitive look of the handsome guy in the windbreaker. This is your future rival. Chapter 38. In the south of the city, the little episode on the road didn't disrupt Qin Ming's mood. He walked briskly all the way towards the Azure Dragon training camp. However, it was freezing cold. And with the obstruction of the trees and plants in the forest and the uneven terrain, Qin Ming ended up in a bit of a sorry state. Half an hour later, Qin Ming, with his disheveled clothes, finally arrived at the Azure Dragon training camp. Looking at the broad and rugged entrance of the camp, he almost burst into tears. Finally finding you is truly no easy feat. With anticipation, Qin Ming quickened his steps towards the camp. There were also many new recruits carrying backpacks and luggage on the road. Qin Ming took a glance and couldn't help laughing. This scene somehow gave off the lively atmosphere of college freshmen starting the semester. These new recruits with their luggage were just like college students lugging various things at the beginning of the semester. Some came alone, while some were accompanied by their families. Some traveled light, while some dragged half a dozen suitcases. Truly, among 100 people, there are all kinds of characters. As he watched, Qin Ming couldn't help frowning. Why did everyone else look so well, dressed and full of energy? Judging from their auras, no one present had a better physical constitution than him. So, how did they manage to cross the wild forest without getting out of breath? It doesn't make sense that he, with a stronger constitution, couldn't achieve it, while those weaker than him could. This is simply unscientific. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Could they have taken a vehicle up here? No way. No way. Why were they allowed to take a vehicle up, while I had to climb? Could it be that scoundrel Ning Xiaoming tricked me? Immediately, the image of Captain Ning in a jacket, wearing sunglasses, and sporting a slicked back hairstyle emerged in his mind. This scoundrel. It's really possible that he deceived me. At this thought, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Damn it, Ning Xiaoming, if you dared to deceive me. When I get back, I'll surely shave your head bald. Qin Ming thought venomously. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side, confirming his suspicion. Hey, Brother Lang. Look at that guy. He looks so disheveled, as if he's been climbing for a long time. Could it be that he doesn't know there's a cable car to get up the mountain? Right after the young man's voice faded, a hoarse, duck-like voice chimed in. Where? Let me have a look. No way, no way. It's already 2025. And there really is a bumpkin who doesn't do any pre-trip research. Ha. It's killing me. The man with the hoarse voice stood with one hand on his hip, roaring with laughter. Coupled with the 6 or 7 suitcases behind him and the 3 or 4 lackeys dragging them, he actually exuded an air of an arrogant young master flaunting his wealth. Hearing the noise, the passers-by around stopped in their tracks and turned to look. For a moment, it was dead silent around them. and the atmosphere in the field was rather tense. Qin Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a big, black-faced, open-mouthed fat man standing there with his hands on his hips, laughing uproariously. The man's mouth was agape so wide that Qin Ming could vaguely see a quivering little fleshy ball inside, which was the fat man's tonsil. Damn it! After climbing the desolate mountain for so long, Qin Ming was exhausted, hungry, and drenched in sweat. He was in a foul mood. Suddenly encountering such an extraordinary character really riled him up. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up to reason with the man when, all of a sudden, an unexpected change occurred. Silence. A voice blared out from a megaphone. Amid the rumbling tremor of the engine, a military semi-trailer flashed in front of the doorway at breakneck speed. Just when the vehicle was about to hit someone, with a screeching ZZZ, SSS, of the brakes, the truck jolted and came to a dead stop right on the spot. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, several figures leaped out of it. In a blink of an eye, before everyone could clearly discern their movements, they had already appeared among the new recruits. When the crowd looked over, they saw 3 tall and slender military men in camouflage uniforms standing upright among them. The man in the middle raised his hand and took out a megaphone, then announced to the crowd in the field, "Silence." Under the coercion of the megaphone, the crowd fell silent. Only then did the officer with the megaphone continue, "Attention, all new recruits. I am Liu Yusong, the chief instructor for your batch of new recruits. I am in charge of all matters regarding this new recruit training. All new recruits are required to arrange your dormitory and other affairs by noon. We will assemble at training ground number 7 at 3 p.m. That's all. Make your own arrangements." After saying that, the officer led the 2 of them back to the car and, just as swiftly as he had arrived, disappeared like a tornado. With the time limit set, the new recruits around them became more motivated, and the previously slack attitude vanished. Qin Ming's train of thought was interrupted. When he came to his senses and looked for the fat man in black, he had already disappeared without a trace. "He runs really fast," Qin Ming muttered to himself, feeling a bit glum and discontented. However, he knew that the main task was more important. With this thought in mind, he slung his bag over his shoulder and quickly entered the training camp, under the guidance of a young soldier. He quickly settled into the dormitory arranged by the training camp, a suite with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. There was also a shy and bashful young man wearing glasses sharing the dormitory with him. Perhaps the dormitory had been unoccupied for a long time, as it looked rather messy and there was some dust on the floor. The young man was busily cleaning it. When he saw Qin Ming entering with a backpack, he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Qin Ming shyly, saying, "Hello, my name is Chengnan. It's the Chengyan small town in the Nannan north-south. From now on, we'll be roommates. Please take care of me." Qin Ming stopped in his tracks and flashed a clean and handsome smile at the young man. "Liu Yang." After saying that, he pushed open the door of the empty bedroom and closed it behind him. The bedroom was simple and spacious, for the convenience of living. Qin Ming decided to decorate it simply. Well, it didn't need to be too luxurious, just decent. In the villa, the 8th clone stuffed a mattress worth 150,000 yuan into the shared space. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Qin Ming took out a mattress from the space. Number 8 stuffed in a down quilt worth 80,000. Qin Ming took out a quilt. Number 8 stuffed in a bedsheet worth 8,000. Qin Ming took out a bedsheet. Number 8. Qin Ming. Half an hour later, Qin Ming glanced at the simply, yet elegantly decorated bed and smiled contentedly. Done. It's finished. Qin Ming stepped out of the bedroom, but then he halted suddenly. Did I go to the wrong place? The entire room was spotless and neatly arranged. Where were the mess and filth that greeted him when he first entered? Just as he was puzzled, a shy voice suddenly came from behind him. "You're out. I've cleaned up the whole dormitory. How do you like it?" Qin Ming turned around and saw a young boy with a dirty face, but an extremely pure smile looking up at him, seemingly awaiting his praise. The eyes behind the glasses were extremely clear and bright, with a tinge of unease awaiting evaluation. "Qin Ming, it's Chengnan, right? You're so innocent. I can't help but tease you." Chapter 39. Disagree and disable your martial arts path. It's quite good. It's about mealtime, isn't it? Facing the other's expectant look, Qin Ming felt a bit uncomfortable and could only nod perfunctorily before quickly changing the subject. After saying that, Qin Ming led the way out of the dormitory. To be honest, he was quite curious about the training camp and wanted to take a good look around. On the opposite side, upon hearing Qin Ming's affirmation, Chengnan immediately beamed with joy. He quickly checked his phone and chased after him. Has it been 10 minutes since it started? Let's go together. Along the way, Cheng kept chattering to Qin Ming about various details of the training camp. He mentioned that there were 10 training fields in the camp, that the best tasting meals were served in the East Canteen, and that there were 2 top-notch prodigies with exceptional talents this time. Suddenly, Qin Ming realized that this guy was incredibly well informed. It was mealtime then. Qin Ming and Cheng Nan came to have a meal, and naturally, others did too. Look, not far away, 3 hefty young men swaggered over like crabs. From afar, one of them seemed to spot something. His eyes lit up, and he pointed over, shouting, "Xiananzi, finally found you." Qin Ming turned around and saw the panic and evasion on Cheng Nan's delicate face. Before Qin Ming could react, a burly young man rushed over, grabbed Cheng Nan by the shoulder, and yanked him over. "Xiananzi, you're in charge of cleaning my dormitory. Got it? Remember, I'm in room 224. By the way, you'll also take care of the other 2 elder brothers' dorms. One of them is in room 223, and the other is in room 221. The burly man placed his hand on Cheng Nan's shoulder, wearing a threatening smile. Cheng Nan, pinned beneath him, was as helpless as a chick, maybe not hearing a response from Cheng Nan. The brawny youth immediately lowered his head and gave Cheng Nan a menacing grin. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Listen, I hear." Being pinned down by him, Cheng Nan opened his mouth and finally replied. Perhaps it was because he saw Qin Ming standing aside, or maybe Cheng Nan was truly famished. He parted his lips and finally stammered, Could you let me have a meal first?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately added, "I promise, I'll go right away after the meal. I'll never procrastinate even for a second." After that, he fixed his eyes firmly on the other person. "Have a meal? If you have your meal, then when I get back, won't the dormitory still be in a mess?" The robust young man frowned, flashing a sneering grin at Cheng Nan. The threatening look in his eyes was particularly evident. "I'll go right now, right now?" Cheng Nan shuddered, as if recalling something terrifying, and promptly responded. Only then did the robust young man look smug as he gestured to the 2 behind him. "That's more like it. Guys, this is the lackey I told you about. He's such a wretch that he itches all over if he doesn't get a beating for a single day. Don't be shy. Use him to your heart's content." Haha. The 2 behind him were accustomed to this and replied with a teasing tone, "Don't worry. We definitely won't stand on ceremony with you." The 3 of them chatted and laughed, openly discussing how to use Cheng Nan right in front of him, just like discussing how to exchange a toy. Apparently, they didn't pay him the slightest heed. Meanwhile, Cheng Nan, the one being discussed, looked dejected. He hung his head and walked up to Qin Ming, whispering, "Sorry, roommate. I've got something to do now and can't accompany you for a meal. Go by yourself, right?" I've inquired. The braised pork in the 6th window of the East Canteen is the most authentic. The spicy and hot soup in the 7th window is the most delicious. The spiral shell noodles in the 11th window are the most chewy, and the 1,000-layer cake in the 22nd window is as thin as cicada wings. Roommate, I don't know which flavor you like, but I recommend you to have a taste. You must try the spicy and hot soup, especially the beef-flavored one. It's my favorite." Qin Ming frowned. "I don't like spicy and hot soup." "What?" Cheng Nan was in a daze at first, and then the gloom on his face deepened. "Does my roommate look down on me?" "Right. Who would look up to a good for nothing like me?" Just as he was feeling down, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. "However, since you've recommended it, I can give it a try on the condition that you take me there." After saying that, Qin Ming let go of his hand and strode forward towards 3 burly young men. What did he mean?" Cheng Nan was stunned for a moment and then suddenly turned around to chase after him. However, he was still too slow. Behind him, Qin Ming stood with his arms folded, his chin slightly raised, looking down at the 3 burly young men and saying, "Aren't you afraid that the instructors in the training camp will know about your bullying?" Qin Ming said calmly. At this moment, he finally understood why his roommate was like this. Wasn't it because he had been bullied too much since childhood, thus developing a people-pleasing personality? To break this kind of personality, a push was needed, and he, Qin Ming, didn't mind being that pusher. Consider it a return for Cheng Nan's favor of cleaning the dormitory. Ha ha ha, are you joking? Where do you think this is? This is the training camp, a breeding ground for heroes. Heroes have never feared the trials in blood and fire. The wild smile on the brawny young man's face vanished in an instant, and he swung a fist as large as a casserole dish towards the other. Besides, the instructors were always swamped with work and never bothered with such trifles. Before his words faded away, the casserole-sized fist, accompanied by a biting cold wind, bore down straight on Qin Ming's face, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Such was their upbringing. Qin Ming smiled. He lowered his head, his gaze passing over the approaching fist and landing directly between the brawny young man's eyebrows. Not intervening? That's great. If they don't interfere, he could let loose and have his way. Thinking of this, Qin Ming directly raised his hand and extended a slender, elegant finger. That finger, though late to act, reached first and directly touched the casserole-sized fist. In an instant, the fist froze in mid-air, resembling a fly trapped in amber. Space freeze. A fair, slender finger and a casserole-sized fist. The disparity between them was vast. Yet that single finger managed to block the huge fist. Such was the might of the power of space. You. The brawny young man's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes betrayed a momentary panic. Oh no, I've met a tough one. This was the training camp, and those who came here had all awakened their abilities. However, awakening an ability didn't mean mastering it or being able to wield it at will. Moreover, abilities varied in strength. In the face of the power of space, everything else was insignificant. At this moment, before the brawny young man could react, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and the next second, he was already off the ground. When he came to his senses, he only felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his back. What a tremendous force. Panic-stricken, he immediately pleaded for mercy. Dude, spare me this time. I won't dare do it again. Again. Qin Ming's eyes darkened menacingly. I can tell. You're threatening me. Threatening him? Qin Ming detested threats the most. With this thought in mind, he strode up to the burly young man in a few quick steps and kicked him right in the abdomen, precisely at the location of the dantian. I loathe it when people threaten me. For my future peace, I'll just deal with you once and for all. As he spoke, he pressed down forcefully with his foot. The chi-si in the dantian vibrated, and a barely perceptible iridescent aura flashed by, shattering the man's dantian chi-si. With the dantian damaged, his martial arts path was severed. You. The burly young man's eyes were bloodshot, and his fingers trembled as he stared at Qin Ming. He couldn't believe that just because of a single sentence, the other party had cut off his martial arts path. What a ruthless and cold-blooded person. The instructor will punish you. With an unwilling roar, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted to the ground. Punish me? Weren't you the one who said they wouldn't punish anyone? Forget it. The deed is done, and it's pointless to talk about it. Moreover, whether I beat 1 or 3, I'll be punished anyway. So, I might as well solve the problem all at once. With this in mind, Qin Ming looked up at the other 2 burly young men who were still in a daze, the other 2 bullies in the southern part of the city. You. What are you going to do? I'll call for help. Help. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by 2 barely perceptible sounds of dantian shattering, Qin Ming patted his clothes, then turned around, looking at the astonished Jinan, and said, Let's go to the canteen and have the spicy soup you recommended. Be quick. Chapter 40. 2 choices. How outrageous. How could someone just cripple others' dantians just because of a disagreement? This is simply not putting our instructors in the training camp in the least bit of respect. Amidst a series of table-slapping sounds, a middle-aged instructor with triangular eyes and drooping mouth corners was full of rage. Instructor Lu, say something. Frowning, Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong patted Wang Ting on the shoulder and said earnestly, Wang Ting, don't be angry for now. Here is a surveillance video. Watch the whole process of the incident first. As he spoke, he opened a video and placed it in front of Wang Tong. After about 10 minutes, Wang Tong was clearly not as self-righteous as before, but the anger on his face remained undiminished. Even if those 3 people bullied others first, he shouldn't have directly crippled their dantians. He should have reported it to the law enforcement team and let them handle these 3 people instead of dealing with it privately. I most detest these newbies. They have no sense of propriety. As he spoke, a flash of disgust crossed Instructor Wang Tong's face. Just thinking about the inquiries that the national security agencies of the cities behind the 3 people with crippled dantians were about to send made him have a splitting headache. It brought him a lot of unnecessary troubles in management and directly doubled his workload. It was impossible for him to feel good. However, Chief Instructor Lu Yusong held a different view. It seems that the 3 of them are so adept at bullying others, indicating that they have bullied others quite frequently. Today, they just encountered a tough opponent. There's no need to get angry about it. Moreover, considering their cowardly nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, do you think they'll safeguard the peace of the area after going back? I believe the probability is rather low. Instead, it's more likely that they'll bully others with their skills. Therefore, I think it's a good thing that their dantians are crippled. After hearing his words, Wang Tong was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Wang Tong finally spoke again. You're the chief instructor. You have the final say. However, we can't just leave this matter unaddressed, can we? Otherwise, what if the future trainees follow their example? Moreover, We also need to give an explanation to the cities behind these three. Can we simply say they deserved it and wash our hands off? Wang Teng's question also made Lu Yunsong furrow his brows. However, soon, his brows relaxed again. What you said is indeed a problem. But this matter shouldn't trouble you and me. Why? Wang Teng's brows twitched, looking indignant. Because of this person's identity. With that, Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong retrieved Lu Yang's information and handed it over. This person is highly regarded by the higher-ups. Since that's the case, let the superiors worry about it. In a simply decorated office, an old man in simple clothes looked at Lu Yunsong standing in front of him. Somewhat exasperated. So, you're just shifting the problem onto me? The old man stared at the familiar face on the data. In his mind emerged the scene from this morning when Qin Ming pointed at the sky with one finger and the grass with the other, then gave an order and all the grass obeyed. There was a touch of helplessness in his heart. In less than a day, this lad had caused such a ruckus. Should it be regarded as the idiosyncrasy of a genius, or simply the behavior of a trouble-making devil? Indeed. This old man was the one Qin Ming met this morning while he was farming, right? Of course, this matter requires your esteemed intervention. Otherwise, as a mere soldier, who would pay heed to me? Lu Yunsong wore an expression as if he were of little consequence and no one cared about him. The old man was both amused and exasperated by his look. He reached out, picked up the fountain pen on the table, and hurled it at Lu Yunsong's face. You're a lieutenant. How could you act like such a scoundrel? Aren't you ashamed? Lu Yunsong nimbly dodged the pen. He showed no sign of being abashed by the scolding. So, you still have to make the decision on this matter, sir. After throwing the pin at him once, the commander paid him no more heed. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Qin Ming's data. After a long while, he finally spoke. The Azure Dragon Training Camp is a place for training newly awakened ability users. Since these three are no longer ability users, they should no longer remain in the camp. Send them back to their hometown cities. And by the way, ask the National Security Agency, don't they check the character of the recruits? How could they send such riffraff here? Lieutenant Lu Yunsong gave a thumbs up and praised the old man. You're so imposing, sir. You're really skillful at playing the victim first. With the commander's actions, how could the other side have the nerve to inquire about why their people were incapacitated? The old man shot a glare at Lu Yunsong and tapped his fingers on the table before continuing. Meanwhile, this matter must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will have a negative impact on the new recruits and may lead them to follow suit, making it difficult to manage them later. Well then, give this young rascal two options. 1. Come and receive 30 military cane strokes to be executed in public early tomorrow morning. 2. Accompany the troops to the Azure Dragon battlefield 1 month later. The Azure Dragon battlefield is a battlefield formed at the junction between the real world and the spatial rift. The Azure Dragon training camp is not only a training camp, but also a military base. The reason it serves as a military base is that there is a huge spatial rift here that connects to the real world. Unfortunately, on the other side of the rift lies a belligerent race. To safeguard the real world, the supreme leader of the country decided to take the initiative and establish a battlefield within the spatial rift. Thus, the Azure Dragon battlefield came into being. Upon hearing that he had to take Qin Ming to the Azure Dragon battlefield, the smile immediately vanished from Lu Yunsong's face. Commander, this isn't a laughing matter. How can we take him to the Azure Dragon battlefield in a month? Even our army's awakened ones are sent to the Azure Dragon battlefield only after 6 months of training. Newly awakened ones who have never experienced the blood and fire of battle are not allowed to enter the battlefield until they've undergone more than a year of training. Without even raising his head, the old man retorted, "What are you so anxious about?" He may not choose this option. Moreover, a genius should be held to a genius standard. Treating him the same as ordinary people will only ruin him. Moreover, he also wanted to gauge the young lad's character through these two choices. Would he be timid and overly cautious, always seeking stability? Or would he be enterprising and unafraid of challenges? Only when outstanding talent is paired with an even more excellent disposition can it shine with a dazzling brilliance. If the young lad failed to pass his test in terms of character, he would be disappointed. That being said, the speaker always had a hunch that the young lad wouldn't choose the first option. By then, are we really going to take him to the battlefield? Lu Yunsong inquired. The old man arched his brows, and all the plainness about him vanished, replaced by a sharp edge, much like a sword drawn from its sheath. Yes, of course we are. Not only that, we'll take him to the toughest and most dangerous places. Only in this way can we do justice to his talent. Lu Yunsong opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 41. Predicting the Future. 3 seconds. Option A or Option B? When Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong presented his multiple, Choice question in the dining hall. Qin Ming was enthusiastically slurping a bowl of spicy and numbing soup. Opposite him, Cheng Nan was looking at Qin Ming with a guilty expression, and the nervousness and indecision in his eyes were palpable. Can I choose option C? Qin Ming held the large bowl and took another noisy slurp. Absolutely not. Chief Instructor Lu Yusong refused without hesitation. Moreover, regardless of your choice, this matter will be addressed separately before the new recruits training tomorrow. I understand. It's like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, and I'm the chicken. Qin Ming bared his teeth, looking nonchalant. Being beaten in public was clearly beyond his tolerance, so he would only choose option B. Anyway, as long as his true self remained alive, his clones would not perish. He had no fear at all of going to the battlefield. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to expand his clone business to the other world. By then, he would be able to freely traverse between the two worlds. Thinking of this, he found it quite appealing. The chief instructor, Lu Yunsong, raised an eyebrow and said, "You'd better think it over. The newly awakened recruits in our army are trained for half a year before being sent to the battlefield, and still, the casualty rate is as high as 20 to 30%. You've only trained for a month. Going to the battlefield is no different from suicide. Are you sure you're making this choice?" "I've made up my mind. This is the one." Qin Ming nodded without the slightest hesitation, as if he hadn't caught the warning from Chief Instructor Lu Yusong. Very well. Chief Instructor Lu Yusong didn't waste any more words. He simply nodded and left. Qin Ming continued to lower his head and eat his meal. However, when he was halfway through, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, he saw Cheng Nan sitting across from him, with tears welling up in his eyes. He looked touched to the point of crying but was afraid of disturbing Qin Ming. At that moment, when Qin Ming looked up and met Cheng Nan's gaze, Cheng Nan couldn't hold back anymore. He burst into tears and sobbed, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to do this. I'm so sorry. From today on, I, Cheng Nan, will be your little follower, your junior disciple. I'll do whatever you say. I'll only follow your orders." Wah, Qin Ming. Well, it seemed that he was doomed not to enjoy a peaceful meal today. Considering his ineptitude at consoling others, Qin Ming decided to change the subject. "Are all those who can enter the training camp people who have awakened their innate abilities? It is said that what ability did you awaken?" It's a bit impolite to directly ask about one's innate ability, yet these aren't exactly secrets. After all, they would be together for a long time. And getting to know each other's innate abilities was just a matter of time. At this point, Qin Ming recalled that he hadn't mentioned his own ability. So he directly spoke up. "Oh, I almost forgot to say. I have the spatial ability." After saying that, he picked up a large bowl and drank heartily. Hearing the word spatial ability, Cheng Nan, who had been in a low-spirited state, instantly perked up. He stared wide-eyed at the head buried in the large bowl and uttered in disbelief, "The spatial ability? Is it the legendary one that guarantees one will become a king as long as they survive?" Well, that's what was said, but who really knew? Qin Ming didn't even lift his head and continued to slurp the spicy soup intently. To tell the truth, it had a rather unique flavor. Smacking his lips, Qin Ming questioned, "You still haven't told me what your innate ability is?" Hearing this, Chen Nan immediately hung his head, and his voice lacked confidence. "My innate ability is not worth mentioning. It's quite useless." Qin Ming looked up and continued to press, "Tell me. Let me see how useless it is." Under Qin Ming's persistent questioning, Cheng Nan finally stammered, "I can predict events that will happen within the next 3 seconds." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He clapped Cheng Nan on the shoulder and said, "The ability to predict the future is truly remarkable. If I had this ability, I'd be overjoyed." Cheng Nan's face flushed red. "Brother Yang, I know you're trying to comfort me. In fact, you don't have to go to such trouble for me. I've already accepted the fact that I'm a good for nothing." Hearing this, Qin Ming got impatient. "What good for nothing? You have no idea how terrifying your talent will be in the future. When you first awakened, you could predict the future for 3 seconds. Once you fully stabilized at the Kahai realm, will the time you can predict the future not turn into an hour? And when you advance a few more levels, will the prediction time not be even longer? When you can predict the future for a day, a month, or even a year, can't you make preparations in advance according to your predictions? Thus, you can adjust reality to any direction you desire. Young man, your talent is extraordinary. You're simply the helmsman of the future, the illegitimate child of time. To tell the truth, I'm even a bit envious of you." Listening to Qin Ming's words, Cheng Nan was initially somewhat skeptical. However, as he listened on, his eyes grew brighter and his expression couldn't help but become excited. Just as Qin Ming finished speaking, hope for the future blazed within Cheng Nan. "Brother Yang, I believe you. I'll definitely work hard and strive to meet your expectations." After saying that, Cheng Nan, looking valiant and imposing. Pounced on the rice bowl in front of him. Qin Ming, has my ability to paint a rosy picture become so strong? Should I take up a part-time job as a streamer to earn some extra money? Chapter 43. The arrogant black fatty idle talk is but idle talk. Before one knew it, the time had reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the assembly time required by the training camp. Qin Ming and another person, along with numerous other new recruits, gathered at Training Ground Number 7. In fact, Training Ground Number 7 was more like a large-scale training complex. It encompassed an ability testing center, a training square, a multi-functional meeting room, and so on. At present, Qin Ming and the other new recruits were assembled in the multi-functional meeting room. On the stage, the chief instructor, Lu Yusong, was making a brief introduction. As expected, there was such formalism everywhere. Qin Ming couldn't help but mutter in boredom. Since he couldn't leave, he could only count the total number of these new recruits. There were only a little over 100 of them, considering that they came from 4 or 5 cities, some of which had a permanent population of over 1 million. The fact that there were only a little over 100 awakeners indicated that the ratio of awakeners was indeed low. While Qin Ming was lost in random thoughts, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned his head and saw Changnan desperately winking at him. Following Chengnan's gaze, he noticed that everyone around was looking at him. Why are they looking at me? Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment and then suddenly realized. Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong had said that he would use Qin Ming as an example to intimidate others. Presumably, this had just been announced, which was why so many people were looking at him. Suddenly, Qin Ming's attention was caught by a dark-skinned fat man, with his squinted eyes and large mouth. He looked like a big toad at first glance. When Qin Ming saw him, his eyes widened. Wasn't this the dark-skinned fat man who had taunted him at the school gate? Tit for tat, adhering to the principle of amicable interaction. Qin Ming kindly gave the fat man the middle finger. Damn it. The fat man's face instantly flushed red, and his eyes went wild. If it weren't for the 2 people on either side holding him back, he might have pounced on Qin Ming to bite him. Ultimately, after being persuaded by those around him, the plump man finally calmed down. He turned back and cast a silent sneer at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, proficient in lip reading, deciphered it. What's there to be arrogant about for a fool who's about to die? I'll be here waiting to collect your corpse. Mock me. Whether I'll die or not, I know well. Moreover, I'm aware that you dare not act right now. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture towards the plump man. Opposite him, the plump man flew into another fit of rage. The petty squabbles on the stage were faithfully captured by the camera. In front of the screen, the old man, upon seeing Qin Ming making the throat-slitting gesture, suddenly wore a smile on his face. Ah, youth is truly a precious gift. Look, how full of vitality. The lieutenant's beside the old man. Are you sure that's vitality, sir? A guy as annoying as this can survive until now. We can only praise the current social system for being so benevolent. On the stage, the chief instructor, Lu Yunsong, finally concluded the long-winded and meaningless introduction of the formalities. He spoke up. All right, all you new recruits, please stand up, form teams, and we'll head to the ability testing center together. As his voice faded, a group of young instructors rushed forward to organize the new recruits. Unfortunately, Qin Ming and the plump man were grouped together. The plump man was in front, and Qin Ming was behind. Perhaps God was afraid that the 2 would come to blows, and thus deliberately inserted a dozen people between them to keep them apart. Otherwise, given their tempers, they would surely have fought on the spot. Gifted abilities are also classified into 6 grades from A to F according to their types and energy levels. Apart from these 6 grades, there are also 3 super strong grades. The S-level talent that occurs once in a decade, the SS-level talent that appears once in a century, and the legendary SSS-level talent. And Qin Ming possesses the legendary SSS-level spatial talent. Of course, so far, not many people are aware of this. After all, not everyone is like Kong Rong, having a powerful publicity team behind to build up momentum for them. Ahead, the black fat guy kept turning around to make gestures like giving the middle finger and spitting at Qin Ming. Qin Ming put his hands on his hips and pushed forward, saying, rebound. No matter what the black fat guy did, he always responded with a rebound. This infuriated the black fat guy so much that he jumped up and down, eager to rush over and fight with Qin Ming. Time passed during their silent confrontation. At the ability testing center, over 100 new recruits were divided into 12 teams of 10 people each. The black fat guy was in the 6th team, while Qin Ming was in the 7th team. It's worth noting that due to a mistake during the queuing, Changnan accidentally ended up in the 6th team, and was just a few people ahead of the black fat guy. in front of a machine. A young instructor was in charge of maintaining order and also calling people up for the test. First team. As soon as the instructor's voice fell, the members of the first team approached the machine. A young man wearing glasses nervously approached the target. He gathered the energy in his dantian and punched at the bullseye on the machine. Immediately, a countdown number appeared on an electronic display. 3, 2, 1. Along with a beeping sound, a string of information emerged. Simultaneously, there came a series of electronic tones. Strength, 5, speed, 3, agility, 3, ability, everything raised grows fat. Energy level, low, comprehensive score, F, suggestion, logistics breeding. Everything raised grows fat, logistics breeding. This ability is quite peculiar. Qin Ming grumbled in his heart. Since he was aware of his own ability level, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he adopted an attitude of watching the show. Thus, Qin Ming witnessed all sorts of peculiar abilities of the Awakeners. It can only be said that there are things beyond your imagination, but nothing you won't see. Hearing the machine's comprehensive evaluation, the glasses-wearing man was a bit dejected, and his whole state deteriorated. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. With such talent, what's the point of sending him to the training camp? He'd better just stay in his hometown and raise pigs. Just as the glasses-wearing man was dejected, a piercing laugh rang out. Qin Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black, fat man opening his cavernous mouth with an arrogant look on his face. Indeed, such talent shouldn't appear here at all. The little guy beside the black, fat man chimed in. Brother Wolf, the instructor is looking at you too. The crew, cut guy beside the black, fat man reminded them. Due to the instructor's gaze, the two temporarily lowered their voices. However, the black, fat man's ridicule made the glasses-wearing man's face flush with anger on the spot. Without even glancing at him, the instructor directly said, Next. If one couldn't withstand this level of psychological impact, then this person was simply unfit for the battlefield. As the instructor's voice faded, a man as thin as a bamboo pole stepped forward. A man landed a punch on the bullseye, and a series of electronic beeps sounded. Strength, 3, speed, 4, agility, 4, ability, transformation into a stick insect, energy level, low, overall score, F, suggestion, scout, excluding the abyss as there are no stick insects there. As soon as the electronic voice faded, the black, fat man burst into another fit of ridicule. It's hilarious to have the ability to turn into a bug. I thought it would be of great use, but it turns out there's no such thing in the abyss. It can only be used in the real world, but there are cameras everywhere in the real world. Do we really need this ability for scouting? The small-sized man beside the black, fat man immediately chimed in. Boss, you're so wise. The flat-top, haired man warned. Boss, keep quiet. The instructor is looking at us. The black, fat man looked up and met the instructor's piercing gaze. Reluctantly, he lowered his head and fell silent, muttering, What bad luck. Meanwhile, the skinny man who had been ridiculed stepped back with a gloomy face. Several consecutive F scores had dampened the spirits of many new recruits who had harbored dreams of awakening SSS-level talents. Next, the instructor continued, his eyes now fixed on the black, fat man. A short-haired girl stepped forward and landed a punch on the bullseye. The electronic voice rang out again. Strength, 2, speed, 4, agility, 3, ability, prolong the blooming of flowers by 1 day, energy level, medium, overall score, E, suggestion, gardener. A useless ability. The black, fat man scoffed. The small-sized man said, Boss, you're so wise. The flat-top, haired man started, Boss, the instructor. I know. He's watching us. Don't say another word. Before the man with a crew cut could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the black, fat man with a look of annoyance on his face. As he spoke, the black, fat man raised his head, stared directly into the instructor's eyes, and looked at the instructor defiantly. I said it. What can you do about it? I know very well that you instructors only have the responsibility to teach, not the right to discipline. Even if I show no respect to you, what can you possibly do? Chapter 44. The black, fat man who sought his own doom. The black, fat man's arrogance made the young instructor's face turn as dark as coal. Although this fat man was detestable, he indeed hadn't violated any rules. Subsequently, 2 more groups of people took the stage, but the results were not very satisfactory. Most of them had F grade talents, and the only one with an E grade talent was faking it. These diverse talents broadened Qin Ming's horizons and further inflated the black, fat man's arrogance. Meanwhile, thanks to the black, fat man's actions, He successfully became the most hated person in the whole place. Time passed quickly. One new recruit after another stepped onto the detection platform full of expectations and then stepped down dejectedly. Before they knew it, it was the turn of the sixth squad. And everyone's gazes began to focus on the sixth squad because the black, fat man and his two companions were in this squad. Qin Ming's eyes also filled with anticipation because Cheng Nan was also in the sixth squad and was about to take the stage. Next, the young instructor ordered. Cheng Nan stepped forward with a nervous look on his face. Just then, suddenly a voice rang out, "Come on, Cheng Nan." Cheng Nan turned around and saw Qin Ming making an encouraging gesture. Cheng Nan forced a stiff smile and then turned around to step onto the testing steps. Although he had a general idea of his own capabilities, he still had no clue about their specific levels. Moreover, there was a faint glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe there had been a mistake before. Perhaps he possessed some top-notch talent. With such expectations, Cheng Nan landed a punch right on the center of the test target. Moments later, an electronic voice rang out, "Strength, 4, speed, 4, agility, 3, ability. Predict events that will occur in the next 3 seconds. Energy level, high. Comprehensive score, D. Recommended occupations, logistics, battle formation, intelligence analysis. A D grade." The young instructor tilted his head slightly and looked over in surprise. This was the first D grade talent he'd seen today, although it could only predict events 3 seconds into the future. The high energy level of the talent was significant. What did this signify? It meant that this talent had immense potential for growth. In the future, it might develop into an extremely powerful ability. Additionally, the word battle formation was included among the recommended occupations. Currently, the human world was in dire need of professionals in this area. Having spotted one today, he couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip by. With this thought in mind, the young instructor drew a triangle next to Qingnan's name. This new recruit deserved focused cultivation. The instructor heard this string of electronic announcements, and so did those around. At this moment, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. A D grade. He's actually a D grader? Damn it. Why can't I be a D grader? This guy seems so meek and timid, yet he has such a talent. Is God blind? There were those filled with envy, and also the practical ones. He's a D grader. His future is boundless. We should try to get on his good side quickly. Of course, there were also those who were resentful. So what if he's a D grader? Such a mediocre ability, what effect can it possibly have? It's all show and no substance, utterly useless. Among them, the one shouting the loudest was an old acquaintance, the black, fat guy. It's just a useless D-rank talent. Look at how excited you are. You're so ignorant. TSK. The little guy immediately chimed in, "Boss. You see through the essence and hit the nail on the head. How wise you are." The crew, cut guy looked dejected and listless, but still spoke up, "Boss. We'd better say less. Shut up. If my father hadn't forced me to bring you along, I wouldn't have brought you here." The black, fat guy directly interrupted the crew, cut guy. The crew, cut guy pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. If it weren't for what the boss had told him, he wouldn't have bothered with this reckless second-generation scion. This brainless second-generation brat would be taken down sooner or later. The crew, cut guy murmured to himself in his heart. The voices of the crowd made Qingnan, who had just been happy, change his expression. Then his face gradually darkened. Below the stage, Qin Ming glanced at them and then directly spoke out loudly, "Why do you care about them? They're just sour grapes. The machine has told you that your talent is quite good. So just be confident and charge forward bravely." Qingnan looked up at Qin Ming, and a glimmer of light gradually appeared in his eyes. Children who lack love are like this. As long as someone shows them a little bit of love, they'll immediately follow that person. Qingnan was no exception. Here, no one noticed that Qin Ming used the word "quite good," and no one carefully pondered the meaning behind these two words. This led to the farce that followed. As soon as Qin Ming spoke, the black, fat guy, who had just calmed down, immediately flew into a rage. He leaped up instantly, glaring at Qin Ming with an aggressive look, like a fighting rooster. So what if he's a D-rank? What can an ability that only allows one to foresee the future for 3 seconds achieve? This talent might have some use in combat, but look at his puny state. Is he cut out for battle? I'd sooner believe a toad could catch a swan than think he can fight. Haha. Boss is wise. The black, fat guy put his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. The shouts of his minions only fueled his arrogance. Meanwhile, he stared at Qin Ming with an expression that seemed to say, "I'm going to oppose you. What can you do about it?" Qin Ming didn't even spare him a glance and simply said, "Whose dog is this? Not on a leash? Why is it biting people everywhere? Damn it. You're asking for trouble." The black, Fat Guy stretched his neck and was about to charge forward, but just as he lifted his foot, he was held back by his lackeys on either side. "Let go of me, kid. If they weren't holding me back, I beat you to a pulp." Held back by his lackeys, the black, fat guy could only hurl insults at Qin Ming. Qin Ming ignored the commotion and merely rolled his eyes at the sky. Then, he uttered a single word, not very loud but clear enough for everyone present to hear. "Humph." That single word was full of mockery. The black, fat guy exploded again. "Damn it, don't hold me. I'll beat the crap out of him." The commotion in the arena entertained the many new recruits around. Some even egged them on, shouting for a fight. For some reason, the instructors in charge of maintaining order remained silent. Provoked by the crowd, the black, fat guy was like a raging bull with its anger ignited. He was determined to rush over and have a showdown with Qin Ming. The little guy almost failed to hold him back several times, to prevent the situation from escalating. The little guy rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. "Boss, you can do this. Blah, blah, blah." Upon hearing this, the black, fat guy immediately calmed down. He straightened his body and looked at Qin Ming haughtily. "Kid, if you've got guts, have a match with me. The loser has to bark like a dog on the spot." Qin Ming disdainfully replied, "Barking like a dog? Only kids play such silly games." Seeing that his provocation didn't work, the black, fat guy immediately pressed on. "Then what will it take for you to have a match with me?" As soon as the black, fat guy said this, the little guy and the flat, topped guy behind him simultaneously covered their faces. This idiot was hopeless. Qin Ming said, "The loser stands still and takes 3 punches from the winner." "Fine." The black, fat guy readily agreed, looking confident. Qin Ming thought. So confident? Could there be a trick? Suddenly, he laughed. What did he have to fear? He was a man with over 1,000 clones. There was nothing he couldn't do. In terms of strength and speed, he far surpassed ordinary people. In wisdom and talent, he was unparalleled in the world. Even something that men couldn't normally do, like giving birth, he could give it a try. With such all-around and flawless abilities, what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he laughed and asked, "So, what do you want to compete in?" The black, fat guy grinned and pointed at the machine in the testing center. "Let's compete in talent." Chapter 45, You can not be this. Excellent. Let's compete in talent. The loser shall stand still and take 3 punches from the winner. The black, chubby fellow arrogantly pointed at the testing platform, with pride virtually oozing from his expression. As soon as his voice faded, he directly shouldered aside 2 people and rushed onto the testing platform, throwing a heavy punch right at the bull. Simultaneously, a series of electronic tones resounded. Strength, 7, speed, 5, agility, 4, ability, attack, type talent. The Azurewood Wolf, energy level, high, overall score, C, recommended professions, Special Forces Soldier, Vanguard. C grade. It was actually a C grade talent? Everyone around was immediately stunned. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, accompanied by 2 shouts of support. Boss is mighty. Boss is imposing. Wave after wave of praise made the black, chubby fellow even more insolent. Standing on the testing platform, looking down upon Qin Ming haughtily, he spoke up, "Ha ha ha, boy. Kneel down and shout grandpa 3 times, and I might spare you a beating. It's actually a C grade talent." The instructor lifted his eyelids slightly and twitched the corners of his mouth. All talent but no brains. At best, he'll just be someone at the mercy of others. A C grade talent. Cheng Nan looked up. Truly impressive, but compared to Brother Yang, it's just mediocre. A C grade talent. And he dares to be so arrogant. Qin Ming laughed. There's a path to heaven, yet you choose not to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on seeking it. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Since you want to die, I don't mind taking you down. Moreover, I'll not only deal with you, but also dig a pit and bury you. At this thought, a look of hesitation immediately appeared on Qin Ming's face. You're actually this formidable. Huh, there's something going on. The instructor raised his eyebrows. As an instructor, he had naturally gone through the profiles of every new recruit. Others might not remember. But he recognized this guy who had disabled 3 Awakened right after arriving at the training camp. Not only did he recognize him, but the memory was deeply ingrained. There was no other reason. It was his top-notch talent combined with his ruthless methods. It was hard not to remember. At this thought, his eyes darted between the black, fat guy and Qin Ming. Bury someone in a pit? What a good move. However, why did he find himself secretly hoping for it to happen? In the southern part of the city, isn't Brother Young a person with top-notch talent? Why is he still scared? I can't figure it out. But it doesn't matter. Whatever Brother Young does is right. As his little brother, I should firmly support him. In the arena, upon seeing Qin Ming's expression, the black, fat guy became even more excited. He stared at Qin Ming and began in an aggressive tone. Kid, calling me grandpa is an opportunity for you. Otherwise, you'll have to take 3 punches from me. The black, fat guy wore a strange grin and said, 3 punches. If I swing my arm with full force, I'll beat you until you vomit blood. Qin Ming's face flushed red. You are going too far. The black, fat guy put his hands on his hips, looking extremely smug. He even stuck out his tongue at Qin Ming and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm just bullying you. What can you do about it? Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Blah blah. If you want to back out, then kneel down in public and shout grandpa 3 times. And I'll forgive you. How about it? Am I being generous? Ah ha ha. The black fat guy was being arrogant. And those watching the commotion around also joined in. Yeah. Shouting grandpa 3 times is surely better than getting punched 3 times. Just admit defeat. He has no talent. What's he pretending for? I even thought he had SSS level talent before. What's he being so stand-offish for in front of AC level talent? If it were me, I'd definitely kneel down right away and shout grandpa. Not only would I shout grandpa, but I'd also pounce on him and kiss his feet. Hey, the one in front, don't go too far. By the way, do you have the process of foot kissing? Send it to me for criticism. Perhaps he's some hidden top-notch genius? Ah ha ha ha. Why do I find what I'm saying so funny? The shallow people had already started laughing mockingly. And the profound ones also looked up. For a moment, Qin Ming and the black fat guy became the absolute focus of the scene. Qin Ming's face was flushed, breathing heavily, looking as if he was on the verge of being enraged to death. He was really into this game. You are vulgar. Shallow, shameless. Ah ha ha. I am vulgar, shallow, and shameless. What can you do about it? Admit it. You're just a coward. Kneel down and call me grandpa. When saying the last sentence, the black fat guy put his hands on his hips, speaking in a commanding tone as if he were ordering his servant. In front of the screen, the old man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this little guy is so sly. The left and right lieutenants said, Sir, can't you be a bit more reserved? However, why do I kind of like this little guy? On the scene. Qin Ming thought it was about time. If he continued playing, the situation would get out of control. Then, he composed himself. In an instant, all the panic, grievance, entanglement, and pain vanished from his face, replaced by an air of calmness. What's going on? Something was amiss with his expression. The shrewd ones in the crowd had already detected the problem, while the dull ones were still cheering. On the stage, the black, fat man still wore an air of having him in the bag. Qin Ming stepped towards the testing steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His steps were composed and steady, his face showing neither sorrow nor joy, his manner relaxed and at ease. Then, Qin Ming stopped in front of the steps and fixed his gaze on the black, fat man's face. Ha, are you coming to kneel beside me? Then start. The black, fat man put his hands on his hips, full of confidence, waiting for Qin Ming to pay his respects. Is he about to kneel? Everyone around wondered, their eyes filled with more curiosity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin Ming raised his hand and reached out towards the black, fat man. What's the matter? Why reach out first when kneeling? As far as I remember, this step isn't necessary for kneeling. There was some confusion in the crowd. The black, fat man, who was right in the middle of it, had just begun to feel puzzled when a huge force grabbed him and yanked him off the steps. At the same time, a voice rang in his ear. Get out of the way. You're in the way. What did that mean? The black, fat man hadn't even reacted when he instinctively let out a series of exclamations, AIE. Before his exclamations ended, he found himself on the ground. What's going on? The black, fat man looked utterly bewildered. Just as the black, fat guy's mind went blank, Qin Ming landed a light punch on the bullseye. An electronic voice resounded throughout the venue. Strength, 15. Speed, 15. Agility, 15. Ability, space, energy level, high, comprehensive rating, SSS. Recommended professions, top tier warrior, top tier battle formation expert, top tier logistics master, top tier artifact refining master. A long string of electronic voices kept ringing out, and a series of professional names that the crowd present had never even heard of emerged. The on-site crowd was completely stunned. They might not understand many things, but they did know one thing. That was, the limit of strength, speed, and agility for ordinary people was 10 points. Awakened ones who had just awakened their talents were, at best, ordinary people with a bit of ability. Look at the previous strength, speed, and agility points, 3, 4, or 5 points, compared with Qin Ming's 15 points. It was simply unbearable to look at. These astonishing attribute points truly reflected the top-notch SSS level talent. Moreover, it was the most supreme talent of all, the space talent. That was the fabled space talent. Oh, it was the legendary space talent. It was the space talent. In my lifetime, I actually got to see a living person with the space talent. God has been kind to me. And it was an SSS level talent, a legendary one. I actually encountered it today. I've truly broadened my horizons. Qin Ming's attributes were so remarkable that there were simply too many eye-catching aspects. For a moment, everyone present had their minds in a whirl. They didn't know which aspect to be amazed at first. The surrounding onlookers only felt their heads buzzing and were at a loss as to which point to be shocked about. Chengnan thought to himself, I knew Brother Yang was extraordinary, yet I never imagined he was this outstanding. Is this what true prodigious talent looks like? With attributes beyond the norm, rare abilities and characteristics, and the most supreme energy, he truly has no flaws. What a perfect set of abilities. Brother Yang is incredibly powerful. Chengnan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Meanwhile, a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Such a remarkable Brother Yang would surely progress rapidly. He had to redouble his efforts, or else he'd never catch up with Brother Yang's pace. The instructor standing nearby kept a straight face, his eyes fixed on the chubby black-haired boy with his mouth agape. At first glance, he seemed expressionless, but the slight curl of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Whether the others present were stunned or not, the chubby boy didn't know. He only knew that he was completely astounded. Impossible! You can't be this excellent. The chubby boy, whose mind finally started working again, bellowed at the top of his lungs. His eyes were wide open, his expression dull and befuddled. Chapter 46. Reigning supremely without effort amid the otherwise silent crowd. Only the chubby boy's shrill cries echoed through the area. His exclamation jolted the still, shocked crowd, and in an instant, chaos ensued. Wow! The legendary SSS, grade talent, and it's the rarest and most top-notch spatial talent. Wow, Mom. I can't believe I'm in the same place as such a top-tier genius. Grab your phones and take pictures. I'm going to take this video to every comment section. I'll make everyone in those comment sections envy me for being at the scene. Wow. 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 I'm at a loss for words. All I can do is shout wow. What a shock. Finally, someone remembered the fat guy in black at this moment. Wasn't he just saying it's impossible? Yeah, indeed. I even said his class D talent was good before. But now, compared with the class SSS talent, class D is nothing, right? With just a measly class D talent, he dared to deny others' talents. What a disgrace. Whenever things didn't go his way, he'd scream and shout as if the whole world had to revolve around him. Oh, what a spoilt brat. Suddenly, the crowd's attitude took a drastic turn. The fat guy in black went from being the apple of everyone's eye to being scorned by all. It took less than a minute? Impossible? Are you doubting the training camp's testing machine? The instructor in charge walked out with a cold face, glaring at the fat guy in black menacingly. I'm telling you, this machine cost the training camp hundreds of millions. It has been used to test talents tens of thousands of times among 10th graders. And it has never made a single mistake. Influenced by the surrounding atmosphere, Chengnan also plucked up the courage to step forward and speak up for Qin Ming. So, you just don't want to admit your own mistakes and keep making excuses for yourself? Prompted by Chengnan. Those around immediately recalled the fat guy in black's overbearing attitude before. Yeah, is he trying to renege on his debt? Have you forgotten how he forced others before? When he won, he'd do everything to increase the stakes and pressure others. When he lost, he'd try every means to renege. Ugh, how shameless. How did such a guy even manage to get in here? It's a disgrace to be in the same group as him. Amidst the condemnation of the crowd, the black, fat man's face turned alternately pale and crimson. His two lackeys fell silent at this moment, shrinking their necks and acting like timid quails. So, was it truly an SSS grade talent? The black, fat man surveyed the crowd berating him, his gaze gradually shifting until it finally settled on Qin Ming's face. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd immediately grew rowdy. Some busybodies shouted out the words the black, fat man had used to bully Qin Ming before. Kneel down and call me grandpa, if you're brave enough. Kneel down and call me grandpa. Otherwise, take 3 punches from the other side. Amid the noisy hubbub, the black, fat man's complexion kept changing, and his expression was extremely conflicted. While Qin Ming was both enjoying the Sichuan opera face, changing and speculating about the black, fat man's next move. The black, fat man's legs went weak. With a thud, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 resounding times to Qin Ming. Grandpa, please accept this bow from your grandson. Grandpa, please forgive your grandson's ignorance. Grandpa, please accept your grandson's sincerity. After the 3 loud kowtows, the arena fell instantly silent. What a ruthless person. He just knelt down without hesitation. Everyone in the arena was silently musing, imagining whether they would kneel if they were in the black, fat man's shoes. After this empathic reflection, their feelings became even more complicated. The black, fat man's action left Qin Ming, who was about to be aggressive, completely stunned. Hey, don't you even struggle a bit? Just directly call me grandpa like this? I can't accept this so suddenly, you know. Qin Ming grumbled inwardly. Meanwhile, the instructor, who had been standing nearby, ready to seize the opportunity to scold the black, fat man severely, also halted his steps. The sudden admission of defeat disrupted his plan, and he needed to sort things out. In the moment when Qin Ming was in a daze, the black, fat man completely let go and called him grandpa more and more naturally. Grandpa, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have become complacent and arrogant just because I had a bit of talent. Now I admit my mistake and guarantee that I'll surely follow your arrangements from now on. In the future, if you say go east, I'll never go west. If you say go south, I'll never go north. Moreover, whenever you summon me, I'll absolutely obey. As he said this, the black, fat man looked up at Qin Ming with an expectant look on his face. That sincere and expectant look in his eyes filled Qin Ming with doubts. After a moment of thought, he asked, You just knelt down like this? Aren't you angry? This doesn't match your overbearing personality. The black, fat man looked up, staring directly into Qin Ming's eyes. His expression changed several times, and finally he smiled with a sense of relief. At first, I was really angry. Not only angry, but also humiliated. Although I was calling you grandpa on the lips, I was constantly scolding you in my heart, scolding you for using your talent to bully others. But then, when I thought about it, wasn't I the same? I despised everyone because of my talent and was crushed by others because of talent today. This is quite reasonable. So, I have nothing to be angry about or humiliated by. Those who bully others with their strength will eventually be bullied by strength. This is an eternal truth, and it was also predestined when I chose to bully others with my talent. My old man at home used to tell me this truth, but I didn't understand it before. Now, I finally do. Having rambled on so much, in fact, it's all nonsense. To put it simply, He Bin, am willing to accept defeat in the bet. Today I lost to you, and I admit it. After saying that, He Bin looked up at Qin Ming, with a clear look in his eyes and a forthright expression on his face. Qin Ming was silent for a moment and finally asked, Why didn't you choose to take 3 punches from me? When asked this question, a sly smile appeared on He Bin's forthright face. Take a guess. He Bin, born into a merchant family, had his own little plan. The little guy and the flat out behind He Bin exchanged a look and simultaneously gave a thumbs up to their young master. Having followed He Bin for a long time, they probably understood their young master's thought. If he took 3 punches, there would be no further connection between the two sides. If he called someone grandpa, as long as he had a thick skin, he could have a relationship with Qin Ming. After all, it was reasonable for a grandson to often come to pay respects to his grandpa, and no one could find fault with it. Take a guess? I guess your ass. Qin Ming rolled his eyes and turned around to walk down the testing platform. Just as he made a move, a dark figure suddenly rushed over and held Qin Ming's arm in a flash. Grandpa, be careful. There are steps. Qin Ming looked at He Bin, who was holding his arm with a sincere and worried look on his face, then glanced back at the steps that were even shorter than a shoe sole. Feeling speechless in his heart. Well, out of the blue, he had such a big grandson. Was he becoming a grandpa for free? Chapter 47. The Library. How wonderful. Brother Yang is really amazing. He has convinced another person. Behind Qin Ming, Chang and followed the two of them stupidly, not realizing at all that he had gained a competitor. Meanwhile, the 2 attendants of He Bin quietly approached. After Qin Ming tested his own talent, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued to observe the talents of other new recruits. As expected, there were no remarkable talents. Among them, the best result was AC level talent. Qin Ming frowned. It was said that there was also Zhao Yuanheng with an SSS level talent and Ji Yuanxiu, a representative from the military region. Where were they? Why hadn't they appeared? Could the intelligence be wrong? Just as Qin Ming was puzzled, He Bin couldn't help muttering, Grandpa. I said, call me elder brother. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Ming. He Bin readily changed his address and said, elder brother, you, a top-tier talent. Don't put on any airs at all. You actually came here to take the talent test. I thought those like you with top-tier talents would skip all the insignificant steps and directly enter the training session. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed he was naive not to know such information. He suffered from the lack of well-informed news. It seemed he needed to pay attention to gathering intelligence. Unconsciously, more than 100 new recruits had finished the test, and the excitement began to subside. The instructor who had completed the testing task recorded the information in hand and addressed the people present. The test is over. Immediately. The training camp will divide classes according to each student's talent characteristics. Please keep your phones unblocked to receive the information conveniently. Now disperse where you are. With nothing else to do, Qin Ming turned around and left the testing center. He intended to acquaint himself with the surrounding environment. The shy Chengnan directly returned to the dormitory. In Qingnan's own words, there are still many dead corners in the dormitory that need cleaning. So he went back to clean them. And He Bin also sent his 2 followers away, leaving only Qin Ming and He Bin on the way. At this time, it was afternoon, the time when the soldiers in the camp were training. This was a military camp, so there were soldiers training everywhere. Qin Ming stood outside the training ground, looking at the straight, backed, and neatly paced figures in the field, and admiration welled up in his heart. If it weren't for these people bearing the burden, how could he have enjoyed so many years of tranquility in the past? Qin Ming sighed with emotion in his heart. Just then, He Bin's phone suddenly received a message. Brother, we've been assigned to Class 3, and there are 2 great masters in this class. Without even turning his head, Qin Ming directly asked, Zhao Yuanhang and Ji Yuanshu? Yes. Qin Ming gave a non-committal grunt without looking back, indicating that he knew. Then He Bin spoke again. Although they've been assigned to the same class as us, most likely they won't come. Because they mastered the basic skills of this initial training camp long ago. Qin Ming didn't reply, but just listened quietly. He knew that He Bin had noticed his lack of knowledge in this area and was supplementing it for him. Those who have just awakened but have no qi in their bodies are called awakened ones. At this time, they are actually just ordinary people with a bit of ability. Those with great natural talents will have their Dantian qi, Si, directly opened at this time, and qi will be born. This is called the Si, opening realm. In the Si, opening realm, the qi within the body can be infused onto weapons, endowing them with some extraordinary characteristics. For instance, one can possess the strength to lift extremely heavy objects or catch a blade bare-handed. At this stage, a person is like a mini superhero. Moreover, during this period, awakened ones must choose a cultivation technique to practice. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to break through to the next realm, the dust clearing realm. The dust clearing realm also focuses on cultivating the Dantian Qi Si. Different from before, the qi in the Dantian Qi Si becomes more condensed. Some may even transform into liquid or solid states. At this point, the influence of the qi in the Dantian on the body begins to manifest its power, and the appearance and physique of the awakened ones will undergo subtle changes. Below the dust clearing realm is the quiet chamber realm. I have never experienced this stage, so I can't say much about it. However, it must be truly remarkable, for it was the realm that my family's ancestor yearned for throughout his life. Now that I, his great-grandson, have stepped into the world of cultivation, I will surely strive hard to fulfill my ancestors' long-held wish. Black Bin's face was brimming with fighting spirit. Come on. Qin Ming offered timely encouragement. Just like this, Qin Ming and Black Bin chatted at length, during which Qin Ming gained a wealth of knowledge. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Qin Ming and his companions appeared punctually in the library. In fact, it would be more appropriate to call this place the technique transmission chamber. For today, they were going to choose their own cultivation techniques here. As a group of rookies with no experience, the training camp naturally wouldn't let them make random choices on their own. At this moment, they needed a renowned teacher who could guide them. Apparently, the training camp had taken this into consideration. Right then, there were more than a dozen highly experienced instructors sitting in the library. In front of each instructor stood a sign. Qin Ming glanced at the nearest sign, and the words on it immediately caught his eye. Zhao Hu, a master in the future development planning of animal-type talents. Proficient in the planning of animal-type talents. Under his guidance, an awakener with an ordinary mouse talent was developed into a treasure-hunting mouse. And that talent holder has now entered the Dust Realm Master. Animal-type talents include tigers, wolves, leopards, dogs, cattle, horses, pigs, rats, sheep. Qin Ming looked at the middle-aged man with a round face and plump cheeks and was quite surprised. If what was written on the sign was true, then this man was really capable. He just wondered if, in this world, just like on the Earth in his previous life, professional fraud was widespread, and so-called experts were just a farce. Despite these inner complaints, it didn't stop him from looking around. An expert in the development of plant-type talents, proficient in the development planning of plant-type talents. He once helped an awakener with an ordinary talent evolve into a healing-type genius. Plant-type talents include all non-moving things except stones. A genius in the development planning of elemental-type talents, proficient in elemental development, especially having in-depth research in the aspect of containment. Elemental-type talents include: have you memorized the periodic table of elements? It has nothing to do with that. The diverse introductions made Qin Ming feel dizzy, and he always thought there was something improper about these introductions. Brother Yang, I'm going to look for my own opportunity. Go ahead. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, He Ben had already disappeared from sight. More than 100 people were walking around in the library, simultaneously searching, consulting, and learning about their own talents. The place was quite lively. Qin Ming also observed on his own, looking for his own opportunity. Perhaps because the two of them had the same type of talent. Cheng Nan didn't leave Qin Ming, but stayed with him. Chapter 48: The Art of Nourishing All Things Spirit. Qin Ming walked intermittently and finally came to an empty sign. Li Yangshuo, a multi-elemental master, proficient in various talent ability planning, especially those rare and peculiar talents. With an unconventional way of thinking and an unrestrained approach to doing things. Suggestion: refer. Qin Ming's gaze lingered on the words refer for a moment. Then he glanced at the middle-aged man who was making tea calmly and methodically. This man has an excellent state of mind. Since he had nothing better to do, Qin Ming started a casual chat. Sir, I have a spatial element talent. Do you have any recommended cultivation methods? The middle-aged man who was sipping tea raised his eyelids and directly replied, You're the legendary one with spatial element talent. You should go over there instead of coming to me. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. This statement revealed a great deal of information. Firstly, his existence had spread throughout the entire training camp. Whether it was good or bad aside, at least many people knew about him. Secondly, this man didn't want to use him to gain the training camp's favor. It means that this person has a rather laid-back personality. However, Qin Ming never believed in the so-called lying flat. What people call lying flat is merely the lack of opportunities. When opportunities present themselves, how can one simply lie flat? So, he probed, Don't you, sir, want to gain fame through me? What difference does it make to gain fame or not? Isn't it still 3 meals a day? Will I have 4 meals a day if I become famous? The middle-aged man curled his lips. Qin Ming smiled and continued, After gaining fame, you can replace porridge with delicacies from land and sea. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted him. No, I have a weak stomach. I can't digest those delicacies. Qin Ming was left speechless. He concluded that this guy was truly a lying, flat person. But why did this person seem to appeal to him? Smiling, Qin Ming started the topic of the day. You know me. Do you have any suitable cultivation techniques to recommend for me? No. Go over there. They have them. The middle-aged man refused straightforwardly. Qin Ming stared at the middle-aged man for a while and then burst into an even broader smile. Behind him, Cheng Nan was puzzled. What was wrong with Brother Yang? Was it such a happy thing to be rejected? It was beyond his understanding. But he decided to support Brother Yang anyway. Getting back to the point, Qin Ming's profound gaze made the middle-aged man feel uneasy. His hand holding the teacup trembled. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Why are you staring at me? Go where you're supposed to go. Qin Ming didn't respond to his words, but said, You seem to care about nothing, yet you don't truly not care. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Let me take a guess. What brings you here? You're waiting for an heir, aren't you? Positioning yourself as an eccentric and unique talent planning master indicates that you're waiting for someone like that. And today, the person you've been waiting for has appeared. As Qin Ming's voice faded, the calmness on the middle-aged man's face vanished. Finally, he looked up at Qin Ming and said, Kid, let me tell you. Even if you guessed right, it's of no use. I won't give you any advice. It doesn't matter whether you give advice or not. You won't suffer by listening to my requirements for the cultivation technique first. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to refuse, Qin Ming directly began. I need this cultivation technique to be such that not only humans can practice it, but also animals and plants. The qi cultivated can be used not only by humans, but also by animals and even plants. In a nutshell, it should break the racial boundaries and be available to everyone. Indeed, Qin Ming had thought it through clearly. His greatest advantage was having thousands of clones. The characteristic of the cultivation technique he was looking for was that it must be usable by each clone. He had already made up his mind that once he got the cultivation technique, he'd let each clone practice it. As for whether the cultivated qi could be superimposed on the main body, there was no need to doubt it. From the moment he could extract the power of qi and blood from his clones, he already knew the answer. hearing Qin Ming's requirements. The middle, aged man had a strange expression and bluntly said, "Why don't you just fly to the sky? You want this and that." Oh, wait. There really is such a cultivation technique. The middle, aged man, who was just smiling, slapped his forehead as if suddenly recalling something. His facial expression kept changing. Sometimes he gritted his teeth in anger, and sometimes he looked troubled and helpless. Qin Ming watched him quietly, wearing glasses, with a clear look in his eyes. Although he always refused others, he always used polite words. He followed the steps of tea, drinking precisely. He was just an innocent science major guy. People like him couldn't keep things in mind or hold back words. Whatever he thought, he would eventually say it. Qin Ming only needed to wait patiently. Alas, why did that young fellow stand in front of that madman? No, how did that madman get out? In the office, the chief instructor Liu Yusong, who was sipping hot water from a teacup, had just sat down when he witnessed this scene. This sight almost scared the wits out of him. He straightened his body, sprang up from the chair, and dashed towards the door number 6 like a whirlwind. Hurry up. Don't let that madman lead that young fellow astray. In the arena, in a corner out of Qin Ming's sight, a man with a round face, a flat nose, and small eyes was furtively eyeing Qin Ming. Seeing Qin Ming communicating with that person, the round-faced man suddenly sneered disdainfully. A nobody remains a nobody. So what if he luckily awakened a remarkable talent? He still squandered it with his short-sightedness and stupidity. After saying that, he turned around and left the library directly. He had seen clearly. So what if this guy had talent? He still posed no threat to young Master Liu. It seemed that he had worried needlessly before. On the other hand, Qin Ming knew that someone was observing him, but he was already accustomed to such gazes, since he had revealed his talent at the testing center. Such gazes had always lingered on him. He had grown too weary to bother with such gazes. Quietly, he fixed his eyes on the middle, aged man opposite, and anticipation gradually welled up within him. Finally, the middle, aged man spoke. The art of animating all things in the world is on the 12th bookshelf in section 9 of the library. This cultivation technique boasts numerous merits. It purifies qi, can utilize all things, and is not restricted by innate attributes. However, its drawback is conspicuous. The cultivation speed is only 3/4 of that of an average person. After a moment's hesitation, he still said, "I don't recommend you practice it. In chapter 49, one might start to lose the inclination to practice." Why? Qin Ming inquired. After some hesitation, Li Yangshua finally began. This technique has never been successfully practiced by anyone, or rather, no one has managed to master it. It demands an extremely high level of spiritual power. Hearing this, Qin Ming arched his brows. Isn't this tailor made for me? The goddess of fortune only smiles upon the first to taste the crab. Moreover, he had no fear of ruining himself because he had 1,000 chances to make mistakes. At this thought, he looked up at Li Yangshua and flashed a radiant smile, saying, "Thank you, instructor. I'm grateful for sharing this with me. By the way, the little fellow behind me has the gift of foreseeing the future. Instructor, could you recommend a cultivation technique for him?" As he spoke, Qin Ming pulled Chengnan forward and thrust him right in front of Li Yangshua, startled by the sudden move. Chengnan was momentarily stunned and then gave Li Yangshua a somewhat shy smile. What embarrassed him most was that Brother Yang had introduced him in such a way. Instead of immediately looking at Chengnan, Li Yangshua cast a sigh-laden glance at Qin Ming first, and then his gaze finally fell on Chengnan. It seemed that this fellow was determined to have a try. Well, having a try wasn't a big deal anyway. As the cultivation techniques of the sea, opening realm could be changed at any time. Li Yangshua began to inquire about the basic situation of Chengnan's talent. At this moment, the tardy chief instructor Liu Yusong finally arrived at the scene. The first words that Liu Yusong uttered offended Li Yangshua. "Kid, there are so many people around, yet you had to choose him instead of me. Why?" Li Yangshua, who was deep in thought, looked up and glared at Liu Yusong. "How can you talk like that? What on earth have I done to offend you? Don't forget, I was the most outstanding one in our batch. Hey, so you two know each other?" A blazing fire of gossip ignited in Qin Ming's eyes. Chief Instructor Liu Yusong waved his hand, wearing an expression of feigned admiration. "You're excellent, the most excellent. It's been 10 years since graduation, and yet you haven't trained any remarkable students. All you do is tinker with those lousy cultivation techniques." As soon as these words left his mouth, Liu Yusong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he'd said the wrong thing. He was probably in for it. However, he'd come here to cause a distraction and prevent this child from going astray. Now he'd more or less accomplished his mission. On the opposite side, as expected, the faint smile that had been on Li Yangshua's face vanished in an instant. He stood up, hands planted on his hips, and his entire aura suddenly soared. "Liu, What do you mean by saying that the cultivation techniques left by our teacher are lousy? Explain it clearly. If you don't, you're not going anywhere today. Lu Yunsong wished he could slap himself for his loose lips. How could one utter such words? In any case, this cultivation method represents the teacher's lifelong efforts. Whether it can be practiced or not, he should have properly enshrined this cultivation method. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Yusong offered a profuse apology, and only then did Li Yangshuo reluctantly forgive him grudgingly. Qin Ming watched with an ever-present smile on his face. After a long while, Lu Yusong finally managed to extricate himself from the scene. He led Qin Ming and another person, and the three of them left the hall. Suddenly, Lu Yusong addressed Qin Ming. Did he introduce a cultivation method to you? Qin Ming replied, the art of pacifying all spirits. Lu Yusong, who was striding forward, halted abruptly, and an indescribable aura emanated from his entire being. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Could you do me a favor? Qin Ming exclaimed. What? Spend a day testing whether this cultivation method can be practiced. If even you can't practice it, it'll put an end to his wild hopes. And he'll teach the students in a proper and orderly manner from then on. Rest assured, I won't take up much of your time. After this matter is done, I'll ask the commander to apply for the best cultivation method in the entire training camp for you. The grade, general medium, quality the spear art of the overlord. He didn't mention what would happen upon success. It seemed that Instructor Lu didn't think there was any possibility of success at all. Their behavior piqued Qin Ming's curiosity about the grade. Soldier low, quality the art of pacifying all spirits. Cultivation methods are divided into 4 grades. From lowest to highest, soldier, grade, general, grade, king, grade, and emperor, grade. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks: low, rank, medium, rank, and high, rank. The soldier, grade cultivation methods are open for selection to the trainees in the training camp. They can choose freely from this level. To use general, grade cultivation methods, one has to apply. Well, Qin Ming agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he had 1,000 chances to make mistakes. After this matter was over, Lu Yunsong asked about Chengnan. What kind of cultivation technique did he introduce to you? The turtle of time. Chengnan replied in a low voice, his body stiff, just like a student called up by the teacher in class to answer questions. Oh, this cultivation technique is quite good. It has great potential and is very suitable. Lu Yunsong praised, and then headed to the book storage room. It was spacious and deserted. Qin Ming quickly found Area 9, the 12th bookshelf, and immediately spotted the cultivation technique he was looking for. For there was only one book on the entire bookshelf. Qin Ming picked up the book and examined it carefully. It was an antique, style thread, bound book. Qin Ming flipped through it. The book was not thick, only a dozen pages. Each page had a set of incantations along with a small figure depicting the root of the meridian's operation. Qin Ming read it through once and quickly memorized the content of the cultivation technique. It should be noted that electronic devices were not allowed in the library to prevent the leakage of cultivation techniques. After you've memorized it, come to the cultivation room in the training camp. There are instructors here to give you specialized guidance and take care of you. After Lu Yusong finished speaking, he left. Take care. Qin Ming was puzzled. However, his confusion was soon dispelled. In the cultivation room, or rather, the cultivation hall. I can't hold it. Why, Aya? A new recruit suddenly flushed red in the face, jumped up from the ground, and shouted like a madman. But before he could finish a single sentence, a big hand covered his mouth. Then, the hand struck the back of his head, and the new recruit rolled his eyes and fainted. Is this what it means by taking care? Truly simplistic and crude. Perhaps sensing Qin Ming's gaze, the owner of the large hand turned back and gave Qin Ming a bright and innocent smile. Qin Ming, had I not witnessed your actions just now, I might have believed you were innocent. In the short moment when Qin Ming was mentally complaining, another person plopped down on the ground. Qin Ming looked over and saw a figure foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. Is the first attempt at cultivation really this perilous? As Qin Ming was pondering, a big, dark, hued face suddenly intruded into his field of vision. Hey bro, have you also found a cultivation technique? The person who came was He Bin. He Bin was quite perceptive. As soon as he saw Qin Ming looking at the convulsing figure on the ground, he immediately grasped Qin Ming's confusion. Bro, the first attempt at cultivation isn't that straightforward. Once there's an error in the operation of the meridians, one may, at the least, foam at the mouth and convulse all over. At the worst, the meridians may go haywire and one could die on the spot. Therefore, the training camp kept a tight rein on the cultivation techniques, fearing that some bold individuals might teach others blindly and end up getting themselves killed. Qin Ming. Suddenly, I'm not quite keen on practicing anymore. Chapter 50. Just as I thought. In the short time while the two were talking, suddenly, a new recruit on the left let out a groan and collapsed to the ground. Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance. Is the first attempt at cultivation really this arduous? In the short time since he arrived here, 3 people had already fallen. With this turn of his head, Qin Ming noticed the peculiarity here. The walls of the hall seemed to be ordinary white walls, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a layer of faintly visible runes on them. At this moment, those runes were glistening with a radiant light, as if they were breathing. Among them, 2 men in military uniforms and glasses were carefully observing the changes of the runes throughout the hall. They were presumably civilian personnel who mastered the technology. On the most prominent screen in the hall, a video was playing repeatedly. In the video, a dynamic diagram of the meridian circulation of a human body was being shown. The red meridian circulation diagram and the blatant process of Dantian development were directly presented to the numerous newcomers. It was like a foolproof tutorial. Qin Ming sighed with emotion at the good intentions of the official authorities, while also wondering why so many people made mistakes. Then he understood. Although the official authorities had good intentions, theory and practice were always different. Knowing a lot didn't prevent one from encountering numerous difficulties when it came to actual implementation. Just like many adults nowadays, they understand all the great principles, but how many of them can truly put them into practice? The so-called unity of knowledge and action. Throughout history, only Wang Yongming had achieved it, which was why he became a sage. However, why did the process of Dantian development on the screen seem so familiar? Qin Ming stared intently at the dynamic demonstration diagram on the big screen and pondered. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have experienced this process before. Moreover, those meridian circulation diagrams looked somewhat familiar. Just then, He Bin spoke up. Brother, did you make full preparations for your first cultivation? Preparations? Only then did Qin Ming notice He Bin, who was fully equipped. There was a necklace made of unknown black animal bones hanging around his neck, a white and gentle jade pendant hanging on his chest, a special kind of incense in his hand, and a bulging pocket. With such equipment, he didn't seem to be here for cultivation but rather going on an outing. Looking at his empty hands, Qin Ming suddenly felt that he had been too casual. Behind him, Qing Nan, who was like a sidekick, nervously lowered his head. On the other side, as soon as the words left his mouth, He Bin regretted it. What a blabbermouth he was. Just by looking at Brother Qin's attire, it was obvious that he was unprepared. Why did he even ask? To make up for his blunder, He Bin immediately divided half of his preparations and said, "Look at my big mouth. How could I say such a thing? As the elder brother, you don't need to worry about such things. These minor issues are exactly what us little brothers should handle." As he spoke, he handed over a portion of the items and introduced them one by one while handing them over, Shen incense, which has the effect of concentrating qi and calming the mind. Ning Xian jade, Jinhun talisman, Ding Xian pill. Qin Ming, well prepared indeed. However, he didn't take the items, but directly inquired, "Will dividing these things have an impact on you?" Without a moment's hesitation, He Bin replied, "I prepared double of everything. So, brother, feel free to use them." Qin Ming nodded and took the items. Then, he turned around and gave them to Changnan behind him. At the same time, a nonchalant remark reached Qingnan's ears, which left him completely stunned. "You used them, Qingnan." Brother Yang Yu. It was related to cultivation. How could Brother Yang give him such important items? This. For Qingnan, who had spent the first dozen years of his life struggling to survive. He suddenly felt a sense of great pressure and happiness as if being cared for by a superior. Although Qin Ming's words were spoken lightly, the unwavering attitude in them left Qingnan with no inclination to refute. Eventually, he nodded emphatically, vowing in his heart to complete his first cultivation as swiftly as possible and bring glory to Brother Yang. Why did Qin Ming give these resources to Changnan? Firstly, he had a premonition that Changnan's abilities would be of great use to him in the future. Secondly, he didn't need them because, at this thought, Qin Ming broke into a smile. The 3 of them walked together to the center of the hall. There were dozens of black round cushions here, and beneath them was a network formed by connected runes. If viewed from above, this scene would resemble the black and white pieces on a Go board. But here there were only black pieces and no white ones. At this moment, the runes that formed the network were flickering with mysterious and eerie glows, much like an active electrical circuit. When the 3 of them arrived, more than half of the cushions were already empty, and only a dozen newcomers remained with their eyes tightly shut, looking deeply concentrated. Evidently, they were fully engrossed in observing the changes within their bodies. When the 3 approached, the teacher in charge of this area pointed at the cushions on the ground and said, after sitting on them, A chi will emerge within your bodies. Don't be afraid. It's the equipment helping you. Observe it, analyze it, and condense your own chi. Then, operate the cultivation method and gradually expand your chi si. For the first time, you don't need to expand it much. Just find it and open it. Even a tiny crack counts as a success. Seeing Hey Ben and the others carrying large and small bags, the teacher spoke up again. Right. Use all the things you've prepared. At this critical moment, no amount of caution is excessive. Arranged by the teacher. The three of them took turns to sit on the black cushions. In an instant, Qin Ming felt a slight tingling sensation as if an electric current had passed through his body. At the same time, a glint of amusement flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. As expected, huh? Chapter 51. Freeze the entire world watching the three newcomers closing their eyes and concentrating as they entered the state of cultivation. The supervising teacher who had nothing to do became idle. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the runes also had some free time. People just can't stay idle. Once they are free, they want to find something to do. So, the three teachers started chatting. Old Lu, how's it going today? Have there been any who succeeded on the first try? Alas, don't even mention it. More than half of the newcomers have gone through it by now. And not a single one has succeeded, let alone opening the sea of consciousness on the first try. Alas, it's really like a weasel giving birth to mice. Each generation is worse than the last. One of the new teachers glanced at the newcomers on the cushions with their eyes closed and concentrating, and whispered a reminder, keep your voices down. Don't disturb them. The reminded teacher grinned and said, Young Zheng still doesn't understand the situation. Once they enter the state, they won't hear even if it thunders outside. So whether we talk or not won't affect them. Hearing this, Jing asked doubtfully, what if they haven't entered the state? Old Lu cast a glance at the black cushion on the ground, a hint of eagerness flashing across his eyes. He spoke up. If the training camp has invested so much in them, and they still can't quickly get into the state, then there's no point for them to continue training. Teacher Xiaozheng nodded, seemingly understanding yet not entirely, and didn't ask further. Just then, a new recruit suddenly flushed red in the face, his eyes wide open, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uffed. Another one had fallen. Old Lu took a stride and appeared in front of the new recruit. With a raise of his hand, he struck the back of the recruit's head. The recruit rolled his eyes and slumped to the ground. The soldiers standing guard around immediately appeared behind the new recruit with a stretcher. Carry him away. Half a minute later, the cushion that had just been stained with blood was clean, spotless. The whole process was smooth and efficient. Xiaozheng was stunned. Brother Lu, how are you so proficient? Old Lu curled his lips. If you experienced over 100 such incidents every month, you'd be this proficient too. Xiaozheng was puzzled. Every month? Didn't you say the training camp only takes in a batch of new recruits every 6 months? Calculated like this, it's impossible to experience over 100 incidents in a month. Old Lu glanced in a certain direction and curled his lips again. It's true that a batch of new recruits is taken in every 6 months. However, among these new recruits, the least number of attempts to successfully open the sea is 5 to 7 times, and the most is over a dozen. There are over 100 new recruits in a batch. Even if each person tries 7 or 8 times, that's already 700 or 800 times. There was one thing he didn't say. Moreover, there weren't only new recruits in this training camp. Xiaozheng's eyebrows twitched. Over a dozen times. Wasn't it said that the concentration formation in the training camp could only be used for free 3 times? Yes. So, the subsequent usage is funded by their cities, which can also be regarded as an investment in these people. As he mentioned this, Old Lu let out a sigh. He recalled that genius who had succeeded with just one use. The golden shadow that caused the heavens and earth to change color. The subservience of all the surrounding metals clanging in resonance. And the regal bearing that made all metals yield with just one glance. In his lifetime, being able to witness such a scene once was truly worthwhile. At this thought, he cast a disdainful look at the dozen or so newbies sitting in the concentration formation. Compared to that genius, these people were nothing but trash. Even now, none of them had achieved success. Just as Old Lu was feeling disdainful, his vision suddenly blurred. It was like the wavering and illusory sensation one gets when looking at a tar-covered road surface in summer. What was going on? Could it be that he had spent too much time on his phone today and his eyes were playing tricks on him? So he rubbed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he nearly blurted out a curse. Why nearly? Because he couldn't move at all. He was like a fly trapped in amber, a bubble in glass, or the background in a photo. His entire being was completely frozen at the moment he opened his eyes. No, it wasn't just him. The 2 teachers beside him, the dozen or so newbies in the concentration formation, and the entire world. On the cushion, A newbie rolled his eyes back and started to fall backward. Just then, space suddenly froze. The newbie remained in that on the verge of falling posture. On the wall, a rune flickered once and then burst due to overloading. However, it only burst halfway and was frozen at that very moment. In the air, the spurting sparks and the splashed embers were just frozen 3 feet away from the wall. In the hall, the warm air from the air conditioner wafted over the leaves of the plants. The slender leaves of the plants were pressed down and were just about to spring back when time froze at that instant, and the leaves of the plant remained in a state of being about to move, but not yet moving. At this time, a supple chi flowed ceaselessly within Qin Ming's body, much like a bustling thoroughfare. It was busy yet regular, lively yet orderly. After that qi completed a full cycle of circulation, it finally reached Qin Ming's lower abdomen. Then, like a little bird soaring into the sky or a small fish plunging into the sea, that qi suddenly became exuberant. When the qi from the first circulation entered the Dantian qi, his entire Dantian qi, vibrated abruptly, and a layer of silvery, white light glimmered within the Dantian. Simultaneously, the outside world froze. The wind suddenly fell silent. All that remained around was the thumping sound of Qin Ming's heartbeat. Qin Ming opened his eyes and slowly stood up. The surrounding area was as quiet as a dead world. Qin Ming gazed at the frozen 3-dimensional world, as if he had stepped into a vivid and lifelike wax museum. Was this the ultimate power of spatial ability? Amazingly, it could freeze the entire space. 0, 1 second, 0, 2 seconds, 0, 9 seconds, 1 second. Suddenly, the frozen world trembled, like the tremor when a spring flood suddenly breaks through the solid ice. Intuition told Qin Ming that this frozen world was about to resume its normal time flow. So, with his current ability, he could only freeze the surroundings for a single second. He slowly closed his eyes and simultaneously released the control of his mind. At the same time, the flickering silver light in his Dantian was like a light bulb running out of power. It struggled to flash once and finally went out. Boom. The surging torrent of time finally broke through this small patch of solid ice and restored the normal time flow here. My goodness. Lao Lu finally blurted out his exclamation. He pointed at the exploding runes on the wall and shouted, "Hurry! That rune has burst. Go and mend it." The sparks that had just been frozen in mid-air finally began to move, shooting rapidly towards the ground. The new recruit who was on the verge of collapsing finally rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Along with the new recruit's fall came an even louder and shriller exclamation from Lao Lu. In a corner of the hall, the swaying slender leaves finally bounced back to their original position. Perhaps startled, they kept trembling restlessly for a long time. Amid the chaos, Lao Lu turned around. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure. Suddenly, he let out a startled cry and jumped up. "Where on earth did you come from? When did you stand up?" Although he was fond of slacking off and chatting idly, he swore that he really hadn't seen this person stand up. Lao Lu might not be a highly dedicated worker, but he cherished his job. It was impossible for him not to notice a living person standing up. Unless the other party was a ghost. Chapter 52. Do you really think I can't pick up a gun, Grandpa? At the anomaly detection platform of the Azure Dragon training camp, a sudden, urgent alarm rang out. A detector immediately inspected the equipment. Moments later, he swiftly reported to his superior. The entire anomaly detection platform suddenly bustled with activity. As per the convention, the detector promptly informed their sibling department, the Divine Suppression Battalion. In the Divine Suppression Battalion, amidst the shrill ring-on, several training squads instantly sprang to their feet and dashed furiously in one direction, the direction of the parking area. Here, some may wonder, since they're in the same training camp, is it really necessary to use vehicles? If the distance were short, there'd naturally be no need for a vehicle. However, what if the distance isn't short? The Divine Suppression Battalion is located at Training Camp Number 1, while the incident occurred at Training Ground Number 7. All the training grounds here are constructed centering around spatial rifts. Between Training Ground Number 1 and Number 7, there are 6 other training grounds. And each training ground is as large as an ordinary university campus. Therefore, driving here isn't the least bit exaggerated. Moreover, the vehicles serve as mobile bases for each squad, where weapon supplies are stored. Several pickup trucks billowed exhaust fumes as they sped like the wind towards the scene of the incident. How audacious! To cause trouble in the Azure Dragon training camp. I'll mow it down with my beloved submachine gun. Amidst the billowing dust, Captain Hao yanked the steering wheel, and the pickup truck executed a 180-degree fishtail turn at the bend, directly overtaking the blue pickup truck ahead. Captain Liu, who had been overtaken, stepped on the accelerator and chased after directly. Captain Hao, don't be impetuous. According to the information sent from this detection, although the time was extremely brief, the energy level fluctuation of the opponent was at the 3S level. This is clearly a tough character. Don't rush up recklessly and throw your life away. Captain Hao was fuming. He stomped the accelerator all the way down. Captain Lu, you coward. This bastard has directly provoked us at our doorstep. How can you tolerate it? Moreover, we don't even know what's going on in training camp number 7. Maybe there are corpses strewn everywhere. Do you still have the heart to think so much? As Captain Hao finished speaking, the pickup truck he was in shot off from the spot, leaving Captain Lu far behind at a speed of 250 miles per hour. Behind, Captain Lu glanced at the shrinking rear of the vehicle in front and angrily slapped the steering wheel hard. Damn it. After all, he was a prudent man and couldn't act so impetuously. However, to reduce the casualties in the upcoming battle, he immediately ordered his team members to analyze the information sent from the detection station. For him, the more information he knew, the more secure he would be. The news was reported layer by layer and soon reached the headquarters. A soldier with a straight posture rushed into the office quickly. Report to the commander. There's a 3S level abnormal alarm incident in training ground number 7. It has now been verified that it's a space-related abnormal event. Additionally, several squads from the Divine Guard Battalion have rushed to the scene. Should we reinforce the troops? Please give your instructions, Commander. A space-related anomaly. The old man frowned as he listened to the soldier's report. His attention lingered on the spatial anomaly in the number 7 training ground. Suddenly, his frown smoothed out, and a glint of excitement appeared on his face. Then, he made a phone call. At the cultivation hall of the number 7 training ground, a startled cry rang out. Where on earth did you come from? When did you stand up? With an expression as if he were looking at a monster, Lao Lu stared at Qin Ming. At this moment, he no longer cared about his teacherly dignity or his instructor's stance. Moreover, he had already arranged for the fainted newcomers properly, so he had no more concerns. When did I stand up? Qin Ming rubbed his head, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he answer this question? Should he say it was when they were in a daze? Before or after that person fell? However, soon he didn't need to answer, for the 3 teachers' attention had shifted to a new direction. You didn't fall? How did you wake up? Could it be that you've completed the already? The questions Lao Lu asked were getting shriller and more high-pitched each time. If he remembered correctly, this newcomer had been sitting for less than 10 minutes, right? In 10 minutes, it was even uncertain whether one could control the inner energy, let alone complete the. But if the wasn't completed, how could one break free from the cultivation state? As for opening the sea on the first try, don't be ridiculous. There was no such person in this batch. Hearing Lao Lu's questions, the 2 teachers who had just finished mending the runes also looked over. Among them, the young teacher's face was brimming with curiosity and inquisitiveness. Circulating the celestial qi? Oh, that didn't happen. Qin Ming smiled faintly. Upon hearing his words, the 3 teachers who had turned their gazes over all heaved a collective sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment welled up in their hearts. Reason dictated that there couldn't be a prodigy here, yet emotionally, they still harbored a glimmer of expectation. Not every teacher was aware that Qin Ming possessed a 3S level talent. Information, since time immemorial, has been a resource reserved for the privileged. Evidently, the 3 ordinary teachers present were not of a high enough status. Moreover, the public stir during the previous talent test hadn't reached here yet. Just as the 3 teachers were in a state of emotional upheaval, Qin Ming's next words made them forget everything around them. I merely took this time to open up a sea of qi. Opened up a sea of qi during this time? And he said merely? Old Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What had he heard? In less than 10 minutes, this young man in front of him had completed a series of steps, including absorbing qi, capturing it, circulating the celestial qi, and opening up the sea of qi. This was nothing short of a myth. A myth thrust right in his face. How could there possibly be someone in the world who could accomplish so many tasks in such a short period? Even the legendary figure from the past hadn't managed it. So, was this lad spouting nonsense? Right, he must be. He surely had only completed the celestial qi circulation before standing up. For if this young man's talent was truly as astonishing as he claimed, there would definitely have been earth-shattering phenomena when he opened up the sea of qi. Old Lu had been standing there for such a long time that he barely blinked. If there had been any earth-shattering strange phenomenon, he would surely have been the first to notice it. Now that he saw no strange phenomenon, it indicated that this young lad was lying. After completing his logical reasoning, the look of shock on old Lu's face gradually subsided, and instead, He slowly assumed the stance of an elder admonishing a junior. Before he could open his mouth, the door of the cultivation hall was suddenly and hurriedly smashed open from the outside. Damn it! Let me see which blind and eerie creature dares to cause trouble in the training camp. Do they really think I can't pick up a gun? Along with a barrage of curses, a burly man fully armed with a sub-machine gun rushed in, taking a posture of aiming and shooting at the interior. Chapter 53. The Enshrined Glory. The burly man held up his sub-machine gun, ready to start a round of shooting to suppress the imaginary monster with firepower. After all, in his conjecture, the entire cultivation hall must have been littered with corpses, and it was hard to tell how many of these new recruits would survive. He had prepared for the worst. However, the scene before his eyes was unexpectedly harmonious. What on earth was going on? The burly man froze with his finger half, pressing the trigger. He looked at the scene in the hall in confusion. There were 3 standing teachers, a smiling new recruit, and more than a dozen new recruits sitting intently in the concentration formation, striving to break through to the sea-opening realm. This wasn't it just an ordinary cultivation scene? Moreover, old Lou was blinking at him with a look of puzzlement and bewilderment that he was all too familiar with. He could be certain that the person before him was the old Lou he knew. So what on earth happened? Captain Howe, holding a submachine gun, was momentarily in a quandary. Suddenly, he let out an exclamation and issued an urgent command. Stove, halt the gesture of opening fire. Madman, cease the attack. Pigeon, quickly convey to the following squads not to attack. Just as he was giving the command, several figures suddenly rolled in through the broken gate. One of them deftly fished out a grenade from the pocket, opened the mouth, and clamped the teeth on the grenade's ring. At this moment, a series of instructions came from Captain Howe. The figure biting the grenade ring hesitated for a moment and stopped the action. Fortunately, no disaster occurred. Captain Howe heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he finally had the time to inquire about the situation on the scene. What just happened here? Why was there a 3S level spatial energy fluctuation? While asking, Captain Howe always kept his distance from this place. Evidently, he didn't let down his guard. Spatial energy fluctuation? And it was 3S level? Teacher Lou exchanged glances with the other 2 teachers, and they all saw the same confusion and bewilderment on each other's faces. Just as the teachers looked at one another in consternation, a hand slowly went up. Captain Howe looked in the direction of the hand and happened to see the young and handsome face of its owner. General, you must be referring to me. Stop fooling around. He's not someone you can joke with casually. Teacher Lou instinctively reached out and pulled Qin Ming behind him. Qin Ming sidestepped to avoid it and continued speaking. I possess a 3S grade spatial ability. Just now, when I completed the opening to sea, the surrounding space suddenly froze for 0.1 seconds, Qin Ming stated. Why didn't he tell the whole truth? Because he intended to conceal his true strength. As for whether he could succeed, how could he know it was impossible without trying? A 3S grade spatial ability? When activating this ability for the opening the sea, it was indeed possible to generate energy fluctuations of this magnitude. However, as a battle-hardened combatant, he remained vigilant and skeptical about everything. Just then, a phone call came in. Captain Howe answered it and gave a series of non-committal responses. After the call ended, the way he looked at Qin Ming had completely changed. At this moment, he finally believed Qin Ming's words, and he felt utterly disheartened. What was going on this year? Talented individuals with extraordinary abilities were emerging in droves. First, there was Ji Yuanxiu, a representative of the military. Then, there was someone with a 3S grade metallic ability. And now, here came another with a 3S grade spatial ability. Wasn't God leaving any room for ordinary people? Amid the roar of engines, more than 20 armed figures rushed in. From a distance, Captain Lou began to shout, Lao Hao, what's the situation? Captain Howe twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile that was worse than a grimace. Turning to Captain Lou, who was striding over, he said, It's nothing. Just a personal performance by a spatial genius. Captain Lou halted in his tracks, scanning the area with his eyes, which finally settled on Qin Ming. And all the team members behind him also fixed their gazes on Qin Ming. There was surprise, admiration, relief, and sighs. Usually, the training tasks of the town god camp were extremely arduous, and he had no time to pay attention to the gossips around. Unexpectedly, they never missed any gossips in the cultivation hall. This could be regarded as witnessing the birth of a genius. Just then, the belated chief instructor Lu Yunsong finally made his appearance. As soon as he entered the arena, he shielded Qin Ming behind him, bowing and apologizing to the surrounding figures. After a round of apologies, the crowd finally dispersed, leaving only the three stunned teachers in the arena. So, is it really the spatial talent? Old Lu looked at the other two teachers and twitched the corners of his mouth. Maybe. Well, I don't know. The other two teachers frowned, looking utterly confused. They had no impression of it, but everyone around was saying so. Perhaps they were mistaken? No one cared about the doubts of the three teachers in the hall. At present, Qin Ming was being pulled by Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong, who was looking at him with an expression of extreme curiosity. Boy, have you really completed the cultivation? Is it really that useless technique? His hands kept moving, pulling Qin Ming around and examining him non-stop. Without a word, Qin Ming raised his hand, and a faint seven-colored misty aura emerged on his palm. After just one glance, Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong's eyes stared fixedly. That's right. It was this kind of aura. Although no one had ever successfully cultivated this technique, as one of the old man's successors, he still knew about the old man's research. The seven colors shine brightly, and fate rotates. The old man once said that this was the legendary ultimate state of this technique. Gazing at the misty aura in Qin Ming's hand, a veil of moisture gradually formed in his eyes. Let's go and meet that man surnamedly, he said. Then, with heavy steps, he walked off in a certain direction. The moment this aura emerged, he knew that the wheels of fate had begun to turn, and those glorious yet long, buried memories would surely resurface. However, he couldn't tell whether it was a blessing or a curse for the young lad before him. Behind him, Qin Ming remained silent. In fact, even before this, he had also encountered an aura, a seven-colored one, somewhat similar to this one. At that time, he thought this cultivation method was tailor-made for him. Yet, as he watched Lu Yunsong's back, heavy with stories, he couldn't help but fall into a pensive silence. Could there be some hidden story behind all this? Chapter 54, 3038, Reactivation. In an office, Qin Ming sat alone. He had downed 3 glasses of water, devoured a box of pastries, 2 mandarins, and a couple of handfuls of sunflower seeds. The tabletop was littered with the remnants of his indulgence. 30 minutes had elapsed since he entered this room. Indeed, after Chief Instructor Lu Yusong brought him in. He was simply left here while the Chief Instructor went into a room with Li Yangshua. Before long, a fierce argument erupted within the room. Even through the wall, Qin Ming could hear every word clearly, which only piqued his curiosity further. Finally, the door of the room swung open, and 2 figures emerged. One glance was all it took for Qin Ming to be astounded. At this moment, Chief Instructor Lu Yunsong had a bruised face and tattered clothes, and Li Yangshua, whom he had only met once, was in the same sorry state. Now that you've made up your mind, tell him about it. After saying this, Instructor Lu, looking utterly displeased, flung his sleeve and stormed off in a huff. Inside the room, Li Yangshua paid him no heed and instead fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming. His eyes were filled with kindness, and a gentle smile graced his face. Looking at Qin Ming, he seemed to be gazing at hope itself. He intended to put on a kind, looking expression, yet with his bruised and swollen face, it somewhat resembled a wolf grandmother trying to deceive a child. Child, may I have a look at your qi? Qin Ming raised his hand, and a swirling mist of 7-colored qi appeared in his palm. The 7 colors radiated brightly. Truly, the 7 colors were glowing resplendently. There was a look of sanctity and longing in Li Yangshua's eyes as if he were lost in some reverie. After a long while, he finally spoke. Child, do you know what a mirage realm is? Qin Ming shook his head. Well, have you heard of a mirage over the sea? As soon as Li Yangshua asked this question, he regretted it. Unless someone had missed out on 9-year compulsory education, everyone knew about mirages over the sea. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Qin Ming looking at him, with a look of disdain in his eyes that was impossible to miss. To cover up his embarrassment, he quickly got to the point. The mirage realm is somewhat similar to a mirage over the sea. It exists in the realm of nothingness, invisible and intangible, yet it is truly there. You can think of it as the internet, but it is more 3-dimensional and real, like an illusory world that relies on the real world. After this explanation, Qin Ming understood. Wasn't it just a more realistic online game world? Merely. Why did the other party mention this at this moment? Sensing his confusion, Li Yangshua directly spoke up. Not everyone can enter the mirage. To enter the mirage, one not only needs the strength to open the sea realm, but also a key. As he spoke, he took out a 7-colored stone and handed it over. Qin Ming reached out to catch the stone, then looked up and inquired, "Is this the key? How should it be used? Just hold it directly?" Regarding unfamiliar things, Qin Ming was extremely modest. You need to drip your blood on it. Meanwhile, nourish it with your qi. Only when it gets familiar with and approves of your qi will it lead you into the mirage. Is that so? A drop of fresh blood landed on the stone. Simultaneously, a mass of hazy qi appeared around the stone. In Qin Ming's hand, the once quiet stone, like an old lecher who had seen a beauty, suddenly trembled. With a big gasp, it absorbed the 7-colored qi and the drop of blood completely. Qin Ming's expression went blank for a moment, and his soul seemed to leave his body as he went to an indistinct and unknown place. Li Yangshua looked at Qin Ming, whose body had turned semi-transparent. And then at the twinkling key, a touch of sigh emerged in his expression. 3038 has finally restarted. He is indeed the most compatible one. When Qin Ming opened his eyes again, he saw a room with an antique charm. The curtains and drapes all exuded an ancient and elegant atmosphere. There was a bookshelf in the room, filled to the brim with books. Qin Ming left the bedroom and finally got a clear view of the whole place, a small courtyard with an antique charm. Having left the yard in quick strides, he finally got a clear view of the entire street. There were various types of buildings on the street, including quaint and antique-style small yards, pointed roof buildings, and Indian-style domed houses. Of course, the most numerous on the street were the shabby thatched huts less than one person's height. The diverse architecture gave the street a rather chaotic appearance. Hey, a newcomer. Has this year's newcomer arrived so early? A dark-faced, burly man spotted Qin Ming from afar and started to tease. Hey, newcomer, don't you know when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Always pay respects to the local powers first. As he spoke, the dark-faced man firmly planted his 2 axes on the ground and rested his hands on the axe handles, looking like he was waiting for a junior to pay homage. The commotion here immediately attracted passers-by to watch the show. Sensing the gazes of the onlookers, the dark-faced man straightened his back, and the hideous smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Qin Ming glanced at him and ignored him, then continued strolling down the street on his own. Seeing Qin Ming's attitude, the dark-faced man directly blocked his way. With a hideous smile, he raised the axe in his hand and said, "Newcomers are just newcomers. You have no sense of propriety at all. Do you really need me to teach you a lesson before you can recognize your place?" As he said this, he raised his hand and swung the axe down towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming concentrated his mind, and his body seemed to shift like a shadow, appearing behind the dark-faced man. He wondered if it was just an illusion, but since he entered this place, he felt that his spatial ability was much easier to use. Thinking so, he forcefully pushed the dark-faced man on the shoulder. The man had been exerting force forward, and with this push, he immediately lost his balance and lunged forward. At this moment, he directly fell flat on his face, which provoked a burst of uproarious laughter from the onlookers around. Ha ha. The Black Axe of the Blackwind Society is actually so useless that he can't even defeat a newbie. Ha ha. The mocked black, bearded man's face instantly flushed with anger. He quickly got up from the ground, grabbed his axe, and rushed towards Qin Ming. He launched a powerful and valiant overhead strike. Qin Ming used the same old trick again, reappearing behind the man and landing another punch. The black, bearded man fell flat on his face for the second time. The crowd around burst into another fit of laughter. After stumbling twice in a row, the black, bearded man finally realized the gap between himself and Qin Ming. He picked up his axe, hurled a few harsh words at Qin Ming, and then disappeared into the winding streets. The onlookers, having no more excitement to watch, also dispersed one by one. No one noticed that among the onlookers, an ordinary young man was slightly dazed, staring at the place where Qin Ming had emerged. Then, he slipped away into the vast crowd. Before long, a piece of news landed on the desks of various leaders. 3038 has restarted. A young man with a straight and imposing posture looked at the news on his phone with a solemn expression. 3038, what a distant memory. A middle-aged man with a seemingly amiable yet shrewd face stared blankly at the message on his communicator. Old fellow, has he finally found a successor? I hope it won't be too disappointing. A successful middle-aged man was giving orders when his phone lit up. He casually glanced at it, and his mouth, in the middle of giving orders, paused slightly. 3038, I never thought I'd see this string of numbers again. One after another. The bigwigs stared blankly at the string of numbers, lost in the memories of the past. After a brief period of getting acquainted with the environment, Qin Ming returned to the small courtyard. He didn't believe that the mirage was merely a more realistic network. If that were the case, there would be no need to make it so mysterious. There must be something he didn't know here. He decided to go back and ask Li Yangshua. Half an hour later, Qin Ming stood there in a daze. Li Yangshua told him a great deal, which could be summarized into the following points. 1. in the Mirage. The initially appearing house is the personal private domain of an individual. Without the owner's permission, no one can enter. 2. Practicing in the Mirage. The speed will be 1.5 times that in the real world. 3. Although the Mirage is said to be a virtual world, it is not entirely so. There are many unexploited treasures here, such as the soul source that can enhance the power of the soul. 4. There are some areas in the Mirage with resource-rich dungeons. 5. When engaging in battles in the Mirage, one should do one's utmost to stay alive. For a single death will lead to a long-term weakness of spiritual power. If one dies multiple times, the outside world will also be affected. For instance, one's cultivation level will drop. Before parting, Li Yanxua told Qin Ming meaningfully to have a good look at the key in his hand when he was free. Chapter 55, Spatial Triple, Stacked Quake. The cultivation speed increases by 1.5 times. Qin Ming immediately conducted an experiment. In an instant, he felt the surging spiritual energy rushing towards him. Indeed, the cultivation speed here increased significantly. However, he didn't choose to practice this cultivation method for this reason in the first place. Thinking of this, Qin Ming had a sudden thought and sent out an instruction. In a villa, an orchid suddenly swayed its branches. Several leaves fluttered and bent, assuming a peculiar shape. At first glance, it resembled a human being in the posture of 5 hearts facing upwards while practicing cultivation. In the alleys of the streets, a large black dog with a shiny coat was directing a group of dogs to deal with a rabid dog. Suddenly, as if receiving some command, the leading black dog sat directly on the ground, assuming a strange pose. At a roadside stall, an old man who was eating grilled skewers, as if summoned, sat directly on the ground, presenting the posture of 5 hearts facing upwards. A flying mosquito suddenly assumed a strange pose in mid-air. Following Qin Ming's command, one special living being after another began to assume the posture of cultivation. On this day, once again, strange scenes unfolded in the alleys of Qingqing City. 1, 2, 100, 200, until the number increased to 1,000. This was not the limit of Qin Ming's spiritual power, but the limit that his Dantian and Qi Si could bear. In the Mirage, in Qin Ming's Dantian, wisps of qi emerged from an unknown place and seeped into his Dantian. This cultivation speed, alas, compared with his previous cultivation, it was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. With the blessing of the Mirage, the addition of 1,000 clones, and the consumption transferred from the long-distance clones. After some calculations, Qin Ming found that it was 150 times his previous cultivation speed. With the blessing of 150-fold cultivation speed, Qin Ming's Dantian, which was as vast as the sea after expansion, suddenly began to be filled with layers of clouds and fog. The clouds and fog changed from being thin to faintly pale, then to slightly thick, and finally to a dense mist. In just a dozen or so breaths, the boundless sea was filled with countless mists. This visibly rapid cultivation speed brought with it a palpable sense of achievement. The more Qin Ming cultivated, the more energetic he became, and he even felt a bit addicted. This feeling was like that of an internet-addicted youth who was utterly engrossed in a game. Outside the Mirage, Li Yanxua kept track of the time, observing Qin Ming, who was in a state between semi-illusion and semi-reality. The duration one could stay in the Mirage on the first day was an indication of their mental strength. At present, Qin Ming had been inside for over 2 hours, and there was no sign of him waking up. This mental strength was rather terrifying. You know, for an ordinary person, half an hour on the first day was the limit. Could it be that this child not only possessed a powerful spatial talent, but also an incredibly strong mental force? At this thought, Li Yanxua couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Had his lineage finally made a comeback? Inside the Mirage, Qin Ming, who was deeply engrossed in cultivation, hardly noticed how quickly time passed. He continuously mobilized his clones for cultivation. One wisp after another of qi emerged rapidly, converged, and condensed into mists and then clouds, in heaps and clusters. In just half a day, half of the area in Qin Ming's Dantian Qi Si was filled with clouds. Finally, he stopped cultivating and looked up at the fully stocked bookshelf in the bedroom. Why did he stop cultivating? Because all his external clones had reached their limits. So, he shifted his attention to the bookshelf. Among all these books on the bookshelf, there must be 1 or 2 that would be useful to him. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming pulled out an ancient thread-bound book from the bookshelf. When he saw the title, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fist Technique. Triple Fold Shock. The official really didn't know how to come up with a good name. Muttering inwardly, Qin Ming began to peruse this boxing manual. At this moment, He had no inkling of the great favor he owed to the previous owner of key number 3038. He simply assumed that everything here was part of the official standard equipment. As it happened, he was in dire need of a boxing technique. So he decided to give it a try. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand and opened the manual in his grasp. What met his gaze was an ordinary diagram of a little figure. In the picture, the little figure stood with fists clenched in an awkward stance. Suddenly, the still figure came to life, moving with the swiftness of a hare and the suddenness of a falcon. Its movements were crisp and decisive as it executed a set of boxing techniques. Before Qin Ming could make sense of what was happening. His eyes were completely fixated on the figure that darted around and shifted positions erratically. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Eventually, the figure vanished, and Qin Ming's mind was filled with that set of boxing techniques, imitating the movements of the little figure. He slowly formed fists with both hands and began to wave them in the air. The qi coursed through the pericardium meridian of hand, Juyin, and converged at the Daling and Laogong acupoints. Shock! In an instant, it seemed as though an inexplicable aura of strength welled up from his fists, causing the air in front of his fists to blur for a brief moment. Bang! A faint sound, akin to a sonic boom, reverberated. Did it work? However, why was it different from the little figure in the diagram? Qin Ming was puzzled and lost in thought. Could it be because of the spatial talent of this body that the shock force of his boxing technique was more pronounced? Conducting an experiment was a simple matter. With a single thought, in a villa area in Qinghai City, an orchid that had been in a posture with all 5 points facing the sky suddenly underwent a series of transformations. Before long, it assumed a boxing stance, only to see the orchid's leaves curling into a ball and flinging in one direction, an air mass the size of a baby's fingernail distorted and vibrated slightly. Why is there also a sense of spatial vibration? Qin Ming wondered. After a long while, an idea popped up in his mind. It seemed that the spatial attribute was not the attribute of his clone's body, but rather the attribute of his soul. Only in this way could it be explained clearly why even when he changed his body, the punches he threw still carried the spatial attribute. So, he decided to let things slide. No more, we can use worry here. Just let it be. Anyway, adding a bit of spatial ability to his boxing technique could only do him good, not harm. Once the thought of giving up worrying arose, he suddenly felt the world became broader. Qin Ming immediately got excited. Since this was his unique skill, how could he not give it a cool name? After thinking for a moment and deliberating for a long time, he finally settled on the name, Triple Spatial Tremor. Over here, Qin Ming was excited. Over there, in the villa area of Qingqing City, the gardener carrying fertilizer stared blankly. What did I just see? When the orchid suddenly took on a strange shape before, he was already amazed. However, since he didn't see the process, he just thought it was the strange preference of the villa owner. Now, seeing the flower moving by itself with his own eyes, his mind went blank. At this moment, his mind seemed to travel back to his childhood. Back to the time when he was in his grandmother's arms listening to ghost stories. Those old memories that usually seemed to be buried deep in some corner of his mind suddenly came to life. In his ears, as if resounded his grandmother's old and distant voice. Once upon a time, there was an orchid. Chapter 56, Triple Spatial Tremor, Achieved Perfection. Qin Ming paid no heed to the farce at the villa. At present, he was solely preoccupied with one thing. According to the boxing technique, it was supposed to have 3 successive shocks, so it couldn't just produce one shock. Since his boxing technique had only achieved one shock, there was still room for improvement. Thus, he began incessantly adjusting the angle and position of his punches, as well as the coordination between his qi and strength. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. After throwing his punch for the 100th time, he slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten that he was a man with a cheat. How could he have forgotten about his thousands of clones? At this thought, Qin Ming had a mental flash and issued a command. In the villa, the orchid waved its leaves and moved again. The gardener, who had just emerged from the psychological shadow, looked up and his vision went black. It had moved again. This time, he could no longer convince himself that it was just an illusion. The gardener grimaced, feeling as if an inescapable shadow for the rest of his life was approaching. Deep in the alley, the black dog stood upright on its hind legs, clenched its front paws, and slowly executed a set of boxing techniques just like a human. As the boxing set concluded, those around opened their mouths in unison, cheering for their leader. Woof, 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 woof. The deafening barks caught the attention of the neighbors. A chubby otaku poked his head out from the door and took a look. The moment he did, He immediately spotted the big black dog performing the second set of boxing techniques. His eyes lit up, and he bowed in reverence towards the black dog. "Black Emperor, please take me as your disciple." In the park, an old man raised his hand and made a fist, slowly assuming a stance. Everyone thought he was about to perform a slow, paced set of Taijiquan. Who would have known that as soon as the old man started? It startled the people around him, causing a chorus of exclamations. This fierce and domineering boxing technique could by no means be Taijiquan. The boxing technique, full of vigor, made the passers-by stop in their tracks. After the set of boxing was finished, it won applause from the crowd. In the corner, a gecko opened its mouth wide and pounced over. The 6 legs of the flying mosquito flailed, and 6 tiny shockwaves, even smaller than mung beans, appeared in front of the mosquito's 6 legs. The gecko with its wide, open mouth was immediately shaken off and fell from the wall. Good heavens! What on earth did I see? Is the world crazy, or am I? A mosquito can actually box. A bald man stared blankly at the wall, his gaze shifting back and forth between the just-landed gecko and the mosquito on the wall. On this day, such things occurred in every corner of Qingqing City. Naturally, it caught the attention of the authorities. After a whole night of research, the authorities still couldn't figure out what was going on. They could only classify it as another case, Case 127, following the 123 mystery. Meanwhile, the security department in Qingqing City increased the intensity of its patrols in the city by 1 level. As a result, some illegal activities in the gray areas were exposed. This could be regarded as Qin Ming's indirect contribution to Qingqing City. In the Mirage space, Qin Ming finally stopped his hand movements and closed his eyes. He had punched 36 times, with thousands of clones, resulting in a total of 100,000 punches. There is a saying that to master a skill, one must practice it 100,000 times. Now, Qin Ming had proven that this saying was true. At present, his 3-fold spatial shock had reached perfection. No, to be precise, it had surpassed that level, since he had reached the point where each punch could accumulate the power of the previous one, achieving a double power effect. Moreover, he could stack this power up to 3 times. 3 times was not the limit of his ability, but the limit of the opponent's body. With the cultivation method set and the skills fully mastered, Qin Ming stared blankly at the colorful key in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He had the key in the required realm. He could enter the Mirage. Then, could his other avatars also enter the Mirage? Without hesitation, Qin Ming decided to act and started his attempt. In the villa area of Qingqing City, that orchid suddenly turned semi-transparent, half real and half illusory, as if existing between 2 worlds. This change became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The struggling gardener finally closed his eyes and fainted. His last thought before fainting was, "I must quit this job as soon as possible. No amount of money from the boss will make me stay." Meanwhile, a pot of orchid with a charming pose appeared in front of Qin Ming. Staring at the orchid for 3 seconds, Qin Ming finally came to his senses. What on earth did I bring this orchid here for? To decorate the room? With a wave of his hand, the orchid disappeared. In the villa, the gardener, who had just regained consciousness, saw the charming orchid turn from illusory to real. He rolled his eyes and fainted again. This time, his thought was, "I must leave quickly. As soon as I wake up, I'll leave right away." Having had one setback, Qin Ming had a clearer goal. This time, instead of looking for anything else, he targeted his human avatars. Perhaps it was the gardener's miserable experience that touched Qin Ming. This time, he was much more careful and selected only those avatars who were alone. 1, 2, 3. When the 6th clone emerged, the 7-colored light on the key flickered. Qin Ming understood that it had reached its limit. 6 clones? Including the main consciousness, there were a total of 7? 7 colors? 7 clones? Was there any connection between them? Qin Ming began to ponder. Just then, there was a commotion at the door. What was going on? Qin Ming darted out of the bedroom and appeared at the courtyard gate. At the small courtyard gate, the Black Axe, who had just been taught a lesson by Qin Ming, showed up with 4 or 5 hooligans. One of the hooligans wearing a big gold chain around his neck was holding a bucket in one hand and a ladle in the other, splashing something towards the courtyard gate. As soon as Qin Ming stood still, a stench assailed his nostrils. Damn it! It was feces. A surge of fury welled up in Qin Ming, and he stepped out of the courtyard, raising his hand to throw a punch at the gold-chained hooligan. Spatial triple-fold shock. With one punch, the gold-chained hooligan, who was baring his teeth and cackling, dodged in a hurry but still got hit in the abdomen. The force in his abdomen sent him tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. And the bucket of feces he was holding in his hands tipped over backward due to the loss of grip. Coincidentally, it landed right on top of his head. Ugh! The gold-chained hooligan opened his mouth and got a mouthful of feces. The first shock to the body. As he threw a punch, the black axe roared and charged forward. Wow! Watch Grandpa's overhead axe strike. With that, the black axe swung his huge axe at Qin Ming. Qin Ming turned around and waved his hand. Then, he landed his second punch directly on the back of that huge axe. Amidst the icy sensation, his fist trembled slightly. With a powerful strike, the axe broke free from the black, bearded man's hand and flew horizontally through the air. The flying giant axe, carrying an immense force, crashed heavily onto a tattooed man. The tattooed man was sent flying, sliding over a meter before finally crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern fragments of internal organs in the blood. The second shock, shattering the heart. Wow, you're really audacious, lad, daring to resist. Brothers, for the honor of our Black Wind Society, show no mercy. Charge. Although the black, bearded man with the axe had lost his weapon, he showed no sign of fear. He waved his arms and rushed towards Qin Ming. At his call, the remaining heavily tattooed men immediately charged forward. Wisps of smoke rose from their hands. A closer look would reveal that it was the qi emanating from their bodies. Chapter 57. I seem to be extraordinary. Come on. Do you think I'm scared? Qin Ming grinned. His moves changed once again, becoming swifter and his figure more agile. He threw a punch at the black, bearded man in the lead. The third shock, shattering the soul. The black, bearded man waved his hands to defend, just in time to block the incoming attack. But as soon as they made contact, he sensed something amiss. The overwhelming force bore down on him head-on, instantly shattering his newly formed defense. This strength, the black, bearded man's eyes widened in sheer horror. Before he could utter a word, his body was sent flying into the air by the powerful impact. The soaring figure could not stop the immense force from spreading throughout his body. The stocky body of the man with the black axe was directly sent flying into the air, leaving the ground. As he ascended higher and higher, the boundary where his body made contact with the space became increasingly indistinct. It was like a piece of paper that had been rubbed numerous times, with frayed edges. Finally, at a height of 3 meters above the ground, his body suddenly trembled. Along with a dull thud, his entire form shattered into a shower of mosaic pieces. Indeed, it was mosaic. Those who entered the mirage were all in their spiritual forms. Now that he had shattered into a cloud of mosaic, in other words, he had fragmented into a mist of blood. Was he dead? Several heavily tattooed strong men who were charging forward suddenly trembled and halted their steps simultaneously. They stared at Qin Ming in horror. You killed him with one punch. Qin Ming retracted his fist and did not answer them. Instead, he coldly cast a sidelong glance at the strong men. I'll give you 10 minutes to lick this place clean. Otherwise, that's what awaits you. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and blocked the path through which the strong men intended to leave. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even glance at the shattered mosaic in the sky, looking like a master who was accustomed to life and death. Little did he know that he was deeply shocked inside. He never expected that this fist technique would be so powerful. It had truly shattered the opponent's soul. The term soul shattering was indeed no empty claim. In the mirage, one should avoid death unless absolutely necessary because each death would cause great damage to the physical body in the real world. If one died too many times, they might even drop in cultivation level. Moreover, in the mirage, the panic in the heart and the pain in the body upon death were exactly the same as in the real world. Even, on some occasions, those with wavering minds find their future utterly blocked after a single brush with death. Hence, even in this place, death wields an extraordinary power of intimidation over them. Now, Qin Ming's single punch reduced his own comrade to a blur, shattering the lofty ambitions of the remaining fellows in an instant. Presently, the man who could incapacitate them with one punch stood blocking their way out, eyeing them menacingly. For a moment, those tough-looking men with body tattoos were caught in a quandary. Moments later, the leader, adorned with a tattoo of a descending tiger on his body, contorted his face in a grimace. He glared at Qin Ming on the ground, baring his teeth. Just as Qin Ming secretly gathered his strength, gearing up for another fight, the man suddenly knelt down and started performing an unsightly act at the entrance of the small courtyard. Seeing their leader do so, the rest obediently knelt down and followed suit. All of a sudden, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance of the small courtyard. Hiss! Beyond, Looking crowd gasped in unison, contributing to global warming. They're all real tough guys, someone exclaimed, eliciting nods of agreement from the surrounding onlookers. As the center of this incident, those men didn't even lift their heads, only quickening their unsightly actions. Qin Ming. He thought he was just using hyperbole when he said lick, but they actually did it literally. Truly, those in the underworld are fearless. But why were they so natural in their actions? The men acted swiftly, and since Qin Ming noticed them right at the start of their actions, the mess they made was not too extensive. Soon, they cleaned up. After finishing, they looked up at Qin Ming, their eyes seeking his opinion. Qin Ming stepped aside with a cold look on his face, expressing his intention through his actions. After the matter was over, he didn't want to stay with those who smelled unpleasant for long. Watching the disappearing figure, Qin Ming silently repeated the name Black Wind Society in his heart. He had remembered this Black Wind Society, and it would probably be hard to forget it in his lifetime. The excitement had ended, and the onlookers were leaving one after another. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, which caught Qin Ming's attention. Alas, young man, you've given Black Axe a good beating. Be careful of his cousin coming after you. His cousin is the well-known Black Snake of the Black Wind Society, a ruthless man at the late stage of the sea, opening realm. When Qin Ming looked over, he saw an old man looking at him kindly. Qin Ming smiled and saluted the old man with clasped fists. Thank you, sir, for your concern. I can handle it. The old man smiled and waved his hand. Looking very casual, he turned around and left. That's good. I've had a great time watching this drama today, though the drama has a bit of a strong smell, huh? Just like a play that had ended and the audience had left, the entrance of the small courtyard returned to its quiet state again. After the crowd dispersed, several figures flashed and disappeared at the courtyard entrance. They were 6 clones. Why didn't he let the 6 clones come out to match the number of the opponents before? Firstly, Qin Ming wanted to test his newly learned boxing skills. Secondly, he didn't want to expose his trump card too early. Then, Qin Ming's attention was caught by the information the old man had just revealed. The late stage of the sea, opening realm? How to distinguish the early, middle, and late stages of the sea, opening realm? He had said he could handle it before simply because he was confident in the overlapping gaseous clouds in his Dantian's Qi Sea. In fact, he really didn't know much about the sea, opening realm. Truly, having been in the training camp for so long, the camp hasn't even popularized the basic cultivation realms. How disappointing. Right, there are so many books in the bedroom. Surely, some of them must be useful? With this thought in mind, Qin Ming turned around and entered the bedroom. The training camp thought to itself, it's not that I didn't want to popularize. I just didn't expect to encounter a muggle who awakened within an hour, but has absolutely no common sense of cultivation. For now, let's put aside the grievances of the training camp and shift our attention back to Qin Ming. As it happened, after rummaging around in the bedroom, Qin Ming finally found a book titled Encyclopedia of Basic Cultivation Knowledge. After reading it carefully, he encountered a new problem. The sea, opening chapter of Realm Introduction. In the Dantian Qi Sea, the amount of Qi serves as the standard. 1 wisp of Qi indicates the early stage, 10 wisps the middle stage, 100 wisps the late stage, 300 wisps is the peak. And those who exceed 300 wisps can enter the realm of transcending mortality. 300 wisps to enter the realm of transcending mortality? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his Dantian Qi Sea, which was as vast as a prairie and as profound as an ocean. There, the Qi, dense and cloud-like, was churning, brewing, and chasing one another. So what on earth am I? Qin Ming was in a daze for a long time before finally reaching a conclusion. I seem to be extremely extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary. Chapter 58, The Busy Cultivation Hall, Training Camp. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, returning from the virtual world of Shenlu. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Yangshua's flushed face. Instinctively, he took a step back and assumed a defensive stance. What do you want? For a moment, Li Yangshua seemed to be at a loss for words. He leaned back slightly and immediately assumed a serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, he said, I'm just checking if you're hungry. Yes, it's just a simple concern for your well-being. There's no other intention. As he spoke, he repeated it, as if trying to convince Qin Ming. Reminded by him, Qin Ming belatedly rubbed his stomach. He was truly a bit hungry. Even those in the open sea realm were still ordinary people in essence, and ordinary people couldn't escape physiological needs such as hunger and fatigue. Seeing Qin Ming rubbing his stomach, Li Yangshua instantly slipped into the room. After a short while, he emerged, holding up a pack of instant noodles towards Qin Ming. He said, We're all men. Don't mind. Then, He directly tore open the package and started to make the noodles. Qin Ming was stunned, thinking, "You're an instructor at the training camp. Can't you be a bit more refined?" However, despite his complaints, he couldn't help but sigh. Instant noodles do smell really good. Just like this, the two men quickly finished a meal out of the disposable paper bowls. Before leaving, Li Yaoshua suddenly said something rather puzzling to Qin Ming. "Kid, don't call me Instructor Li from now on." Before Qin Ming could ask, "Then what should I call you?" Li Yaoshua quickly shooed him away. As Qin Ming was leaving, Li Yaoshua pointed him towards the library, saying, "By the way, go to the library. As long as you show the Mirage Key, you can read any books on the first 3 floors of the library." Qin Ming, completely bewildered, somehow ended up at the library. The first floor of the library recorded common knowledge about the extraordinary world, as well as some speculations and conjectures of predecessors. The library was extremely quiet. Presumably, since the new recruits had already selected their cultivation techniques, there were not many people there. Qin Ming casually picked up a copy of 100,000 Common Knowledge about cultivation and began to read. The library was in close proximity to the cultivation hall, almost door to door. This allowed Qin Ming, who was on the first floor, to observe the goings-on across at any time. However, the cultivation hall was especially bustling today. Not long after Qin Ming sat down, there was a commotion outside. "Hurry up! Someone has fainted." A doctor in a white coat dashed forward at full speed, followed closely by several people carrying a stretcher, struggling to keep up. The young nurse at the end was huffing and puffing, but could only watch as the gap between her and the others widened. A group of figures rushed into the cultivation hall in a flurry and soon rushed out again. Still, the doctor led the way at a sprint. The stretcher bearers chased desperately, and the nurse stood with hands on her hips, gasping for breath as she tried to catch up. Qin Ming glanced outside and then opened his book. Before he had read many pages, there was another commotion outside. "Hurry up! Another person has fainted." The doctor in the white coat sped ahead. The stretcher bearers chased after with all their might, and the nurse was left gasping and chasing helplessly. Like a gust of wind, they rushed in and then rushed out. Qin Ming was left speechless. It was the second time within such a short period. Was it really that difficult for new recruits to undergo their first cultivation? Oh. He remembered that during his brief visit to the cultivation hall, 3 people had collapsed. It seemed that it was indeed a challenging task. For some reason, Qin Ming suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude. If one had to describe it, it was probably similar to the superiority complex of freshmen in college looking at high school seniors in their final year, thinking, "You must go through the hardships I've endured." Why, upon such a thought, does a sudden urge to laugh well up? Qin Ming decided to stop looking and focused on the bustling cultivation hall opposite. 3 minutes later, "Hurry, hurry, someone else has fainted again." The doctors in white coats dashed forward, and the stretchers chased after desperately. The young nurses huffed and puffed as they chased, looking both helpless and annoyed, stamping their feet in frustration. A group of people rushed in noisily and then left in the same chaotic manner. 10 minutes later, "Hurry, hurry, someone else has fainted again." The speed of the doctors in white coats dropped significantly. The stretchers no longer had to chase desperately. The young nurses put their hands on their hips, walking while gasping for breath. Their drawn-out faces showed visible exhaustion. The professional well-being was evident at a glance. Ha ha ha, why does the impulse to laugh keep emerging? Qin Ming covered his mouth, trying his best to hold back. Then, he thought of his 2 companions, Chengnan and He Ben. Speaking of which, with so many assistants added, they shouldn't fail, right? Forget it. Even if they failed, he couldn't do much to help. It's better not to cause more trouble. After comforting himself, Qin Ming continued reading. He read until evening until a voice interrupted him. "Brother Yang, I succeeded. The head coach said I was amazing and gave me something." Chengnan looked at Qin Ming excitedly, constantly thrusting the black-looking thing in his hand towards Qin Ming. With just one glance, Qin Ming recognized what it was, a blackish cobblestone. Qin Ming was surprised. "What is this?" Chengnan held the cobblestone in his palm preciously, as if holding some rare treasure. The head coach said this is a key to a new world. A key. Qin Ming immediately recalled the colorful stone in his hand. They were both keys, yet why were they so different? Just as he was deep in thought, a bustling and portly black-haired man rushed in. From afar, he started shouting, "Brother, brother, brother, you're truly my lucky star. Thanks to you, I managed to open the sea on my first day. Ha ha ha, I never even dared to imagine that I could achieve it on the first day. I had prepared to spend a whole month on this matter." Ha ha ha. The stout man, accompanied by a burst of excited laughter, dashed forward like a gust of wind, holding his arms wide open from afar. Qin Ming sidestepped to avoid the man's embrace and got straight to the point, asking, "Did the chief instructor give you anything?" He Ben slapped his forehead and replied, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot about that. Of course, the chief instructor gave me something. He said I have exceptional talent, and that if I work hard in the future, I'm bound to become a rising star in the cultivation world." With that, He Ben fished out a gray object from his bosom. Qin Ming took a glance. Oh, it was just a gray cobblestone. Black, gray, and colorful. Well, for now. It seemed the only difference was the color. At this moment, Qin Ming didn't think much about it. However, soon enough, he would discover just how superior his ki was and understand the meaning behind Li Yangshua's words earlier. Because He Ben said eagerly, "Oh, right. The chief instructor said we should find a safe place and use this to enter a new world. Let's go back to the dormitory and give it a try now." Just like that, the three of them hurriedly left the library and returned to the dormitory. Chapter 59. The humiliating social scene. The two of them excitedly dragged Qin Ming back to the dormitory and were about to embark on their first journey to the alternate world. Their excited expressions were like those of children having their first taste of a game. Having logged in once before, Qin Ming wasn't overly excited. As a result, he witnessed the state of the two after they logged in. Right before his eyes, Cheng Nan and He Ben were floating in the void, eyes shut tightly and breathing evenly, as if they were fast asleep. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped their bodies, and they began to fade away, turning illusory. At the same time, a faint bubble unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, encapsulating the two of them. Qin Ming reached out and touched it. His hand passed directly through the bubble without any resistance. There was an empty feeling in his hand, with not a trace of sensation. Could this be the legendary Mirage protection? It was truly miraculous, as if one's entire body had entered another dimension. According to the books, people in this state could be immune to all physical harm. He wondered if it was true. He thought that he should give it a try when he had the chance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Ming tightly grasped the key. With a single thought, his body gradually faded away and entered an illusory state. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that antique-styled room. Remembering the meeting place he had agreed on with the two, he didn't hesitate and headed straight for the ancient city square, the place they had decided upon. The ancient city square was an extremely vast square. It was also a place where people in many mirages gathered to communicate, socialize, and trade supplies. Overall, it felt somewhat similar to a rural market. As soon as he stepped into this place, a series of hawking sounds reached his ears. Skills, the 36 forms of the heavenly acts of creation. No need to spend 998. No need to spend 998. Just 998. A mere 998. Take the heavenly acts of creation home. You won't suffer a loss, nor will you be deceived. Don't miss this chance as you pass by. Divine Gold, White Umbrella Gold, 64 grams, the essential material for forging divine weapons. Come and have a look. Duck necks for sale. Spicy and flavorful. Delicious without getting cloying. Herbs for sale. They are essential for nourishing the soul and invigorating the spirit. Amidst these continuous cries of peddling, Qin Ming walked briskly. Suddenly, a hubbub caught his attention. Alas, it's been a long time since I've seen such impecunious newcomers. They probably jumped into the game on a whim without doing any research at all, a middle-aged woman commented while watching the commotion. Another person chimed in. Judging from their appearance, you've hit the nail on the head. At this moment, an elderly man said with a rueful look. Seeing them makes me recall my own youthful impetuosity. A crowd gathered together, pointing at a certain spot as if they were admiring some extraordinary spectacle. Qin Ming squeezed through and was immediately astounded. At the center of the crowd, two shirtless figures stood there, wearing nothing but baggy shorts and flip-flops. What on earth are you doing? Who are these people? Have they no sense of propriety? Although the temperature in the Mirage is constantly mild like spring, you can't just wander around bare-chested. It's really an eyesore. As Qin Ming was ranting, the two figures suddenly turned around. And then something about them was immediately revealed. The two faces, one plump and the other gaunt, one dark and the other fair, one rugged and the other delicate, happened to belong to Cheng Nan and He Ben. When their 6 eyes met, Qin Ming stood there, stunned. Qin Ming spotted the two in the crowd, and they also saw Qin Ming. Their lips trembled and their noses twitched. They almost burst into tears. Brother, you're finally here. Do you know how I endured these few minutes? Every second felt like an eternity. It was He Ben's voice. Brother Yang, how embarrassing. Let's run. It was Qingnan's voice. What on earth? Why are you two dressed like this? Before the question fully escaped his lips, Qin Ming was tugged by the two and dashed away at full speed, fleeing the scene. Immediately, kind-hearted laughter from onlookers echoed behind them. After a wild scramble, the two dragged Qin Ming to a deserted corner. He Ben poked his head out to peek around. After making sure there was no one around, he finally pulled his head back and patted his plump, shiny, black chest. Phew, it's good that there's no one. This is truly a colossal social death moment. Hey Ben, have never experienced such embarrassment in my life. Cheng Nan, with a rosy face from running, also couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Qin Ming finally got the chance to voice his confusion. He opened his mouth and said, "What on earth? Why are you two dressed in such a way?" As he asked, his eyes lingered on their bare backs, big shorts, and flip-flops. There were so many flaws in this outfit that he didn't know where to fix his gaze. Upon hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, the eloquent He Ben immediately began to rant. "No, we really don't know why it's like this. When we appeared, we were already in this state, and we showed up right in the middle of the square, right at the very center of the crowd. Brother, you have no idea what that scene was like." As he spoke, he gestured with both hands. Everyone around was neatly dressed, discussing business, and then suddenly, you appear in the middle of the crowd in a shabby state. Wearing big shorts and flip-flops, everyone's gaze is shot over in an instant, all at once. Those looks were like the searchlights on a theatrical stage. That chilly feeling made me think even my shorts couldn't block their gazes. Brother, it was a huge social embarrassment moment. As He Ben talked, his eyes gradually took on a dejected look. Meanwhile, Cheng Nan had already squatted on the ground, covering his face. Qin Ming understood, but became even more puzzled. This didn't match the script. According to He Ben's account, they were like this when they appeared. Then why was he different? He always woke up in the small courtyard of the Mirage. There must have been something wrong with one of the steps, which led to such different outcomes for them. Just as Qin Ming was lost in thought, a hearty and hoarse laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha. Young men, don't be sad. Everyone has gone through this." The three of them were startled and all turned their heads towards the direction from which the sound came. There, an old man with white hair and a white beard had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Ming recognized this old man. It was the one who had previously told him the news about Brother Black Axe. Upon catching sight of Qin Ming's gaze, the old man immediately smiled and nodded at him. Then he turned to look at He Ben and Cheng Nan, who were in a state of melancholy. He continued to speak. "The equipment you have is what newcomers receive as their basic gear when entering the Mirage. Every novice arrives here looking like this. So there's no need for you to be disheartened. Of course, there are a few fortunate souls who inherit the legacies of their predecessors. After entering the Mirage, they directly become members of the Fang clan and lead affluent lives. However, these are just a tiny minority, and you needn't worry about it." As he spoke, the old man gave Qin Ming a meaningful look. So, was it normal for people like Cheng Nan and He Ben to appear bare, equipped in the middle of the square? And was Qin Ming one of those lucky ones who inherited a legacy? At this thought, he recalled the previous argument between Li Yangshuo and Lu Yunsong. He stared at the small, seven-colored, twinkling stone in his palm, lost in thought. So, whose legacy is this? Chapter 60. Let the Mirage witness the wickedness of human nature. While Qin Ming was deep in thought, the old man's explanation continued. "Sir, we don't want to keep wandering around the square naked. What should we do?" He Ben, with his sociable nature, directly voiced his confusion. In essence, this question was asking the old man how they could change their current situation. The old man stroked his beard and replied with a smile. "It's simple. You just need to accumulate a certain number of points in your keys and use these points to purchase the items you need." "What are these points?" Upon hearing a new term, He Ben immediately voiced his confusion. "What is this integration?" "We have no idea what it means." The old man continued his explanation unhurriedly. The so-called integration refers to your contribution to the Mirage. It may sound rather lofty, but in fact, it's quite down to earth. For instance, if the square is dirty and you clean it up, the Mirage mechanism will naturally reward you with a certain amount of integration. If there is trash on the ground and you pick it up, the Mirage mechanism will automatically reward you with integration. The old man rambled on with his explanations, and finally, the three of them understood. The so-called integration is like currency in the real world. Here, as long as you don't deliberately violate the rules, any action you take will generate integration. For example, if you engage in serious cultivation for an hour, the Mirage will reward you with a certain amount of integration. If you stroll around the square for an hour, increasing the popularity of the Mirage, it will also give you a certain amount of integration. Both actions can increase your integration. It's just a matter of the amount of the reward. So theoretically, Changnan and He Bin also have integration. After all, they were on display in the center of the square for so long, bringing a lot of popularity to the Mirage. Oh, right. If you want to know how much integration you have, you just need to connect with your key with your spiritual sense, and a numerical value will automatically pop up on the key. That's your Mirage integration. A gentle reminder, each person's integration can only be seen by themselves, so you don't need to worry about the phenomenon of grabbing integration happening in the Mirage. After saying that, the old gentleman stroked his beard and left with a beaming smile. Qin Ming stared at his back, a glint of contemplation flashing across his eyes. How could this old man possess a certain air of an AI? He was deep in thought while the two people behind him couldn't wait to check. Wow, I actually have 5 points. If I had known it would be like this, I would have endured it a bit longer and let them gawk at me for a while more. The thick-skinned He Bin was no longer in a gloomy mood. Instead, he felt a twinge of regret for not staying in the square longer. The more shy Changnan also wore a look of delight. Qin Ming also casually glanced at his own key. Just one look was enough to stun him with the long string of countless numbers. Almost instinctively, he began to count. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions, billions, 10 billions, 100 billions, trillions. At this moment, he finally understood the great value of the key Li Yangshua had given him. This wasn't just a key, it was directly thousands of billions of assets. This uncle was really generous. Even then, some doubts welled up in his heart. What exactly have I inherited? The owner of this key must have been extremely remarkable to be so wealthy. And now, they've given me the key. Do they want me to inherit this person's will? Thinking of this, Qin Ming felt a heavy weight on his heart. He wasn't sure if his shoulders could bear the burden passed on to him. Just then, a voice interrupted his musings. Hey, bro, how many points do you have? How many? I have billions. Of course, Qin Ming couldn't say that. After all, there's nothing more agonizing than slumming it while your friends are living in luxury. To avoid undermining the camaraderie among the three of them, he told a white lie, saying he had a bit more. Under Qin Ming's conscious guidance, the topic swiftly shifted to how to earn points. He Bin, true to his lineage from a merchant family, quickly grasped the gist. Just now, I saw quite a few people selling things in the square. This indicates that selling here is both encouraged and supported. So, let's sell something too. What shall we sell? After all, this was a spiritual realm. Selling physical items would be overly cumbersome. How about selling something easier to trade? Well, that's it. What? Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance. He Bin immediately scratched the back of his head, wearing a sheepish grin. Brother, don't look at me like that. I was just joking. As a law-abiding and upstanding citizen like me, how could I ever do such a thing? Qin Ming regarded He Bin with a beaming smile. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. After some deliberation, the three finally settled on the item to sell animated cartoons. To be precise, they were cartoons with a cover featuring Liu Bei. Indeed, the three decided to give everyone in the Mirage a lesson, showing them what the perils of human nature were. After all, Qin Ming was no paragon of virtue. If there was a way to make money quickly without crossing his moral boundaries, why not do it? As for the possibility of being beaten or targeted, that was a matter for the future. He only cared about having a good time now and left the consequences to fate. With the item decided, there was still an urgent problem staring them in the face. Where could they get the clothes? He Bin and Changnan looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, it was Qin Ming who broke the silence, saying, I'll go out and buy you two some clothes. After all, I arrived earlier, so I have more points in my key than you. Thus, with Qin Ming's support, the two finally dressed neatly. After resolving this minor issue, the three embarked on their next grand plan, making money. Soon, 3 furtive figures appeared in the square. Before long, these 3 figures went their separate ways. The men they encountered soon transformed into a strange and excited state during brief conversations, and throughout the process, they always let out chuckles that only men could understand. He Bin had excellent judgment. In just half a day, the 3 of them sold over 100 copies of the materials and earned more than 10,000. This rapid income made the other 2 extremely excited, and Qin Ming also had a great deal of fun. Indeed, it was just for fun, for in the Mirage Tower, he had already achieved financial freedom. Of course, having fun didn't interfere with his cultivation at all. Qin Ming had long recalled an avatar and had it read books in the bedroom of the small courtyard. Yes, it was the books on the bedroom bookshelf. During this process, if the avatar came across any skill-oriented martial arts, it didn't need to ask for instructions and could directly start practicing. since the martial arts practiced by the avatar could be readily used by the main consciousness. Naturally, to accelerate the cultivation speed, Qin Ming allocated 500 avatars from the total number to practice martial arts. This led to a result. The cultivation speed was multiplied by 500. With the boost of such a terrifying cultivation speed, in the afternoon of that day, Qin Ming had mastered 2 skills: Luo Yin Step, basic proficiency, Meteor Dart, basic proficiency. Under the influence of this terrifying cultivation speed, Qin Ming was growing stronger at an unimaginable pace. Chapter 61, The Life-Death Contract. Witnessed by heaven and earth in the afternoon of that day, not long after Qin Ming and the other 2 left, the square became bustling. The men wandering around all had gloomy faces and red-rimmed eyes, resembling young married women who had been deceived of their innocence. The 3 vulgar figures that always loitered around the square selling pornographic materials had long disappeared. These men were filled with pent-up anger but couldn't find the 3 figures to vent their rage on. With no outlet for their anger, they finally left grudgingly. Where had those 3 figures gone? Naturally, they had hidden themselves. Where did they hide? Naturally, they took shelter in Qin Ming's small courtyard. Of course, Qin Ming told his 2 companions that he was sharing the place with someone else. That roommate was actually his other alter ego. Overnight, they had become rich. Cheng Nan was so excited that his face flushed. In contrast, He Ben, who came from a wealthy family, and Qin Ming, who had always been well off, were much calmer. They thought the day would end with just those exciting events, but unexpectedly, something even more thrilling was yet to come. At dusk, someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. When the alter ego opened the door, he was momentarily startled. Oh, what a burly man with elaborate tattoos. However, why did this style seem somewhat familiar? It seemed like he was a member of the Black Wind Society they had dealt with before. But this humble look didn't quite match the arrogant and domineering style of the Black Wind Society. As the clone sized up the burly man across, the latter spoke up. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Yang? Lu Yang was the name of the clone currently occupied by Qin Ming's main consciousness. The clone raised an eyebrow and didn't directly answer the question. Instead, it asked, what do you want with him? Hearing this, the burly man with dragon and tiger tattoos on his body immediately realized that the person in front of him was not Qin Ming. So, he straightened his bent back and put away the humble smile on his face. A sneering smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the clone disdainfully and jeered. Since you're not Mr. Lu, what are you pretending for? Get out of the way. I'm looking for Mr. Lu Yang. The speed of his change of attitude made the clone can't help cursing inwardly. Damn it. You're just like a dog, only remembering food and not the beating. Well, this is exactly the style of the Black Wind Society. That humble posture just now is surely a pretense. Naturally, what was happening here was within the attention of the main consciousness. It's like getting stuck with dog skin plaster. This is endless, isn't it? How annoying. Almost instinctively, Qin Ming issued the order to deal with the man. Once this command was given, the clone immediately carried it out. Although it was just a clone, it still possessed some of Qin Ming's abilities. For example, it could mobilize 1/10 of Qin Ming's qi and master the first form of the 3-fold spatial quake. 1/10 of the qi might not sound like much, but don't forget the boundless expanse of Qin Ming's Dantian Qi Si. Even if it was only 1/10 of it, it was comparable to the power of a late-stage C opening realm expert. Simultaneously as the burly man uttered that curse, the clone stepped forward, raised a hand, and delivered a resounding slap. The qi comparable to that of the late stage of the C opening realm, combined with Qin Ming's inherent comprehension of space, rendered the clone's speed astonishingly swift. Before the burly man across could even react, the slap was upon him. What? The burly man's eyes bulged. He only managed to utter the first syllable of an expletive when the slap landed forcefully on his face. Crack! Amid the crisp sound of flesh meeting flesh, the burly man spun a full 720 degrees on the spot. Only after half a second did he barely manage to steady himself. It was only then that the qi in his body slowly emerged from his palm. However, that meager and pallid red gas appeared extremely pitiable. An intense red handprint instantly materialized on the burly man's face, which was full of flab. At this moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. First, there was Qin Ming, and now there was this unknown fellow. Are all the newcomers in this generation so formidable? Truly, the waves of the new generation keep pushing forward, leaving the old ones behind. It seems I've grown old and am no longer fit for this world. Once I finish this job, I'll go home and marry an honest girl. The clone was oblivious to the burly man's rich inner monologue. hands on hips, looking down haughtily. He stared coldly at the burly man. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. I hope you watch your mouth from now on. Having said this, the clone seemed to recall something and added leisurely, it doesn't matter if you don't. My palm is always ready to discipline you. The insolent black man's face turned pale. Immediately, he put on an even more obsequious expression than before and said with a smile, Sir, you're absolutely right. I deserve to be taught a lesson. The swarthy and burly man stooped and bowed, looking extremely submissive. The doppelganger didn't bother to deal with him, so he promptly brought the topic back. Well, tell me, what brings you here? When questioned, the black man immediately took out a letter from behind and handed it over. Sir, I'm here to deliver a letter. This is a letter from Lord Blacksnake, the leader of our Black Wind Society, to Mr. Qin Ming. May I ask if Mr. Lu Yang lives here? Yes. This yes was not spoken by the doppelganger but by Qin Ming. With all the commotion outside, the three people inside the room had already heard it and naturally came out to check. A letter for me? Qin Ming stepped forward, took the letter, and looked down. Sure enough, it was a letter. It was in a brown envelope with a zodiac stamp, such an old-fashioned style. But what could Blacksnake want to write to me about? Is he writing to scold me on behalf of his cousin? Qin Ming tore open the envelope and looked inside. However, as soon as he tore it open, the entire envelope instantly turned from a solid object into nothingness and scattered into stars all over the sky. The flying stars gradually gathered in the sky to form several large characters that slowly rose. Life and Death Pact. What on earth? Qin Ming stared intently and saw that there were also a few lines of small words below the three characters of Life and Death Pact surrounded by the radiant glow. Participants, Blacksnake of the Black Wind Society and the newcomer Lu Yang. Time, 9 a.m. 3 days later. Location, battle platform. The three characters of Life and Death Pact soared higher and higher. The sky was ablaze with a scintillating glow, and the special effects grew increasingly dazzling. It was impossible for those outside not to notice. In this instant, Qin Ming felt as if he were in a game world. Suddenly, the special effects flashed, and the three large characters of Life and Death Pact transformed into the pact as sealed, witnessed by heaven and earth. What on earth? How did this pact come to be? No. How did this pact appear in the first place? And what the devil was this infuriating thing all about? Qin Ming was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had fallen into some kind of trap. Immediately, the special effects here attracted the gossiping and pointing of the neighbors around the campus. Life and Death Pact? It's been a long time. That Blacksnake from the Black Wind Society is so despicable. He's bullying a newcomer again. This newcomer was clearly tricked. One should never accept that challenge letter. From the moment he took it, the Mirage had already defaulted to his acceptance of the opponent's challenge. This newcomer obviously lacks experience and has been terribly deceived. This is a Life and Death Pact. What great enmity could there be to resort to such a thing? From the snippets of conversation among the neighbors, Qin Ming finally pieced together what had happened. So, that envelope was the challenge letter? So, from the moment he took it, regardless of whether he tore it up or not, the envelope would turn into twinkling starlight and transform into a sky full of special effects? This infuriating rule. Why had no one ever told me about it? Chapter 62. The Death of Blacksnake. 1. Chang Nan clenched his fists, his face flushed red as he said, Is this Blacksnake crazy? Why does he keep issuing life and death battle invitations at the drop of a hat? Brother Yang, it doesn't matter. We'll just ignore him. Let him go wait at the battle platform by himself in 3 days. No sooner had Qing An finished speaking than the neighbor took up the conversation. Young man, you're new here, aren't you? You don't know this. One can't decline a challenge authenticated by the Mirage. If you do, the Mirage will impose penalties. At the least, your points will be halved. At the worst, your quota to enter the Mirage will be directly revoked. So, you have no choice but to accept this challenge. Upon hearing the neighbor's words, a sense of grievance welled up in Qingnan's heart. I don't know who the Blacksnake is, but judging from the fact that you all know his name, he's clearly not someone to be trifled with. For someone like him to challenge newcomers like us who have just entered the Mirage, isn't this bullying the weak and preying on the vulnerable? In such a situation, the Mirage actually approves his challenge. I think there's something wrong with the Mirage's rules. The more Qin An spoke, the angrier he became, and for a moment, he spoke without restraint. Hearing this, the neighbor uncle immediately showed a hint of displeasure and said, Young man, you can't talk like that. The Mirage is quite fair. After a brief summary, the neighbor uncle began to explain, the Mirage only approves a challenge under 2 circumstances. Firstly, the realm gap between the 2 parties is not significant. Secondly, a cultivator of a lower realm initiates a challenge against one of a higher realm. Generally speaking, while the Mirage's rules encourage combat, They don't protect the weak. And it's not allowed for a high realm cultivator to challenge a low realm one. Come to think of it, I'm also puzzled. How did this challenge get approved? You know, the black snake is at the late stage of the sea opening realm. The neighbor murmured, his face full of confusion. Anyway, this matter was, after all, someone else's business to him. Without much thought, he shook his head and turned away. On the other side, Bin frowned, looking extremely conflicted. Finally, as if making up his mind, he left with a simple "I'll go out for a bit." It was evident that he was going to seek some assistance. Seeing his two companions so agitated and emotional, Qin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance in his heart. He was not good at consoling others, nor did he know how to handle such emotions. Hence, he simply said, "I'll go for a stroll," and left. Given conditions: 1. The black snake is at the late stage of the sea opening realm. 2. He himself is at the super late stage of the sea opening realm. 3. His clone is immortal. Conclusion: he can effortlessly defeat the opponent without any concerns. So, what's there to be hesitant about? Just charge forward and fight. Qin Ming waved his arms and grabbed a passer-by. "Sir, do you know where the black snake is?" The passer-by suddenly grabbed, showed a hint of impatience in his expression. But upon hearing that Qin Ming was asking about the black snake of the Black Wind Association, he suppressed his annoyance. "The black snake is at the combat training camp." Qin Ming was puzzled. "How do you know that? Are you a spy sent by the Black Wind Association?" It was such a coincidence that Qin Ming could get information about the opponent just by randomly grabbing someone. This made him suspicious. Hearing Qin Ming's question, the passer-by waved his hand impatiently. "You're the spy of the Black Wind Association. If you randomly stop a person on this street and ask, 'Who doesn't know that Black Snake spends 2 or 3 hours in the combat training camp every day, right at this moment?' It's the time when Black Snake is in the training camp." "Oh." Qin Ming understood. "Then, why are you so fierce?" "I just asked a question," Qin Ming said. The passerby thought to themselves, where did this madman come from? Under the passerby's intense glare, Qin Ming turned around and left. 1 minute later, he stopped a second passerby. "Where's the combat training camp?" This time, the passerby had a good temper. Pointing in a certain direction, he said, "Go along this way and turn at the 3rd intersection and you'll arrive." Qin Ming immediately walked in the direction the passerby indicated. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ming finally reached the combat training camp and saw the legendary leader of the Black Wind Society, Black Snake. "Long live the boss." "Go, boss." "Charge ahead, boss." A group of underlings were waving their arms vigorously below the stage. On the stage, a slender and lean man was toying with a seriously injured young man like a cat playing with a mouse. Undoubtedly, that slender and venomous man was Black Snake, the leader of the Black Wind Society. After taking a glance, Qin Ming turned around and left. When he reached the window of the training camp, he said to the staff member, "How many points do I need to become Black Snake's next opponent?" The staff member was a teenage girl. At this moment, she was worried. Black Snake was extremely cruel. In every match, he would severely injure his opponents. As a result, no one was willing to be his opponent, even if they didn't need to use any points. What on earth should she do? The young girl was so worried that her eyebrows were knitted tightly. Well, how about trying to offer some points? Just as she was thinking this, a voice came over. "How many points do I need to become the next opponent of the Black Snake?" Hearing this, the young girl immediately looked up cheerfully and said, "No need, no need. I'll even give you 50 points. As long as you don't leave, I'll arrange it for you right away, right away, right away." As she spoke, she quickly completed the formalities. In a short while, she handed over a sign and said, "With this sign, after you finish this match, you can come to me to claim 50 points. Then she directly stuffed the sign into Qin Ming's hand, as if afraid that Qin Ming would regret it. She immediately called on other staff members to lead Qin Ming to the waiting area. After Qin Ming left, the young girl just remembered that Qin Ming hadn't left his name. According to the rules of the actual combat training camp, one could either leave their real name or fight anonymously when having battles here. Since Qin Ming hadn't chosen to leave his real name, then it would be anonymous. What kind of name should she come up with? The young girl recalled Qin Ming's handsome silhouette in the glorious light, as if he were a hero standing in the light. Thinking of this, the young girl directly wrote down a few words on it, "The hero standing in the light." At the same time, on the arena, the staff began to introduce the information of the two contestants, the Black Snake's opponent this time. The hero standing in the light. Qin Ming. Who came up with this name? Chapter 63, The Black Snake's Defeat. Such a minor issue about the name only distracted Qin Ming for a moment. Soon, his attention returned to the scene. However, upon hearing this name, The black snake on the opposite side burst into laughter. The hero standing in the light? Who? You? Hee hee. In a moment, I'll beat you too. Qin Ming didn't listen to his nonsense and directly interrupted. Are you the Black Snake, the leader of the Blackwind Society? Being suddenly interrupted and addressed by name like this, the Black Snake was extremely angry. It's your grandpa. Boy, cherish the time when your limbs are intact. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Ming interrupted him again. Did you send the life and death challenge letter? Being interrupted twice in a row. The Black Snake's anger flared up. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You're the new guy who knocked my cousin offline. Boy, once again. The Black Snake's words were interrupted by Qin Ming. Good, I haven't got the wrong person. Before the words faded, Qin Ming took a swift step forward, closing in on the Black Snake. His pace was not fast. At least for the Black Snake opposite, he could still clearly see Qin Ming's movements. Precisely because he could see clearly, the Black Snake grew even more enraged. This speed, hardly faster than a tortoise's, clearly indicated a lack of skill. How dare such a boy come and directly challenge him? This was simply courting death. Since the boy was so eager to seek death, he would grant his wish. Thinking thus, the Black Snake gathered his inner energy in his dantian, arched his body, and raised his hands. The chi on his palms was like the flickering tongue of a venomous snake. At this moment, he resembled a cobra about to launch an attack. As he readied himself, the Black Snake calculated in his mind. At this speed, the opponent would enter his attack range in half a breath. Then, with just one strike, he could severely injure the other party. By that time, he would surely smash this bastard's mouth first. First, do this, then do that. In short, he would definitely make him suffer like living in hell. As he was thinking, he saw Qin Ming across from him suddenly dash towards him like a rabbit shot by an arrow, moving at 3 times his previous speed. The distance between the two of them was originally less than 2 meters. With this sudden acceleration, Qin Ming was by his side in the blink of an eye. You. Snake was startled. In a hurry, he threw out his snake-shaped punches to attack the figure approaching at high speed. In his haste, he saw the corner of that figure's mouth twitch, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then the man punched out even faster. At first glance, the punch seemed ordinary, but upon a second look, it seemed to carry the crushing force of Mount Tai. When the two punches collided, Snake's fist was like a small snake crushed by Mount Tai, retreating without even a struggle. What was even worse was that the punch carried a layer upon layer of oscillating force. Almost at the moment of contact, there were signs of his fist breaking. Damn it, I can't fight head-on. I have to fight in a circuitous way. At this critical moment, his years of combat experience still came in handy. After deciding on his strategy, he endured the pain, slid his feet, and slipped out of Qin Ming's attack path completely. With the target disappearing from sight, Qin Ming wasn't the least bit tense. He grinned and scoffed inwardly. It seems you really have no idea what the Luoyan step is. Being as insubstantial as dust and as erratic as the wind is the essence of the Luoyan step. In an instant, Qin Ming pressed down hard with his feet, pushed off with his calves, and his whole body became as ethereal as dust. In just zero, one of a blink, Qin Ming was on Snake again. Spatial triple overlapping shock, heart, shattering. Qin Ming's fist, carrying an overwhelming force, was superimposed with the might of his first punch, roaring towards his opponent. The vibrating fist, wind even made the surrounding space tremble. The rolling fist, wind behind him was approaching his opponent's back. The Black Snake was extremely shocked. He shouted in his heart, impossible. He can't have such speed. This is not the speed a newbie should have. In a hurry, the Black Snake could only frantically mobilize his chi and raise his hand to block the rolling fist, wind. Boom. When the fist collided with his arm, the Black Snake could only hold on for a single breath before being forced to retreat. With this retreat, his entire aura crumbled and dissipated like a broken dam. Bang! The Black Snake was sent flying, leaving deep marks on the arena. The Luo smoke step. Qin Ming showed no mercy. He chased after the Black Snake along the trajectory of his flight. In just 2 breaths, he caught up with him again. Spatial triple overlapping shock, soul, collapsing. Once the soul, collapsing move was unleashed, Qin Ming's fist, carrying a colossal force and the combined power of the 3-fold superposition of the boxing technique, along with the force of spatial shock, landed heavily on the Black Snake's heart. The Black Snake's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, he was like a porcelain object that had been severely struck, with cracks appearing all over his body. The cracks grew more and more numerous and dense, finally reaching the point of shattering. No. The Black Snake only managed to utter a single word before his body suddenly exploded into countless fragments. As the fragments flew in the air, they further shattered into tiny starlights. It was the remaining shock force in the fragments that was exerting its power again. Qin Ming shifted his foot, and his body went from extreme motion to extreme stillness. Gazing at the twinkling starlight dancing across the sky, Qin Ming retracted his fist and cast a nonchalant glance. His fist was slightly soiled. Not good, not good. I prefer cleanliness, Qin Ming murmured. With a flick of his hand, a wisp of multicolored aura twirled around his palm, and his slightly darkened hand regained its fair and jade-like complexion. Looking at his spotless palm, Qin Ming felt relieved and resumed the posture of standing with his hands hanging by his sides. As he turned around, he saw the crowds below the arena with their mouths agape throughout the whole process. Bang! The crowd was completely in an uproar. What had they witnessed? That newbie. Throughout the entire fight, he had been close to the Black Snake, landing merely 3 punches. Just 3 punches. The Black Snake had shattered. It had shattered into pieces that filled the sky. When had they ever seen such a scene? They felt as if their worldviews had been shattered beyond repair. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The hero standing in the light." As if finding their backbone, the crowd cheered in unison, "The hero standing in the light. The hero standing in the light. The hero standing in the light." The cheers grew louder and more rhythmic. Eventually, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached its peak. Qin Ming raised his hand, making a gesture to halt. Immediately, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone clamped their mouths shut, awaiting Qin Ming's next words. Qin Ming said, "The show is over. It's time to disperse. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. All of you, leave. Besides, the members of the Black Wind Society stay." As he spoke, Qin Ming rolled his eyes and fixed his gaze on an area where the underlings of the Black Wind Society were gathered. Chapter 64, Set Off. To the headquarters of the Black Wind Society. Rewinding time to a minute ago. Black Dog stared blankly at the gang master on the arena who had shattered into glistening stardust. Had the gang master really vanished just like that? A sense of unreality, as if the world were collapsing, suddenly washed over him. Subsequently, cheers and shouts of that person's name filled the surroundings. At first, Black Dog merely stared blankly at the tall figure on the stage in a daze. Somehow, he found himself joining in the shouting. "The hero in the light! The hero in the light! The hero in the light!" Amidst the continuous cheers, Black Dog completely forgot that the figure he was cheering for was the one who had just vanquished his immediate superior. Suddenly, the figure made a gesture. Instinctively, Black Dog shut his mouth following the movement. Then, he saw the person turn his eyes. "Those from the Black Wind gang, stay behind." Black Dog's mind went blank, and he suddenly remembered his own identity. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was collapsing once again. Simultaneously, a magnificent glow filled the sky above the Mirage Tower. A line of large characters appeared in the sky. The life and death challenge has ended. The winner of this round is Lu Yong. Upon closer inspection, there was also a smaller line of text. Lu Yong set sail 10 hours ago. Entered the Mirage Tower 9 hours and 45 minutes ago. Had a conflict with the Black Axe 9 hours ago. The Black Snake issued a life and death challenge 3 hours ago. 5 minutes ago, the Black Snake was killed on the arena. Concluding this life and death challenge. Evaluation. The wrath of a youth is as swift as the wind, as fierce as fire. When the fire ignites, the world is turned upside down. Summary. This newcomer is not to be trifled with. These lines of words blossomed with multicolored rays of light, presenting a spectacular visual effect in the sky, allowing everyone in the mirage to see them clearly. Inside a house, Hey Ben showed an awkward smile on his face. Looking at the middle-aged man opposite him. "Uncle, I'm begging you. Please act as a peacemaker and help us reconcile." Just then, exclamations from passers-by suddenly rang out on the street. "Has this life and death challenge ended already? I thought it would end in 3 days. The winner is actually a newbie? Lu Yong? I've never heard of this name. There's an introduction later. Look. Oh my God, he's so fierce. He's like a ruthless brute. Who is Lu Yong? I'm going to curry favor with him." One exclamation after another rose and fell, reaching Hey Ben's ears. The once smiling Hey Ben got excited and rushed into the yard. When he saw the gradually fading words in the sky, his back suddenly straightened. He's so amazing. This newbie is no ordinary person. The middle-aged man who followed him out also saw the floating words in the sky. When the words completely disappeared, he suddenly showed a kind and amiable smile to Hey Ben. "Nephew, don't be polite when you're here with me. Treat this place as your own home and relax." The smile on Hey Ben's face suddenly cooled down a bit. He took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "Uncle, I'd like to stay, but unfortunately, I've got something urgent to deal with. We'll catch up later." After saying that, He turned around and left the small courtyard. That old coot. His pretentious manner just now really disgusted me. Now, having overcome the difficult times, I'm done with this. At the fighting arena in the combat training camp, the onlookers scattered in a rush. In the vast expanse of the venue, only a dozen or so underlings of the Black Wind Society remained. Compared with the desolate arena, these underlings looked rather pitiful and forlorn. Qin Ming was not to be deceived by their appearance. When Black Axe, along with a dozen underlings, had besieged him, they had been extremely arrogant. Moreover, since they could stay by the side of the society's leader, none of them was a simple character. Qin Ming stepped down from the arena without a word and promptly gave each underling a resounding slap. Paw, 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 paw. After more than a dozen slaps, the underlings' furtively rolling eyes finally became still. If you dare to bully others with your power again, I'll slap you to death. After issuing this threat, Qin Ming finally got back to the main point. He pointed at one of them and said, "Take me to the headquarters of the Black Wind Society." Previously, killing Black Axe had attracted the attention of Black Snake. Now that Black Snake was dead, it was certain to draw the notice of the Black Wind Society. Instead of constantly fretting over such troublesome matters, it was better to take the initiative and settle it once and for all. The underling named Black Dog stared at Qin Ming in disbelief, suspecting that he had misheard. He couldn't help but ask back, "Me?" Qin Ming raised his hand as if to strike, and Black Dog immediately turned around and led the way, saying, "Let's go right away. Please follow me." After being slapped, Black Dog wasn't angry at all. Compared with Black Snake, who would break others' legs at the slightest provocation, this slap was nothing more than a gentle tickle. Thanks to Black Snake, Qin Ming was inadvertently cast in the role of a kind-hearted person. On the way, the Black Dog felt even more puzzled. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Brother, are you just going to the headquarters of the Black Wind Society like this? Aren't you going to prepare anything?" As he spoke, he gestured with his hands and feet to show the shape of weapons. Perhaps feeling that just weapons weren't enough, he then made a gesture of bringing a large number of people. Qin Ming grinned and said, "No need. I alone am sufficient to overthrow the Black Wind Society." After all, his clones were also himself. Additionally, Qin Ming wasn't completely unprepared. Time rewound to 10 minutes ago. Just when Qin Ming had decided to explore the lair of the Black Wind Society, he directly issued an order to the clone in the small courtyard. "Stop practicing martial skills and focus on improving your cultivation." As soon as this order was given, the clone in the small courtyard immediately sprang into action. At the same time, 500 clones outside the Mirage all sat cross-legged, with their 5 hearts facing upwards. If you were to ask about the previous statement that he had reached the physical limit, it's necessary to mention that the clones found a book titled 99 Secrets of Cultivation that must be told among a pile of secret manuals. In it, there was a little trick that solved the bottleneck in Qin Ming's cultivation and set him completely free. With 500 clones cultivating simultaneously, the speed was extremely astonishing. The overlapping clouds in Qin Ming's Dantian Qi grew in quantity and density. Finally, when the density reached a certain level, the first drop of water appeared. The first drop of Qi, water, carrying colorful glows, fell towards the Dantian Qi. Qin Ming, who was walking, suddenly stopped in his tracks and called out to the Black Dog, who was leading the way ahead, "Wait for me for 5 minutes. I'm going to break through to a higher level first." In the dull and astonished gaze of the Black Dog, Qin Ming crossed his legs and sat directly on the street, beginning his cultivation. What on earth did this gentleman mean? The Black Dog felt as if his mind had crashed. It took him a full minute to fathom the meaning of his situation. After realizing it, he was even more astounded. This gentleman intended to, advance in his cultivation? Wasn't this a mistake? This was a public street. Who in the world advanced in such a haphazard manner? When someone advanced, they would always make thorough preparations, offer incense and prayers, exhaust all connections, and invite senior masters to act as guardians before commencing the advancement. What did this gentleman have? Preparation? None. Incense offering? None. Senior masters? None. There wasn't even a quiet environment. Moreover, he even asked himself, his enemy, to guard for him. This gentleman wasn't advancing. He was ruining his future, wasn't he? The Black Dog had so many thoughts boiling in his mind that he didn't know where to start complaining. Just as he hadn't sorted out his thoughts, the surrounding air suddenly became thick. An unexpected change occurred. Chapter 65. Why is he so special? As the Black Dog stared in disbelief, the air around Qin Ming suddenly grew thick. In the surprised and astonished look of the Black Dog, a tiny multicolored bubble suddenly appeared around Qin Ming. A dreamy little bubble? A gift from the mirage? Had he advanced so quickly? The black dog fixed his eyes firmly on the multicolored bubble, and his whole body seemed to be struck by an electric shock as he stood there transfixed. Such multicolored bubbles were the mirage's gifts to those advancing from the sea, opening realm to the next realm. It appears to be an unremarkable tiny bubble. Yet in truth, it is a drop of spiritual chi so concentrated that it reaches the pinnacle. It is comparable to the legendary Imperial Essence sauce. Just this single drop can help those who have just advanced in cultivation to stabilize their realm. He had only heard the brothers in the guild discuss such a thing, never expecting to witness it with his own eyes one day. Black Dog's mind was in a daze, still in an overloaded state. He merely stared blankly as that colorful little bubble slowly descended onto Qin Ming's head and was then absorbed and assimilated. Qin Ming, with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a gentle and harmless stream of spiritual qi enter his body. At the very moment this spiritual qi entered, the tiny crystal, clear drop of water in his dantian suddenly became much plumper. If one had to describe it, it was like transforming from a skinny drop of water into a plump one. In Qin Ming's astonished gaze, the colorful drop of water directly fell into his dantian, instantly nourishing it. That instant of comfort almost made Qin Ming moan. At this moment, Qin Ming understood that this was the gift from the mirage for those who had advanced in cultivation. A gift for the advanced cultivators? If I receive such a gift every time I advance, what if I advance multiple times? Suddenly, Qin Ming remembered his thousands of clones. At this moment, a bold idea popped up in his mind. Try it. With a single thought from Qin Ming, the plump drop of water in his dantian qi si suddenly vanished. It had gone into the body of another clone. At this time, Qin Ming's dantian qi si returned to its previous mist, shrouded state. Condense. With another thought, a small and skinny drop of water reappeared in Qin Ming's dantian qi si. At the same time, another colorful small bubble emerged around Qin Ming. The small bubble slowly floated down and landed on Qin Ming's head, and then was absorbed and digested. The tiny and thin little water droplet in Qin Ming's body suddenly swelled up as if it had taken a bulking agent. His spirit was instantly invigorated. It actually worked. If one refuses the bounty sent by heaven, misfortune will follow. I'll seize this boundless fortune. Ha! With another thought from Qin Ming, that plump water droplet disappeared again. Condense, swell, disappear. Condense, swell, disappear. Qin Ming began his life of exploiting the glitch. Just like this. Under the public gaze of the passers, by on the street, one colorful small bubble after another appeared on Qin Ming's head. As he got more proficient in this business, before one small bubble on his head disappeared, a second one would appear, one after another, in just a short while. His head was filled with floating small bubbles. At a glance, there were at least several hundred. The colorful small bubbles were like soap bubbles in the sunlight. Beautiful, gorgeous, and eye-catching. The scene here instantly caught the attention of everyone around. By everyone here, it refers to the black, uniformed guards and also all the passers by around. In an instant, the entire street came to a standstill. Black, uniformed guard. What am I seeing? Isn't it said that each person can only get one gift from the mirage? Why does he have so many? Compared with you, I'm nothing but a pig. Passer-by. You may not believe it, but I saw a person advancing on the street today. He actually had a head full of dreamy small bubbles. Just like this, under everyone's gaze. Qin Ming spent a full 10 minutes carrying out the wool, plucking action thousands of times. In this instant, all of his clones completed the transformation from 0 to 2. It was over. When Qin Ming finished the last wool, plucking action, he let out a rather regretful sigh in his heart. It was so exhilarating. Next time he advanced, he would still choose to do it within the Mirage Tower. He was anticipating the next gift. The Mirage Tower, don't come near me. Do you think it was all over? No. There was still one final step. With a single thought from Qin Ming, all the chubby water droplets scattered within the clones returned. Scattered, they are like stars across the sky, gathered. They are like a soaring dragon. This was one of Qin Ming's principles for utilizing his clones. In this instant, it felt as if there was a torrential downpour in Qin Ming's dantian qi si. The rain kept falling, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Qin Ming sang a song in his heart while quietly observing the increasing number of water droplets in his dantian qi si. This feeling was truly wonderful. Amidst the sound like the patter of rain, Qin Ming completed his magnificent advancement. 1 minute later, the downpour in Qin Ming's dantian qi si finally ceased, and all the water droplets ultimately converged in the dantian qi si. Qin Ming took a look and exclaimed, "Wow, it's completely filled." According to the Encyclopedia of Basic Cultivation Knowledge, Those with a full Dantian Qi Si could reach the late stage of the Liaoqian realm. So, had he reached the late stage of the Liaoqian realm? Cultivation didn't seem that difficult either. He had reached the late stage of the Liaoqian realm in just one day. With a smug thought in mind, Qin Ming opened his eyes and slowly got up. What he didn't know was that it was extremely difficult for others to advance to the Liaoqian realm. After the advancement, it would take 10 years of painstaking effort to reach the late stage of the Liaoqian realm. What others spent 10 years on, Qin Ming achieved in just 10 minutes. This is the only thing he doesn't know. If he were aware of it, he'd be so over the moon. When Qin Ming opened his eyes, the passers-by and the lackeys who had been stunned into immobility by the shock suddenly jolted and finally came to their senses. The passers-by were full of confusion and were eager to inquire why Qin Ming was so extraordinary and why the mirage had bestowed so much upon him. However, before they could utter a word, someone jumped the gun. It was a lackey. All of a sudden, the lackey became extremely obsequious. "Oh bro, you're awake. Are you feeling all right?" Qin Ming shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Cut the nonsense and lead the way." Realizing he had spoken out of turn, the lackey immediately bowed and scraped, saying, "Bro, we'll head straight to the Black Wind Association's headquarters right now. With your prowess, you're bound to wipe out the entire Black Wind Association." As he spoke, the lackey started leading the way in front. Previously, he didn't think Qin Ming could pose a threat to the Black Wind Association's headquarters because he knew there were two masters at the Enlightenment realm among the hall, masters and a leader of unfathomable strength. Now, having witnessed Qin Ming's exceptional abilities, he suddenly felt confident. The passers-by thought, "What did I just hear? He said he's going to take down the Black Wind Association's headquarters." They knew the Black Wind Association all too well. It was a veritable scourge in the mirage, notorious for its malevolence, large numbers, and formidable power. Over the years, there had been those who attempted to eradicate it, but those who charged and either got defeated and logged out or ended up joining the association. Is someone finally going to slay this dragon today? At the thought of the impending spectacle, the passers-by's eyes lit up like stars. It was the fire of gossip blazing within them. Chapter 66, Collecting Protection Fees Just Like This, led by the Black Dog. Qin Ming strode with great pomp and circumstance in a certain direction under the follow-up of passers-by. This scene immediately stunned other passers-by. The Chinese people's penchant for watching the excitement is a universal trait. No sooner had they noticed the commotion here than more people gathered around. As time went by, the number of followers swelled steadily. Before long, a dense crowd trailed behind Qin Ming. Among them, some were simply spectators, while others had ulterior motives. For instance, a middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the figure ahead, grumbling inwardly, "Isn't this the guy who sold me the cartoon before?" He passed off inferior goods as high-quality ones, showing no integrity as a merchant. Should I rush forward and demand a refund of my points? Hardly had this thought emerged when he gave a sudden start, promptly banishing it from his mind. Only a fool would rush up now. If I make a fuss, won't everyone find out that I bought the cartoon? And what's worse, I was cheated. If this gets out, people will laugh at me for half a year. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. No, absolutely not. I mustn't rush up, and I definitely can't let others know about this. I'd rather die than let it happen. Thus, the middle-aged man clamped his mouth shut tightly, merely eyeing the figure ahead with ill will. In China, there are certain things that can be done but not spoken of, let alone made known to others. Otherwise, they'll perish once exposed to the light. Unaware to the man. Several others in the crowd were also eyeing Qin Ming with the same ill will. Of course, in the vast throng, such individuals were in the minority, and the majority were simply there to gawk. Qin Ming was walking, while the Black Wind Society was extorting protection money. Today, Black Mantis, the hall master of the Black Wind Society, led a bunch of his minions to extort protection money on the street closest to their headquarters. This was the third time they had done so this month. It was not the first time for them to extort money several times a month, and the residents on the street had long been accustomed to it. However, it was the first time for them to do it 3 times in a month. Indeed, it was extortion of protection money. They were extorting protection money from the residents on this street. It was literally just one street here. Yet, this street was rather dilapidated and desolate, as the most common buildings on it were those small earthen houses from the 1980s and 1990s, and the most imposing ones were just a few small bungalows. True to his name, Black Mantis was thin and gaunt, looking like a nearly dried-up mantis. At this moment, he led his minions and knocked on the door of a small courtyard. 2 young men of similar ages lived in this courtyard. As the knock sounded, both of them came out. When they saw it was Black Mantis, their faces changed. Everyone living here knew that running into people from the Black Wind Society was never a good thing. Unfortunately, they hadn't inquired clearly when they built their houses. And now they were in a difficult situation. No matter how reluctant they were in their hearts, they had to come out and open the door for Black Mantis. Among them, the more slippery one, Ashong, took slightly larger steps and opened the door first, while Awu, who was slower, lagged behind. Black Mantis was picking his teeth while looking at the creaking, open door. He squinted at the two people who came out of the door, and with a flick of his hand, he threw a toothpick at Ashong, who was the first to come out. Ashong only felt a foul stench assailing his nostrils, which made him retch. However, he dared not show it. He had once witnessed someone who couldn't hold back being beaten to a pulp right in front of him. He didn't want to suffer the same fate. Thus, he held his breath, forced a warm smile on his face, and said in the most obsequious tone possible, "Isn't this Brother Mantis? What brings you here?" Before he could finish his words, he was kicked by one of the lackeys beside the Black Mantis. "What's your status? How dare you call him brother? Call him master." The kick to Shang was startled. Could this guy have advanced? What a curse that lingers. Why doesn't this bastard just die? No matter how many thoughts swirled in his mind, there was still an obsequious and flattering smile on his face. Yes, yes, yes. Master Mantis, what brings you here today? The Black Mantis somehow fished out another toothpick and clamped it between his teeth. He still had Ashong askance and didn't reply. Instead, the lackey beside him spoke up again. "Our master advanced to the Dust Realm not long ago. To celebrate our master's successful advancement, every resident on this street has to hand over 50 credits as a congratulatory gift. You two should give a total of 100 credits." As he spoke, the lackey took out a shiny black stone from behind and held it out, grinning. "Now, take out your key and hand over the credits." As soon as the words left his mouth, the shiny black stone was already in front of Ashong, its meaning all too clear. 50 credits. Ashong's mind roared. This was no small sum. In the Mirage, earning points is not arduous, as long as you complete your daily cultivation and, if time permits, take a stroll on the streets, you can acquire nearly 10 points a day. Calculated in this way, an ordinary person can probably obtain around 300 points per month. Compared with 300 points, 50 points indeed sounds like a trivial amount. However, do not forget that this is the third time the Black Wind Gang has collected protection fees this month. The Black Wind Gang charges a minimum of 30 and a maximum of 50 points for protection fees. After 3 collections, they have taken away 1/3 of a month's earnings. At this point, someone might ask, after taking away 1/3, don't you still have 2/3 left? Remember, the points in the Mirage can be used to purchase cultivation resources. In such a situation, anyone with a few points in hand would naturally spend them all on enhancing their own strength. Calculating in this manner, who would have any points left? Now, the Black Wind Gang suddenly demands 50 points. This is hardly just collecting protection fees. It is tantamount to taking their lives. Therefore, upon hearing the amount of points, even the slippery Ashong could not contain himself and blurted out in shock, "Master Mantis, you're trying to take my life. I don't have 50 points in hand. Even if you squeeze me dry, I still won't have that many points." Behind Ashong, the straightforward and honest Awu couldn't help but shout, "This isn't collecting protection fees at all. You're just here to take our lives. Since you're here for our lives, why bother with all these fancy pretenses? Just come out and say it straight." After saying that, the blunt and impulsive Awu stuck out his neck and stared defiantly at the lackey. The lackey grinned, showing a mouthful of yellowing teeth, and boldly retorted, "You're absolutely right. We're here to take your lives. What can you do about it? Make a choice. Either hand over the keys in your hands and let us keep them, or, hee, we guys are a bit itching to have a fight today." As the lackey spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. The threatening meaning in his words was palpable. Chapter 67. Meeting by chance on a narrow path. Hand the keys to the other party for safekeeping? It was like giving your bank card to a fraudster for safekeeping. How could that be possible? The two of them shook their heads simultaneously. Among them, the straightforward and stubborn Awu even directly assumed a fighting stance, with illusory chi rising from his hands. Apparently, he was ready to take action. At this moment, the Black Mantis, who had always been idly watching the scene with a toothpick between his lips, grinned, cast a disdainful glance at the burly Awu, and let out a scornful tut in Awu's direction. As the tut sound faded, the toothpick in his mouth shot out directly. That toothpick was like a sharp arrow, wrapped in a faint black aura. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the distance between the two of them and appeared beside Awu. Before he could react, the toothpick pierced through him, sending a spray of blood flying. The burly Awu suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet, and his expression was one of shock as he stared at the black mantis. 10 years of unwavering efforts were actually no match for someone else's toothpick. With a deep sense of unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Immediately, a lackey rushed over. After a short while, he returned with a delighted look on his face, holding a small black stone in his hand. That was a Wu's key. It was also a Wu's freedom, transforming Qi into a rainbow. As expected, he had reached the realm of detachment, while being greatly shocked. Ashang also felt a tinge of desolation in his heart. Among the two, a Wu, who was straightforward and single-minded, boasted a higher combat prowess. Now that a Wu, the one with greater might, had been effortlessly defeated by the opponent in a single move, what on earth should he do? Was he really supposed to hand over the key to that person? Wouldn't that be like selling himself into servitude? From then on, he'd have to toil away without getting a single credit. This was not just being a drudge, it was like being in a hole of a coal mine. Like being in Myanmar under its worst conditions, like living in the feudal era. Fury raged within Ashang, suffusing his face with a deep, angry red and making his eyes bulge with indignation. He yearned to charge forward and engage in a fight, regardless of the outcome. However, reason whispered in his ear that he stood no chance, that charging in would only lead to humiliation. In the end, the key would still be taken by the other side, and he'd end up battered and bruised for nothing. No, he had to think of a way. He must find a solution. The emotionally charged Ashang kept telling himself to stay calm and avoid acting rashly. Yet, every time he caught sight of the group across from him looking at him with mocking disdain, his mind would explode like a bomb. To hell with calmness. To hell with reason. He'd had enough. He was going to lose it. With a thunderous roar, Ashang rolled up his sleeves and charged ahead. This time, the black mantis didn't step in but merely stood aside, observing coldly. However, Ashang's situation was dire, for there were still a bunch of lackeys. What awaited him were a flurry of punches and kicks, a barrage of jeers and insults, and a continuous stream of spit. A few minutes later, Ashang lay on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, a blob of yellow phlegm hanging from it, barely breathing. You're so naive. Wouldn't it have been easier to just hand over your key? Now I have to come and get it myself. The lackey stepped on Ashang's face with one foot, rubbing the imprint of his size, 42 shoe back and forth on Ashang's visage. The coarse sand on the sole, mixed with sticky dog excrement, imprinted one pattern after another on Ashang's face. He bent down to grab the small stone in Ashang's hand, trying to pry Ashang's fingers open several times, but failing. When he looked down, he saw that Ashang's fingers were clutching the stone tightly. Just as a wage earner clings desperately to the last dollar in their salary card. The lackey instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, he withdrew the foot from Ashang's face, lifted it high, and brought it down hard on the hand lying on the ground. Amid a shrill and agonizing scream, Ashang's hand bone shattered. The lackey was still not satisfied. He lifted his foot again and again, stomping down repeatedly, over and over, until the hand on the ground was a bloody mess, unrecognizable in shape, until the stone on the ground was completely covered with blood and minced meat. Finally, he stopped. He bent down and pinched out a stone whose color was indistinguishable from the bloody mess. What bad luck. The lackey held the stone and wiped it on Ashang's clothes. Only when the stone regained its basic color did he hold it in both hands, forcing out an obsequious smile and presenting it to the black mantis. The black mantis glanced at it, kicked the lackey disdainfully, and said, bringing something so dirty. Do you want to get out of here? Keep it for now and present it to me after cleaning it up when you get back. Alas, yes. The lackey didn't dare to show any anger and just kept bowing and nodding desperately. The goal was achieved beyond expectations. With a turn of his body, Black Mantis was about to lead his minions away. It seemed that this farce was about to end when suddenly a noisy sound came from the street. Hearing it, Black Mantis looked over and saw a dense crowd approaching head-on. At the front was a young man with a straight figure and handsome features. The young man walked with a majestic gait and an upright posture. One could tell at a glance that he was an outstanding person. Another self-proclaimed genius. Black Mantis stroked his chin, looking at Qin Ming, who was walking towards him with a look of disdain on his face. He was quite familiar with this situation. Every time new people came, there would always be a group of self-proclaimed young geniuses who wanted to uphold justice for the heavens, eliminate evil for the people, and take down the Black Wind Association. Generations of geniuses had come, yet the Black Wind Association still stood firm. And those geniuses, Black Mantis glanced sideways at his obsequious minions behind him. They had all become the thugs of his Black Wind Association. So this young man, he sized Qin Ming up from head to toe and his eyes landed on that confident, smiling face. Black Mantis' face darkened. He didn't like this face and must smash it later. After smashing it, he would make the young man his subordinate. Black Mantis schemed in his mind, coldly watching the approaching crowd. Here they saw Qin Ming, and naturally Qin Ming's group also saw them. The black, clothed minion who was leading the way suddenly stopped, leaned close to Qin Ming, and said quickly, "Brother, that skinny figure in front is Black Mantis, the second Hall Master of the Black Wind Association. It is said that he just advanced to the Dust Realm not long ago." After saying that, the black, clothed minion stepped to the side and shrank into the crowd. He was afraid of being resented by Black Mantis. Qin Ming didn't make things difficult for the lackey. It was already the utmost kindness for the other party to disclose the cultivation level of the Black Mantis. Qin Ming maintained his steady stride, approaching with great determination. Soon, the two groups of people were less than 10 meters apart. Chapter 68, Attack Without a Word. Qin Ming advanced with a majestic gait, his steps unceasing. As the distance between them shortened, he finally got a clear view of the scene on the opposite side. There were blood, smeared figures, the courtyard door with footprints on it, and the black stone held in the lackey's hands. Without any introduction, Qin Ming knew exactly what despicable deeds they were up to. What a bunch of parasites. Qin Ming cursed inwardly. With a single step, he covered a distance of 5 meters and raised his hand to throw a punch. Spatial triple, fold vibration body vibration. A streak of colorful aura suddenly transformed into a rainbow, spanning the 5-meter distance in the blink of an eye and instantly appearing in front of the Black Mantis. Meanwhile, Qin Ming didn't stop moving. He leaped forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, hurtling towards the Black Mantis at an astonishing speed. His speed was as swift as thunder. On the other side, the Black Mantis was arrogantly chewing on a toothpick, looking at the approaching young man with utter disdain, as if he were an insignificant ant. He was speculating about the young man's next move. When Qin Ming suddenly accelerated, he sneered inwardly, trying to gain an advantage by a sneak attack. How laughable. As a veteran who had awakened his abilities over a decade ago and experienced thousands of battles, his combat experience was unparalleled. The moment Qin Ming's shoulder twitched, his body reacted immediately. With a slight movement of his lips, the tiny toothpick shot out, wrapped in a faint black aura, flying at an incomparable speed right towards the trajectory of the colorful fist. Based on his experience, this toothpick would swiftly break through the opponent's fist energy, catching the opponent off guard with astonishing speed, even if the opponent was at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of this, his annoyance grew even more. How could a newbie he'd never seen before reach the same realm as him so quickly? Another rich second generation who had achieved his realm by taking pills. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Black Mantis. Chi energy rose from his hands. He took a step forward and chased after the flying toothpick. He had prepared a grand surprise for that young man across from him. The slender toothpick, wrapped in a faint black aura, finally collided head-on with the multicolored fist energy. One large, one small, one multicolored, one pitch black. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. Then, the pitch black chi wave on the toothpick shattered like broken glass. In an instant, it disintegrated, and the toothpick, having lost its might, feebly fell towards the ground. The multicolored fist, however, only dimmed slightly and then continued to fly towards the Black Mantis. The Black Mantis was shocked. In a confrontation between those of the same realm, this was the first time someone had managed to shatter his toothpick. What did this signify? It meant that the chi condensation of the person across from him far exceeded his own. There was no time for further thought, because the multicolored fist energy was already in front of him. If he didn't act, it would hit him directly. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal the surprise he had prepared earlier. With a flick of his hand, a jet black crescent-shaped blade beam flashed by, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. In nature, Mantises are most adept at using swift blades. The blade beam spanned the distance and directly intercepted the multicolored fist energy. In the void, the fist energy and the blade beam clashed violently in an instant. A fierce energy fluctuation erupted, emitting a dazzling white light. With a thunderous boom, it exploded in the air. The surging airwaves, carrying a colossal energy fluctuation, made the Black Mantis hair flutter violently. Although the blade glow had achieved its effect, the Black Mantis felt no joy at all, for the figure on the opposite side had already closed in. He realized that he had made a miscalculation. In a flurry, he could only raise his left hand to block the incoming punch. Indeed, he decided to sacrifice his left hand to gain the initiative for the next attack. However, He had forgotten that the carefully prepared blade glow could only match the weakened punch thrown by the opponent. How could a hasty raise of his hand possibly fend off the opponent's second attack, with a soft sound of flesh colliding? The Black Mantis gaunt arm touched Qin Ming's fist for a split second and then burst apart, turning into stardust. Simultaneously, the immense force that shot towards him made his body lose balance and sent him flying backward. But this was not the most dreadful part. The most terrifying thing was that at the moment of the punch-arm contact, a surge of qi penetrated into his body, completely disrupting the circulation of his inner breath. As a result, the jet black qi that had just risen on his hand blade flickered like a poorly connected light bulb and then went out abruptly. My blade glow. The Black Mantis face paled in horror. The failure of the blade glow meant that he had directly lost the right to counter-attack. There was no time for him to ponder further, for the qi that had penetrated into his body suddenly boiled and vibrated. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Mantis was like a porcelain object, covered with cracks. If one were to zoom in, they could even see the layers of black light seeping through the cracks. It's over. I underestimated him. The Black Mantis cast one final glance at Qin Ming, his eyes brimming with an indescribable meaning. Subsequently, he shattered into a shower of stardust. Bang! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immense energy within the martial artist at the dust-clearing realm was instantly unleashed, triggering a series of shockwaves centered around Qin Ming. Those shockwaves, carrying specks of stardust, rolled and swayed, resembling swarms of fireflies dancing at breakneck speed. Were it not for the fact that someone had just perished, the scene would have exuded a touch of elegance and romance. Eventually, after a minute of tumbling, the shockwaves gradually subsided. The onlookers finally opened their eyes wide and peered towards the center of the shockwaves, all the while speculating about the condition of the figure within. With such a massive explosion, surely the person in the center must have been blown down. Then, they saw a young man in the center of the shockwaves, maintaining a stance with his left foot forward and one fist outstretched. He stood there, as sharp and imposing as a drawn sword. The lingering shockwaves ruffled his hair, adding an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. The onlookers stood there, stunned, feeling that only the word amazing could possibly capture their sentiments. In the arena, Qin Ming slowly retracted his left leg. His face remained impassive as his gaze once again swept across the crowd. Soon, his eyes landed on Black Dog, whose mouth was agape. Qin Ming gave him a look and then headed off in a certain direction, having declared that he would destroy the Black Wind Society today. He intended to keep his word and continue to pursue this goal. Prompted by Qin Ming's look, Black Dog finally snapped out of his daze. He scurried forward to lead the way. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, continued down the street. As soon as the two had just left, the quiet onlookers behind erupted in an uproar. Chapter 69, Spatial Displacement. How could he be so powerful? This is unexpected. As far as I remember. Isn't he still a novice? A novice. At the state of Liaochen? I know these two words individually, but when put together, why do they seem so unfamiliar? What on earth am I seeing? A novice, in just one encounter, took down the second hall master of the Black Wind Society, the Black Mantis, and it was the Black Mantis after his promotion. Oh, heavens and earth, have my eyes gone bad? These were the incredulous onlookers. Among them, there were some who had known Qin Ming through previous life and death challenges. Therefore, they had some understanding of Qin Ming's basic information. At this moment, their minds were in a whirl, and they stared blankly at the sky. Finally, they murmured softly, "It seems that I'm witnessing history. This is another rising star of the human race. This one wholeheartedly has the human race in mind." Of course, there were also some in the crowd who slapped their chests, with expressions of after, fear, and relief. Hee, luckily I didn't charge forward. If I had, I'd probably be crushed by just one of his fingers. The noisy crowd was all venting their emotions, and no one noticed that there were a few people in the crowd whose expressions remained calm throughout. Catch up quickly, or they'll be out of sight soon. Someone's shout seemed to jolt the onlookers awake. They rushed like a gust of wind in the direction where Qin Ming had disappeared. In just 1 minute, the bustling block was completely deserted. The headquarters of the Black Wind Society. What had happened on the street naturally reached here. Two hall masters, Black Tiger and Black Bull, were gathered together discussing this matter. What's your opinion on this? He has good talent and decent combat ability. It's just that we don't know how smart he is. How about testing him? Naturally. Then, under the mobilization of the two, all the members of the Black Wind Society took action. On the street, Qin Ming led a group of people in great numbers and directly arrived in front of a courtyard. Is this the headquarters of the Black Wind Society? Qin Ming looked at the courtyard in front of him and couldn't help but pose this profound question. This courtyard covered a relatively large area, with a small villa in the middle. This villa seemed comparable to his small courtyard, in contrast to the low thatched cottages on the entire street. This was indeed a luxurious residence. However, wasn't it still rather shabby? Yes, Black Dog kept nodding. Compared with the high-rise buildings outside, it was truly shabby. But it was far more difficult to have a foothold in the mirage than outside. Qin Ming took a deep breath, nodded, and strode forward. At this moment, the position of the former owner of the key in his heart was elevated once again, with a loud bang and the sound of the bursting wooden door shattering. The door of the villa's small courtyard was kicked open by Qin Ming with one foot, with the door that blocked the view gone. The onlookers immediately craned their necks to look inside. At this time, the scene in the villa's small courtyard completely came into the view of the crowd. Different from the scene imagined by everyone, where there would be 300 axe-wielding guards and all the minions would rush out at a single command. This courtyard was empty. There were only 2 people standing in front of the villa. To be precise, they were 2 stalwart and imposing men. Upon sighting these 2 individuals, an immediate commotion rippled through the crowd. The well-informed onlookers promptly recognized their identities and couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise. It's actually the Hall Master of the Black Tiger and the Hall Master of the Black Ox. Haven't they advanced to the Dust Realm for quite a long time? With these 2 making an appearance, it seems this young lad won't fare well today. Amid the continuous stir in the crowd, people engaged in discussions, and many voices expressed pessimism about Qin Ming. Qin Ming paid no heed to the onlookers. Instead, with a majestic gait, he strode into the courtyard in one step. Standing in front of the villa, the Black Tiger Hall Master couldn't help but snort and complain to the Black Ox Hall Master. I'm somewhat disappointed in him. He didn't even observe the surrounding environment and directly stepped into the enemy's territory. I really don't know whether to praise his bravery or scold his recklessness. The Black Ox Hall Master ignored the Black Tiger's grumbling and fixed his eyes directly on Qin Ming's steps. As the young man delved deeper into the courtyard, his pace suddenly quickened. In a trance, his steps seemed erratic. In just a few blinks of an eye, he appeared in the middle of the courtyard. It was believed that in another 2 or 3 breaths, he would stand before them, watching Qin Ming's performance. The Black Ox Hall Master appraised in his heart, stepping into the enemy's territory without any idle talk, going straight for the kill right from the start. He's quite a ruthless character. However, whether he can pass this test remains unknown. I hope you won't let us down. With this thought in mind, the Black Ox Hall Master raised his right hand and suddenly made a downward, pulling gesture into the void. Simultaneously, a deep and resonant voice echoed through the small courtyard. Release. At his command, countless figures suddenly emerged from the walls around the small courtyard. Each of these figures held a powerful crossbow in their hand, and the direction the arrowheads of the crossbows pointed was precisely towards Qin Ming, who was striding into the yard. At the order given by Hanyo, a shower of arrows like a swarm of locusts descended in a torrential downpour. In an instant, Qin Ming was completely surrounded from all sides. In a split second, Qin Ming seemed like a fish in a net or a shrimp in a pond, and death appeared inevitable. Hanyo's brows were furrowed, and his gaze remained fixed on the erratic figure. If you can pass this test, I'll take you to meet someone. If not, then learn prudence and earnestness from this lesson, Hanyo pondered. Meanwhile, Heihu was making sarcastic remarks. As the main target of the attack, Qin Ming suddenly stopped walking. His originally erratic form suddenly became more solid. He looked up at the screen, full of tiny black dots before his eyes, which were the crossbows shooting towards him. His face remained calm, and his eyes were as composed as ever, looking at Heihu and the other person standing nearby. Observing coldly, he suddenly smiled. You're being too overconfident. You've made an enemy of me without ever inquiring about my talent. For others, facing this hail of arrows, they'd either dodge or endure it head on. However, I'm definitely not among those others, because... Suddenly, he looked up, and a flash of colorful light passed through his pupils. A thought flashed across his mind. Space. Replacement. At his command, he disappeared from the area covered by the arrow rain and reappeared beside Hanyo. Beside the Black Bull, the Black Tiger, who had been muttering incessantly, flashed and suddenly appeared amidst the rain of arrows. Black Tiger, what the? Why am I here? Leaving aside the Black Tiger's bewilderment for the moment, on this side, Qin Ming had just stepped out of the void when he threw a punch. 3-fold spatial quake, body quake. The Black Bull was staring at the figure shrouded by the arrow rain. Suddenly, the figure flickered and then solidified again. Before he could react, a sense of danger hit him from the side. His honed combat experience came into play at this moment. Without waiting for his mind to process, his body instinctively threw a punch to the right. Bang! In an explosive sound of air, the two fists collided forcefully. Thud, thud, thud. The Black Bull took 3 steps back and finally saw the attacking figure clearly. As soon as he saw it, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. How could you be here? If you're here, then who is that figure in the arrow rain? These thoughts flashed through his mind. But the Black Bull didn't continue to ask. He knew it was pointless. A man's answers were always won through fists. Thinking of this, he moved forward to launch an attack. Great Power Bull Demon Fist. How could I be here? Defeat me, and you'll naturally find out. Although his first punch was blocked, Qin Ming didn't lose heart. He took another step, and his Luo Yin steps came into use immediately. The two figures rapidly closed the distance between them. As the figure in his field of vision got closer and closer, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Qin Ming's lips. Let me give you a surprise. With this thought, he moved his feet, and his figure disappeared again. Chapter 70. How on earth can one fight this battle? The charging Black Bull suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. His vision blurred. When his sight recovered, he found himself at the spot where Qin Ming had just been. Due to the spatial dislocation, his long, stored punch was thrown out, but it landed in thin air. The shockwave from the punch caused ripples in the surrounding air. Missed? No. It was the position that had changed. I'm here, then where is he? Oh no. In a panic, the Black Bull mobilized the inner qi in his body, frantically guarding his vital parts such as his heart meridian. However, he had just thrown a punch and his qi and blood were surging. Mobilizing his qi again at this moment was too hasty. Just as he started to act, an illusory fist carrying multicolored qi crashed down. It was the three-fold spatial shock, heart-shattering. The multicolored energy wave carried a ferocious momentum, like a mighty tidal wave, and heavily struck the Black Bull's sturdy shoulder. A flash of astonishment passed through the Black Bull's eyes. He felt a bit of admiration for Qin Ming. After this battle, he must have a good spar with this lad. But all that was for later. Now, the punch on his shoulder made the qi in his body vibrate, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. A seasoned fighter is indeed a seasoned fighter. Anything can be turned into a weapon of attack. Right then, the freshly spat out blood, under the influence of the qi force, suddenly deformed and stretched, turning into a sharp blood arrow. Looking at the formed blood arrow, the Black Bull's eyes were solemn. Boy, let the teacher teach you that on the battlefield. There's no room for the slightest carelessness, especially when you're clearly in the upper hand. As thoughts whirled in his mind, he found himself involuntarily hurled backward. Seeing the sudden shower of blood arrows, Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply. At such a close range, the blood arrows that emerged suddenly were like an unexpected devastating move right in his face. At this moment, he had just launched his fist strike, and the blood arrows were already approaching his face. He could even smell the stench carried by those blood arrows. At this juncture, it was too late to mobilize his inner breath to block them, and it was even more impossible to use his spatial ability for replacement. This guy was truly a tough nut to crack. Qin Ming inwardly admired, his eyes remaining calm. Then, he suddenly tilted his head, and the blood arrows, glistening with a crystal, like sheen, whizzed past his nose. The strong wind brought by the blood arrows made his hair flutter and his clothes rustle. A faint chill flashed across Qin Ming's cheek, and a trace of red was barely visible. Today, he was finally injured. Qin Ming had no time to pay attention to the chill on his cheek. He slightly adjusted his breathing, and his figure became erratic again, like a ghost, chasing after the figure being thrown away. Seize the opportunity when the enemy is weak and finish them off. He would never give such a tenacious opponent a chance to recover. Why didn't he use his spatial ability? Because the spatial ability he had awakened was replacement. Replacement, as the name implies, required someone to swap positions with him. To maximize the effect of the spatial replacement ability during a battle, one needed to have precise control over the distance. The current distance was not optimal. His figure, like a specter, attacked again. How could the Black Ox, being thrown away by a great force, not notice? An experienced warrior in battle, he managed to adjust his posture with great effort, assuming a defensive stance in mid-air. At the same time, he let out a loud shout into the air. Black Tiger, come to my aid. Young man, you're quite remarkable. However, let me impart another truth to you. On the battlefield, never have the slightest hesitation. You must mobilize all the forces at your disposal. And comrades are also part of that power. As Black Bull let out a call, Black Tiger, who had just extricated himself from the hail of arrows, rushed over here at breakneck speed. His pace was as swift as lightning. Moreover, the direction in which Black Bull was thrown happened to be the same as where Black Tiger was. With these two factors combined, in just the blink of an eye, Black Tiger burst into the fight between Qin Ming and Black Bull. Seeing his old partner being bullied like this, the simple-minded Black Tiger was filled with anger. As soon as he entered the attack range, Black Tiger flung his hand and sent a fist-shaped imprint flying. The talkative Black Tiger even loudly announced the name of the move, Black Tiger's Mountain, Shaking Fist, with a resounding shout. A fist-shaped imprint surrounded by Black Chi traversed a long distance and hurtled towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming, whose figure was as erratic as a ghost, glanced at the flying figure of Black Bull and then at the incoming fist-shaped imprint. A smile played on his lips. In the face of spatial abilities, you actually directly unleash your skills? How presumptuous. It seems you're completely unaware of the perils of spatial abilities. Well then, let me educate you. Thinking thus, the seven-colored light flickered once again in his eyes, and then he vanished into thin air. With his disappearance, a figure hovering in mid-air appeared at the spot where Qin Ming had just been. It was none other than Black Bull, who was still being thrown through the air. That is to say, Qin Ming and Hanyo underwent another spatial displacement. This exchange not only swapped their positions but also the attacks. For instance, the fist imprint that had just been launched towards Qin Ming immediately descended upon Hanyo. Hanyo's vision blurred, and a shock jolted through his heart. Immediately afterwards, a profound sense of crisis welled up within him. In a daze, a pitch-black fist imprint rushed towards him. Damn it. This was like one's own side attacking one's own side. How infuriating. Hanyo's face grew solemn. He struggled to mobilize the power of his chi and blood. While airborne, he strived to adjust his posture, using his back to face the incoming fist imprint. Bang! The fist imprint, wrapped in a thick layer of black chi, carried an all-encompassing might as it landed heavily on his broad back. His flesh vibrated under the force of the punch, emitting a rapid succession of thumping sounds, much like the beating of a large drum. Already out of control, he was struck again and fell to the ground with a thud, leaving a long trail of blood. After being hit repeatedly, Hanyo completely collapsed and lost his combat ability. On the other side, after Qin Ming and Hanyo exchanged positions, while in mid-air, he shot out like a sharp sword, dashing rapidly towards Heihu. While airborne, he twisted his body and threw a punch. As his chi and blood surged, a punch, with the combined power of the previous two fist imprints, descended from the sky. 3-fold spatial quake, shatter the soul. Heihu, who was sprinting forward while unleashing his power, had just thrown a skill at Qin Ming when his vision blurred. Then, his skill landed on his own teammate. Before he could figure out what was going on, the teammate in front of him was replaced by the enemy. This. His intelligent head couldn't make sense of the situation for a moment. Fortunately, he still knew to swing his fist when the enemy came. So, he raised his fist and swung it towards the enemy descending from the sky. Thus, one fist came down from above, and the other shot up from below. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided forcefully. Bang! The colorful aura and the black aura clashed violently. For a moment, it was as if 1,000 waves were stirred up. Amid the surging airwaves, the yellow sand was whipped up into the sky. Chapter 71. The barrier. As time passed slowly, the yellow sand finally receded, revealing two figures within. A young boy with a straight posture, his right fist still raised, and a burly man who stood there, stunned. Was this the end? Outside the door, the onlookers craned their necks and blinked their eyes, speechless for a moment. The evening breeze blew, tousling the bangs on the young boy's forehead and casting a swaying shadow in his eyes. He blinked his eyes and slowly retracted his fist. Meanwhile, the colorful hue in his pupils gradually faded away, along with the fading of the colorful aura. The domineering and mighty aura of the young boy also dissipated. At this moment, with his rosy lips and white teeth, and a shy look on his face, he seemed to have transformed back into that gentle and harmless young lad. As he retracted his fist, the burly man who was standing there motionless began to crumble bit by bit, starting from his fist, just like the fine sand in the wind, and finally turned into a shower of stardust. How could he be so powerful? After all, he had only entered the Mirage Tower for one day. A person who had been in the Mirage Tower for just one day had defeated in an instant the mid-stage lingering Dust Realm Hall Master who had been domineering in the Black Wind Association for more than a decade? Were they dreaming? Outside the door, the onlookers stared blankly at the shower of stardust in the small courtyard, completely stunned. From the moment he stepped into the yard, engaged in battle with the Black Bull Hall Master, carried out two spatial displacements that completely incapacitated the Black Bull Hall Master, and then shattered the Black Tiger Hall Master with a single strike. All of this transpired within a mere minute. A minute, and it was all over? Just 1 minute. The onlookers felt that not even in their wildest dreams would they dare to imagine such an outlandish scenario. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Outside the door, the onlookers stared blankly, glancing at one another, at a loss as to what facial expressions to assume. Finally, one person came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim, "Today, I've finally witnessed what true genius is." With someone breaking the ice, the crowd suddenly stirred. I never understood why some people said the gap between individuals is even greater than that between humans and pigs. Now, I get it. Such an outrageous thing is actually true. I'm at a loss as to what expression to make. Alas, if I remember correctly, those who have just awakened their Dantian Chi would come to the Mirage Tower to report. He just entered the Mirage Tower today, which means he just awakened his Dantian Chi today. As the speaker went on, his voice grew louder, and his facial expression became more and more incredulous, until he was stunned by his own deduction. So, on the very first day of awakening, he traversed the early, middle, and late stages of the Dantian Chi realm, broke through to the mortal realm, killed the Black Mantis at the early stage of the mortal realm, incapacitated and killed the Black Tiger at the middle stage of the mortal realm in 3 moves, and disabled the Black Bull at the late stage of the mortal realm? Is the world really this absurd? As the onlookers huddled together and continued their speculations, their eyes widened further, and they found the whole situation increasingly preposterous. Suddenly, an onlooker let out a startled cry, looking extremely shocked. I wouldn't even dare to write such a thing in my novels. Yet it's actually happening right in front of me. This is outrageous. Then, as the onlooker continued to talk, the story seemed even more preposterous. However, the shock of the crowd had no impact on Qin Ming in the arena. At this moment, he walked with a slow and unhurried pace, in a leisurely manner, step by step towards a certain direction, where the Black Bull had fallen. Since they had become enemies, he intended to wipe them out completely, leaving no chance for the opponent to catch their breath, even though death in the Mirage wouldn't truly kill the opponent. With the 2 main hall masters directly knocked down, the underlings outside the Black Wind Association had long fled in a panic, leaving not a single soul around. At this time, Qin Ming was approaching slowly, and no one could stop him. In such a situation, despite having lost his combat ability, the Black Bull still struggled tenaciously. Finally, he managed to prop himself up halfway and looked up at Qin Ming. There was neither hostility nor hatred in his expression. Instead, there was a hint of admiration and praise. "You're really amazing. When I first learned that your talent was related to spatial abilities, I had already overestimated your strength as much as possible. But when I actually saw you in action, I realized that you're far more powerful than I'd imagined." Qin Ming remained silent and simply continued to stride forward. "Don't think that flattering me a bit can save your life." He was not the kind of person who could be easily swayed. On the other side, the Black Bull was still talking. "You've passed our test. Next, I'll take you to meet someone." Qin Ming scoffed. "As expected, people will do many things just to stay alive. Support me up. I'll take you to meet that person. After seeing him, you'll understand everything here." Qin Ming scoffed. "Humans, indeed, will stop at nothing in the face of life and death." At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from Hanyo, which was well within his attack range. He had no intention of listening to the other party's nonsense, nor did he want to waste any time on this person. So he raised his hand, and the colorful chi energy surged and oscillated once again, targeting Hanyo on the ground. Hanyo looked up, his pupils reflecting the colorful light. Gazing at the impending attack, there was not a trace of fear on his pale face, only calmness and composure. For he knew that the Dean would not let anything happen to him. Sure enough, just as the colorful chi was about to land on Hanyo, it suddenly hovered motionless, rigidly suspended in mid-air, like a frozen photo in mid-air or a video with the pause button pressed. What? Qin Ming was startled. Could there be other powerful warriors around? His body immediately tensed up, and the chi energy in his palm fluctuated erratically as he guarded against any enemies that might appear at any moment. However, could he really deal with a powerful warrior who could intercept others' attacks at will? He was uncertain. Yet, he was not afraid because, at present, he was merely an avatar under the control of his main consciousness. As long as his main consciousness remained intact, he could create thousands of such avatars at any time. Since that was the case, what did he have to worry about? Just go for it. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. But only the blink of an eye had passed. Qin Ming looked fearless, scanning the surroundings warily, on guard against any enemies that might show up. The enemies he was on guard against never appeared. Instead, it was the gate of the small courtyard that made a noise first. Under the repair of an unknown powerful force, the damaged gate suddenly returned to its original state completely. As soon as the gate was restored, it banged shut. Meanwhile, a faint barrier, resembling a bubble, suddenly emerged above the entire small courtyard, completely isolating the headquarters of the Black Wind Society from the outside world. Qin Ming frowned as he watched all this in silence. The other party made such a commotion but left him inside the barrier, obviously having something to say to him. He just needed to wait quietly. When the time came, the other party would naturally explain their purpose to him. When people are no longer threatened by death, they will lose much of their fear, and he was no different. Now, he was not afraid of the other party's terrifying power. Chapter 72. The rationality of the existence of the Black Wind Society inside the barrier. The low-lying villa building disappeared in a flash, replaced by a serene and beautiful small manor. There were shady green trees all around, and the lake water was clear, presenting a peaceful and harmonious scenery. And the black ox lying on the ground also completely vanished during this transformation. Is this an illusory realm? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. This change in front of him reminded him of the illusory realms and mythological legends. Before crossing over, he was also an avid online bookworm with more than a decade of experience in reading various online novels. The only explanation that could fit this kind of scene change was the so-called illusory realm and mythological legends. Just as he was deep in thought, a low and hoarse voice of an old man suddenly came from beside his ear. Young friend, why stand so far away? Come over for a cup of tea. Qin Ming followed the sound and looked over. Not far from the lake, there appeared, at some unknown time, an old man holding a teapot and pouring tea beside a square table. From where Qin Ming stood, he could only see the old man's profile. For some reason, he always felt that this old man seemed somewhat familiar. Well, I'm going to see what tricks you're up to, Qin Ming thought, as he flung his sleeve and strode towards the square table. After a few steps, he reached the table. He sat down heavily opposite the old man and looked up at him. As soon as he looked up, he immediately recognized the old man. How could it be you? Are you the mastermind behind the Black Wind Society? As for who this old man in front of him was, Qin Ming didn't know. But he remembered that this old man suddenly showed up that morning, telling him that the cousin of the Black Axe was the Black Snake, and also imparting quite a bit of knowledge to him. At that time, Qin Ming already thought this old man was extremely strange. He just didn't expect that this old man would actually be the mastermind of the underworld. Could it be that the old man had noticed him back then? While Qin Ming was deep in thought, the old man across from him slowly began to speak. It's not entirely wrong to say that I'm the mastermind behind the Black Wind Society, yet it's not precise enough. The old man slowly poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Ming, then raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Subsequently, he continued, For I'm not only the mastermind of the Black Wind Society, I'm also the mastermind behind all the events in the entire Mirage. I've been involved in every event here in the Mirage, from the establishment of the operating order as grand as that to every single brick, every blade of grass. Everything here is the fruit of my labor. At this point, the old man slightly lifted his eyes. His pair of deep and aged eyes were fixed steadily on Qin Ming's. Stirred by his gaze, ripples involuntarily welled up in Qin Ming's pupils, and a colorful radiance oscillated out, slowly safeguarding his spirit. I've been in charge here for hundreds of years. You're the first one who makes me feel truly special. I noticed you the moment you stepped into the Mirage. After all, no one who has ever entered here has a fragmented soul like yours, and yet acts as normal as you do. With exceptional talent, you're like a floating log in the water, unstable and wavering. Hearing what the old man said, a tempestuous wave surged in Qin Ming's heart. It was the first time someone had seen through the characteristics of his clones. However, the old man's next words directly made his mind go blank, almost causing him to lose the ability to think. It was not until I saw these figures similar to you that I suddenly guessed that you in front of me are probably someone's clone, just like them. As the old man spoke, he raised his hand and pointed into the air. As he made his move, ripples emerged in the empty void. With the undulation of the ripples, an illusory screen appeared in mid-air. This screen resembled a mobile phone touch screen, quickly presenting photos of several figures. Just one glance made Qin Ming's pupils contract sharply, for these figures were precisely his 6 avatars in the Mirage. The old man paid no heed to Qin Ming's changing expression and continued, At that time, I wondered if you were a spy sent from the opposite world. For the sake of prudence, I observed you closely for a long time. After personal confirmation, I finally ascertained that you were of the human race. Saying this, a beaming smile spread across the old man's face. He looked up at Qin Ming and went on. I pondered for a long while but couldn't fathom how that old fellow had the talent of having avatars. Then it dawned on me. Just because the old guys don't possess it doesn't mean the young ones won't. Here, the old man's face was kind, and his eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at Qin Ming. Such outstanding talent requires proper tempering and guidance. Thus, the Black Axe of the Black Wind Society appeared before you. The rest need not be elaborated. The old man looked at Qin Ming. and the amazement and gratification in his eyes were impossible to conceal. As the spirit of the mirage, having guarded this place for hundreds of years, I've never witnessed anyone with a cultivation speed as astonishing as yours. Subsequently, the old man rambled on with a barrage of compliments. Meanwhile, Qin Ming caught a crucial piece of information from the old man's chatter. Spirit of the artifact. This old fellow was actually the spirit of the mirage. That explained the environmental changes here. On the first day he entered the mirage, he got into trouble with the Blackwind Society. This matter has been clarified. It's not too outrageous for an artifact spirit with hundreds of years of experience and an unknown depth to see through his clone, right? Qin Ming pondered. Then, in the future, will other people also be able to see through his clone? Perhaps sensing Qin Ming's confusion, the old man directly said, "The reason I can see through that you're a clone is only because I'm an artifact spirit specializing in matters related to souls. In this world, there are no more than 3 people with the same level of expertise in the field of souls as I have." The implied meaning was to tell Qin Ming that he didn't need to worry about others seeing through his clone. Oh. Qin Ming stopped ruminating on this matter and instead fixed his gaze on the old man opposite. Did you devise such a test just to tell me these things? Spending so much manpower and resources and even sacrificing several subordinates, he simply didn't believe that the other party brought him here just to tell him such trivial things. Hey, you're a sharp, witted lad. The old man gave a thumbs up and showed an approving expression to Qin Ming. Then he continued, "I'm here to stop you from killing anymore." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at him coldly. "I need a reason." Although he didn't say a word, the old man opposite accurately understood his meaning. The old man wasn't angry. He slowly took a sip of tea and then said, "Black Bull is a veteran who retired from the battlefield. His soul has been severely damaged and can't withstand this death. If you kill him, he'll really die." "A veteran?" Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. Failed to guess, right? The Blackwind Society was founded by me. It's to arouse the bloodlust of the newcomers and force out those who take advantage of loopholes. As he spoke, the old man grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "Aren't you afraid that things will get out of control and make the newcomers lose their good impression of the human race?" Qin Ming continued. "No." The old man looked at Qin Ming, sipping his tea and smacking his lips before opening his mouth. "If they can't stand it, someone will surely step forward to destroy the Blackwind Society. Meanwhile, I can select a few geniuses through this." As he said this, the old man gave Qin Ming a meaningful look. "Young man, I'm officially informing you now that you've cleared the novice village. 3 days later, you'll enter the second realm of the mirage, the paradise of beasts. By the way, now that the Blackwind Society is gone, the novice village will be empty." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, and the surrounding green trees, colorful flowers, and the clear lake all vanished. The low-lying villa reappeared. Qin Ming was sitting on the ground, holding a cup of tea, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 73, The Paradise of Beasts. On that day, the entire mirage was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing one thing: the Blackwind Society was gone. The mountain that had been pressing on everyone for many years. The Blackwind Society was toppled by a newcomer who had only entered the mirage for 1 day. In the real world, Black Snake slapped the table furiously, swearing and cursing. He vowed to fight back once his spiritual power recovered the next day. Beside him, Black Axe shrank his body, trying his best to reduce his presence, fearing that his cousin would notice him. At the same time, he was secretly determined to regain his honor when he got back. Even if one's own strength is insufficient, one will surely request the Hall Master of the Guild to seek justice for them. These two individuals would never have imagined that the Blackwind Conference they relied on had completely ceased to exist. On the other hand, He was much calmer. He rubbed the back of his head, looking around in a daze. After a long while, he finally confirmed that he had been sent back to the real world. The belligerent and simple-minded He immediately had his eyes light up, as if he had discovered a new continent. The same scene also occurred to He Tanglang. At the Mirage, He Bin rushed to the entrance of the Blackwind Guild's headquarters. What he saw was the nearly broken gate of the headquarters and Qin Ming in the small courtyard, sitting there with a cup of tea, deep in thought. At this moment, in the dilapidated small courtyard, Qin Ming sat alone. The broken walls and ruins in the afterglow of the setting sun were like a lonely silhouette in a comic. The originally flat small yard was now filled with deep and shallow gullies. The desolation caused by the aftermath of the great battle was in sharp contrast to the prosperity in front of the villa. One half was in ruins, while the other half was flourishing, and Qin Ming was sitting right on the boundary between ruin and prosperity. All of a sudden, an air of loneliness and aloofness assailed one's senses. Somehow, He Bin's panicked mood was soothed by this scene. He slowly closed his open mouth, Coming at the same time as He Bin was Qingnan. The two of them locked eyes, looking at each other in astonishment. For a moment, they even dared not step forward. Finally, it was Qin Ming in the small courtyard who noticed them first. Seeing them, Qin Ming, who had been struggling with whether to establish a force in the novice village, suddenly smiled. Why should he be so entangled with such a question? Just follow his heart. Suddenly having a moment of clarity and no longer sticking to petty details, Qin Ming let out a hearty smile. He casually put away the teacup and strode towards the entrance of the small courtyard. When passing by the two of them, he was the first to wave his hand and said generously, "I've been busy all day until now. Seeing you two, I suddenly feel hungry. Come on. Let's go out and have a good meal. It's on me." He Bin looked at Qin Ming approaching him, as if he saw a sunny and cheerful young lad. At this moment, the aloof and detached aura that made Qin Ming seem like a being from another world had completely vanished without a trace. He broke into a big smile, showing a row of white teeth, and said, "I know a really good hot pot soup restaurant. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now." The two of them exchanged a few words and instantly decided on the place for their meal. When passing by Qingnan, Qin Ming put his arm around Qingnan's neck and dragged him along. All that was left at the scene were a group of onlookers who didn't know what expressions to put on. 3 days later, an organization called the Mutual Aid Society was quietly established. On this day, Qin Ming left the novice village and appeared in the second area of the Mirage, the 100-Beast Paradise, in a desolate and ancient forest. The trees were tinged with a vicissitudinous and ancient green. The ground was covered with a thick layer of pine needles, and randomly scattered rocks of uneven sizes and shapes blocked Qin Ming's path. After Qin Ming swung his machete to cut down the small trees in front of him, instead of moving forward after the trees fell to the ground, he put his hands on his hips and gasped for breath. "I'm exhausted. Isn't this supposed to be the 100-Beast Paradise? I've been here for 2 hours and haven't even seen a single hair of a beast. It's all just trees and weeds. I've been chopping trees for 2 hours and my hands are almost worn out." Qin Ming placed one hand on his hip and held a machete in the other. In just a short while, he had hauled out the spirit of the Mirage device and berated it no less than 800 times. Initially, he had intended to strive diligently and be an honest and enterprising man. However, after all this time and effort, he hadn't seen a thing. It seemed as if fate was forcing him to slack off. "Fine then, let it be." With a wave of his hand, Qin Ming summoned a large wild boar with sharp tusks and steel, like bristles all over its body to his side. Indeed, this was also one of Qin Ming's numerous avatars. In terms of single, unit destructive power, how could a human individual possibly match that of a wild boar? Qin Ming had mastered the art of choosing the appropriate method according to the circumstances to perfection. Go and forge a path. With a grand sweep of his hand, the wild boar avatar dashed forward in a wild and disorderly manner, kicking up a cloud of sand that billowed away. Before long, a winding path emerged in the forest, and Qin Ming strolled along it leisurely, resembling a tourist enjoying an outing in the countryside. Half a day later, the winding path finally reached its end, a small valley. Standing at the edge of the valley, Qin Ming craned his neck to survey the precipitous cliff and then glanced down into the deep valley. His intuition told him that what he sought lay within this valley. After frowning in thought for a moment, Qin Ming suddenly snapped his fingers, and a clear crackling sound echoed in the air. With a snap, the wild boar avatar beside him vanished, replaced by a huge eagle. No, to be precise, it was a great vulture. Its height, as tall as a man, the feathers glistening with a metallic sheen, and the powerful wings gave Qin Ming full confidence. In primary school, the teacher had taught him that the straight line between 2 points was the shortest, not intending to take a long way round. Qin Ming chose to jump directly off the cliff. As the thought flashed across his mind, Qin Ming leaped into the air. The gusty cliff wind flapped his clothes vigorously. He folded his arms across his chest, with a smile on his lips. Under the influence of gravity, his body descended in a straight line, tracing a perfect parabola in mid-air. Just as his falling speed accelerated, a dark figure swooped in rapidly, flashed by, and precisely appeared beneath his feet, steadily supporting his body. In mid-air, the swirling mountain wind disheveled his bangs, and a creepy chill penetrated deep into his bones. However, none of these could dampen Qin Ming's good mood. "Perfect," Qin Ming exclaimed inwardly, and the smile on his lips grew broader. It seemed that he had discovered how to use his clone. As thoughts churned in his mind, Qin Ming had already appeared in the valley. Chapter 74. The giant, toothed balloon monster. Before he landed, the gust stirred up by the great eagle's flapping wings blew up clouds of yellow sand and withered grass, as well as an unknown object. In an instant, Qin Ming's gaze was drawn to this thing. What was it? This object had a round body, floating in the air, with a long tendril trailing behind. At first glance, it resembled a floating balloon. However, the fleshy color and the constantly chomping giant teeth were far from the cuteness of a balloon. While Qin Ming was observing it, the balloon was like a shark sensing blood and suddenly flew towards him. The massive jaws that clacked incessantly opened and closed at a conspicuously higher frequency. Evidently, the creature on the other side couldn't wait to savor the taste of fresh flesh. However, the speed. Qin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. At this leisurely, drifting pace, it would take ages for the creature to traverse the 20-meter chasm and reach him. Well, fine, I'll give you a hand. Qin Ming took out a crossbow bolt, loaded it, pulled the string, raised his hand to aim, and with a flick of his finger, a sharp crossbow bolt was shot out. Covering the 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye, the sharp bolt pierced cleanly into the balloon without any hindrance. Bang! Pop! Fizz! Before Qin Ming could react, a strange sound reached his ears, followed by a blinding white light that rapidly expanded right in front of him. The dazzling light made his eyes sparkle and left him temporarily blind. A powerful shockwave rushed in, carrying with it the surrounding withered branches and decaying leaves, and slammed into everything around. When all the commotion subsided, there was no trace of the handsome and neat Qin Ming. Instead, there remained a pitiful fellow with a pitch-black face, hair standing on end as if he had been severely battered by lightning, and still in a daze. Qin Ming's once handsome and clean sports suit had completely transformed into a tattered, charcoal, black ragged outfit. A cool breeze mingled with the hot wind, dislodging the startled leaves. The leaves, lacking any sense of propriety, directly landed on his exploded hair, rousing the still, dazed figure. Cough. Qin Ming opened his mouth, and a puff of black smoke billowed out. Once he fully regained his senses and realized he had suffered such a huge setback, he couldn't help but be overcome with a fierce rage. Damn it. This thing could actually explode. That damn spiritual weapon cast me here without providing any instructions, leaving me to fumble around on my own. It cost me dearly. Next time I see it, I'll surely extort a good deal from it. The little black-haired figure grumbled, with his snow-white teeth standing out conspicuously. At this moment, the spiritual weapon once again became the central topic of his tirade. One wonders if the spiritual weapon of the Mirage is paying attention to him right now. If it is, would it be so astounded by his rich vocabulary that it itches all over? This explosion didn't cause him any real harm. Yet it was like walking down the street only to have a bucket of filth drop on you from above, covering your head and face. Though uninjured, the sense of bad luck was so overwhelming that it could drive one to the brink of madness. Just like now. Qin Ming was extremely irritated and felt like kicking anything in sight. A chattering sound came from above his head. Qin Ming immediately drew his crossbow. So noisy. Shoot it. The wind made the sapling sway. Qin Ming casually grabbed one. What's all the swaying about? So annoying. A stone on the ground tripped him. He kicked it away violently. Damn it. Even a stone is against me. A loathsome red light caught his eye in the corner. Qin Ming casually reached out. Where did this thing come from? Such an eyesore. Bang. Crack. Hiss. The strange sensation on his palm hadn't even reached his brain when his ears were assailed by a strange noise. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Before the thought could fully form, a rapidly expanding white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Then, his vision was engulfed by a blinding white light. Before he could react much, stabbing pains rippled across his skin, akin to a continuous onslaught of fine, delicate needles piercing into his flesh ceaselessly. Itched. The irritation persisted. A haze clouded Qin Ming's mind for a moment before he recalled the sound of that balloon monster's explosion. Oh no. Last time, being at a distance, he hadn't felt much, but now, right in the epicenter of the blast, its impact was truly formidable. What abominable luck. First, the explosion of the balloon monster had ruined his day, and now, it had left him covered in an intolerable itch. Damn it, why was this thing everywhere? As his vision cleared, Qin Ming's eyes blazed with fury. Clutching his crossbow bolt, he scoured the world for his foes. At that moment, he felt that even if the Heavenly Emperor himself stood before him, he'd charge forward and engage in a fight. The Heavenly Emperor didn't show up, but several balloon monsters did. Qin Ming didn't bother counting them. Gripping his crossbow bolt, he dashed forward without hesitation, dispatching one with each shot. This time, he'd grown wiser, keeping a safe distance, so far that even if they exploded, he'd remain unscathed. Boom, 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 boom. Even in the throes of his rage, Qin Ming still boasted remarkable accuracy. With a few well-aimed bolts in just 3 short breaths, 5 blazing fireballs bloomed in the air. The rolling heat waves, pungent odors, and flying sand combined, triggering a compound reaction. Just as the last balloon monster exploded, the merged fireball swelled at an astonishing, visible rate, as if it had been injected with a growth stimulant. A rolling wave of scorching heat assailed, causing Qin Ming's figure to sway unsteadily. The sand and gravel whipped up by the searing wave hurtled forward at a speed as swift as a rapier's thrust. In the blink of an eye, several cuts appeared on Qin Ming's body. The moment this terrifying might took shape, an alarm bell rang loudly in Qin Ming's mind. His instincts jolted him awake in an instant, warning him, one cannot confront it head on. Amid the chaos, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. In an instant, the great condor, which was 20 meters away, materialized beside him. Retreat, he commanded. The condor flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to carry Qin Ming into the sky. However, while it was easy for the condor to take off on its own, bearing Qin Ming's weight was no simple feat, especially at this chaotic moment. The churning airwaves had thrown the air currents into disarray, and the flying sand, gravel, and leaves posed a significant obstacle to flight. The condor flapped its wings multiple times but still failed to lift off the ground. As the rolling flames were about to engulf the man and the condor, a sudden inspiration flashed through Qin Ming's mind. He flung a punch forcefully at the ground. Bang! The moment his multi-colored fist landed, a powerful counter shock force surged. Qin Ming, seizing this opportunity, leaped high into the air like a projectile. At this moment, he completely left the condor's back. Freed from Qin Ming's weight, the condor finally broke free from the entanglement of the airwaves and managed to take off just in the nick of time. The raging wave of flames seemed to lick at the condor's tail feathers, emitting a series of whistling sounds as if reluctant to be left behind. However, the sky was the domain of the great birds. Unshackled, the condor accelerated at an astonishing rate, launching itself from the spot and soaring into the sky with astonishing speed. In the mere blink of an eye, it left the gigantic sphere of flames behind. At this moment, in the air, the force of the recoil had attenuated, and the upward momentum had dissipated. Just as Qin Ming's body began to descend slightly, a dark shadow flashed over and caught Qin Ming, who was starting to fall back firmly. From then on, Qin Ming and his cloned Great Eagle reunited once again. The man and the eagle soared higher and higher. The Great Eagle ascended into the sky, like an eagle cleaving through the firmament, with boundless sky for it to soar. On the back of the Great Eagle, Qin Ming fixed his gaze on the increasingly smaller flaming valley, his eyes glinting. I'll be back. In a cave, Qin Ming sat on the ground, muttering curses, with a raging fire of fury in his heart. On his first day in the beast paradise, he had encountered such a thing. When he fought it, it would explode. If he didn't fight, it would chase him, and the more he fought, the more powerful it would become. How unlucky he was. As he was venting his anger, a mouse furtively poked its head out from a narrow crevice in the rock wall. Before the mouse could react, a pebble suddenly appeared and precisely struck the top of the mouse's head. Squeak! The mouse let out a shrill scream and died on the spot. 10 meters away, Qin Ming effortlessly dispatched the mouse and continued to curse at the sky. Suddenly, he stopped speaking abruptly, turned around, and stared at the mouse's corpse. As if in a trance, he gestured back and forth between the mouse's corpse and himself several times. Then he slapped his forehead, his face full of astonishment. How could this be? Chapter 75. Come, let's have a battle. After repeatedly comparing the distance between himself and the mouse's corpse, Qin Ming finally discovered an extraordinary thing. The distance between him and the mouse was at least 10 meters. 10 meters. It was a full 10 meters. He could actually precisely sense the movements of a mouse 10 meters away. Good heavens! When had he become so remarkable? Qin Ming strived to trace back his memory, meticulously examining and researching. Eventually, he discovered a detail he had previously overlooked. When he first killed a balloon monster, his mind suddenly felt a faint chill. It was so subtle that if he hadn't carefully recollected and compared now, he would never have noticed this detail. Could it be that killing balloon monsters could enhance one's soul perception? If that were truly the case, then he should also have had some perception when he killed so many balloon monsters the second time. He began to recall the scene of the second encounter with the balloon monsters. Sure enough, when several balloon monsters exploded at that time, a sense of coolness emerged in his mind several times. However, he was in such a hurry then that he had overlooked this matter. So, was it because of killing balloon monsters that his perception had been improved? Let's give it a try. Qin Ming was no longer angry. He slapped his thigh and was about to go out to test his conjecture. The greatest virtue of young people is their courage to think and act. But just as he had walked halfway, he stopped in his tracks. It definitely wouldn't do to go out looking like this. At this moment, his whole body was as black as ink. and his body was itching unbearably. Most importantly, he couldn't fly. Once those things exploded, they would immediately attract a horde. If too many came and he was besieged, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out what that thing that posed a threat to him was. He couldn't act rashly yet. After some thought, Qin Ming decided to send out his clone. In the valley, 3 or 4 fleshy, colored balloon monsters were floating and swaying leisurely. Their huge, ugly, and obtrusive teeth were now shut. Strangely enough, the floating balloon monsters actually exuded a somewhat grotesquely cute charm. In the sky, a woodpecker fluttered its wings languidly, hovering aimlessly like a loafer on the street. This was one of Qin Ming's numerous avatars. The appearance of the mirage was due to the soul power, and with Qin Ming's spatial ability cheat, he could directly summon any avatar he desired here, as if he could achieve whatever he wished. Of course, this was impossible in the real world. However, Qin Ming believed that one day he would surely be able to do so. Without further ado, let's get back to the point. At this moment, Qin Ming's main consciousness was in the woodpecker, observing the valley from a vantage point. Naturally, he saw the balloon monsters at the valley entrance, but he didn't act immediately. Since he was here, he intended to observe for a while longer. Today, he came to verify his conjecture and also to scout the enemy. With these thoughts in mind, the woodpecker flapped its wings leisurely and flew deeper into the valley. Then, he saw more and more balloon monsters, which not only grew in size but also differed in color. For example, there were green, red, and black ones. Among them, the green ones were the most numerous, followed by the red ones, and the black ones were the rarest. After observing for a while, Qin Ming roughly grasped the pattern. The green balloon monsters were like commoners, the red ones were like officers, and the black ones were probably the big shots. This was actually similar to human society, with a clear-cut hierarchy. While observing, Qin Ming pondered. By comparison, those colorless balloon monsters at the valley entrance were probably the kids. If the kids could cause such a powerful explosion, wouldn't the colored ones be even more formidable? Eh? What was that? Deep in thought, Qin Ming felt a sharp sting in his eyes. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards the source of the light and beheld a glint of gold. A golden balloon monster? The moment he caught sight of that golden hue, Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. His intuition told him that if he could defeat this balloon monster, his perception would soar to a level akin to the divine consciousness described in ancient myths. By then, within a radius of 10 meters, every event around him would fall under his scrutiny. He might even be able to create his own domain. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. However, alongside this allure came a sense of impending danger. If he were to be hit by this golden balloon, his soul body would be severely injured. At that juncture, all his clones would be in vain, for this thing targeted the soul. In the valley, the golden balloon monster, which had been drifting leisurely, suddenly accelerated its movement as if it had been spurred by some unseen force. Simultaneously, its large, closed mouth began to snap open and shut rapidly. A series of rapid, continuous clicking sounds echoed through the valley. As the sound spread, the various colored balloon monsters around it sprang into action all at once. The green ones concealed themselves. The red ones lined up and started patrolling swiftly, and the black ones gathered around the golden one, guarding it closely. What on earth was going on? Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. What was happening down there? Why did it suddenly seem like chaos had erupted? Looking at the golden balloon monster, Qin Ming grumbled to himself. Could it be that this reaction was triggered by the single glance he had cast at it? How overly sensitive could it be? Did it really have to start a fight just because he looked at it? Bah, he didn't believe it was that perceptive. It is said that this golden balloon monster holds a rather high status. With just a single command, the entire group springs into action. Its position is equivalent to that of the king of the group. Goodness, could it really be because of me? Qin Ming witnessed 5 red balloon monsters lining up and floating towards him at a speed comparable to that of an average bird. As the distance between them shortened, a sense of crisis welled up in Qin Ming's heart. What does this mean? If these creatures were to explode simultaneously, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could that be? His soul was so powerful that it far exceeded that of humans. Suddenly, Qin Ming stopped boasting because he recalled the combined power of several balloon monsters exploding before. If even the immature ones could have such power, then surely these colored ones would be even more formidable. So, would the combined power after their explosion injure him? At this thought, Qin Ming immediately ordered the woodpecker to leave. He could verify his conjecture later with those smaller ones at the valley entrance. There was no need to sacrifice a clone here. Losing a clone was a minor matter as it would only be offline for a few days. What he couldn't accept was a soul injury. His intuition told him that it wouldn't be easy to recover from an injury to the main consciousness. However, woodpeckers are not known for their speed, and moreover, Qin Ming had lost the advantage. At this moment, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. And he was actually about to be caught up by those things. Glancing back at the approaching red balloon monsters, Qin Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Since you're pushing me too far, don't blame me for being merciless. The woodpecker abruptly turned around, flapping its wings frantically to reach its maximum speed. Previously, one was in pursuit and the other was in flight, and the distance between the two parties was not far. Now, the chase has turned into an encounter. With such a short distance, the two would collide with each other in the blink of an eye. Just then, the woodpecker stretched out its neck, curled up its claws, and folded its wings. The whole bird was like an arrow shot out. Meanwhile, a faint 7-colored hue was added to its sharp beak. Adding this aura could enhance the attack effect, which was one of the prominent characteristics of Qi. In the air, the woodpecker, with an invincible might, shot towards the balloon monster in the middle of the 5. Since escape was impossible, then it was time for a fight. Let's see if you blow up and kill me, or if my sharp beak pierces through you. Chapter 76. The Self. Exploding balloon monsters. A flash of 7-colored streamer came, and the red balloon monsters fluttered in. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were engaged in battle. This time, Qin Ming was quite strategic when choosing his opponent. He directly targeted the one in the middle of the 5. Once successful, the group of 5 balloon monsters would be split into 2 smaller groups. By then, the synergy and coherence among the balloon monsters would be affected, and they would no longer be a unified whole. Apart from the above reasons, there was also a conjecture in Qin Ming's mind that he wanted to test. If I make the middle balloon monster explode, will the ones on both sides be affected and explode directly? All these thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. In reality, the 7-colored light in the woodpecker's eyes was swirling and glistening. The 7-colored edge on its sharp beak was eager for action, flickering on the beak like a cold and glinting blade. The target was within reach, and the attack was just a moment away. A multicolored sword-like beam shot out from the woodpecker's beak, instantly piercing into the gaping, gnashing jaws of the red balloon monster in front. The multicolored beam erupted forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the monster's pitch-black mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's main consciousness voluntarily contracted, assuming a defensive stance. Facing the potential danger that could emerge at any moment, he was well prepared. A loud, earth-shattering explosion, as expected, did not occur. Instead, there was a low, muffled sound, much like a silent fart that quietly materialized in the air. The rapidly expanding airwaves and the searing, lethal flames that were supposed to appear seemed like a dreamy fantasy, showing no sign of manifesting. While Qin Ming was still in a state of bewilderment, the central balloon monster burst soundlessly, just like a real balloon pricked by a needle. Before Qin Ming could react, the entire woodpecker flew straight through it, leaving behind a deflated balloon skin floating in mid-air. What on earth was going on? Qin Ming's main consciousness was filled with utter confusion. Where were the airwaves? Where was the fire? What about the harm that could have threatened his very soul? Amidst a cool sensation, a sense of doubt welled up in Qin Ming's heart. Could his intuition be deceiving him? It was impossible. Since the awakening of his alter ego, Qin Ming's intuition had never failed him over the years. So, what was the reason? After a brief moment of thought, Qin Ming dismissed this idea. This was not the time to delve into the cause, it was time to flee. The cool sensation just now had confirmed that his previous speculations were correct. The verification was complete, and his purpose had been achieved. Now was the perfect time to make a hasty retreat. With such a thought in mind, the woodpecker's body suddenly traced a beautiful arc in the air, whirling past the remaining 4 red balloon monsters in the sky and flapping its wings towards a certain direction. However, although his vision was idyllic, the course of events did not necessarily unfold as he had hoped. The deflated balloon skin of the central red balloon monster was still fluttering in the air, while the remaining 4 red balloon monsters suddenly began to quiver as if they had witnessed something horrifying. It was a sensation akin to a human encountering a ghost. A shrill popping sound suddenly resounded, followed by 4 balloon monsters that quivered so violently they blurred into after images resembling tiny motors. What on earth? During his rapid flight, Qin Ming couldn't suppress his curiosity and casually glanced back. Then, he beheld the 4 balloon monsters that had entered a state of panic in the air. In his astonished and bewildered gaze, the 4 balloon monsters self-detonated, self-detonated, self-detonated. At this distance, wasn't this a death sentence for him? Amid the paralyzing sense of mortal peril, Qin Ming watched helplessly as, just 2 or 3 meters away, the 4 red balloon monsters went from cracking and splitting to emitting a glow of fire, to the rapid expansion of fireballs. Then, a blinding white light rapidly expanded, filling his entire field of vision. Boom, 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 boom. Amid four deafening explosions, four violently expanding fireballs collided, overlapped, reverberated, and trembled, multiplying the power of the explosions several times over. A violent gust of air, carrying searing flames, instantly traversed the 3-meter distance and engulfed the tiny body of the woodpecker. A screen full of flames surged towards. In an instant, the scorching air wave ignited the feathers of the woodpecker. In just a tenth of a breath, it lost its ability to fly. Pain instantly overtook Qin Ming's rationality and set up camp there, intending to stay for a long time. Amidst the layers of pain, a whimsical thought suddenly popped into Qin Ming's mind. Ah, so this is the explosion sound of adult balloon monsters. I thought so. Those previous balloon monster explosions were so ear-piercing because those little balloon monsters were too small. Boom, 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 like thunderclaps. For explosive sounds reverberated in the air. For scorching fireballs occupied the sky above the valley, resembling four small suns, briefly rivaling the brilliance of the real sun. Amidst the four flames, for mushroom clouds slowly rose, dominating the absolute view of this part of the sky, making all creatures above and below the sky submit. In a grove, a young man dashed with the wind beneath his feet, his figure flickering. He moved in a zig-zag pattern throughout, as if evading something terrifying. Suddenly, for tremorous explosion sounds came, causing the young man to stumble and lose his balance. He quickly adjusted his posture, dodged the incoming object sideways, and then turned around and ran. At the moment of turning around, he took a quick glance in the direction of the mushroom clouds. Just one look and his heart was stirred. Which unlucky soul angered those explosive monsters? With such a violent explosion, it seems that poor fellow is probably done for. One can only hope that after logging off, he'll have a good introspection and won't provoke those explosive monsters when he enters again next time. Of course, that's assuming he can recover from his injuries this time. The young man observed a moment of silence for that person, then stamped his foot and shot forward like a sharp arrow. On the other side, in a vast desert, a dark-skinned and burly young man with a crew cut punched a flying fish that was shooting towards him, sending it flying. His fierce gaze fell upon the dozen or so flying fish rushing at him. The young man remained calm in the face of danger. With a well-ordered motion, he raised his hand and executed a move called Embrace the Universe. Just then, for deafening explosions echoed. Startled, the young man's move faltered. Realizing his precarious situation, he quickly resumed his action to complete the move. After the move, the dozen or so flying fish were swatted away with a flurry of sounds. However, due to his brief pause, one fish seized the opportunity. It swiftly broke through the barrier and bit the young man's chest. The young man unleashed a heaven-shattering strike to temporarily fend off the flying fish. Then he grabbed the fish from his chest. Only a heart-shaped bloodstain was left on his heart area. Taking advantage of the moment when the flying fish stopped attacking, the crew-cut young man glanced in the direction of the mushroom cloud. A look of shock quickly overtook his face, perhaps thinking of his own plight. He had no choice but to focus on the situation before him. Above the valley, the sky was boundless. In the empty expanse, a few newly formed clouds drifted leisurely. Against the backdrop of these white clouds, the sky appeared exceptionally pure and clear. There was not the slightest trace of a bird flying by. Chapter 77. The Militant Balloon Monsters in the Cave. Qin Ming shook his head. His mind had not yet recovered from the sea of fire. Moments later, he propped himself up on the ground with one hand, executed a flying spinning kick, soaring into the air. When he landed again, he stood steadily on the ground. By this time, 3 hours had passed since his injury, and the pitch-black marks on his body had long since vanished. He had once again regained the image of a handsome, tall, and graceful young man. It would have been even better if this young man's face weren't as black as coal. However, just thinking about the soul shockwave brought about by the explosion of those 4 red balloon monsters, Qin Ming could hardly be in a good mood. When the soul shockwave approached, in a split-second decision, Qin Ming switched his main consciousness back and simultaneously retrieved the soul imprint of his woodpecker clone. Therefore, in this impact, he actually suffered no losses. On the contrary, the other side lost 5 red balloon monsters. At this thought, Qin Ming's mind stirred. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and used his perception to sense the changes in his soul. As he perceived, he indeed found that his soul had become much stronger. The most direct comparison was that previously, he could clearly sense the movements of a mouse 10 meters away, but now he could clearly sense the movements of an ant. This was just the enhancement from 5 balloon monsters. If he were to massacre all the balloon monsters in the entire valley, would he be able to clearly see how many hairs were on a mosquito's leg 10 meters away? Just imagining such a scenario made Qin Ming's blood boil. Massacre them. Massacre them all. He must wipe them out completely. At this moment, those ugly balloon monsters with their wide, open mouths chomping away ceaselessly were no longer just monsters in his eyes, but rather walking resource packs. Then, another problem arose. How could he capture all the balloon monsters in the entire valley in one fell swoop? Qin Ming stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a detail flashed across his mind. That balloon skin floating in the air hadn't exploded. So, why didn't it explode? Did it not want to? Obviously not. So, what on earth was the reason? Qin Ming rubbed his throbbing head, frowning in deep contemplation. At this moment, a scene emerged in his mind, the fleeting 7. Colored sharp arrow launched from the bird's beak. Qi. Was it because of Qi? Then he recalled the 2 instances of killing the balloon monsters. The first time, he drew his bow and shot an arrow, directly blasting the opponent. The balloon monster exploded. The second time, in the form of a woodpecker, he gathered the 7 colored light into an arrow and pierced the opponent, yet the balloon monster didn't explode. Junior high school physics taught us that only through comparative analysis can we uncover the truth of things. As a top student, how could Qin Ming not know this essence? He immediately conducted a comparative analysis of the differences between the two. Both were arrow shooting attacks, but one was a direct physical attack, while the other contained the mysterious essence of Qi. The biggest difference between the 2 times was that he didn't use Qi the first time, but he did use it the second time. So, the key to whether the balloon monsters would explode or not was Qi. Qin Ming took out a small notebook and scribbled on it, finally drawing a circle around the word Qi. Subsequently, he recalled the special reactions of the remaining balloon monsters after the second attack. Now that he thought about it, their reactions seemed as if they were so terrified by the miserable death of their kind that they were trembling in fear. Even, could it be that their final explosion was due to excessive fear, essentially a form of suicide? At this thought, Qin Ming wore a rather peculiar expression. So, were they truly afraid of Qi? He spread out his palm, and a wisp of colorful, hazy Qi gushed out from it, flickering and swaying. The 7 colored hues resembled the rainbow of his past life, beautiful and resplendent. They were also like the rosy clouds on the horizon, constantly changing. Looking at this soft, sweet, smelling, and unbelievably beautiful thing, could it really scare the other party into suicide? Qin Ming unconsciously played with the Qi in his palm. That little thing was like a puppy, licking his palm, warm and ticklish, making him feel extremely comfortable. So, were they really afraid of this thing? Qin Ming couldn't help but be filled with doubt. However, Lu Sun once said, eliminate all the answers, and the last one remaining, no matter how inconceivable it may seem, will ultimately be the truth of the matter. So, they were really afraid of this thing. Qin Ming felt a sense of wonder and doubt in his heart. Perhaps due to his distraction, he flipped his hand and gently pressed the palm carrying the colorful Qi against the hard rock. In that instant, the hard rock shattered and disappeared like a bubble, turning into fine powder. When Qin Ming came to his senses and withdrew his hand, a clear palm print had appeared there. It was about 1 centimeter deep, and the uneven parts exactly matched the shape of Qin Ming's palm when he placed it down. There were 4 whorls in one loop. Indeed, it was the shape of the fingerprint on his right hand. Looking at this palm print, Qin Ming slowly withdrew his hand, with a strange sense as if he were seeing himself for the first time. Glancing up at the palm print with distinct lines and a depth of up to 1 centimeter, then looking down at his own fair and slender palm, Qin Ming twitched the corners of his mouth. Fine, I take back what I just said. It's quite normal for them to be afraid of such Qi. However, regarding this palm print, hey, how could state secrets be left here? Little fiend, accept your doom. A ferocious smile spread across Qin Ming's face. Great might heavenly dragon palm. Ha! A huge palm firmly enveloped the tiny palm print demon, with a slight exertion of force. The entire area where the palm print demon was located was turned upside down in utter chaos. By the time the palm disappeared, a smooth and bare pit had appeared on the rock wall. The palm print demon with a lifespan of only a few seconds had long since vanished without a trace. Having a little bit of fun, Qin Ming felt refreshed and invigorated. While Qin Ming was in high spirits and in a pleasant mood, on the other side, things were in a complete uproar. In the valley, when the 5 red balloon monsters in the air exploded, the golden balloon monster trembled, as if it had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Then, the golden balloon monster let out a sharp, ear-splitting sound, and immediately, the whole valley was in a state of turmoil. All the black, bull balloon monsters sprang into action. Their hasty and rapid speed was in stark contrast to their previous leisurely floating. Since the leader had come down for an inspection, how could the subordinate slack off? Thus, one after another, the red balloon monsters toiled like beasts of burden, working round the clock, day and night without rest. In such a tense atmosphere, how could the commoners be spared? Before long, the first group of green balloon soldiers appeared in the valley. With the first group here, could the second be far behind? In just one night, the balloon monsters in the valley presented a spectacle of all mobilized for battle. And the mastermind behind all this, Qin Ming, finally finalized a method to deal with the balloon monsters. One wonders if his method can handle these balloon monsters that are all in battle, ready mode. Chapter 78, A Battle of Wits at Dawn. A little sparrow was chirping a cheery ditty and flapped its wings as if casually straying into this tiny valley. Then, the little sparrow was utterly stunned. What on earth? How could the valley be filled with balloon monsters everywhere? Was this a cataclysmic upheaval, or had they all gone mad? While the little sparrow was in a state of shock, the balloon monsters were in a frenzy. Having been inexplicably dragged into an all-night stint, the balloon monsters were now high, strung, and full of grievances. They were so irate that they'd even want to take a swipe at a passing dog. When one's blood pressure rises, they become irritable. When irritable, they tend to find everything and everyone annoying. This principle held true for the balloon monsters as well. For humans, annoyance might lead to a brawl. For balloon monsters, it was even simpler. Their approach was always straightforward, with just 2 steps: approach, explode. Sure enough, a small flesh-colored balloon monster took an instant dislike to the little sparrow. It stealthily crept closer and then suddenly attacked the little sparrow. The little sparrow was just coming to its senses when a tiny balloon monster floated over. Before it could react, it was hit by this sudden onslaught. Bang, pop, sizzle. Amid a series of strange noises, the little sparrow was blasted into a ball of charred coal and plunged headlong towards the ground. Damn it. In the cave, Qin Ming vigorously rubbed his head and let out a string of angry curses. It had been 2 days since he entered, and this was his first injury, inflicted by such an unremarkable little thing. Where could he go to reason about this? So, did these things take gunpowder today? Exploding as soon as they came up? Qin Ming rubbed his head, feeling extremely vexed. Yesterday, when his woodpecker clone merely cast a glance at the golden balloon monster, it was immediately sensed by the latter, which then sent 5 red balloon monsters in hot pursuit. From this, it was evident that the opponent was highly sensitive to gazes. Therefore, today he had dispatched his sparrow clone with great caution. He had made up his mind that he would definitely not look directly at the golden balloon monster. He had planned to use the sparrow clone to stealthily sneak in and then quietly reap the resources with the sharpness of his aura. However, before even encountering the golden balloon monster, his sparrow clone had been stealthily eliminated. It seemed that he needed to send a clone of a smaller size. Half an hour later, a tiny ant silently crawled into the valley. Perhaps it was because of its minuscule size, or perhaps because the wild grass on the ground was too thick. In any case, it safely reached the target location. At this moment, a team of green balloon monsters was changing shifts. 5 or 6 green balloon monsters were floating listlessly halfway in the air, maybe due to extreme fatigue. These balloon monsters were flying much lower than usual. As a result, the tendrils that usually floated in mid-air were now hanging limply on the ground. The little ant crept over silently. Before the balloon monsters could notice, it climbed up the tendrils and reached the spherical part of the balloon monster. After changing positions and hiding in the blind spot of vision, the little ant opened its half-moon-shaped sharp teeth. A tiny colorful barb, only slightly larger than the tip of a needle, flashed by. The little ant lowered its head and fiercely bit the skin of the green balloon monster. The skin of the balloon monster was as thick as that of a pomelo, while the ant's teeth were as tiny as the tip of a needle. Generally speaking, trying to pierce a pomelo with a needle would lead to only one outcome: utter futility. However, this was no ordinary situation. When the ant's teeth, even smaller than a millet grain, landed on the green balloon monster's skin, the thick skin was like lard meeting a hot pan and suddenly melted. With a dull and subdued popping sound, the green balloon was suddenly reduced to just a piece of skin. Amid the panicked scurrying of the balloon monsters and a sharp, ear-piercing explosion, the skin traced a graceful arc through the air and fluttered slowly towards the ground. At this moment, no one noticed a tiny black dot hidden in the crease of the skin. Thus, the little ant landed safely and secured the sole value of a balloon monster. Inside the cave, Qin Ming was brimming with energy and eager to make great achievements. By now, the valley was in complete chaos. Several green balloon monsters were in a state of panic, running around aimlessly. Here, someone might ask, why were these balloon monsters so terrified? They seemed so cowardly. Let's then assume the perspective of the green balloon monsters to examine this matter. Imagine that you and a group of colleagues have been tortured by a non-human boss all night. Just as you start your break, you all go out for a meal together. Having just had a hot meal and started to relax, The colleague sitting opposite you, who was chatting merrily with you, suddenly, right in front of everyone, transformed into a limp sheet of human skin that flopped down. The words he'd just begun to speak hung in the air, their echoes still lingering. And then, he was just a limp piece of skin, sliding down. When it hit the ground, a hand gently brushed against your ankle. If it were you, would you not be terrified? Would you not be in a panic? You'd surely run faster and scream louder than anyone. You might even leave some mysterious liquid on the ground. So, one can well imagine the panic and terror of the green balloon monsters here. The only merit of these balloon monsters is that they explode when they can't stand it any longer. And so, boom, 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 boom. Amid 5 consecutive explosions, the once quiet place instantly turned into a fiery inferno. With the flames overlapping, their power multiplied. Amid the surging waves of fire, the little ant perished. Qin Ming. Alas, it's killing me. A wave of coolness, accompanied by a stinging pain, assailed him simultaneously. Qin Ming felt an indescribable mix of sensations, which also nipped in the bud the grand plan he'd just formulated but hadn't had the chance to execute. The coolness was the aftermath of the balloon monster's explosions, while the stinging pain was due to the death of the little ant. After this gain and loss, there was still a net effect. Having failed twice in a row, Qin Ming was extremely vexed. Had these creatures taken some kind of explosive substance today? Why did they explode at the drop of a hat? Even if they were ugly, they were so overly sensitive. Who else but them deserved to die? A stream of expletives from Qin Ming echoed through the cave. Half an hour later, he finally ceased his ranting. After venting his anger and calming his nerves, he still had to confront the problem at hand. How on earth could he eliminate the enemy as swiftly as possible? He banged his head against the rock, his face etched with distress. Initially, his pursuit to vanquish the balloon monsters stemmed from hatred, but now it was all about augmenting his soul power. At present, Qin Ming had obviously landed himself in a predicament. That very night, under the cover of darkness, a slender orchid stealthily made its way into the valley and surreptitiously planted itself in the habitat of the balloon monsters. Concealed by the inky night, its leaves, sharp as blades, slashed left and right, claiming the lives of half a dozen balloon monsters in that small abode. By dawn the next day, not a single balloon monster remained in that tiny enclave. Qin Ming had reaped a bountiful harvest that night. Chapter 79, Laying a Trap the following day. The entire valley was in an uproar. The balloon monsters awoke to find that several of their comrades had vanished into thin air. Their disappearance was so mysterious that there was neither a living trace nor a corpse to be found. The most telltale sign was that their companions, who had been rubbing shoulders with them just the day before, had suddenly transformed into a terrifying, desiccated skin. For each balloon monster, this was no less horrifying than the apparition of Sadako. Consequently, an atmosphere of tense horror, oppression, and malevolence began to brew within the group, spreading like wildfire. Among them, the black balloon monster, a venerable elder, a sage, and a trusted aide to the golden balloon monster, quickly took notice of this unsettling situation. Thus, on that very morning, a strange black balloon meandered and fluttered swiftly, arriving at the location where the golden balloon mass was situated. It went to seek instructions from its king. Only 2 balloon monsters were privy to what transpired here. In any case, half an hour later, the black balloon soldiers emerged with gloomy expressions. On that day, the balloon monsters conducted another thorough and meticulous sweep of every nook and cranny of the valley. This cleanup was so stringent that even an ant would be fished out and eradicated completely. As a result, the snakes, rats, insects, and ants in the valley met with misfortune. If they could speak, one wonders if they would let out a sigh to the heavens, exclaiming, when the gods fight, it's the mortals who suffer. Enough of these digressions, let's get back to the main story. The balloon monsters created a ruckus for most of the day. Apart from exterminating a horde of small insects like ants and grasshoppers, they reaped no remarkable rewards. However, the panic among the balloon monster populace had noticeably subsided. Nevertheless, all the futile commotion without addressing the core issue was but a wild goose chase. When the problem resurfaced, all the suppressed emotions would surge back with even greater intensity. After night fell again that day, the orchid grass once more brandished its leaves, as sharp as swords and adorned with a faint iridescent glow, silently reaping the lives of the balloon monsters. Having gained experience from the previous day, Qin Ming pressed on with his advantage and simultaneously dispatched his 6 self-created avatars: the foxtail grass, mock strawberry, chrysanthemum, mulberry. Under the cover of darkness, these little entities that appeared to be plants but were actually avatars stealthily infiltrated the valley. They brandished their leaves one by one, resembling sharp scythes, silently reaping the lives of the balloon monsters and augmenting Qin Ming's spiritual power. In the past, it might have seemed rather chaotic when mentioned, yet in reality, It all transpired in utter silence. When the first ray of sunlight descended upon the horizon once more, the balloon monsters suddenly realized that they had lost even more of their companions. Then, they were completely thrown into a panic. The previously suppressed emotions of fear, oppression, and rage came surging back, intensifying with each passing moment. The entire valley was filled with the pungent smell of burning gunpowder. Evidently, if these emotions were not addressed promptly, the whole valley might turn into a colossal powder keg, exploding and obliterating the entire area. The black balloon monsters, clearly aware of this peril, were utterly panicked. They immediately floated away early to seek an audience with the golden balloon monsters and report the situation to their king, hoping to resolve this matter once and for all. They believed that their king was wise, brave, and resourceful, and that he could lead them out of the current predicament. However, there was no further development. The black balloon monsters remained there, never emerging and taking no actions. The sudden quiet above left the ones below filled with suspicion and confusion. That day, the entire balloon monster clan endured a day filled with panic, chaos, and petty skirmishes. The smell of gunpowder in the valley grew even stronger. When night fell again, the shadow of death would descend once more. In an unnoticeable corner, an orchid plant swayed its leaves. Sensing no danger, this orchid plant began to sway furtively. Then, it propped its leaves on the ground, just like using parallel bars. With this force, the whole orchid plant was uprooted. The roots, just pulled out from the ground and still covered with soil, immediately intertwined. In a short while, those snow, white and tender roots formed two legs, just like those of humans, enabling it to walk independently. The orchid plant that had just crawled out of the soil stretched its body towards the sky and yawned. Then, with an arrogant gait, it shook its head and walked in a certain direction. If it remembered correctly, there were 4 flesh-colored balloon monsters there. At this thought, the orchid plant paused for a moment. Strangely, why were 4 flesh-colored balloon monsters staying together? Was there no adult balloon monster in this small group? Or was it some special ritual of the begging monster race? One question after another floated through the orchid plant's mind. After thinking for a second, the orchid plant flicked its leaves and stopped thinking. No matter how strange the situation was, it had nothing to do with it. After all, its purpose was to kill monsters, gain experience, and increase its soul power. Having figured this out, the orchid plant continued to walk in that direction. When it was approaching the location, the orchid plant suddenly stopped its arrogant gait. The whole plant immediately assumed a submissive posture and lay prone on the ground. Using 2 leaves as its arms, it crawled on the ground like a human. That furtive, sneaky, and cautious look was quite inconsistent with its identity as an orchid plant. Its caution proved to be worthwhile. Before long, it spotted the gathering place of the balloon monsters. It was the dead of night, and the balloon monsters had fallen into a deep slumber. In their repose, they shed the terrifying and menacing aura they exuded during the day, assuming an air of tranquility instead. Their long tendrils drooped limply to the ground, and their balloons hovered listlessly, deflated like balloons on the verge of losing air. Resting feebly on the grass. This height was perfect. Lan Huaqiao gauged the height and was well pleased. At this height, all he needed to do was stand up and give a gentle leap to puncture these balloon monsters with ease. What good fortune he had today. In the previous days, the balloon monsters were either too high up or even higher, forcing him to exert all his might just to pierce one. The thought of soon reaping the soul power values of 4 balloon monsters made Lan Huaqiao dance with excitement. 2 consecutive successes had made him let down his guard, preventing him from carefully pondering why such a situation had occurred. He never once questioned why things were so perfectly arranged. Shrouded by the inky darkness, he had no chance to notice that the volume of these balloon monsters was slightly larger than those fleshy, colored ones he had encountered before. Had he observed more meticulously, he would have discovered that the figures of these balloon monsters were more similar to those red ones he had slain in the air. The pride and arrogance within him gave rise to carelessness. As a result, he failed to notice that although every 2 balloon monsters seemed far apart, there was actually a connection between them. For instance, each balloon monster delicately detached a minuscule wisp of its tendril. Unlike before when these tendrils would freely droop, these wisps gently rested upon another balloon monster. Thus, a diminutive network was established among the 4 balloon monsters. Through this network, they were interconnected and could sense one another. The night provided a cloak of convenience, not only for the orchid grass but also for the balloon monsters. Before the actual prey was ensnared, everyone fancied themselves the hunter. The orchid grass advanced stealthily, slithering its way until it reached the closest balloon monster. It gradually rose and brandished the leaves atop its head. The delicate, slender edges of these leaves were adorned with a faint, almost imperceptible iridescent glow. Empowered by this multi-hued radiance, The thin leaves transformed into a sharp and invincible blade. Lifting the blade high, the orchid grass leaped into the air, descending with the might of celestial justice to pass judgment on the balloon monster before it. As the sharp, iridescent blade descended, the cold, multi-hued light seemed to mirror the orchid grass's dainty flowers and the balloon monster's eerily abnormal flesh-colored body. Just as a sharp knife cleaves through a watermelon, the blade effortlessly sliced through the obstacle. A dull thud echoed faintly. The once plump and rounded body of the balloon monster in front of the orchid grass instantly deflated into a limp, flat skin. Since the balloon monster was already close to the ground and now had lost its buoyant force, the skin fluttered unsteadily towards the ground. At the very moment the balloon monster deflated, the slender tendril that had been resting on it suddenly dangled in mid-air. One string of the network had snapped. The spider knew immediately. Here, a string had snapped. The owner of the string discovered it right away. Opposite, the ever-vigilant balloon monster instantly reacted. Question: what kind of reaction could a balloon monster like this make? Answer: explosion. So, just as Orchid Grass's sword had just achieved success and before it could be retracted, the balloon monster opposite suddenly swelled and burst. The fire illuminated the darkness and also shone upon the utterly bewildered Orchid Grass. Having lost two companions in succession and at the same time clearly seen the attacker's appearance, the hot-tempered balloon monsters immediately took action. Their straightforward natures brooked no delay, and they exploded right on the spot. The bewildered Orchid Grass remained in the posture of retracting its leaves. Before it could even figure out what was going on, a series of ever-intensifying sirens rang in its mind. That sense of impending danger, like needles, pierced deeply into its heart. Before it could react, 3 consecutive explosions went off right next to its ears. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the 3 fierce explosions, a blinding white light instantly filled Orchid Grass's entire field of vision. The oncoming heat wave, carrying searing pain, rushed towards it in the blink of an eye. The combined power of the 3 explosions made the flames hotter, the airwaves more violent, and left Orchid Grass with even less time to react. In just a blink, Orchid Grass's once lush and green leaves began to curl and carbonize, and in an instant, they were completely vaporized. This process was so rapid, so hasty, and so utterly unexpected that before Qin Ming, who had been attentively observing the situation in the cave, could even react, the soul imprint of the Orchid Grass had been completely annihilated. What does completely annihilated mean? In other words, Qin Ming would be unable to summon the clone of this Orchid Grass again in the short term. The principle was that as long as the main body remained alive, the clone would endure. However, endure did not signify invulnerability. When severely injured, the clone would temporarily go offline. As for when it would recover, that was a matter of fate. In the cave, an abrupt, stabbing pain assailed Qin Ming, prompting him to instinctively clutch his head and let out a pained cry. Damn it, I've fallen into their trap again. Aren't they supposed to be witless? Why are they so insidious and cunning? Qin Ming massaged his temples, suppressing his voice as he struggled against the pain. He had to swiftly regain his composure, for he was acutely aware that if he failed to do so at this moment, the consequences would be far more dire than the current losses. In the worst-case scenario, all the clones he had dispatched that night would be destroyed by the enemy. If that were to happen, all his efforts during this period would be in vain. Moreover, he might even end up squandering a portion of his soul power. Sure enough, on the other side, the foxtail grass was even more unlucky. As soon as it raised its leaves, it inadvertently brushed against an almost imperceptible object. It was an extremely slender tendril split from a balloon monster. Despite its thinness, the tendril was an effective detector. The moment the balloon monsters detected the enemy, they exploded. This time, 3 of them exploded simultaneously, without the slightest hesitation. The flames rushed towards the foxtail grass in a mere 0.001 seconds, as if right in its face. Before the leaves of the foxtail grass could even sway, they were scorched and withered. Without any unexpected turn of events, it would have met the same fate as the orchid grass. However, an unexpected incident occurred. While the foxtail grass was being engulfed by flames and rapidly carbonizing, a glint of silver light suddenly appeared around it. Then, the fast, carbonizing foxtail grass vanished amidst the billowing flames. At the last moment, Qin Ming snatched the soul imprint of the foxtail grass. With the soul imprint, within at most 3 days, this clone would be able to bounce back to life. As he recalled this incident, Qin Ming suddenly realized that it was a scheme, a trap specifically set by the balloon monsters for him. And he, Qin Ming, had stepped right into it and become the prey of the other side. Since the opponent had laid a trap, they wouldn't have set just one. Sure enough, The sporadic bursts of flames and explosions completely shattered the tranquility of the valley and also crushed the vanity that had just started to swell within Qin Ming. This defeat almost nullified all of Qin Ming's recent efforts. At that moment, the two sides were trading blows, each having their own advantages. And Qin Ming and the balloon monsters were locked in a stalemate. However, the celestial principles are constant, yet fortune is fickle. Who will emerge victorious in the end remains uncertain. Chapter 80. The Sickle Gang inside the cave. Qin Ming rubbed his throbbing head, his face as dark as night. This time, the losses were substantial. Fortunately, he still had a clone that remained undetected. Now, he didn't plan to recall the clone, but intended to let it keep an eye on the enemy. As the saying goes, know your enemy and yourself. And you can fight 100 battles without defeat. He was going to gather intelligence on the other side to prepare for the next battle. With his head in his hands, Qin Ming completely abandoned his previous sense of superiority and began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses between himself and the opponent. In the valley, a bindweed lay limply on the ground. Its leaves and branches were covered with fine barbed thorns, which made the surrounding small animals instinctively reluctant to approach. Oh, almost forgot. There were hardly any small animals in this valley anymore. Without the restraint of small animals. And since the balloon monsters floated in the sky and would never compete with the plants for space, there was only one result, with no competitors on the land. This place instantly became a paradise for plants. Coupled with the warm and humid climate and many other suitable conditions, the plants grew rampantly. These wildly growing plants had no sense of boundaries. They would go to any lengths to grow upwards, forwards, leftwards, rightwards, and in every direction around. As a result, they began to encroach on each other's living space. Different from the surrounding plants, the bindweed clone was not a plant in nature, it was a clone. And its size was determined as soon as it appeared. It didn't need to fight for territory with these plants. But would war stay away just because you didn't want to start it? Before long, the wildly growing plants invaded the bindweed's territory. However, it was not afraid. After all, how could those with intelligence lose to the senseless ones? It couldn't move around on the ground for fear of attracting the attention of the surrounding balloon monsters. But couldn't it move under the ground? So, all the plants that got close to the bindweed withered and died inexplicably. This made this plant the Soul King here. To get back to the main point, when Qin Ming sent out the clones at the beginning, he intended to have all of them assassinate the balloon monsters and harvest soul power values. However, this clone was extremely fortunate. By sheer luck, it blundered its way to a location not far from the golden balloon monster. Most importantly, it remained undetected. So, Qin Ming promptly decided to have this clone keep an eye on the golden balloon monster. As a result, this clone managed to survive this turmoil. For the past few days, this clone had been assiduously observing, recording, and relaying every move of the golden balloon monster and its interactions with other balloon monsters. After aggregating and analyzing the abundant information obtained, Qin Ming finally reached a conclusion. The golden balloon monster was akin to the queen ant in an ant nest. It governed the fundamental logic of all the balloon monsters' operations, but did not directly assume responsibility for the lives of individual balloon monsters. Moreover, balloon monsters preferred to gather in small groups, analogous to small families in the human world. Previously, when those assassinated balloon monsters woke up, they immediately realized that their companions were gone, which was why they were so panicked. At this thought, Qin Ming slapped his forehead as an idea suddenly dawned on him. Perhaps it could be done like this. In the valley, after a chaotic explosion, tranquility was restored. As the inky, black night descended once again, it veiled all the previous commotion. It was as if the chaos had never occurred. Only the pitted ground and the sporadic shreds of balloon monster corpses bore witness to the recent upheaval. After the battle, both sides had suffered losses and were exhausted. It was the perfect time for rest. No one could have anticipated that at this time, half a dozen furtive figures intruded into the valley. Plantain-led Euphorbia helioscopia, Erigeron acer, and a host of other plants as they stealthily crept into the valley. After entering the valley this time, the numerous plants didn't disperse immediately. Instead, they all wriggled in one direction. There was a tiny gathering of balloon monsters there. By tiny, it meant there were only 3 balloon monsters. 6 or 7 plant clones moved furtively close to the ground. It took them over half an hour to cover what was actually a very short distance. The current Qin Ming conducted a profound review of the superiors' actions and drew lessons from them. It wasn't until the sky was about to dawn that these 6 or 7 plant clones reached their destination, a place guarded by only 3 balloon monsters. After arriving at the destination, Plantain waved the several leaves on its head, directing the remaining plants to quietly surround the 3 sleeping balloon monsters in the middle. In mid-air, the The semi-floating balloon monsters had just endured a violent turmoil and were in a state of extreme mental relaxation. They would never have imagined that they would be attacked by the enemy at this time. Nor would they have ever thought that they would meet their end in the darkness before dawn. Once the other plant clones were ready, Planton waved its leaf, and the plant clones simultaneously jumped up from the ground. Each plant raised its leaves high. Those upright leaves resembled one sharp sword after another. Some were oval, some were long and narrow, some were slender, and some were round. Regardless of their shapes, the edges of each leaf carried a barely perceptible iridescent cold glint. Almost simultaneously, 7 leaves landed on 3 balloon monsters at once. These 3 balloon monsters didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, they had turned into a pile of fragmented balloon, skin debris. It could truly be described as being smashed to pieces, a pitiable sight beyond compare. This time, it was an excellent outcome as not even a single explosion sound was heard. Inside the cave, Qin Ming's lips curled slightly upwards, his expression brimming with an indescribable sense of elation. This indicated that his speculation had proven successful. Meanwhile, before his thoughts could fully turn, a wave of coolness welled up in Qin Ming's throbbing head. This coolness was like a timely downpour, effectively cooling down his overheated mind. Having accomplished their mission successfully, Planton Weed waved its leaves and led the remaining 6 clones to stealthily move in another direction. It intended to maximize the gains and complete another round of harvesting before dawn fully broke. 15 minutes later, they had harvested another 3 green balloon monsters. 22 minutes later, 4 balloon monsters of varying sizes fell prey to them. 37 minutes later, after taking out 2 more green balloon monsters, the dawn finally arrived on the horizon. When the first ray of dawn light descended upon the secluded valley, the hazy morning, slightly moist with dewdrops, was truly a sight to behold. However, all beauty requires living beings to appreciate it. The 7 plant clones, the only ones capable of enjoying the scenery in this valley, were busy concealing themselves. Captain Planton Weed waved its leaves and commanded the remaining 6 clones, at my command, root yourselves in place and hide. As long as the sun is in the sky, you are real plants. Under his command, the remaining 6 clones quickly took root in the ground. After a slight tremor, the place fell completely silent. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, it had blended in with the surrounding environment, exuding a serene, verdant, and vibrant aura. After making arrangements here, Qin Ming left a trace of his attention and returned to the cave. Harvesting the spiritual power values of 12 balloon monsters that night not only compensated for all his previous losses but also significantly enhanced his spiritual power. He felt something was amiss with himself and was eager to return quickly to conduct research. Meanwhile, in the valley, as the sunlight descended, the balloon monsters awoke from their cultivation and embarked on a new day. It remained uncertain whether they would notice the significant loss of their companions. Chapter 81. Spiritual Power. Advancement. In the cave, Qin Ming closed his eyes and immersed his entire being within his body. At that moment, his glabella throbbed painfully, as if being pricked by needles. With his eyes shut, as soon as his mind focused on his glabella, his consciousness was drawn into a vast and empty space. A mist of colorful hues permeated the entire expanse, and Qin Ming felt like a traveler caught in a thick fog, unable to see his own hand and unsure of the next step. The surrounding mist grew denser and denser, so thick that Qin Ming felt like a water-soaked cloth, ready to drip with just a squeeze. This situation couldn't continue. A change was imperative. He had a premonition that if things didn't change, the situation might deteriorate. Qin Ming sighed inwardly. Inspiration struck him, and he recalled the cultivation technique he had acquired, the art of all things to pacify the soul. Almost instinctively, he sat cross-legged on the spot, clasped his hands in a specific gesture, and began to activate the technique. In an instant, the dense fog around seemed to have received a summons and suddenly swarmed towards this direction. Wisp after wisp of the thick fog was like the elderly folks rushing for eggs early in the morning, eagerly dashing in this direction and rushing into the sphere embraced by Qin Ming's hands. Once it entered the sphere, that wisp of fog was compressed and solidified, transforming into a drop of water emitting a colorful and dazzling light. Then, the second wisp, the third wisp, the fourth wisp, one wisp after another, layer upon layer, piece after piece. The speed at which the fog around Qin Ming rushed was so rapid that the layers of fog formed a huge whirlpool between his hands. Inside the whirlpool, the colorful and dazzling light rippled and glimmered, while outside the whirlpool, layers of thick fog swarmed in. For a moment, Qin Ming had the illusion that with his hands embracing, the world moved according to his will. His mind wandered for just an instant, and then Qin Ming quickly regained his focus and continued to compress the fog in his hands. The whirlpool spun faster and faster and grew larger and larger, even attracting all the fog in this space. As time passed, the cluster of colorful and dazzling light in Qin Ming's hands grew from just 1 drop at the beginning to 2 drops, 3 drops, and then a small cluster. As the colorful and dazzling light expanded, the fog in the surrounding space grew thinner and thinner. When the last wisp of fog was absorbed into the colorful and dazzling light, this space finally regained its clarity. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes and looked at this unfamiliar space. Somehow, he suddenly realized its name, the Purple Mansion space. The Purple Mansion is the abode of the soul. So, is this colorful and dazzling light my soul power? He lowered his head to glance at the 7-colored dazzling light in his hand. He changed from holding it with both arms to supporting it with one hand. With a lift of his palm, the ball of 7-colored dazzling light was right in front of him. Instantly, the 7 colors like a rainbow pervaded his entire field of vision, and it was also as changeable and resplendent as the aurora. If Qin Ming observed carefully, he could even notice that there were one after another tiny, crystal, clear specks of light mixed in this ball of 7-colored dazzling light. Those were the soul imprints of the clones. After observing for a moment, Qin Ming shifted his attention to the space he was in. He strolled leisurely and soon explored this space. To sum it up simply, this space was not large, only about 300 or 400 square meters. And it was completely bare, with nothing there. Thinking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel worried. If there was a depression, he could place the 7-colored dazzling light in his hand there. As soon as this thought flashed across his mind, the ground in front of him was like clay being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, and depressions quickly appeared. In just a blink of an eye, a depression about 1 cubic meter in size appeared in front of him. Qin Ming stared blankly at the scene before him, somewhat in a daze. Could it be that the Purple Mansion world could change according to the Master's needs? Then, he suddenly understood. The so-called thinking by day, dreaming by night probably meant this. Without dwelling on it for too long, Qin Ming accepted this setting. With a wave of his hand, the 7-colored dazzling light in his hand landed in the depression. The 7-colored dazzling light, which was only the size of a fist in his hand, rapidly expanded after hitting the ground and immediately filled the 1 cubic meter space. As the 7-colored dazzling light expanded, the specks of light inside it also swelled to the size of a fry. Suddenly, a small lake emerged right here. In the lake, colorful lights flickered, and tiny fish fry glistened like stars in the water. Qin Ming cast a glance at the lake and then immersed himself wholeheartedly in designing his secret base. Half an hour later, a modern-style small building stood there. Inside the building, there were sofas, a TV, and a bathroom, all in perfect order. The fridge was even stocked with an abundance of soft drinks. In front of the building, there was a small garden with lush green grass and blooming flowers everywhere. At one corner of the garden, there was still a small lake. In the lake, the colorful lights twinkled, and tiny glimmers moved about, resembling fish swimming one after another. When everything was tidied up, Qin Ming clapped his hands and sat down, his heart brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. In a daze, an epiphany dawned on him. His soul power had advanced. At this moment, the sun had completely risen above the horizon. The thin mist in the entire valley finally dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. The plantain weed stood upright with its leaves, constantly vigilant for any signs of movement in the surroundings. It was on guard against possible explosions at any moment, for it didn't want to lose any more of its clones. Moreover, this experiment was far from over. The real reactions of the balloon monsters were the crux of the matter. Plants like the fleabane and the bindweed shared the same cautious attitude as the plantain weed. In the valley, the sun was already high in the sky when the balloon monsters lazily crawled out one by one. After getting up, these balloon monsters didn't do anything else. They all opened their huge mouths, showing their sharp fangs, and chased after the small flying insects in the valley, biting them relentlessly. It was like sharks chasing sardines, seizing every opportunity to take a few bites. The tiny flying insects being chased scurried about frantically in all directions. By misfortune, they blundered into the mouth of another balloon monster. In this world, it seems that the destiny of being devoured is ingrained in the lives of these flying insects from birth, much like the social underdogs in human society. Even before being consumed, the balloon monsters never bothered to ask for the flying insects' opinions. Indeed, who would care about the thoughts of food? As the plantain watched the flying insects dashing about in panic, his mind was filled with a jumble of thoughts. In the biological world, no creature can escape the cycle of predator and prey. This rule holds true in the animal kingdom as well as in human society. The only difference lies in the fact that the animal world is blatantly straightforward, while human society is veiled with layer upon layer of ostentatious facades and adorned with numerous seemingly resplendent yet actually meaningless titles. The world has always been like this. Just as the planton was lost in contemplation, a horde of flying insects rushed in front of him in a frenzy. What mattered most was that a balloon monster with a wide, open mouth and jagged, sharp fangs was hot on their heels. At this moment, the flying insects clung tightly to the planton's topmost leaves, and the balloon monster behind them came hurtling forward with its huge mouth wide open. Judging from its speed and trajectory, it was highly likely that the monster would chomp down on the planton's leaves. What should he do? Should he feign death and remain motionless, allowing the monster to take a bite and pass him off as an ordinary plant? Or should he leap up and smash the balloon monster to pieces, only to be chased by all the balloon monsters in the valley? For a moment, Qin Ming seemed to be caught in a dilemma. Qin Ming intended to engage in deep contemplation, yet time was no longer on his side. In merely a fraction of a second, the balloon monster hurtling towards him from the opposite side had reached right in front of him, its gaping, menacing jaws, the fetid and putrid stench billowing from its mouth, and the hot breath it exhaled, amid the overwhelming pressure assailing him. The leaves atop the plantain herb seemed unable to withstand the force, as if buffeted by a gale, and suddenly drooped. As it lowered its head, a swarm of tiny flying insects atop it were instantly exposed, and the pursuing balloon monster arrived precisely at that moment. Its enormous mouth, which occupied most of its body, snapped shut with a crunch, neatly gobbling up all the flying insects. Subsequently, the entire balloon monster closed its mouth, ascended into the air, and continued floating elsewhere. The whole process was as seamless as if it had been meticulously rehearsed, flawlessly executed. Well, perhaps not entirely flawless. Maybe the plantain herb had lowered its head a split second too late, causing the balloon monster's teeth to scrape against the edge of its leaf. This scrape resulted in a tiny, rice, grain-sized notch appearing on the leaf's edge. The plantain herb gave its leaf a little shake, showing not the slightest concern. Such a minor injury would heal in no time. With this thought in mind, the plantain herb silently lowered its head, not wishing to draw the monster's attention. Even though it was in a prostrate state, the plant's mind was far from idle. Based on current observations, the majority of the balloon monsters in the entire valley were leisurely feasting on insects. Since they were out foraging for insects, it seemed they hadn't noticed the disappearance of the balloon monster from the previous night. Therefore, the speculation from the day before was correct. At this thought, the plantain felt a surge of excitement, so much so that its leaves trembled slightly. It had already made up its mind that once the sun set tonight, it would conduct an even larger scale harvest. Chapter 82. Peril as it was envisioning the future. The balloon-like monster that had just scurried past wobbled back again. The plantain looked up, and several of its leaves nearly poked into the monster's wide, open mouth. What was going on? Why had it come back? The confused plantain silently retracted the few leaves on its top. To the outside world, it seemed as if the leaves on the plantain's top had wilted once more. The change in a plant's leaves didn't draw the attention of the balloon-like monster. The balloon-like monster wobbled and drifted back, as if searching for something, patrolling around aimlessly. Its bean-sized eyes blinked vigorously, peeping here and there, and no one knew what it was looking for. It was only then that the plantain noticed that this creature actually had a pair of eyes. Indeed, compared to its body as large as a tent, its eyes, no bigger than mung beans, could truly be overlooked. At this moment, the balloon-like monster blinked its bean-sized eyes desperately, surveying everything around. As it surveyed, it smacked its lips. Just now, it seemed to have eaten something extraordinary. There was the taste of a small insect's flesh and a particularly fragrant aroma. It couldn't describe what that taste was exactly. In any case, the more it smacked its lips, the more it found the taste sweet. A kind of deliciousness that penetrated the very soul. The unyielding balloon monster searched around again and again, yet it never found the thing that haunted its thoughts. Angrily, it flailed its tentacles below and caused havoc on the surrounding grass before leaving grudgingly. On the devastated ground, the plantain lay limply, looking as if it were on the verge of death after being tormented. Around it, several plants like Eridrin were in the same state. After the balloon monster had completely left, the plantain suddenly perked up its leaves, resembling a meerkat standing at attention. It gesticulated vigorously in the direction where the balloon monster had gone. Evidently, it was hurling filthy curses. Its furtive yet audacious demeanor was quite eye-catching. After venting its emotions, the plantain surveyed the surroundings. Then, it quickly waved one of its leaves to signal the other plants to rise. Brother, the enemy has left. You don't have to pretend anymore. The alert is lifted. Immediately, the other plants that had been feigning weakness bounced up from the ground, full of vitality and no longer looking half dead. With the crisis over, the plants resumed their task, gathering intelligence. On that day, the balloon monsters ate, drank, chased small flying insects, and damaged the ground plants. Generally speaking, the entire valley was peaceful. Apparently, these balloon monsters didn't notice the loss of several of their companions. It made sense. Compared to their large population, the few that disappeared yesterday were insignificant. When the sun set and the last ray of light on the horizon faded away, and the inky sky enveloped the valley, the balloon monsters in the valley once again slumped listlessly above the grass leaves, toiling at dawn and resting at dusk. Such a regular routine outshines those worked office slaves by a wide margin. Different from these regularly behaving balloon monsters, a group of beings quietly roused themselves and commenced their daily tasks. You go over there. Keep watch. You head over there and gather intelligence. The plantain waved its leaves, directing several other plants. In truth, it was merely putting on a show, since they were all clones of the same entity and at the same level. Communicating required nothing more than a single thought. There was no need for hand gestures. However, despite being clones, each had its own nuances. For instance, the plantain was somewhat pretentious, yet the others were willing to play along. After all, they were all indulging their own fancies. As the little plants busied themselves, they soon zeroed in on a small group, an extremely diminutive group, so small that it consisted of only 4 balloon monsters. After setting their target, the plants uprooted themselves and, on their newly grown legs, dashed in that direction. They were methodical in their actions. While on the move, they were wild and unconstrained. But as they neared their destination, they became furtive and cautious. Finally, they drew close to the place. Here, the 4 balloon monsters huddled together, limp and deflated, much like punctured balloons. Among them, one kept smacking its lips as if lost in a wonderful dream. If the plantain had scrutinized carefully, it might have recognized this one as the very monster that had taken a bite out of it during the day. Nevertheless, the night's veil obscured the sky and blocked everyone's view. The plantain wouldn't notice the balloon monsters, those same ones from the daytime. And the 4 balloon monsters wouldn't realize that such a group of creatures had gathered around them. When several plants stealthily crept up beside the monsters, they leaped up and brandished their leaf, like blades, stabbing violently at the balloon monsters. Pop, 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 pop. 4 consecutive sounds rang out, and the plants achieved their first kill tonight. However, this was merely the beginning. Tonight, the bloody harvest was about to commence. Chapter 83, Sudden Changes for Several Consecutive Days. All was peaceful. Inside the cave, Qin Ming sat cross-legged, eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. In his purple mansion, the space had expanded considerably. The small courtyard, which had seemed rather cramped before, now appeared quite spacious. The small building had upturned eaves and exuded an ancient charm. Inside the building, the decoration was serene and elegant, and it was furnished with all the necessary modern amenities, coupled with the lush green lawn in the yard and the pool that sparkled with colorful lights. Looking at this familiar setup, Qin Ming frowned and pondered for a long while. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and remembered. Wasn't this a rural villa in the ancient-style genre? It seemed that deep down, he was quite taken with Tao Yuanming's way of life. After all, how many Chinese men didn't fancy this kind of lazy and care-free pastoral style? To get back to the main point, in the past few days, Qin Ming had expanded the harvesting team. Whenever night fell, a continuous stream of soul power would pour in from the void. This soul power nourished Qin Ming's purple mansion and enlarged the space within it. Of course, the expansion of the space was just an added bonus. The most direct effect was the accumulation of soul power. That was the pool glistening with 7 colored dazzling lights. The pool that was only 1 cubic meter in size before had now expanded to 5 cubic meters. In just 9 short days, his soul power had multiplied several times. Such a rapid rate of improvement would sound unbelievable to anyone. Intuition told Qin Ming that if his soul power value could reach 10 cubic meters, he would enter the next stage. Just thinking about it filled him with a sense of emotion. The improvement of qi could be achieved through the qi of multiple clones. However, the enhancement of soul power had always been the most arduous task throughout history. The reason why the improvement of the soul, a fragile and abstract entity, was so difficult was twofold. Firstly, its existence was too abstract to be grasped. Secondly, even if one wanted to cultivate it, there were no cultivation methods. Thinking of the cultivation method, Qin Ming sighed inwardly. He owed a huge debt of gratitude. He just didn't know how he would ever repay it in the future. Let's get back to the main topic. He had never imagined that entering the second layer of the Mirage would offer him an opportunity to enhance his soul power. This was a great stroke of fortune, and he had to seize it. With this in mind, Qin Ming decided that he must exorcise several more balloon monsters tonight. The future was promising and within his grasp. His mood was extremely buoyant. As the saying goes, when a person is in a good mood, they can't help but show their true nature. Well, Qin Ming couldn't hold back either. In the dim cave, Qin Ming sat cross-legged, looking solemn and serene. He clasped his hands together and intoned a religious chant. Amen. For the sake of world peace, please perish. Great and mighty heavenly dragon. Boom. Haraha. But he burst into laughter at his own words before he could even finish. Let's turn our lens to the valley. It was a moonless and windy night. A time fit for all sorts of misdeeds. That night, over 20 latent experts launched an attack, silently reaping more than 30 lives. Qin Ming also quietly harvested the soul powers of over 30 balloon monsters. His multicolored, dazzling light pool expanded a little. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner until 15 days later. 15 days later, a simple, minded balloon monster was wandering around in the valley. It swayed left and right, looking extremely leisurely. As it wandered, it got excited. When had this valley become so spacious? Haha, how wonderful. I'm the only one here. So this entire sky belongs to me. The excited balloon monster kept thrashing about, somersaulting one moment and wallowing around like a donkey the next. This commotion immediately caught the attention of other balloon monsters. What's wrong with it? Then, several balloon monsters exchanged a few words. Immediately, the news that the space had become more spacious spread among them. Some slow-witted balloon monsters even thought it was a good thing. Finally having enough space to fly freely. This news quickly spread, and all the low-level green balloon monsters got to know it. While the low-level green balloon monsters were still rejoicing, the mid-level balloon monsters had sensed the danger. And the high-level black balloon monsters had already realized the gravity of the situation. Several black balloon monsters gathered together and, after some discussion, reached a conclusion. In recent days, the entire clan had suffered a significant reduction in numbers. If this continued, the clan would cease to exist in a few days. Concerned about the clan, 6 black balloon monsters immediately rushed to the palace of the golden balloon monster, which was under a large tree, to discuss countermeasures. 6 black balloon monsters as large as tents surrounded a golden balloon monster only as big as a wash basin, docile and obedient. At first glance, this scene was rather comical. Those who were unaware might even think that these black balloon monsters were ganging up on a child. However, this smallest-sized golden balloon monster was undoubtedly their king. After observing for so long, Qin Ming had figured out that their racial structure was somewhat similar to that of ants. Yet he still couldn't comprehend the function of this golden balloon monster. With its petite body, what kind of balloon monsters could it give birth to? Could it possibly spawn those huge black, red, and green balloon monsters? Even the smallest flesh-colored balloon monster was much larger than it. So, what on earth was the role of this king in this group? Under the big tree, the bindweed, filled with curiosity, quietly perked up its leaves. Just like a person pricking up their ears, eager to overhear what they were discussing. His plan went smoothly. The other side didn't lower their voices. Instead, they even started arguing loudly. However, after just a moment of listening, he gave up. There was no other reason. He couldn't understand. The matter of racial difference constantly reminded him of this fact. Since he couldn't understand what they were saying, he could only focus on the scene. The 6 black balloon monsters were bustling around the golden balloon monster, looking extremely anxious. One of the black balloon monsters even stretched out its tentacle and pushed the one opposite, making the scene seem highly tense. Fight! Fight! The bindweed, who loved to watch the fun, waved its leaves, cheering on the 2 black balloon monsters. Unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, they didn't fight. Under the restraint of the golden balloon monster, the other party quieted down. Subsequently, after a flurry of chattering, the situation fell into a stalemate. One couldn't tell what they were discussing when suddenly, the golden balloon monster stretched out the golden tentacles beneath its body and laid them across. Those tentacles landed precisely on the body of the largest black balloon monster. In the stunned gaze of Lala Yang, the body of that black balloon monster underwent an astonishing transformation. Chapter 84. Discovery. It was seen that its volume, which was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary balloon monster, suddenly swelled to twice the size of an ordinary one. Moreover, its color became even more profound, as if it were the blackest ink in the world. If this thing were to explode, wouldn't it cause an earth-shattering event? Almost instinctively, this thought popped into Lala Yang's mind. Immediately afterwards, Lala Yang quickly cast this thought out of his head. He was definitely not going to let this thing explode beside him. So, no matter how powerful it was of no use. The status of the huge black balloon monster soared abruptly, and it gained unparalleled authority within the group. Let's just call it the Grand Elder for now. After the authorization ceremony of the Grand Elder concluded, the golden balloon monster seemed to have run out of strength. It listlessly waved its tentacles and drove away several elders. After the elders left, the entire valley became bustling. In Qin Ming's mind, in the communication group of numerous avatars, a continuous stream of complaints was being uploaded like signals sent by war correspondents. Here are the statements of several reporters. Reporter Planton. Goodness gracious. Have these balloon monsters discovered something? Why are they scurrying around? Most importantly, these creatures always travel in groups of 20 without ever dispersing. How am I supposed to manage tonight? Flying Thistle Reporter. How thick-skinned. They only noticed after so many clan members died. With such a slow reaction. It's truly a wonder that they weren't completely wiped out. Mimosa Reporter. There are quite a few red balloon monsters here. Moreover, they seem to plan to set up camp on my head. Cocklebur Reporter. Oh, what's wrong with this golden balloon monster? Why are its tentacles hanging on the tree? Oh, goodness. It accidentally snapped off 5 or 6 of its own tentacles. How incredibly careless can it be? Chrysanthemum Reporter. Alas. A group of varicolored balloon monsters has landed on my head. How annoying. Hey, you're blocking my sunlight. Oh no. Why did you suddenly burst? I merely said you blocking my sunlight. Before I could even finish thinking, 3 of those balloon monsters on my head burst. And 6 of them burst all at once. Are you really that fragile? Chrysanthemum's complaints suddenly dominated the public channel. Then, a magical connection occurred. Cocklebur Reporter. Chrysanthemum Reporter. Haha, what a coincidence. It's also 6. Do you think they're just having a run of bad luck today and can't seem to get along with the number 6? Chrysanthemum Reporter replied to Cocklebur Reporter. In my opinion, their very existence in this world is a disgrace. These hideous creatures simply shouldn't exist. Cocklebur replied to Chrysanthemum. Haha, indeed. They're only of some value when they die. Otherwise, they're utterly worthless. The fact that these 2 avatars started chatting is quite a peculiar occurrence. These few lines of conversation were exactly seen by Qin Ming, who was peeping at the screen. He frowned slightly, feeling that there was some rather important information flashing by in between. No, he must seize this information. Thus, he started to scroll up the chat content. This wasn't a phone screen, so there was no such thing as scrolling up the chat history. However, it was also quite simple to know what had happened. The main consciousness Bindweed Reporter. What did you just say? Repeat it. Start from when the tendrils broke. As soon as the main consciousness made an appearance, the public channel was flooded with messages from the Bindweed. Bindweed Reporter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The main consciousness has actually noticed me. I'm so happy. 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 And then there was a series of emoticons of a person laughing happily. The main consciousness impatiently tapped on the Bindweed Reporter. Cut the nonsense. Bindweed Reporter. Yes, yes, yes. Emoticon. Looking serious. Just now I saw its tendrils break. This thing can actually be careless. Ha ha ha. Indeed, carelessness knows no race. Ha. Before the Bindweed finished laughing, it was interrupted by the main consciousness. How many? Bindweed Reporter. I know this. I saw it very clearly at that time. It was 6. Yes, it was exactly 6. Let me tell you. Main consciousness. Stop. Shut up. I've finished asking. Go back. Before the Bindweed could say anything, the main consciousness directly muted the other party. Enforced silence. Phew, the world is finally peaceful. The main consciousness took a breath and then began to question the next key figure, the Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Reporter. You just said how many balloon monsters burst on your side? How did it split? Was it like the scene during our attack? I'd prefer a picture. The Chrysanthemum Reporter fell silent for a second and then directly sent over a video. In the video, a green balloon monster suddenly split from top to bottom, forming a long gash. As soon as the gash appeared, it traversed the entire body of the green balloon monster, somewhat resembling the legendary spatial rift. After the video, there was a photo. The photo showed the corpses of 6 balloon monsters after they split. Subsequently, a line of text popped up in the chat group, Main Consciousness. Do you understand? Opposite the main consciousness, the Chrysanthemum Reporter maintained an aloof and detached demeanor throughout. It was a bit like a student facing a teacher, Qin Ming, as the main consciousness was both amused and helpless. Although they were all his clones, originating from him, each clone had some differences when it emerged. Some were aloof, some were talkative, some were garrulous, and some loved to show off. Over the years, Qin Ming had long grown accustomed to their chatter. Unable to find the words to complain, Qin Ming focused his attention on these lines of text. 6 tendrils were broken, and 6 balloon monsters split. Could it be? A bold conjecture emerged in Qin Ming's mind. The Bindweed, which had just been muted, was re-invited into the group. The main consciousness Bindweed sent over a close, up high, definition picture of the golden balloon monster. The bewildered Bindweed took a while to react and then suddenly started spamming the chat. Bindweed reporter, holy cow. What just happened? Why did I suddenly get disconnected? Could it be because of the poor signal here? It's impossible. I've been here for so long and never experienced a disconnection like this. What on earth is going on? It wasn't until the main consciousness him for the second time that he realized his current task, daunted by the authority of the main consciousness, which was one level higher than his. Lala Yang reluctantly sent over a close, up high, definition picture of the golden balloon. In essence, the main consciousness, namely Qin Ming, used Lala Yang's eyes to take a look at the golden balloon. However, due to the uncertain location, the view was not clear. So, the main consciousness retrieved a memory from the other's mind and extracted a very clear picture from it. Qin Ming, acting as the main consciousness, carefully contemplated this image, with his attention particularly fixed on the long tentacles of the golden balloon monster. Strangely enough, those tentacles didn't seem particularly thick and appeared quite normal. Could I have made a wrong guess? Unwilling to accept defeat, Qin Ming observed the golden balloon monster meticulously once again, with the long tentacles still being the primary target of his scrutiny. Suddenly, Qin Ming's gaze halted. It seemed that the tentacles of this golden balloon monster were much more fragmented than those of ordinary balloon monsters. Qin Ming zoomed in to examine the details closely and indeed discovered that the tentacles of the golden balloon monster were composed of numerous tiny, fragmented tentacles. In simple terms, the tentacles of the golden balloon monster were made up of hundreds of these tiny fragments at a cursory glance, while the tentacles of an ordinary balloon monster were usually composed of only 3 to 5 tentacles. The difference was quite striking. Considering the previous complaints of Lala Yang and Wild Chrysanthemum, Qin Ming could easily infer that when a few tentacles of the golden balloon monster broke, several balloon monsters would split from its group. Therefore, if I kill the golden balloon monster, will I be able to directly obtain all the soul powers of this ethnic group? As soon as this thought emerged, Qin Ming couldn't help but become extremely excited. If this speculation turned out to be true, how could he waste time with these creatures? He would simply behead the golden balloon monster, neatly harvest all the soul powers, and then turn around gracefully and leave. No, he must give it a try. Chapter 85, Stirring Up Hatred. Qin Ming, an action-oriented person, never lets his ideas go cold. His ability to take action has always been remarkable. Right after having this speculation, he couldn't wait to put it into practice. However, implementing this was no easy feat. First, he needed to formulate a perfect and feasible plan. After much thought, a bold idea finally came to his mind. On that very morning in the valley, the sun hung high in the sky, the sunlight was bright, the gentle breeze was intoxicating, and the valley was refreshingly cool. All in all, it was a perfect day for anything. At this moment, in the valley, the balloon monsters were lined up in an orderly formation, wandering around and patrolling everywhere. The well-organized queue and the tense atmosphere gave the valley an extra sense of sharpness and chillingness. Under such circumstances, anyone with a sane mind would choose to avoid the confrontation. However, there are always times when some abnormal beings appear at such moments. Sure enough, an abnormal rabbit ran out. At the valley entrance, amidst the verdant green grass, a plump rabbit poked its head out, furtively eyeing the balloon monsters ceaselessly patrolling in the valley. The rabbit's red eyes were brimming with scheming and calculation. At this moment, precisely 5 patrol teams approached the valley entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full 5 teams. Each team consisted of 10 balloon monsters. So 5 teams meant 50 balloon monsters. There were approximately 400 or 500 balloon monsters in the entire valley, excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The ones with quick speed, rapid reaction, and most importantly, swift mobility numbered around 200 or 300. If this move succeeded, the enemy's combat power would be reduced by 1/6 all at once. The temptation was so great that the rabbit decided to act, having made up its mind. The rabbit suddenly leaped out from the valley entrance and deliberately provoked the 5 patrol teams in the valley. It stuck out its tongue, rolled its eyes, and gave the middle finger. It resorted to every possible means. Even more, it used its 3-pedaled mouth to perform a highly difficult feat, sticking out its tongue while emitting a taunting sound, la la la. That bright red and dainty tongue was like the small red flag held by a matador in a bullfight, instantly captivating the attention of the 5 teams in the valley. The 5 patrolling teams in the valley had never witnessed such a scene before. Although different creatures couldn't communicate through language, understanding body language was a common talent shared by all species. As soon as the rabbit raised its middle finger, the 5 teams on the other side immediately understood the rabbit's intention. Then, they flew into a rage, and the skin of each balloon monster swelled up visibly. Evidently, the air pressure inside had increased. They were enraged. It should be known that although they seldom leave the valley, they have always been the absolute rulers of this area. All along in this area, they could kill whoever they wanted and expel whoever they desired. Having been in a superior position for so many years. Suddenly a little wretch emerged, sticking out his tongue, raising his middle finger, and rolling his eyes at them, challenging their authority. Who on earth could tolerate such an act? Charge. Almost without eye contact, the balloon monsters unified their front in an instant. Simultaneously, 5 groups of balloon monsters left their posts and rushed towards the position of the hare. The whistling wind instantly filled the entire valley. This shows just how enraged they were. For creatures like them, with simple minds and easily swayed by emotions, when they get hot-headed, they are capable of doing anything. At this moment, things like patrolling, their posts, and safety were all out of their consideration. As for whether leaving their post would cause any serious consequences, that was not something they should worry about. The figures of the 5 groups across were rapidly expanding in the rabbit's eyes, yet the rabbit remained completely calm. He raised another middle finger at all the balloon monsters. After provoking them one last time, he immediately twitched his plump rear end, then turned and leaped, dashing off in a certain direction. His speed was as swift as lightning. Damn it! How dare he still mock us at this moment? He clearly doesn't put us in his eyes at all. We can't bear it anymore. Blow him up. We must blow him up. The emotions of the 5 groups of balloon monsters that had just chased out were completely ignited. The fury clouded their minds and consumed the little bit of rationality they had left. One by one, they dashed out frantically in the direction where the hare had fled, their speed visibly increasing to a new level. In this pursuit and evasion, before they knew it, both sides gradually left the scope of the valley and then vanished into the boundless mountains. In fact, the speed of the rabbit in front was not extremely fast. Yet the 5 groups of balloon monsters just couldn't catch up with it. There always remained a moderate distance between them. Whenever a balloon monster attempted to close the gap, the rabbit's speed would suddenly soar. Whenever a balloon monster contemplated giving up, the rabbit would immediately pop its head out from the verdant grass. After a series of provocative gestures like sticking out its tongue, rolling its eyes, and giving the middle finger to incite hatred, and making sure that the opponents wouldn't break off the chase, it would sway its plump rear end and move in a sassy and irritating way, firmly keeping the 5 groups of balloon monsters trailing behind. And those balloon monsters that had just wanted to abandon the pursuit had their anger ignited wave after wave. In an instant, they were full of motivation and chased after the rabbit again. Just like this, the 5 elite groups of balloon monsters were led by this rabbit towards an unknown direction. In the valley, the strength of the balloon monsters was instantly reduced by 1/6. The rabbit's stratagem had succeeded. Do you think it's over? No, no, no. This is just the beginning. After the rabbit left, a seemingly delicate and gentle fawn with big, watery eyes and an adorable expression appeared at the valley entrance. The innocent-looking fawn rushed into the valley, running around chaotically. After attracting all the patrol teams near the valley entrance, it flicked its long legs and made a graceful and handsome dash out of the valley entrance. When leaving, whether it was intentional or not, the little deer kicked at the balloon monsters in the valley. It was full of provocation. Damn it, not even an ant could stand this. So, 8 groups of balloon monsters swarmed out and chased after the direction where the little deer had fled. This time, a somewhat intelligent balloon monster sent a message to the nearest black balloon monster, saying, "Elder, we'll be back after taking care of a tiny ant. It'll be quick." Then, without waiting for the elder's reply, it simply flicked its long antennae and ran out after the little deer. The enemy's forces were reduced by another 1/6. The elder of the black balloon monsters was quite bewildered upon seeing the message sent by its subordinate. With a bit of sense, it had a vague feeling that something was amiss, yet it couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. After pondering for a while, it simply stopped thinking. Anyway, they would return soon. For them, the absolute rulers of this area, dealing with a tiny ant was a piece of cake, a breeze. So, the elder of the black balloon monsters didn't expend too much energy on this matter. It only had one thought at the moment, which was to surpass the grand elder and become the most important balloon in the king's heart. Sure enough, the phenomenon of involution exists in every race. Chapter 86. The valley is finally empty. If this elder could foresee the future, it would surely deeply regret its carelessness this time, because it was precisely this oversight that led to the extinction of their entire clan. However, at the moment, no one thought they were doing anything wrong. With 2/6 of their elite gone, the whole valley still seemed relatively safe. After all members of the balloon monster race are warriors. Once they say they'll explode, they all can, and the explosive power can even be cumulative. If Qin Ming were to charge forward at this moment, it would be no different from seeking death. Therefore, the plan must continue. The number of the opponents has to be further reduced. Ideally, all the balloon monsters would leave, and only the golden balloon monster would remain in this valley. Of course, such a wonderful thing is just a fantasy. To make it a reality, he has to work even harder. Before long, a sluggish lizard crawled into the valley entrance. Employing the same old trick, the lizard dashed into the valley and scurried around. After attracting the enemy's attention, it swaggered off on its 2 legs in a rather sneaky, yet domineering manner. Nearly 10 groups of enemies were hot on its heels, chasing it closely from just 10 meters behind. The lizard turned around, baring its large mouth, and let out a shrill screech. Ooh, shoo! Its smug and mischievous expression, which not even its naturally cold-looking snake-like face could conceal, infuriated the 10 groups of enemies behind. The most obvious sign was that 100 balloon monsters immediately swelled up visibly, clearly on the verge of explosion. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming rubbed his nose in a strange way, feeling rather puzzled. Why did each of his avatars give off such a mischievous vibe? Humph. The root of this, himself, definitely had no problem. Yes, no problem. Absolutely. The lizard completed its task of leading a wave of opponents away. And next up was the pheasant. When it comes to pheasants, one might envision a big hen strutting around leisurely. Don't be misled. Pheasants can run extremely fast. After the pheasant made a dazzling appearance, its shrill crow startled the entire valley. The balloon monsters, ever eager for a spectacle, immediately swarmed around. This time, it wasn't just the patrol team. There were also many old, weak, sick, and disabled ones with nothing better to do. The pheasant surveyed the situation and, deeming the numbers sufficient, simply wheeled around, revealing its flower-like rear end. Then, astonishingly, that rear end started to sway. It actually swayed. Can you believe it? A chicken was swaying its rear end. The alluring arc of that swaying dairy left the surrounding balloon monsters utterly flabbergasted. As previously mentioned, although different species may not understand each other's languages, sometimes, to mock someone, neither words nor physical gestures are necessary. Just a single glance can convey the signal of mockery accurately. As expected, nearly 100 balloon monsters instantly flew into a rage. A few minutes later, the pheasant wiggled its rear end and let a horde of balloon monsters out of the valley. This commotion was quite significant, rousing all the black and golden balloon monsters in the valley. A few intelligent balloon monsters gathered together, taking stock of the surrounding situation, and quickly came to a conclusion. The small animals in the vicinity had become rather insolent these days and were in dire need of a good lesson. Since that was the case, sending these balloon monsters to discipline them would surely put them in their place. Therefore, several black balloon monsters issued a unanimous order. Any small animals that dared to provoke this group should be killed without mercy. Those who killed the offenders would be rewarded. With this order, the balloon monsters in the valley went completely berserk. Subsequently, during several subsequent attempts to draw the enemy's hatred, each one was more successful than the last. Even one of the weasel-like avatars managed to draw away 150 of the opponents directly. This remarkable feat left Qin Ming utterly astounded. With the cooperation of the black balloon-like monsters, Qin Ming's plan progressed exceptionally smoothly. In merely half a day, the once dense balloon-like monsters in the valley had vanished without a trace. Well, not entirely. If one were to search meticulously, one could still find 1 or 2 balloon-like monsters beneath the towering trees, under the broad leaves, or in some obscure corners. However, those were either extremely old balloon-like monsters on the verge of losing their teeth or young ones that were insufficiently inflated. In short, thanks to Qin Ming's efforts, only the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, along with a few black balloon-like monsters and a golden balloon-like monster, remained in this valley. The defense here was more vulnerable than ever. At this moment, a human figure swayed into the valley entrance. The figure strolled leisurely, advancing unhurriedly towards the valley's depths. The relaxed and nonchalant demeanor was as if this were an after-dinner stroll. Yet, his journey was not without obstacles. A toothless old balloon-like monster spotted him and floated over, cutting through the air with a broken sound. However, before it could even reach halfway, it was pierced through by an unnamed sword made of grass and quickly turned into a broken balloon skin, contributing to the enhancement of Qin Ming's soul power. Just like this, as the figure journeyed on, his soul power continued to increase. Normally, Qin Ming would have been quite delighted about such an improvement. However, now his horizons had broadened. He no longer deems the meager improvement worthy of his attention. His current objective is the golden balloon monster and the entirety of the entire valley. He has an intuition that once he succeeds, there will be a qualitative leap in his spiritual power value. Moreover, he might even be able to explore the mysteries of the mirage. Deep in the valley, beneath a large tree, 6 black balloon monsters were neatly lined up in a row, all facing outward, as if they were awaiting the arrival of an impending foe. The golden balloon monster, meanwhile, floated above a colossal bluestone platform, resembling a queen seated upon her throne. A figure strolled over step by step and finally arrived at this place. The figure raised his head, his gaze passing over the row of black balloon monsters in front and directly meeting the eyes of the golden balloon. Unexpectedly, the eyes of the golden balloon were larger than those in the photo, somewhat similar to the eye-to-face ratio of a human. The figure frowned, but he didn't dwell on it for long and soon let it go. As a queen, being able to enlarge the volume of her subordinates and change the size of her own eyes wasn't that astonishing, right? You've come. A hoarse and ear, grating, high-pitched voice like metal rubbing against each other emerged in the figure's mind. The figure frowned, and finally his gaze settled on the golden balloon monster. Yes, it's me. The golden balloon spoke again. The figure's brows furrowed even more tightly. A second unexpected thing occurred. From these 2 sentences, he could tell that the other side had always been aware of what he was up to. So why didn't it stop him? If the golden balloon monster knew what he was thinking, it would surely roll its eyes and let out a sneering scoff. It's easy for you to say. Do you think I don't want to interfere? It wasn't that the factory settings forgot to endow the clan members with brains. Without brains, these creatures can only act on instinct, and their instinct is to explode at the slightest provocation, follow any lure, and lose all sense when mocked. However, the golden balloon remained utterly unperturbed, for it was confident that its soul power could handle anything. Chapter 87. Playing with the fish as soon as they met. The 2 sides had already engaged in several rounds of covert and overt struggles. Apparently, the shadowy figure was at a disadvantage. You must be curious as to why I didn't stop you from leading them away. The golden balloon monster spoke again, its voice brimming with self-assured confidence. Just as it was about to continue, the shadowy figure suddenly interrupted it. Sorry, I'm not curious. Besides, I don't like having so many things blocking my view when I'm speaking. After saying that, he waved his hand. A group of plant clones that had been hidden underground suddenly leaped out. The sharp leaves were like knives, the colorful lights were flashing, and the sudden appearance of the sharp blades, in just the blink of an eye. 6 black balloon monster elders were pinned against the balloon skins by dozens of blades. The blades didn't stop and continued to slash down rapidly. In an instant, a feeling of resistance like cutting through cowhide came through the hands of the clones. The force was insufficient, but it didn't matter. Add the power of Qin Ming, who was highly focused on this, immediately increased the output of his colorful Qi. As this thought flashed through Qin Ming's mind in the cave, on the other side, the colorful Qi on the leaves of several plant clones surged. With the boost of the surging power of Qi, the plant clones finally managed to slash the knives smoothly. Then pop, 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 pop. 6 popping sounds rang out in no particular order, and the 6 black balloon monsters with considerable explosive power were thus vanquished. Although explaining this process would be cumbersome, in reality, it was but the blink of an eye. The skins of the 6 black balloons fell along with the figure's hand. This entire process was as smooth as flowing clouds and as swift as a gale. With its subordinate killed right before its eyes, the golden balloon monster contorted grotesquely. Its voice grew even more shrill. How dare you kill my capable subordinate right in front of me? The figure casually picked at its ear. Its face as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Well, I've already done it. Are you still asking if I dare? It seems I overestimated your intelligence. His mood soured because the shrill voice had pierced his eardrums. Then, an even more ear-splitting and distorted high-pitched scream tore through the air. I'm so enraged. Die for me. Amidst a distorted and shrill howl, the golden balloon hurtled towards the figure from the large blue stone, as fast as a lightning bolt. Humph! Disdain flashed in the figure's eyes. Idiot! So easily enraged. Clearly, it doesn't have much brains. As the thought flitted through his mind, a large net suddenly sprang up before the figure. On the net, lush green leaves rustled, and the branches crackled. It was covered with countless tiny barbs that glistened with a rich, multicolored glow. It was the long, lurking bindweed. At this moment, the bindweed suddenly burst out of the ground, forming a dense grid that enveloped the figure. The golden balloon monster was moving at breakneck speed, too fast to stop. It was about to smash into the bindweed, which was bristling with barbs and aglow with a colorful sheen. Walking straight into a trap. As stupid as a pig. The figure scoffed, although he couldn't help but feel that the opponent had been resolved too easily. As the king of a clan, it shouldn't have only such limited capabilities. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the figure tensed up and stood on guard. Sure enough, as soon as he took action, the golden balloon monster pursed its cherry, like lips and blew. A searing heat rushed towards him. Before the figure could react, a plume of azure, blue flame spewed out from the golden balloon monster's mouth. The bindweed, upon contact with this azure, blue flame, was instantly incinerated into fine powder. The figure was greatly shocked. The fear of death set off alarm bells in his mind. Do not touch. Touch it, and you will die. Retreat. 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 Qin Ming, who had been closely monitoring the situation, was highly on edge. As soon as he noticed the problem here, he immediately took action. He activated his spatial ability and his soul power. Under the dual effects, in almost 0.01 seconds, he recalled his clone. Even so, half of the figure's body was severely burned. The sudden disappearance of the figure in front startled the golden balloon monster. Then, a deeper sense of rage welled up in its heart. It didn't know why the opponent had vanished, but it urgently needed an outlet for its emotions. Crafty human, I've memorized your scent. I'll definitely find you. After uttering these harsh words, the golden balloon monster chased off in a certain direction where the sin of humans lingered. Before long, it found its target, a small grass with red flowers. What is this thing? In a fit of anger, the golden balloon monster incinerated the plant to ashes. In fact, Qin Ming recalled his clone at a crucial moment. It concentrated and perceived. Subsequently, it detected the scent of that human in another direction. After determining the direction, it transformed into a golden arc of light and soared towards that way. Its speed was comparable to that of an automobile. In a short while, it found its target again, a pink beetle. Damn it! The golden balloon monster cursed in rage and instantly reduced the opponent to ashes with one breath. Time elapsed as it was duped repeatedly, vented its fury again and again, and endured one ordeal after another. After an indeterminate period, the golden balloon monster finally grew exhausted and ceased its actions. As it stopped to rest, a figure strolled over nonchalantly, step by step, with a leisurely gait and an extremely relaxed demeanor. The golden balloon monster glanced up and was instantly enraged. The same eyebrows, the same face with the same expression, and that same obnoxious look. It was confirmed. It was the very scoundrel who had vanished earlier. The raging fire of anger had consumed what little rationality it had left. It powdered its cherry, like lips, and exhaled a puff of spiritual air. In an instant, the blue, I assume it means dark blue here, flames bloomed like lotuses. Just as the flaming lotuses had just blossomed and before they could completely engulf the figure, the person on the opposite side casually gave it the middle finger and then vanished once again. Vanished? Vanished. It had disappeared right in front of its eyes again. The golden balloon monster was on the verge of exploding. In a fit of wild rage, it spat out furious breaths all around. In a short while, the lush green meadow turned into a sea of fire. When it calmed down for the second time, that figure appeared again. The balloon monster flew into a rage once more. A stretch of mountain forest was once again engulfed in a sea of flames. One of the doppelgangers was forced to be recalled. This time, its endurance was even worse. Then, the figure reappeared, having been provoked time and time again. The golden balloon monster had learned its lesson this time. It stared coldly at the figure without getting angry. No matter how the figure provoked it, it remained completely still. Was it really out of strength? The figure cautiously approached, testing the waters step by step. His aim was to vanquish the golden balloon monster. Leading it on like a fish on a hook was merely a ruse. As the figure drew nearer, the golden balloon monster lay prone on the ground, keeping silent. Even when the figure was just 3 meters away, there was still no sign of movement from the monster. Was it truly exhausted? The figure looked relieved and strode forward. Just as he was about to get closer, he suddenly leaped aside. He repeated this several times, but the monster remained unresponsive. At last, the figure finally believed that the monster had run out of steam. After a moment of contemplation, the figure cautiously advanced step by step. Qin Ming was already prepared to sacrifice this doppelganger. In fact, the figure was just a decoy. The real attack was coming from underground. A tiny scorpion was stealthily crawling through the crevices of the rocks towards the flaccid golden balloon monster on the ground. There were 5 other beings just like it here. Chapter 88. On the path with enemies, leave no path for the enemies. This confrontation seemed to be reaching its final stage. The outcome remained uncertain until the very end. The golden balloon monster remained apathetic, disregarding all the figure's lures and provocations. There was no time to wait. If it waited any longer, the monster would regain its strength. Once the thought was settled, the figure stepped forward again, moving at breakneck speed. This time, he held nothing back. He raised his hand, made a fist, and struck forward with a punch. It was the threefold spatial shock. A fist wrapped in a seven-colored aura suddenly appeared, hurtling towards the golden balloon monster at lightning speed. The outcome would be decided in an instant. Rewind the time by 1 second. The scorpion had silently crawled beneath the golden balloon monster. Its venomous stinger was held high, glistening with specks of seven-colored light. It adjusted its direction, aimed at the target, gathered strength, and launched. The tail with the stinger suddenly left a blurred after image and would land on the target in just 0.01 seconds. Meanwhile, the figure made a fist and delivered the three-fold spatial shock. That is to say, if all went smoothly. The scorpion's stinger would land on the golden balloon monster before the figure's fist did. The figure's punch was merely a ruse from beginning to end, a tool to divert the attention of the golden balloon monster. It was getting closer, ever closer. A sharp glint flashed across the scorpion's eyes, just as the scorpion's stinger was about to touch the golden balloon monster, and when the fist was still 1 meter away from the monster. A cold light flashed in the big eyes of the golden balloon monster. The whole ball suddenly shrank from the size of a wash basin to that of a ping-pong ball. It shrank? It truly shrank. The sudden reduction in the size of the target of the scorpion's stinger attack caused the stinger to miss its mark. It missed. This unexpected change left the highly strung scorpion in a state of stupor. Its brain was unable to process this complex information for a moment. It was somewhat confused and also a bit dazed. Before it could remain in this state of confusion for long, it was struck with shock. Suddenly, the balloon that had shrunk transformed into a golden rainbow light, hurtling towards the figure's glabella at a speed beyond human reaction. How audacious! The figure reacted swiftly, changing the fist into a palm and striking at the oncoming golden ping-pong ball. That palm, adorned with a rich, iridescent glow, batted the golden ping-pong ball away in the nick of time, failing in its first strike. The golden ping-pong ball was sent flying back by the figure at an even swifter pace, retracing the path it had come from. That is to say, before the scorpion could react, the golden ping-pong ball was hurtling towards it once again. If the scorpion had been able to react at that moment and deliver a direct strike with its stinger, it would have achieved twice the result with half the effort. However, there are never what-ifs in the world. Before the scorpion could come to its senses, the golden ping-pong ball suddenly shrank once more into a tiny, golden speck of light. In the figure's stunned amazement, in Qin Ming's startled panic, and in the scorpion's dull bewilderment, it directly plunged into the scorpion's forehead, and in an instant, through the soul link between the clone and Qin Ming, it broke into Qin Ming's purple palace. A haughty and shrill voice echoed in Qin Ming's mind. "Lad, I've been curious before. How could a single being command so many creatures to serve you? Most importantly, each of these creatures bears your aura. This simply doesn't make sense." So, after multiple probes, I finally confirmed that there's a soul connection between these creatures and you. I don't know how you've managed it, but it suffices for me to know that these creatures share a soul link with you. A hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed in Qin Ming's mind. By the time the voice subsided, the golden ping-pong ball had materialized within Qin Ming's purple mansion, in that small villa with a pond, and in Qin Ming's last stronghold. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ming teleported into the small building. Having the enemy intrude here was nothing short of the greatest failure. This lesson must be firmly engraved in his memory. Preparing for the worst, Qin Ming silently admonished himself. It was different from his previous approach of having his clone at the front while his real body stayed safely at the back, free from danger. Now, with the enemy invading the crucial purple mansion, it was like an attack on his very core. This situation demanded careful handling. He couldn't allow it to self-detonate here. Qin Ming fixed his gaze on the golden balloon monster, his eyes calm yet profound. The golden balloon monster resembled an unwelcome guest, observing everything here with great interest. Then it arrogantly sized up Qin Ming, looking down upon him with a haughty gaze, clearly regarding Qin Ming as its subordinate. At the sight of its behavior, Qin Ming's mind stirred. It didn't explode directly. This indicated that it had something it desired. As long as it had desires, there was room for negotiation. Frowning in deep thought, he made a decision. He would take the enemy's path, leaving the enemy with nowhere to go. Then, within the important purple mansion, Qin Ming's enraged and frenzied voice resounded. "Aiwa, how dare you intrude into my territory? I can't stand it. Aiwa, I'm going to explode. I'm going to kill you." Amidst his heart rending screams, Qin Ming's body began to swell, and a dangerous aura of destruction enveloped him. Meanwhile, in this once peaceful and idyllic small world with lush green grass, suddenly the wind howled and thunder rumbled. An air of world destruction pervaded the scene. The golden balloon monster across was utterly astounded. It had assumed that after intruding into the other party's purple mansion, it would have complete control over the foe. It fancied that the other would dance to its tune and eventually be transformed into its high-class minion. However, who could have expected that the other suddenly threatened to self-detonate? What kind of move was this? How could the other be even more irascible than itself? Just because it had stepped into the other's domain, the other was about to self-detonate? Where on earth did this monster come from? Its territorial awareness was even stronger than its own. No, this was not simply strong territorial awareness. It was a perversion, a distortion, a malady. The golden balloon monster had contemplated that this might be a ruse by the other to drive it away. Nevertheless, the turbulent space of the purple mansion and the perilous aura emanating from the very depths of the soul were beyond feigning. Thus, this fellow was truly going to self-detonate. Damn it, it had encountered a madman. What should it do? Should it really retreat? The golden balloon monster wavered for a fleeting moment and then ceased its indecision. For the surrounding violent aura grew increasingly palpable. A gale rose from the ground, and the small building shattered in an instant. Damn it! Madman! 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 The golden balloon monster cursed Qin Ming vehemently in its heart and was compelled to take action. It scurried back along the path it had come in a flurry. It hadn't lived enough and didn't want to die. Just as it had left, Qin Ming's purple mansion space trembled violently. The golden balloon monster, which had just stepped out of the purple mansion, felt a chill run down its spine. Madman! Fortunately, it had fled swiftly. Once the purple mansion exploded, this person would be completely finished. Oh, heavens! Why on earth had it encountered such a madman? Who on earth was the real monster here? With such thoughts in mind, it escaped from the scorpion's forehead once again. Behind him, a thunderclap resounded from Qin Ming's purple mansion. Then, the wind ceased and the rain stopped. The green grass regained its vitality, and the previously shattered small building creaked back to its original state. In the mountain forest, a tiny golden light had just emerged when suddenly a sense of impending danger assailed. A colossal palm, print with 7 colored glows plummeted from the sky, launching an attack towards it. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be addled? Amidst a fit of panic, the golden balloon monster was firmly pressed to the ground by this palm print. Chapter 89. The calm before the storm. As the 7 colored glows vibrated at a high frequency, it resembled a rapidly spinning saw. Amidst the intense, hissing tremors, the golden protective layer on the surface of the golden balloon monster was completely shattered. With the breach of the protective layer, the golden balloon monster's transformation technique failed. It reverted from the light dot state and rapidly expanded to the size of a wash basin. It cast an indignant glance at the figure, its eyes brimming with malevolence. Subsequently, its mouth full of jagged teeth opened and closed, mimicking a screaming motion. Just when the figure expected a shrill scream to ring out, the anticipated sound never came. What on earth? The figure frowned. When his gaze fell upon the golden balloon monster, all he received was a sinister look and a mocking smile. Then, it split asunder. With a dull thud, it exploded into a shower of light dots across the sky. The golden balloon monster, at this very moment, finally came to the end of its glorious life as a king. Boom. At the same instant, a surging torrent of soul power suddenly invaded Qin Ming's mind. Along with it came a layer of blue energy. Note is directly transliterated here as there isn't a standard single-word English equivalent. It can be adjusted according to the exact meaning and context, perhaps azure, blue or deep, blue, etc. In the cave, Qin Ming felt extremely uneasy. He recalled the sinister look in the eyes of the golden balloon monster before its death. Strengthen the patrol and don't relax, he hastily instructed his clone. Then, Qin Ming had no choice but to close his eyes, cross his legs, and enter the state of cultivation. For the surging soul power had come billowing towards him. If he didn't absorb it rapidly, not only would the energy be wasted, but it might also cause damage to his purple mansion. At the place where the golden balloon monster had shattered and the figure was, a jigsaw puzzle piece glinting with mysterious light appeared on the ground, shining brightly under the sunlight. The figure picked up the puzzle, examined it, and since he couldn't figure out how to use it, he could only carefully put it away. Inside the cave, Qin Ming sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breath. The 7 colored glows flickered and flowed in his nostrils with each inhalation and exhalation. With his rhythmic breathing, the surging soul power in his mind was gradually digested and absorbed bit by bit. In the purple mansion space, the tiny space slowly stretched and expanded. The somewhat dilapidated grassland, like being fertilized and moistened by sweet dew, quietly showed vibrant vitality. And the small building that had just regained its integrity shed its shabby appearance and gradually became more harmonious. Unconsciously, this space completely regained its vitality. However, all these were not the most remarkable changes. The most significant transformation during this process was the pool that emitted 7 colored glows. The pool expanded gradually from 5 cubic meters, reaching 6 cubic meters, then 7 cubic meters. Subsequently, it slowly grew to 9 cubic meters, and then to 9.5. Once it reached 10 cubic meters, it would mark a whole new realm. As the pool expanded, the tiny soul imprints within it were like fish, swiftly wagging their tails and swimming about merrily. Those soul imprints that had been injured in the battle with the balloon monsters were now rapidly recovering. The internal changes were imperceptible to others, while the external ones were clearly visible to the naked eye. In the cave, Qin Ming exuded an otherworldly and transcendent aura, with this aura enhancing him. He resembled a celestial being banished to the mortal world, standing in stark contrast to the pitch black cave around him. Unbeknownst to him, his transformation continued. In the forest, a young lad was engaged in a tussle and chase with a semi-transparent slime the size of a human head. Suddenly, as if hearing some kind of summons, the semi-transparent slime abruptly halted its movements. The young lad turned his head in surprise, only to see the slime standing still for a moment before suddenly shooting off in another direction. Its speed was comparable to when it was chasing him. What on earth was going on? The young lad stared at the direction where the slime disappeared and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he lifted his legs and chased after it. For such a petty creature to abandon its pursuit of him was clearly an extraordinary occurrence. He had to go and have a look. Meanwhile, by a lake, a group of slimes frolicking and playing around seemed to hear a certain wail simultaneously. They all stopped their actions and looked in one direction. Then, as if under a spell, they all shot off in that direction one after another. The first, the second, the third. In just a short moment, a dense mass of slimes, big and small, headed in that direction. These slimes leaped one after another, using the tree trunks in the forest to bounce off of. Suddenly, the crackling sound resembled the patter of rain on banana leaves, echoing ceaselessly. In a short while, the once bustling water pool fell into utter silence. However, this tranquility didn't last long. The deep, pitch-black pool suddenly rippled with layers of waves. Then, these ripples grew larger and taller, eventually forming towering waves. The white crest of the waves soared into the sky, lofty and imposing. At the peak of the waves, a large, should be azure, blue, object slowly emerged from the deep pool. It was a colossal slime king as big as a house. Once the huge slime king surfaced, it slowly crawled in the direction where the numerous slimes had disappeared. It was too heavy to perform leaping movements. After it gradually faded from sight, the place fell into complete calmness. At this moment, it was as quiet as an ordinary water pool. On the other side, in the desert, the yellow sand billowed, and the flying sand and gravel swirled. A sturdy, dark-skinned young man was brandishing his fists. With one punch, he sent a long, slippery flying fish flying. The dense flying fish around him were all eyeing him menacingly like sharp swords. After knocking one fish away, the young man didn't retract his fist, but instead punched again towards the right side of his body. According to experience, that was the position where the flying fish would attack next. The young man swung his fist, but hit nothing. Meanwhile, as the young man was punching, the flying fish, which had been shooting towards him like sharp swords, suddenly halted. Then, they all looked in one direction simultaneously. Before the young man could react, the flying fish all rushed in one direction in unison. Swish! Amidst the whistling wind, they vanished before the young man's eyes like a shower of arrows in the sky. What vanished was not merely the flying fish in front of the young man, but also those in the depths of the desert that hadn't engaged in the battle. Thousands upon thousands of flying fish simultaneously headed in one direction, blotting out the sky and the sun, much like a locust plague. What on earth was going on? The young man looked up, gazing at the dark mass of departing arrows and the long bridge they formed between heaven and earth. After frowning for a moment, he stepped forward and followed them. As a member of the military, he had to investigate this abnormal change in the training ground. Not long after he left, the desert trembled violently. Then, a huge, dark shadow resembling a flying boat slowly soared in that direction. Outside the cave, the foxtail grass perked up its leaves, listening intently to the rustling of the wind. A great tree stood upright, its leaves quivering, nerves on edge. A vine coiled its branches, its thorns erect, ready to strike at any moment. All around, one after another of the clones were on standby, on guard, and could enter the combat state at any time. Suddenly, the forest fell deathly silent. Any creature that dared to approach here would face their fatal blow. One couldn't help but wonder if these preparations could withstand the onslaught of those monsters. And also, whether Qin Ming could successfully complete his soul power enhancement in the following time. Chapter 90. Before the storm descends around the cave, the plants had made their preparations, setting up numerous traps to guard against the attacks that might come at any time. And in the unseen places, there were countless mysteries hidden. For instance, in the dark and narrow crevice of a rock, a scorpion with its venomous tip-tail coiled, waiting for the opportune moment. A palm-sized centipede curled up in an unassuming corner of the grass, its teeth glinting sharply. Behind the colossal trees, a wild boar with protruding fangs stood there, its brown bristles erect and its eyes shining with vigor. Perched high in the tree, a pheasant half closed its eyes, surveying everything around it as if showing no concern. However, its sharp claws, from which multicolored glimmers occasionally flickered, betrayed the truth. Of course, all these were not overt on the surface. Those unaware, at a single glance, would only perceive an extraordinary tranquility and serenity here. Naturally, the small bugs in the forest didn't share this view. With their acute senses, they dared not make a sound, which rendered this area extremely quiet. So quiet that not even the chirping of a single bug could be heard. This tranquility didn't last long. Approximately 20 minutes later, the first slime plummeted from the sky, descending towards the ground like a raindrop. It was a tiny thing, no larger than a thumb, semi-transparent all over and full of elasticity. In fact, it was rather generous to call these things slimes. They didn't look as adorable as the typical slimes. Apart from being hideous, they were also prone to deformation. It would be more fitting to call them slugs. And most importantly, before the little slug that had fallen from the sky could reach the ground, it was intercepted by a rabbit that suddenly sprang out. The rabbit dashed forward abruptly, raising one of its front paws high and swiping at the thumb-sized slug in the air. Suddenly, a faint blade composed of multicolored glows emerged. The multicolored light blade traced a beautiful arc in the air and finally sliced through the slug's position precisely, just like in a mini game of slicing watermelons. With a flash of light, the little slug was split in two. Two thuds sounded almost simultaneously without any discernible order. The break of the little slug was neat and smooth, as if it had been sliced by a knife. At the cut, there was a faint, glistening iridescent light, which was the remaining iridescent chi. The rabbit wrinkled its three-petaled mouth and waved its paws at the surrounding clones. It was a silent show off. Around. It was quiet, and none of the clones paid any heed to it. After all, not every clone was so fond of showing off. Everyone's attention was drawn to the rabbit, and no one noticed the two pieces of the body lying on the ground. Even less would they observe that the remaining iridescent light at the cut was being rapidly absorbed and devoured. Among the clones, apart from the rabbit, there were no show-offs, but there were those who loved to talk. For example, the plant and herb exclaimed, "Oh, this thing is recombining." As soon as the plant and herb said this, all the surrounding clones immediately cast their gazes over. What was going on? Right under everyone's noses. The two halves of the little slug that had just been split into two had now turned into two round balls. One ball rolled to the left, and the other to the right. It seemed they were about to merge. With a splat, the two balls collided and merged with each other, once again restoring to a complete sphere. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, many clones felt that the volume of the restored little slug was slightly larger than before. Also, its color had changed. The previously transparent color seemed to have become a bit more iridescent. Before the numerous surrounding clones could take a closer look, the rabbit reappeared, waved its paws rapidly, and roared, "I just don't believe you can still recover like this." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three crossing multicolored blades materialized, slicing the newly fused little slug into 6 pieces. This time, the rabbit was extremely cautious. After the slicing, it gave a swift kick, scattering the 6 pieces of the slug that were not far away in a chaotic manner, preventing them from recombining. Having completed these actions, the rabbit folded its arms and let out a disdainful snort, gazing at the disordered ground. If it could still recover from this, the rabbit thought it would be utterly astonishing. However, the outcome defied the rabbit's expectations. The 6 pieces that had been kicked away by it transformed into 6 small spheres once again and rapidly converged, perhaps sensing the danger. This creature was moving much faster in its convergence this time. Does this thing possess intelligence? The numerous clones around were astounded, and the rabbit, the protagonist of this event, was somewhat disconcerted. What on earth was going on? How could it still not die? It dashed forward in a single leap, about to unleash its evil claws once more, only to find that the slug had converged before it. Just as it came together, the thing suddenly shot into the air, heading straight in the direction where the rabbit was charging. Since the two were already in close proximity and now moving towards each other, they were bound to meet soon. In just a single breath, they were about to collide. Everything happened so abruptly and unexpectedly that the rabbit only felt a blur before its eyes. That tiny creature was approaching its face. Moreover, during its dash forward, the thing suddenly expanded, flattened, and finally transformed into a thin film that wrapped around the rabbit. Slash! Instinctively, the rabbit raised its paw and swiped at the unknown object in front of it. This time, it did manage to cut open the film. But as soon as it sliced through the front, the rear immediately closed up and restored itself. The speed was incredibly fast. Amid this sudden upheaval, the rabbit was, without surprise, encased within the thin film. Then, something utterly unexpected transpired. When the film first enveloped the rabbit, it was loose and slack. Yet in the instant it fully enclosed the creature, it tightened abruptly. Resembling a rope or a binding strap, in the blink of an eye, the rabbit was completely bound, transformed into an immobile mass like a wriggling worm. No matter how vigorously the rabbit struggled, it was all in vain. The numerous clones around frowned in unison. What on earth was this thing? How could it be so troublesome? Since they were connected in spirit, they knew that the rabbit was not in serious danger. Hence, they didn't rush to its rescue. However, another astonishing event occurred. The thin film that had just wrapped around the rabbit suddenly quivered, and the entrapped rabbit involuntarily unleashed the multicolored dazzling light from within its body. Previously, this multicolored light had been extremely effective against the balloon monster. Yet now it seemed to have no impact on the slug whatsoever. No, it's absorbing our multicolored light, the sharp-eyed pheasant suddenly exclaimed. Awakened by his words, the surrounding clones immediately noticed this phenomenon. Moreover, the more it absorbed, the stronger it became. Someone added. Evidently, the clones had also detected this issue. We can't wait any longer. We must eliminate it as soon as possible. Everyone launched an attack simultaneously, intent on reducing it to ashes. The big tree spoke and lashed down a branch. Prompted by the tree, the numerous clones around joined in the fray. They were also eager to find out how to kill this strange thing. At the same moment, the scorpion hurled its venomous stinger. The pheasant clawed down with its sharp talons, and the wild boar whipped its tail. In an instant, hundreds of attacks emerged simultaneously. Moreover, each one carried a shocking force. In no time, the thin membrane was annihilated. Faint, glistening lights akin to the shattering of soap bubbles flickered around. One wondered if this thing could recover again. Chapter 91. The looming crisis. Several breaths passed, then a dozen, and more than 30. The thing everyone feared did not happen after all. The hearts of the numerous clones that had been raised finally settled down gradually. If it still didn't die after all this, they wouldn't know how to proceed next. The rescued rabbit, looking disheveled and dejected, huddled in the corner. He felt utterly humiliated, failing to deal with such a tiny thing. How could he ever boast in front of his so-called siblings in the future? Indeed, the rabbit had always regarded the clones as his brothers and sisters. Just thinking about the embarrassing situation in the future made his heart ache. He regretted his previous carelessness. If God gave him another chance, he swore he would seize it firmly and crush this thing to dust. True to the rabbit's luck, shortly after his vow, there came a crackling sound from the surrounding trees. Dozens of slugs descended from the sky, as if a light rain had suddenly started. Even a drizzle counts as rain. A quick observation revealed that all these creatures were heading towards the deep, dark cave on the cliff wall. Why did so many of them suddenly appear? And all targeting the cave? They couldn't be allowed to enter. Without time for further thought, the clones rushed to block them. Having gained experience from dealing with small slugs previously, all the clones launched their full-force attacks right from the start. It was the three-fold space quake. The faint power of space, carrying the shockwaves formed by the seven-colored chi, shattered the slugs falling from the sky into countless fragments. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, they followed up with 2 more strikes, completely turning these fragments into ashes before moving on to the next target. Under the cautious attacks of the numerous clones, the slugs that fell into their hands had no chance of recovery. Thus, the once quiet forest suddenly became bustling. At the beginning, the number of slugs falling from the sky was not large, and most of them were small ones. In this situation, there were not enough slugs to go around for all the clones. With these slugs for practice, the clones were rapidly mastering the methods and techniques of dealing with them. However, as time elapsed, the slug army gradually arrived, and more slugs came to this place. Fortunately, the clones also gradually became proficient in the one-hit-kill method. A few minutes later, quake. The little paws of the rabbit clenched tightly. Amid the oscillations of layers of faint seven-colored dazzling light ripples, a fan-shaped energy light wave emanated from its paws. This ripple expanded in the air at an increasingly rapid pace, and its coverage area directly extended to about half a meter. Within this half-meter range, more than 20 small slugs seemed to be frozen in time, suddenly going still. Then, they all exploded in unison, turning into powder in the air. With one punch, more than 20 slugs were eliminated, and a large area around the rabbit was cleared. Suddenly, the attacks around ceased. Seizing the opportunity, the rabbit communicated with its other avatars. It used the vibrating force to generate high-speed vibrating light waves, which would make the killing more efficient. After uttering these words, it immediately plunged into a new spree of slaughter. When dealing with the small slugs, there was no need to use the full range of boxing techniques. Just using 30 of the skills to form the vibrating force would suffice, and this way it would save more energy. I've also discovered a technique. In the silent exchanges, the hunting methods of the numerous avatars became increasingly efficient, and their speed grew ever faster, thanks to their highly efficient hunting. More and more powder accumulated around. With the high-speed operation of the numerous avatars, the vast insect hordes were actually confined within the tiny forest. Without any restrictions, the avatars let loose and fully embarked on a feast of slaughter. For a moment, this diminutive forest transformed into a battlefield, where tens of thousands of slugs were annihilated in a short period. As time went by, the number of slugs increased steadily, presenting a scene of an overwhelming insect army. Under this numerical superiority, the numerous avatars actually began to feel overwhelmed. Worst of all, large-sized slugs started to appear here. What was meant by large-sized here were those with a diameter approaching 1 meter. Facing such slugs, a mild vibrating force was no longer sufficient to eliminate them. One had to go all out, using triple, stacked vibrations, and striking simultaneously to kill them completely. By this time, the numerous avatars were already feeling rather strained. However, the situation continued to deteriorate. The wild boar used a war stomp to shatter all the slugs within a 3-meter radius. Just as it took a breath, a numbing sensation shot through its rear end. That electric shock-like feeling made the wild boar leap straight off the ground. What was going on? The wild boar executed a 180-degree turn, thereby reversing its body position. After the turn, the original position of its head became its rear end, and its rear end position became the head. Then, it beheld an unfamiliar species, a long, blue, and white object. It had a large mouth, round eyes, and short whiskers, with its 2 fins fluttering. Wasn't this a fish? The question was, which fish could fly in the air? A sense of absurdity welled up within it. Then, the flying fish slightly opened its large mouth, and a thin, twisted blue and white arc suddenly emerged. The arc traced an eerie, contorted curve and landed directly on the wild boar's face. The wild boar let out a howl and jumped up. It was excruciatingly painful. While voicing its complaint, the wild boar didn't forget to shout in the group, "Brothers, be cautious. There's a new thing here that can spit electricity. When you see it, don't let it get close. I, the old boar, have suffered a setback. Wait for me to figure out a way to deal with it, and then I'll inform you." After the chat, relying on its thick hide, the wild boar charged straight towards the flying fish, braving the blue and white electric arcs. It raised its pig's hoof high and suddenly delivered a 180-degree tremor to the flying fish. Meanwhile, it didn't keep silent and shouted, "Behold my tremor of the pig's hoof." As soon as the words left its mouth, a series of tremors resembling water ripples appeared on its pig's hoof. The tremors spread at an incredibly rapid pace, covering approximately 1 meter in the blink of an eye. Coincidentally, this 1-meter range enveloped the flying fish. Perhaps sensing a mortal crisis, the slippery flying fish flicked its tail deftly in the air, instantly changing its direction and swiftly swimming towards the outer circle of the shockwave. It swam at an astonishing speed, covering more than half of the distance in the blink of an eye. However, it ultimately miscalculated. Despite its great velocity, it only managed to reach the edge of the shockwave when the rippling shock force caught up with it. The multicolored light swept across its tail, shattering it completely. With its flying ability impaired, the once sleek body of the flying fish suddenly staggered, and its elegant flying posture vanished. It swam in a haphazard and erratic manner. Coupled with the discomfort caused by the damage to its flying ability, its speed was significantly reduced. Seizing the opportunity, the wild boar launched another shockwave. 2 consecutive shock waves finally vanquished this suddenly appeared first flying fish. Chapter 92. A close shave, guys. Here's some good news. I just knocked that monster away with 1 punch. In short, that monster is a weakling. The bad news is that this weakling is incredibly slippery and hard to catch in the air. To kill it, you have to corner it where it has no way to escape. Right after achieving the first kill, the wild boar began to share its combat experience. Compared with the slime monster, this flying fish was clearly of the fragile type. But its remarkable agility in the air was the key reason it was so difficult to kill. Moreover, the wild boar had a hunch that they were likely to face many more such monsters in the future. The thought had just flashed across when another voice emerged in the chat group. Everyone, be cautious. The flying fish have also appeared here. I won't talk anymore. I'm going to engage in a full-scale battle now. Not long after this voice faded away, other voices popped up one after another in the group. The flying fish that can spit lightning have also appeared here. Same here. The fish seem to be increasing. And the number of those slugs isn't decreasing either. As this voice disappeared, the voices in the group grew fewer. Evidently, everyone was busy dealing with the increasingly dense monsters in front of them. They no longer had the time to chat in the group or exchange experiences. Time was slipping away moment by moment. There were more and more monsters around. The slug-like creatures had formed an overwhelming horde. And everywhere they looked were these slimy things. And now, a second type of monster had joined the fray, the flying fish that hovered in the air with extraordinary agility. At this point, it was extremely difficult to kill these creatures single-handedly. As a result, numerous clones had to cooperate with one another. However, even so, facing the two types of monsters that were piled up layer upon layer, densely packed like a surging tide, they felt a shiver down their spines. They could indeed punch a dozen or so slugs to death with one blow, but immediately, 30 or 40 more slugs would swarm over to fill the empty spaces. They could also have 2 or 3 clones work together to kill 4 or 5 flying fish, but instantly, a dozen more flying fish would charge in to harass and attack them. This feeling of being unable to completely eliminate the monsters made their hearts sink. Their chi is truly inexhaustible, an endless wellspring that spares them any concerns in this regard. However, their physical strength will eventually reach its limit. By then, they will likely find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. At the mere thought of such a scenario, the numerous clones couldn't help but peer into the cave. Inside, colorful lights flickered, and through the hazy glow, a figure sitting cross-legged in meditation could be faintly discerned. Hurry, we may not hold on for long. Boom. Amid a thunderous explosion, one clone unleashed a shockwave, instantly obliterating more than 20 snot monsters and 2 flying fish. Before he could catch his breath, even more snot monsters and flying fish swarmed forward. Among them were several giant slugs with a diameter of 1.5 meters. The flying fish were incredibly slippery. With a flick of their tails, they darted forward. As soon as they closed the distance, they spat out several blue arcs and then darted away. The unexpected lightning rendered the clone's body rigid for a split second. Before he could recover, the giant slugs also closed in. One of them launched itself forward, attempting to envelop the clone within its slimy body. Once trapped by the slug, the clone would be in a dire situation. He mustn't be engulfed. The clone struggled desperately and finally shook off the numbing effect of the lightning at the last moment. Out of desperation, he took a step back. This single step immediately created a tiny breach in the defensive line formed by the clones. Amid the surging tide of insects, even this seemingly insignificant breach would be eroded and widened by the waves. In the insect horde, countless snot monsters and flying fish took advantage of this gap and rushed towards the cave inside. Damn it, I can't falter. Each of his clones cursed once and exerted all their strength to stop and exterminate these creatures. His reaction was swift, and his measures were effective. Coupled with his fearless attitude, the gap that had just appeared was quickly blocked and the intruders were eliminated. Those monsters that had rushed in through the gap were also completely wiped out. However, after such an incident, his physical strength was severely overdrawn. Even he himself didn't know how long he could hold on. Perhaps he could last for a long time, or perhaps he would collapse the next moment. He was not the only one in this situation. The physical strength of many clones had reached the limit. Their movements were no longer as smooth as in the beginning, and their steps had started to become unsteady. Why hasn't the promotion succeeded yet? Hurry up, one of the clones murmured in the communication group. Subsequently, the entire communication group fell into complete silence. Fatigue and battle had exhausted all their energy. Now they only hoped that the battle would end soon. In the forest, 2 teenagers suddenly rushed out of the dense and overlapping swarms of insects. One teenager was tall and burly, and his movements were extremely graceful and fluid, like a gust of wind. The other was stocky and powerful, with broad and sweeping movements. As soon as these 2 teenagers appeared, they just glanced at the cave and then jumped over directly, joining the battle to defend the cave. The slanting wind and drizzling rain palm. The tall teenager's moves were intricate and extremely powerful. With a single palm strike, The palm wind carried countless wind blades, instantly exterminating a group of monsters. The battle formation treading the sky fist. The burly teenager's fist wind was domineering. With a single punch, a black fist mark suddenly appeared. The fist mark detached from his fist and magnified infinitely in the air, directly shattering a large number of monsters and clearing a white vacuum zone in the insect horde. Ji Yuanqiu, why are you here? The tall and slender young man threw a punch, directly clearing a space in front of him, and shouted at the burly young man without even turning his head. Why can't I be here? How can these disgusting bugs be allowed to run amok on our military territory? In fact, I still want to ask, why are you here? The burly and ancient-looking young man replied after clearing a 3-meter blank space with a punch. Hearing himself being questioned, the tall and slender young man let out a soft laugh. How could the companions of our noble human race be bullied by these disgusting bugs? Moreover, these bugs are taking advantage of the situation. They're simply asking for death. The two of them exchanged words and directly clarified the reasons for their appearance. Reaching a united front, the two of them and numerous clones directly set up a 5-meter-sized defensive circle at the cave entrance. With the addition of these two, the pressure on the numerous clones was significantly reduced. However, this approach was not a long-term solution after all. Strength would be exhausted, and true chi would also run out. The number of bugs, on the other hand, was increasing and seemed endless. As the situation deteriorated, they would eventually be defeated. However, they couldn't abandon the cave either. Now, they had no choice but to defend passively. Being passive targets was truly distressing, and the two newly arrived young men clearly didn't have the patience for this. Damn it, why aren't these bugs retreating? Are they crazy? The tall and slender young man cursed with a dark face. He clearly showed his displeasure on his face. Ji Yuanqiu, didn't your military region say that the onslaught of these bugs would only last for about 20 minutes? Why haven't they retreated even after so long? Could there be an issue with the intelligence from your military region? The burly young man being questioned punched out, shattering more than a dozen monsters. After slightly adjusting his breathing, he replied, "My lord, can't you stand it anymore? If so, just leave. Your precious body shouldn't endure such toil here." Mocked as a useless young master, the tall and slender young man immediately got annoyed. Who are you looking down on? I'll never stand by and watch our human comrades being bullied by these monsters. Chapter 93. The situation collapses. So, keep your mouth shut and conserve your strength. Maybe you can kill a few more monsters. Ji Yuanqiu retorted and then silently continued to fight. In the military, he had experienced battles of this intensity before. In fact, he had even endured more arduous battles. Facing such a scenario, he had ample experience. He needed to conserve every bit of his physical strength and every ounce of his breath, striving to hold on for a little longer, and then even longer. Only in this way could his chances of survival be greater. He had this experience, but the tall young man opposite might not. Knowing that the other party wouldn't run away, he retorted in a way that left the other speechless, aiming to force him to conserve his strength. The young man opposite apparently sensed his intention and sensibly kept quiet to save his energy. However, old habits die hard. Before long, while fighting, the flamboyant young man suddenly couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, will you ever stop?" Frustrated, after cursing, he swung his palm out. Immediately, a gust of wind enveloped dozens of wind blades. This palm strike was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of space was cleared. Instantly, the attacks around him ceased. Seizing this opportunity, he took something out of his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. In just a moment, his complexion improved significantly. The rejuvenated young man immediately became excited again. Come on, let me show you how I'll vanquish you." After saying this, he flicked his sleeve and charged straight into the hordes of monsters. He was thoroughly fed up with this passive defensive fighting style. He was determined to make a change. So he charged into the monster group and had a great time slaughtering them. The young man's individual combat power was clearly far superior to those monsters. As soon as he rushed into the crowd, he was like a wolf among sheep or a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a simple movement of his hands and feet, he wiped out a large number of monsters. However, high explosiveness implies lack of endurance. Before long, the energy in the young man's body was almost depleted. Soon, he had no choice but to retreat again. On the other side, Ji Yuanqiu remained silent all the time, silently punching. At present, his punches seemed ordinary, but with each strike, he reaped at least 3 or 5 monsters. If one were to evaluate him, he could be called a silent harvester of lives. Despite his silence, he killed no fewer monsters. After being beaten back again, the tall and slender young man was obviously in a bad mood. However, Such was the reality. He had to endure patiently, striking with his palm one after another, inefficiently culling these monsters. His impetuous nature is gradually changing through this kind of refinement. Outside, there is a bitter perseverance, while inside the cave, there is also a desperate struggle. In the purple mansion space, there is a small courtyard with green grass and a small building beside a pond. Everything seems so idyllic, and everything seems to remain so serene. However, upon closer inspection, one can notice that the surface of the pond is subtly vibrating, as if there were a high-frequency oscillator inserted at the bottom. At this moment, the area of the pond is firmly stuck at 99 cubic meters, with only a tiny fraction remaining. The spiritual power brought by the death of the golden balloon monster is still increasing, yet the momentum of this growth is waning. It is believed that it will fade away before long. Even though the increasing trend persists, the remaining 0.01 cubic meters in the pond can never be breached. Between 9.99 and 10, there seems to be an invisible natural chasm. The continuous influx of spiritual power into this chasm is like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. What on earth is going on? Frowning, Qin Ming intensifies the input of his spiritual power. His numerous avatars are engaged in battle outside. Without a detailed observation, he is well aware that the battle situation outside is unfavorable to him. In such circumstances, he naturally dare not squander time. He must seize every second to strive for an early promotion. Unfortunately, fate seems to be playing hide and seek with him. The more anxious he becomes, the less smoothly things progress. Moreover, he is stuck at the seemingly easily reachable position of 9.99. This is like the cut-one knife game from his previous life. It appears to be on the verge of success, but once you actually engage in it, you'll only find yourself sinking deeper into despair. Qin Ming is currently in such a state of mind. Continuous investment and ceaseless input, all in the hope of a single-step promotion to recoup the costs directly. However, the investment yielded no results at all. Outside, the battle became increasingly intense, while inside, the sunk cost continued to rise, yet there was still no sign of return. At this moment, Qin Ming felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't until two teenagers joined that his anxious mood eased slightly. Give it another 20 minutes. Come on, it must succeed. He issued a final ultimatum to himself. Outside the cave, the defensive line contracted again. It was less than a meter away from the cave. They had reached a point where there was no room for retreat. On the opposite side, most of the small monsters had been worn out. What was to come next were at least slugs as big as wash basins or flying fish monsters as thick as arms. Bang! Amid a heavy thud, the rabbit clone slapped a wash basin-sized slug away, but he himself had to take a few steps back. Immediately, the plant and herb, which was taking a rest beside, leaped forward to fill the gap and face the enemy. On the other side, it was with great difficulty that the rabbit managed to steady himself, and his forepaws kept trembling. Rabbits, by nature, are not strong in terms of physical strength. When the clone appeared, it inherited both the advantages and disadvantages of this species. Now, the fact that he had held on until now was entirely due to the support of willpower. However, willpower would eventually be exhausted. On the scene, it wasn't just this one rabbit clone. Every clone had reached its limit. It was truly hard to say how much longer they could last. On the other hand, the tall and slender young man no longer had the initial air of elegance and ease. Now, his hair was stuck to his face with sweat, his lips were chapped, and his eyes were listless. The constantly chattering mouth finally lost the strength to open and close. Not far from him, the dark-skinned and stocky young man still punched steadily and mechanically like a machine. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the frequency of his punches had slowed significantly, and his punches had lost their initial accuracy. At present, the entire team had reached their limit. The only reason they hadn't collapsed was that they could take turns to rest. However, no one could say for sure how long this state could last. Perhaps they would hold on until Qin Ming's promotion was over, or perhaps they would collapse the next moment. Inside the cave, Qin Ming's eyes were blood-red and his face was contorted with rage. Break for me. The 7-colored glistening pond trembled and its size rapidly expanded. Just as it was about to break through the mark of 10, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and was firmly stuck at the last centimeter, unable to advance even an inch. Break! Qin Ming raged internally, with his qi and blood surging. The pond was like a balloon stretched to its limit, with every bit of force carrying the power of extreme tension and explosion. Outside the cave, the rabbit was sent flying for the second time. Immediately, the wild boar stepped forward. The tall and slender young man grinned maniacally, showing his blood-stained teeth. As for Ji Yuanxiu, who had been as stable as a machine before, was now gasping for breath. Bang! Ji Yuanxiu took 3 steps back and staggered, almost falling. The pheasant immediately jumped out to take his place. However, as soon as the pheasant exchanged a move, it was electrocuted and sent flying by a flying fish as thick as an arm. Step forward. I'll step forward even if it means death. The vine, which was only half a meter long, sprang out, brandishing its tattered vines, and rushed forward, trying to replace Ji Yuanxiu and block the gap. However, just as he jumped out, the flying fish lashed its tail and sent him flying. The gap reappeared. Several flying fish flicked their tails and leisurely slipped in, swimming towards the cave. Damn it! The wild boar with a broken tooth had its eyes blood, red, and stamped its hooves fiercely. With a short, dash run, up, it charged straight at those flying fish. It was a wild boar charge. Caught off guard, the flying fish were hit squarely. Crunch! Several brittle flying fish shattered into pieces on the spot. The electric current coursed through the wild boar's body, causing it to roll its eyes and leaving its body charred. Fortunately, though, the gap was finally blocked by it. Yet, it didn't hold out for long. With a thunderous crash, the wild boar's massive body fell heavily to the ground. The successive battles had depleted all its energy, and the electric shock just now had completely shattered its will. Now, it had fallen into a deep coma. Everything around had fallen into a situation extremely unfavorable to Qin Ming.